And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
Well, they say you go to the ballpark, you'll see something you never saw before. Or you wake up on Friday, May 17, 2024, and you see something you never saw before. Marcus Boucher, I woke up, my alarm goes off at 4:15, take you inside the boudoir, the Murphy family bedroom at 4:15.
The boudoir.
And I am in the lavatory by 4:15 and 30 seconds. I am like one of those guys. Alarm goes off, boom, 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 I'm in. I got the phone, and I'm ready to take on the world. And so I flip on the light, and there's a text from Dave, Overnight Dave, the great Dave Jenks. Shout out U.S. Navy, shout out Michigan football, shout out boxing, shout out Iowa high school trivia, whatever you want.
Shout out the Raiders.
Shout out the Raiders. You saved the best for last. I have a text at 4:06 a.m. that says, Scotty Sheffler was just arrested near Valhalla. Okay, I need you to know, these are my first 60 seconds of the day. Bro, I'm like, whoa. Needle across, what? He says, I have eyewitness audio from Jeff Darlington, and that's a name you're going to hear a lot in the next few hours because Jeff Darlington of ESPN. So if you are just waking up to your alarm right now, first of all, don't be alarmed. There was nothing like violent or dramatic. He was arrested for a traffic violation that turned a little wacky when a cop jumped on his hood of his car and told him to stop, and he didn't stop trying to get into Valhalla. So we'll get into all the details, but suffice to say, did not expect my Friday morning to start like
Murph.
this, brother.
And that's essentially how my Friday morning started also.
How'd you get it?
I woke up, I go straight to the bathroom, I turn on the shower, I take a seat on my throne, I go on Twitter, and the first thing I see is the Jeff Darlington video of Scotty Sheffler in handcuffs being walked to a police car.
In shorts, sneakers, like white socks, and like a blue T-shirt, and he's getting perp walked by in the kind of the pre-dawn darkness in Louisville, where it's raining too, by the way, and an odd like sort of a Kentucky rain coming down. Shout out Elvis Presley. We might need Kentucky rain later on today, young Tone. But anyway, so yeah, so now you got to put everything together from the back, from the front to the back. Like, whoa, how did we get here? And Jeff Darlington, God bless him, was the man on the scene. Just by dint of luck, his car happened to be right next to Sheffler's going in, and we can play the Darlington audio for you guys. In fact, let me know if we have the Darlington report, because there are probably some people who just set their alarms for 6 a.m. They wake up, they go on YouTube, Waterboy, they go on Twitch, they see you in your skate hoodie.
I was going to say, if they're on YouTube right now, I'll show off the Scotty Sheffler mugshot that I woke up to after I got out of the shower.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scotty Sheffler has a mugshot.
In the orange jumpsuit.
And I tried my joke. I said, what, in honor of his masters, they couldn't have at least made it caddy white? All right. I'm trying the dad jokes. And Tennell just shot me down. He goes, yeah, that's lame. I go, no, it's not.
He said that's a bad joke.
No, it's not. It was a decent little nightclub opener.
Come on, it's a Friday.
Hey, listen, at this open mic, there's no cover. What more do you, you know what I mean? What are you looking for? Jerry Seinfeld in his prime?
Let my guy riff.
All right, so I had a few. It's a great nicknames through golf history. Jack, the Golden Bear Nicholas, Eldrick, Tiger Woods, Scotty, the Fugitive Sheffler. All right, thank you. I'm going to need a lot of those laugh tracks there.
I got you.
I had another one, too. I said, cop overheard telling Scotty Sheffler in jail, you get one phone call from here, or as you'd call it, a free drop. All right? I'm trying, baby. I'm trying.
Yeah, I don't think that cop was giving him any mulligans this morning, Murph.
Hey, there you go. See, you're trying too. Anyway, are we making light of a serious situation? I mean, yeah, apparently it all started with a car accident earlier in the morning that had nothing to do with Jeff Darlington or Scotty Sheffler or anything. So there was a car accident, and actually the only serious part of this whole thing, apparently a pedestrian, it might have been a fatality. So that's obviously awful, and not riffing on that. But the fact that it caused a traffic jam that backed up, and Darlington says a long backup. Now, players are trying to get to the tournament, right? Obviously, there's no tournament without players. So players usually get special treatment. So I had Platzi text me. He goes, you're a golf major veteran. What happens? How do players get into tournaments? He goes, inform the audience. So I was like, well, pretty much they get courtesy vehicles. Most of them, when you go to dude, the way they treat these golfers, bro, you might want to go out there to the range and hit a few buckets because the life of a pro golfer, the courtesy cars.
I was going to say, it didn't sound too courteous this morning for Scotty Scheffler.
There you go, another one, buddy.
Yeah.
Anyway, generally, the players have marked courtesy cars that says player vehicle donated by Cadillac or whatever, you know? So cops usually see that, and those guys get right away. You know, those guys get waved in. So obviously, Sheffler was in one of those cars. That's what it says, at least in Darlington's thing, and I guess he's thinking, well, I have the courtesy vehicle. I got to get to the course. And when there's a traffic jam, I got to go. So apparently he tries to go on the left shoulder. Do you have the Darlington audio? I suppose Darlington was the guy who was there. I wasn't there. Let's listen to Jeff Darlington of ESPN.
It was a very chaotic situation this morning already outside of Valhalla Golf Club as police were responding to a separate incident down the road. It resulted in road closures and ultimately was only a situation where officials and players could get to the point where they could even approach the Valhalla entrance. But what happened next was certainly surreal. There was a bus that did not have a driver in it that was still sitting outside of the main gate of Valhalla Golf Club. Police were trying to figure out how to get that bus moved. Scotty Scheffler was in a vehicle behind that bus. Sheffler attempted to drive his car on a road that was jammed with vehicles onto the side median. Plenty of space on that median where Sheffler could move his car around toward the entrance. A police officer in a yellow jacket like those ones you're seeing there approached Scheffler's car, told him to stop. Sheffler continued to drive his vehicle, at which point the officer attached himself to Scheffler's car.
Man, again, we got jokes here. I don't know whether he was describing this incident down in Valhalla or us trying to park in our garage this morning. Just to bring everybody behind the curtain, we have a new overnight guy at the garage, and he's barking out orders like you wouldn't believe.
He jumped on the hood of my car this morning, Murph.
I tried to park this morning. He's like, no, no, no. I was like, what do you mean, no, no, no? It's 5 in the morning. He's like, no, you got to move. I'm like, what do you mean move?
I was like, it's an empty parking lot. Why are you telling me to move spots?
This guy's he's inspired by the Sheffler incident, this guy. So anyway, so Scotty, obviously, you know, he drives when the guy in the yellow jacket tells him not to. And when I say yellow jacket, by the way, these are very official-looking jackets. It doesn't look like it's just some jabroni trying to tell you to stop. So that's the one thing I would say is that Sheffler had some balls of Sheffler to keep driving when this guy, because the guy, he says, apparently Sheffler later on says, I didn't know you were a cop. But now that I've seen the visual of these guys, it's fairly obvious that these guys are with law enforcement.
To me, it kind of feels like this was Scotty Scheffler's do you know who I am moment.
Yeah.
And the problem was the cops didn't know who he was.
Well, this is the problem with him being so anonymous.
Yeah.
If it was freaking Tiger, this thing wouldn't have happened. Well, there's I should probably
we're not talking reckless driving.
No, let's not talk about Tiger. Let's not talk about Tiger and cars.
It's Tiger.
Oh man. So anyway, the point is that guys, the latest is that I just did it myself there, guys.
Look at you.
Yes.
Look at you working on your own. I got you, Murph.
Is that he's now been released and he's on his way to the golf course? That's the latest? Because we went from a mugshot that Marcus just showed you that he might actually play golf today.
Yeah, Schefter is reporting that he's on his way to the golf course right now.
After
all that.
I mean,
talk about the last hour of my life that I've been awake. From seeing Scotty Scheffler get put in handcuffs, take a mugshot, and now he's back to the golf course already.
Next thing you know, he's going to be lining up a 15-footer for par.
Wow.
You know what I mean, this is crazy. So we got to continue to strive for the best one-liners to get us through the morning here. But by the way, shout out Dave Fleming's moment of greatness. We all know who Flem is. We all know he's one of the best. And if you follow college football, he does a lot of college football. If you follow college basketball. But nationally, I don't think people really know Flem like they should know him.
Not like they should, yeah.
But he was Johnny on the spot and got major run on ESPN this morning as like the guy. He was like the reporter on the spot to do all the desk work.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he was riding shotgun with Scotty Scheffler.
He had the open container. He had the 12-pack of Natty Light.
Don't do Flem like that.
I'm just kidding, man. So what a morning, and it might wind up with freaking Scotty Scheffler, who, by the way, shot 4 under 67 yesterday and is in the hunt. It might wind up with him sticking a peg in the ground and striping one-on-one, dude.
And he's got a tee time in about 1 hour from now, right?
Yeah, pretty much. That's if he stripes one-on-one, as opposed to one of my favorite phrases they always had for jailbirds. as opposed to him living a life of striped sunshine. Yeah, they got that guy for 5 years of striped sunshine.
Oh, man.
There you go.
What a story.
Oh, man. All right, well.
What a black eye for the sport of golf.
Well, or either that or it made golf badass.
Yeah,
you know
look at us.
I mean?
This is the first time in the John Joe Curley era that we're opening the show talking about golf.
Is Scotty Sheffler going to release a diss track on the cop?
Kendrick
a la
Lamar.
my guy Metro Boomin?
BBL officers.
All right, guys. Wow. Well, we'll try to get the guest list, put it together on the other side, and see if Scotty, the fugitive Sheffler, becomes the people's hero, or if those who side with the yellow jacket guy start rooting against Scotty Sheffler.
One more before we get out. I hope Scotty was in there long enough to get some of that prison spread.
We got jokes, everybody, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You got to almost lean into the, okay, screw those guys.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Faran Zaidi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Kolsky filling in for Copes to talk about all of the Giants' injuries and when we could potentially see Jorge Soler, Michael Conforto, and Patrick Bailey return to the Giants lineup. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Sheffler's vehicle then drove another 15 to 20 yards, making the left into Valhalla Golf Club before coming to a stop. At that point, the officer took his flashlight and started to bang on Sheffler's car, telling him to open the window or open the door to get out of the vehicle. Sheffler lowered the window. The officer then ripped the door open, pulled Sheffler out by the arm, pushed him up against the vehicle, placed him in handcuffs. At that point, I approached Scotty Sheffler and the officers. Sheffler turned at me and said, "Can you help me?" The officers then confronted me, told me to step back. I informed them that I was a member of the media, at which point one officer told me, "There's nothing you can do. He's going to jail." Another officer then approached me shortly after with a pad in his hand and said to me, "Could you please tell us the name of the person that we arrested?"
Man, Jeff Darlington on the scene from ESPN, just breaking it down. He is like the global reporter for this story where world number one Scotty Sheffler, in a truly off-the-charts bizarre story this morning, was arrested for a traffic incident outside of Valhalla. By the way, it is Reggae Friday, and Young Tony may have careered right now. You know what, Young Tony Farias, buddy, it's going to be a good day. You're going to have a great weekend, buddy. You're on a roll.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be here all week.
This works, buddy. This works really well. So, anyway.
Little inner circle on a Friday. Bad boys, bad boys. What's Scotty Scheffler going to do when they come for you?
To give you the latest, because this
He's
is
going to jail.
Remind me of the Ryan Vogelsong story on that. But this is a minute-by-minute story, and literally in the time we were doing our first segment and going to break, Scotty Scheffler arrived at Valhalla. And there's like a picture. I just put it on my Twitter feed. I retweeted it. It's him exiting the courtesy vehicle. It's kind of a blurry, like, paparazzi shot. Like I said on my Twitter, I said, before this morning, the paparazzi didn't know who this guy was. Now he's Leo DiCaprio, this guy. You know what I mean? This guy's like, hey, you got a shot of Sheffler? And Waterboy had the great line during the break. You were saying...
I mean, Murph, we always joke about how, like, he's the face of golf, but nobody can really recognize his face, kind of like the officers this morning. And I dropped a line on you during the break. It's like, Murph, I don't know if I'd be able to identify this guy in a police lineup.
Could you please tell us the name of the person that we arrested?
And now you have the chance.
And now he's literally in a police lineup, in a mugshot with his chest hair hanging out in the orange jumpsuit.
Yeah, by the way, he has been, that's one of the things I noted during the Masters that we never got into is in an era of those who manscape, Scheffler's going the other, he's like, bring on the
Scheffler's letting it fly.
Scheffler's like, I'm going Burt Reynolds 1977, man. It really is. So.
Now, Murph, I got to ask, since you keep on bringing up this courtesy car, there's no chance that the courtesy car was a white Bronco, was it?
Oh, dude, as Craig hit me on Twitter, he said, hey, if the golf glove does not fit, you must acquit. And you think our one-liners are like half-baked and coming off the top of our head. Waterboy showed me, this story is only 2 hours old. Twitter's already gone bananas with what's that Waterboy scene you got over there?
So when Bobby Boucher shows up at halftime and the Mud Dogs win the Bourbon Bowl, there's already a meme going around this video with Scotty Scheffler's face on Bobby Boucher with Rory and all the other golfers in the locker room. Remember that time Scotty Scheffler showed up at halftime and won at Valhalla this morning?
And they got Rory's face on it. I've also seen guys saying like live shots of the cop who arrested him and it's Rory driving a car with a big smile on his face. So, I mean, what a story. And now he might stick a peg in the ground in the next 50 minutes. And he might birdie. Do you know he eagled one yesterday, right? From the fairway, right? He holed out from like whatever it was, 150 or whatever. He goes out. What if he goes out on a holy tear today, shoots a Sanders Shoffley 62, and then just like drops the putter on the green, walks off? Who knows, man? He'll do media after the round, although I wonder if his lawyers will be like, nah, we advise you not to comment.
His lawyers will say, the media said.
The media said what?
Jeff Darlington said what?
ESPN Plus reports, according to Friday Golf, that the owner of Valhalla Golf Club is the one who picked Scotty up from jail and drove him to the course. You know, they say a friend helps you move, a true friend helps you move a body. That's what they say, too. So,
oh, man.
But, I mean, these are the guys you need. The Valhalla guys like, hey, this is my show. This is my club. Well, these are your people, Young Tone. People don't know this about you, but you went to high school in Louisville, Kentucky.
Not just high school.
Oh.
Elementary school.
This is where they failed to teach you all the things that I ask you every day, dude. But do you know this guy? Is he one of your boys, the owner of the Valhalla Golf Club?
I don't know him personally, no.
You didn't rub with that crowd?
It's a private golf course. It's a really nice golf course. I used to play Big Spring Country Club, which is about 20 minutes, I believe, east of Valhalla.
So who would be the Valhalla guys? All the horse owners and the bourbon makers and all that?
All the guys with big money. I mean, it's a private golf course. I mean, the PGA Championship was there in 2014. So they've had...
Famously, it was where Tiger Woods had one of his greatest showdowns there against a guy named Bob May. One of the best. When Tiger was at his peak, this was 2000 Tiger, 1999, 2000 Tiger. He had one of his greatest showdowns ever with Bob May was at Valhalla. So the place has, like, you know, it's not a great golf course per se, you know, but it's the guy. All you need is a guy who owns a golf course that has the bandwidth and the infrastructure to host a major. And he has the money to go to the PGA of America and say, hey, man, bring your major to me. Bring your major to me.
And he's got the money to bail Scotty Sheffler. Less than an hour of him getting arrested.
Can you imagine this? This is what these rich guys do for each other. I'll pick you up, bro. You're my meal ticket, bro. You're my meal ticket.
I actually don't like him getting out of jail because of these one percenters. Yeah. I'm saying lock him up. Throw away the key. Yeah. Throw Scotty Sheffler back in the clink.
Because I'm seeing some, various things. I'm seeing, like, the golf crowd on my Twitter timeline, like, how could a cop stop him? Oh, this cop is overstepping his bounds. He got what he deserved, and Scotty's in the right. Oh. And I have this. I follow so many different people on Twitter. I get now I got like the wacko left wing on the Twitter feed saying, typical entitled white male privilege, where you're trying to go where the road isn't, and this is male privilege, and what about what is it, mansplaining to the cop and all this stuff. So everybody's now politicized the Scotty Sheffler.
Scotty Sheffler is not above the law, Murph.
Hey, I'm waiting for Kaepernick to check in on this whole thing.
Oh, no.
So anyway.
You think the golfers were going to take knees today for Scotty Sheffler?
How great would that be?
Oh, man.
How great would that be? Yeah.
Man.
Well, sometimes when you're reading a putt, but you shouldn't put your knee on the green there, Young Tone, as you know. You don't want to leave an indent for the golfer behind you. We're always looking to be courteous. Like the courtesy car that Sheffler was driving. Yeah.
Yeah, and repair your divots. That's what I was going to say, too.
Listen to that kid. Well, I would say the same theory that says repair your divots, which is correct, is the same theory that says when a cop tells you not to drive on his shoulder, you probably shouldn't drive on the shoulder.
When a cop says to stop, you should probably stop, Scotty.
So, and he's 3 hours ahead of his tee time, and, so it's not like he's rushing to get to his seat. He's there to get his rub down, his stretches, his breakfast, and all that. By the way, the player dining, bro, I'm telling you, the way they treat these guys. Now, I think every pro athlete's like this now. I think the Warriors have probably every creature comfort in the world, right? I mean, I've seen their locker room and everything, but golfers, dude, they give you the car, they give you the free park, they give you the parking lane, at least when the cop doesn't tell you not to. Yeah. So, then you walk in, bro, and there's just guys, it's Mr. Sheffler this, Mr. Sheffler that. Can I bring you your shoes? Here's your... Then you walk into these plush dining rooms, and they have these spreads for days, dude, these buffets.
We talking person spread?
No. Somebody, by the way, at the same time you were making your riff on that, somebody texted in and said he didn't have time to make spread.
Oh, hell yeah.
But anyway, so the guy, the guy's living the life of luxury. I'm sure this will be, by the way, today, so it's Valhalla. Too bad he doesn't go off in the afternoon when guys have a few more time to have a few more pops. Because golf gallery crowds, especially at a place like the PGA, can get wacky. Like the Masters... If you get out of line, they'll tase you. That's it. You're done. You're never stepping foot on the grounds again. But at the PGA, it's a lot looser. So those crowd will be juiced up on on the Marcus Boucher Natty Light plan.
Hey, now.
That's what you're drinking. No, the Michelob Ultra. Pardon me.
I'm going with the Ultras right now.
Paulie, he says he's on his birthday diet.
Yeah.
He's dropping a couple for his...
Got to cut out the hazies for a couple days.
This crowd will be juiced up, and the stuff I bet you're gonna hear some fun stuff yelling from the gallery.
Is heckling acceptable at this event?
I mean, generally not, but like at a PGA where it's a little looser, especially when it was in August. See, I hate that it's in May. I hate it.
I wish this was on the morning of the Waste Management.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that crowd reacting to this story?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, but dude, they would have gone out. So that's the crowd that 25 years ago moved a rock for Tiger. They would have gone out and they would have carried the cop off and said, they would have carried Scotty's car up over the cop and brought him in there. So anyway, what a story. Wow. And it may end with Sheffler teeing off in about a half hour.
Not even missing his tee time.
Guy might go shoot 68 today and just become this absolute outlaw hero in the golf community. So.
I mean, if he ends up winning today or this weekend, he's going to go down as a legend in the sport of golf. I mean, he's already on his way there, but we're talking about this guy having a personality, being recognized, being a face of the sport. Yeah. This might have been the thing that put Scotty Scheffler on the map.
Unbelievable, man. 415 says, what would NWA say about this whole thing, too? 209 says, the cop bet on Xander after the first round, too.
I heard the cop was sent by Shooter McGavin.
925 says, brings new meaning to get in the hole. Right? Get it? Yeah. The hole is a slang for jail. Did you know that, young Tone?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
All right.
We got Scotty Scheffler in cell block 1.
All right. Guest list on a Friday, 5/17/24. Holy moly. What a story. In my golf pool, I had Rory McIlroy, so I'm in a weekly golf pool, and so I was kind of hoping Scotty was detained for another couple hours. You know what I mean? So anyway, what do we got today, buddy?
All right, coming up, we were going to have Mark Cannizzaro early. We are efforting a later time. Obviously, a big story that's breaking. Sports columnist for the New York Post on this story today.
Yeah, well, this is a time where the Post goes, they must be making, this is a New York Post lives for these kind of stories. That Mark's probably has to write 100 stories between now and 7 o'clock. So we'll get him later in the morning when it dies down.
Mark's on the case.
Yeah.
Correct. And then we got Mike Krukow coming up at 7:30 this morning.
Mike.
Kruk.
We got the big hit at 7:50. Bobby Evans is going to stop by the show at 8:50 this morning. Former GM of the Giants from 2015 to 2018.
The man who brought Ramos and Matos. Yes,
Facts. And then Omar Ruiz at 9:15, reporter for the NFL Network, just to talk NFL.
All right, back we go to this crazy story. See if we can figure out something else going on. Hey, the event last night down in San Jose was a big hit. We can get into that. 49ers Brock Purdy in the house on the Sports Leader.
Right now, he's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it.
to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Guys.
Dude, step back.
Back up or you
I'm back.
Step back.
I'm back.
You're a good one, right? Yeah, that's it.
Guys,
What do we do?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail. And it ain't nothing you can do about it. Period. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have
First,
a question?
I'm media. I'm a reporter.
Okay.
So that's all.
That's fine.
I just want to make sure that's
Okay,
known.
but you need to step back over here now.
No problem. You got it.
Okay.
So there you go, man. Jeff Darlington of ESPN with the audio of Scotty Sheffler getting arrested for a traffic violation that's being actually going down as assault of a police officer. And the craziest thing is the guy might actually be teeing off in the next half hour.
Wow.
And it is Reggae Friday. We opened with Bad Boys by Inner Circle. Marcus, this was your request?
This is Slightly Stupid Officer in honor of the officers who arrested that criminal Scotty Sheffler this morning.
I got to say, shout out the Louisville, Kentucky accent of that cop going, right now, he going to jail.
Right now, he's going to jail. And it ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, we're in Kentucky, folks.
You're going to jail now.
You're not in the Bay Area. Platzy, whose mind is ever churning, John Platz, the great Stanford broadcaster, said, you guys got to get some great songs of famous busts, include the Grateful Dead Truckin', Busted down in New Orleans, and other things like that. What a story, guys. Scotty Sheffler, if you missed it. So we actually have the arrest report or the police report. Looks fairly serious. Like, I mean, we're all riffing because, listen, in this incident, nobody got hurt. Earlier in the morning, there was a pedestrian accident fatality, but it has nothing to do with what we're riffing on. We're riffing on the Sheffler thing. So here's what he was arrested for. A second-degree assault of a police officer.
That's assault, brother.
Thank you, Tony.
Third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding signals from officers directing traffic. That's 4. So, I mean, how he lawyers up and gets out of that one, does he just pay a hefty fine?
I didn't know you guys had thugs like this in the world of golf.
We do. This is how we roll, baby. I'm trying to think of, like, great golf I mean, John Daly, obviously, but it was mostly self-inflicted stuff. He didn't act out to harm society. There was actually I don't want to get too dark here, but there's a grim story involving Masters champion Angel Angel Cabrera, but you guys can Google that on your own.
All right.
But yeah, man. I mean, Tiger, obviously, with his self-inflicted stuff.
Hey, it's Tiger.
And he unfortunately was driving. He had a couple of incidents in a car, but again, those were things he did to himself. This is a case where Scotty Sheffler was trying to get to the golf course early in the pre-dawn darkness of a rainstorm, and there had been a traffic jam because of an accident. And he kind of did the, do you know who, he didn't say this, but the action is of a man who's like, do you know who I am? I'm driving around this on the shoulder.
Correct.
Cop in a fluorescent jacket. I got people on the Twitter line saying, I work at a gas station. He goes, and my rain jacket is more than this fisherman's rag this guy's wearing. I think it looks fairly official. It's got the fluorescent stripes on it and everything.
Didn't look like that to Scotty Sheffler, apparently.
No.
And he must have just assumed that because he's Scotty Sheffler, because he's playing in this tournament this weekend, that he should have the privilege of driving on the shoulder to get in. Well, when the officer tells you to stop, you should probably stop, Scotty.
Yeah.
Especially when he jumps on the hood of your car.
Yeah, when he jumps on the hood, and they said, according to Darlington, he drove 15 to 20 yards with the guy on the hood, or as Scotty likes to call it, just a little gap wedge chip. All right, there you go. So he read it was at 20 yards, he's going to bump and run. Here's another, or as Scotty calls it, a bump and run. All right. Listen, we're trying, man. We're trying. Hey, sue me. I'm the bad guy. I'm just trying to entertain you guys and to get you through your commute, hopefully with nobody on the hood of your car.
Yeah, that's it. Right? It's a Reggae Friday. We're trying to riff. Come on.
I mean, geez.
Relax
and like I said, we're coming off our parking garage incident where we had at least 4 different employees of this building in the bullpen saying, we wanted to go Sheffler on this guy this morning. We got a new guy overnight. He's telling us where to go. No. You go there. We're like, wait a minute. I'm fine here. No, you're not.
That's it. People are surprised by the Scotty Sheffler mugshot. Wait till they see Lamont's this morning.
Lamont was on one today.
Lamont was high.
I think Lamont's definitely on the free Scotty Sheffler train. Yeah. Definitely, man. So we'll keep you guys going. 209 says, by the way, that cop sounded like Boss Hogg. Now, young Tony, there's no way you know a Boss Hogg from Dukes of Hazzard, do you?
Who?
Yeah, see, that's. But do you know the show Dukes of Hazzard?
Yeah, it definitely sounds familiar.
Well, yeah, there you go. Okay, all right. Boss Hogg was the local. He was the local. Was he the sheriff? Was he the sheriff? He wore the white hat and the white. Anyway, the point is, 209 says he sounded like him.
You ever watched the remake with Johnny Knoxville?
No, was it funny?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I thought it was interesting.
Jessica
Simpson's in
I
that.
saw who's doing a remake or a sequel. Is Sandler's doing a sequel to Happy Gilmore? You see that?
Is he really?
It's coming out on Netflix.
Ooh, I'll watch it.
So what's the deal with sequels and remakes? What's the last original movie you saw, dude?
That's a great question.
The last original. I mean, even the Marvel Comics movies are come from Marvel comic books.
Those are all remakes. Like, it was hilarious. If we want to throw this on What Did Young Tony Learn Today, we were talking about the new Planet of the Apes movie.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, have you seen the original Planet of the Apes? And he goes, yeah, the Mark Wahlberg one? And I said, no, the 1968 Planet of the Apes.
That actually used to be on Polly's soundboard. Oh, damn you. Damn you all to hell. We would play that. It was Heston. At the end, he said the Mark Wahlberg one. That's all time, bro.
I was like, no, 1968, bro.
I didn't even know there was an original.
Oh,
I was like, dude, no way.
That is maybe like, that was one of those movies that like people were tripping out at. Whoa, the Statue of Liberty is under a sea and in the sand.
Great ending, yeah.
By the way, 559's on fire. He says, shout out our guy Chris Vernon. Where is he right now? Saying, nothing going on at Valhalla. Nothing going on at Valhalla. And he goes, Scotty Sheffler posting bail. Scotty Sheffler posting bail. So 925 cleans it up for me. Roscoe was the sheriff. Boss Hogg was like something else. He was the mayor, I guess.
Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle. Legs everywhere, but that ball ain't straight.
Oh, he's doing that Scotty Shuffle this morning in handcuffs.
Legs everywhere, but that ball straight. Legs everywhere, but that car went crooked.
Legs everywhere in the back of a cop car.
My God. So, guys, we're getting ever closer to his tee time, and I think the story is that he is going to tee off.
Is he going to tee off in the jumpsuit, the orange
Dude, that's
jumpsuit?
what I was saying. And my joke was they couldn't have made, not to the Masters, they couldn't have made a caddy white.
I mean, what, Tiger's got the Sunday reds. Can we get the Friday orange?
That's pretty good there, buddy. Friday orange. I like that. By the way, you guys are familiar with the meme that's gone around the last few months of Tiger coming in with the big dap up, and the caption says "Big Dog." Where you say "Big Dog." Somebody retweeted that with this live shot of Tiger picking up Scotty at the police department today. Big Dog.
What a story.
Oh, man. Well, Scotty Sheffler went from being the most boring, dull, forgettable yawn golfer to the fugitive, to the face of the resistance.
Just a bad boy of golf.
To other people thinking that he's like the face of golf privilege. And, I mean, this thing's tearing up the country. The country's torn in two, so... Whew, take a breath. All right. Well, other than that, how was your Thursday night? Any sports for you, buddy?
Other than that, I saw Minnesota beat the hell out of the Denver Nuggets last night.
Anthony
and force a Game 7.
Anthony Edwards talking to the Denver locker room attendants the same way Scotty Scheffler was talking to that cop, right? I mean, apparently he said to the locker room attendants, do we have this? He said, and he used some profanity, we'll see you again here. Yeah.
Did you really tell the locker room staffer in Denver you were going to be back for
Hell
games?
yeah. They know I was in there. Yeah, I told them. I said, I'll see y'all for Game 7. Yeah.
This kid is box office, man.
And he was absolutely right, calling his shot.
Yeah.
And Minnesota just blew them out the gates yesterday. Final score 115-70 in case anybody missed it. But you didn't miss much. Denver was absolutely shut down. 70 points in a playoff game.
Well, listen, if there's ever an example of why any take after an NBA playoff game where you draw a conclusion after an NBA playoff game, this is the ultimate example because, honest to goodness, who do you like in Game 7? In Denver.
I couldn't tell you. Maybe because it's in Denver, I'd say it's the Nuggets.
Like I'm saying.
But it's hard to say that after that performance last night.
I bet Vegas will have the Nuggets as the favorite.
They should be, yeah.
So what I'm saying is like you lose by 45 in Game 6 and you're probably favored in the next game. It's the ultimate example of these things being one-game seasons. Yeah. You know what I mean? So you just can't. That's why Draymond said after Game 1 against Boston.
Absolutely.
No, it's fine.
Murph, he hit us with the.
No, it's fine.
And we were riffing.
Is that what Scotty Scheffler said in the back of the police car?
No, it's fine.
I'm getting all my, because I follow a bunch of golf. Adam Schupak of golf. He says, according to a caddy in the locker room, Scotty was heard laughing and saying, "I'm free." So there it is. Now we got free Scotty Scheffler memes and T-shirt. I see Barstool Dave Portnoy already has the free Scotty T-shirt up.
With the mugshot right in the middle.
Yeah, with the mugshot. Like you said, dude, the Friday Orange is incredible. Yeah. Incredible riff. So, by the way, the other thing that happened in the sports world last night, besides the Timberwolves eviscerating the Nuggets, how about I'll just give you a random baseball score. See what you guys think of this one here. Random baseball score. This is I'm just going through my phone last night, checking out some stuff. It was a quiet night. Timberwolves blow out the Nuggets. Hockey's going on. I think the Rangers won their series, didn't they? And then I saw this. Cincinnati Reds 4, or Cincinnati Reds 7. They scored 3 in the ninth. Cincinnati Reds 7, LA Dodgers 2.
Ooh.
So I'm like, wait a minute. The Reds are like, what's the big deal?
Yeah.
What's the big deal?
Dodgers who?
And De La Cruz was out there running wild, swiped at least 4 bags. Did he stop at 4? He, let's see. He had 4. He's got 30 now. And after the game, you had this incredible sound where he's talking about how much he loves L.A. You got this thing? Here it is, yeah.
What is it about this place that you play really well and up your game?
Oh, that's because this is my city. You already know. This is my city, though.
Why do you feel that this is your city?
I mean, my first time in U.S. was here in L.A. And also, I play a lot of GTA when I was a little kid, and I like the city. And that's what I say. That's my city. When I was a little kid, I used to say I was born in L.A. Yeah, this is my city, though.
Okay, so it's great sound, right? Obviously, the GTA for you guys. Now, I never played GTA. You guys play it?
Oh, of course. Going back to GTA San Andreas or GTA 5, that is basically a remap of San Andreas. And San Andreas in the GTA world is Los Angeles, but in real life.
So it's great and it's funny. And shout out. And by the way, just a quick digression because we talked about this yesterday about Wemby speaking in English. And we had in the cooler of content weeks ago, we never got to it. Ellie De La Cruz said he made a huge effort to learn English, which was an incredibly impressive and laudatory work by this guy to put in this work. Here it is. Well, we're up against the clock. Should we get this on the other side?
Yeah, we'll save it for later on today. But
But he did. We'll play this later on. And so he's able to do these interviews. Then you got Mr. Frickin' I'm going to throw my translator under the bus for $16 million. Shohei not even ever speaking a word of English.
And I love the fact that Ellie De La Cruz learned some of his English from playing Grand Theft Auto. That's hilarious.
The only one other thing scary about that is, dude, does this mean Ellie De La Cruz is going to be a Dodger?
Don't even put that into the universe.
Be a Dodger.
Don't even put it into the universe.
He's going to be a Dodger.
Stop it. Stop it.
He's like, LA is my city. I was
You're
born
going to
in
lock
LA.
him up. There's no way.
Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my gosh. Anyway.
By the way, 4 for 4 last night.
Yeah. And the Reds are like, what's the big deal?
By the
you
way.
guys have these, who are the Dodgers? What's the big deal? We just hammered them in Dodger Stadium, by the way, yeah.
And one more before we get out. Looks like Ellie De La Cruz wasn't the only one playing GTA growing up. Shout out Scotty Sheffler.
Stay hot, buddy. Stay hot. All right. On the other side, Farhan Zaidi spoke, and the Giants are trying to piece it together. We'll see what he had to say next on the Sports Leader.
I play a lot of GTA when I was a little kid. This is my city, though.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, like I said when we opened the show, they say you go to the ballpark, you might see something you never saw before. Well, you wake up at 4 in the morning, you might hear something you never heard before, which is world number one golfer Scottie Scheffler, who's known for being a great golfer with a funky leg motion when he hits. He just won the Masters. The knock on him being, he's kind of boring. There's really nothing dramatic about his personality. His wife was going to have a baby, blah, blah, blah. We wake up this morning, Marcus and I go through the same thing. He's in his place in Ventura Hill. I'm in Mill Valley. We both flip on the lights, turn on our showers, and look at our phones and read that world number one Scottie Scheffler has been arrested and thrown in the clink. What the hell is going on? And now, right now, you ready? In 15 minutes, he's about to tee off. This guy went pre-dawn darkness rain, arrested, into the hole, out of the hole, and now trying to get in the hole again here, teeing off. So good morning, everybody. And yes, Reggae Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, you killed that too soon. I wanted some more. Thank you very much.
Keep it going. Scottie Scheffler ran over the sheriff. He didn't run over the deputy,
So
Tony.
we've gone Inner Circle Bad Boys. We've gone
Slightly Stupid Officer.
And now Bob Marley, I Shot the Sheriff. We got to keep this going now. Can we keep the Reggae Friday / outlaw theme going here? So I Fought the Law and the Law Won. See if you can find a cover of that. I guarantee you the's a reggae cover of that. Also, while we're here,
let me see if you can find an NWA reggae cover, Tony.
Geez, so. By the way, just promoting other shows, Matt Mayoko joins Papa in London 10:50. But and just a quick digression, huge success down in San Jose last night, California Theater, and everybody who was there, I know you guys enjoyed it. I was unable to get there. We had back to school night for 6th grade little Roy Murphy. Had to go to like science class and look at the heat convection thermos these kids are making.
I was going to say, he had a nice little science project for you last night.
And you want to know the true story? Over my head.
Whoa.
6th grade science, over my head.
Yeah.
He's like, Dad, what do you think of this? I'm like, I could tell you what I think about it, but I don't understand it.
Yeah, I give you an A, kid.
So anyway, but I could tell you, Ted Williams hit 406 in 1941.
I can tell you about the sweet science of boxing. I can tell you that.
So anyway, Matt Mayoko was at the event. And NBC Sports Bay Area's Twitter feed has a bunch of good stuff. Matty had jokes. He riffed on the Cowboys, got big laughs.
Nice.
Brock Purdy was there in like a green checked blazer with jeans. He's got a stylist now, Purdy. Alex looked good.
Starting to get some of that commercial money.
Garcia's got one of my gray. He's got a gray beard like me. And Steve, that's incredible, by the way. Steve looks just like Steve.
I don't think a lot of people know that's a Jeff Garcia laugh.
And then Dre Greenlaw was there,
nice.
And so everybody, we'll get some more sound for that for you guys. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But anyway, that's the latest on Scott Sheffler, and that is that he is apparently now. This is incredible. We now have reports that he's eaten eggs in the player dining room.
I was really hoping he'd be eating that prison spread for breakfast.
He said, I'm free. Apparently, there's a paparazzi shot of him. I have him on my Twitter exiting the car. It said the guy went from going totally anonymous to Leo DiCaprio now. And now he's going to tee off at 7:08. Wow. And you know what? He's the kind of guy, he's going to play well today. Yeah. He's going to play well.
He's already on the driving range, but I am disappointed that he's still not in the jumpsuit.
Waterboy had the great riff. He said, we had Tiger Woods Sunday red. How about Scotty Sheffler Friday orange? Oh, my God. We have a mugshot.
Right.
And, we had one of our coworkers. I'll leave his name out to protect his identity. He goes, so that leads to the question, do you have a mugshot? And I said to him, not yet.
Yeah.
All right, not yet.
Not that I'm aware of.
So I said, I have not ruled it out in my future at all. But he said to me as he was filling up his water bottle, he goes, oh, I do. That's what he said. He goes, I do. I'm like, really? Yeah, 91. I said, we'll talk about it later.
And he's like, yeah, I've never seen it before. I was like, oh, I'll put in some work. I'll find it.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you guys whether or not you want to reveal you guys had mugshots or not. But
well, after the allegations of young Tony thinking that I was the one eating prison spread, he probably thinks I have a mugshot.
Well, you might want to work to burnish your reputation, your street cred there, buddy. So
surprisingly, no, I have not been locked up.
I know
this is a shocker to everybody.
We had planned to get into Farhan Zaidi, but the Sheffler thing continues to dominate. So we could get into it in just a second, but the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is alight here.
And by the way, I got to give a shout out to an earlier text who said this brings a whole new meaning to Orange Fridays.
Which I'll be at tonight.
Nice.
Maybe I'm going to go on my free Scotty Scheffler fist, or maybe I'll take the side of the cop. You
should show up in a jumpsuit.
Yeah, but listen, the guy in a fluorescent jacket's telling you to stop. You're probably wise to stop.
Yeah, what are we doing, Scotty?
Scotty carried him for 15 to 20, or like I said earlier in the segment, he liked to call it a bump and run. Bump and run.
Scotty Sheffler.
Inside golf humor there,
Scotty Sheffler hit him with a, do you know who I am? And the officer said, no. Have no idea who the hell you are.
He said, knew who you are. Yeah, you're the most boring #1 golfer in the history of golf.
Right? Yeah, we were making riffs at the Masters about how I couldn't identify this guy in a police lineup. Now he's actually in a police lineup.
I know who I am.
And we had, shout out 559 for bringing in the Chris Vernon. Nothing going on at Valhalla. 408 says, guys, how about this big moment for Dave Fleming? He's getting lots of national run now because he was on the scene.
Oh, yeah, Flem.
So there was a movie called Broadcast News in the 80s. Great movie, and it involved a similar kind of thing. It was a big breaking news story, and Albert Brooks. You go with the guy who's in the building, and he gets the chance to be on the TV at that time. And then poor Albert Brooks gets the case of the sweats. And sweat just pours down his head. They're like, get this guy off TV right now. So anyway, so Dave Fleming getting some shout-outs here. 408 says, shout out Alice in Chains, Down a Hole. I don't know it. Obviously, that'd be more Polly Mac. 559 says, shout out the Canadian band Sheriff. I don't know it. Guys, Gangsters by the Specials could maybe fit your Reggae Friday. 209 says, once the guys at the jail found out who he was, how many autographs and pictures did he take and sign this morning?
Did the guys in jail know who he was?
That's it.
That's the bigger question.
Yeah, exactly. Don't you know who I am? No, I don't know who you are. Exactly.
Who the hell are you?
415 says Scotty Sheffler already hit the hole, but now he's back in the general population. 510 says guys play Police and Thieves, reggae song. Is that the Clash? Police and Thieves?
Throw it on the list.
Yeah, Dave Fleming and all this stuff going on here. So, all right, guys. Well, there's a lot of funny texts. We're just trying to get you through your morning. Again, if you think the jokes are bad, once again, we said there's no cover at this open mic.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And should we update him with the Jeff Darlington statement?
Yes.
That came out from Scotty Sheffler this morning.
Yes, go.
Perfect. So this morning, this is the quote from just a few minutes ago from Jeff Darlington, who was on the scene in the car behind Scotty Sheffler when he got arrested. And these are the words from Scotty Sheffler. This morning, I was proceeding as directed by police officers. It was a very chaotic situation. Understandably so, considering the tragic accident that occurred earlier, and there was a big misunderstanding of what I thought I was being asked to do. I never intended to disregard any of the instructions. I'm hopeful to put this to the side and focus on playing golf today.
She says, of course, all of us involved in the tournament express our deepest sympathies to the family of the man who passed away in the earlier accident this morning. It truly puts everything in perspective. That's the other part of this whole thing, is that an hour before all this, there was a pedestrian fatality. So, I mean, obviously, we're trying to joke on the Sheffler incident, but that's what caused the traffic jam. So that's, that puts a little damper on all the riffing there. So anyway, guys, what a story. And Scotty Sheffler will tee off in about 8 minutes. Okay, we teased Faran. We'll get to it. The Giants get that win over the Dodgers Wednesday. Enjoy their Thursday. As my buddy, I always tell you about the old radio legend Jim Healy down in L.A. He had these great sound bites, who goofed? I've got to know, all those ones.
It's a wacky business.
Exactly. There you go, buddy. But there was one, he had one of UCLA basketball coach Walt Hazzard when they were losing a lot of games. He said, losing is not fun. He said, my food does not taste very good right now. And Jim Healy used to play that all the time. My food does not taste very good right now. Well, I was thinking about the Giants last night, going around town. Must have been nice to be Kurt Casale, wherever he went. House of Prime Rib, one of the new restaurants I don't even know. There's probably 20 years of restaurants I don't even know in San Francisco. But it was a nice night for them to relax, enjoy a win. Dodgers lost down in L.A. So they get back at it tonight against the Colorado Rockies, and it is Kyle Harrison tonight. According to my MLB app, it's De La.
Kyle Harrison on the bum. Makes sense. He threw last Sunday, correct?
Yeah, but the beat writers had talked about Mason Black perhaps, but according to my MLB app, it's Dirty Harry.
Yeah, and I saw that in the Giants game notes, actually.
Okay.
Last game, too.
Against a guy named Ryan Feltner. It's a hell of a last name, by the way.
Feltner.
Yeah. He was a Rockies draft pick. He doesn't have a huge resume, but he's a right-hander. He doesn't have... yeah, I know. There's a joke there.
I'm thinking about filling the felt underneath my fingers,
Well,
Murph.
there you go, buddy. There you go. Up at Twin Pine Casino in Middletown, my buddy.
Shout out Casino Matrix right behind us.
I had a buddy who felt a little too much felt. And he had to go get some help. You know what I mean? If you know what I mean.
I understand what you're saying.
So, as he was just saying to Scotty Sheffler in the jail cell next to him.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's a chance to, and guys, let's be honest. We'd like a sweep. None of this 2 out of 3 BS.
Yeah, but here come the red hot Rockies.
Well, they're due
playing
for a
good
fall,
ball
right?
now.
They're due for a fall, right?
I'll take your word, because last time when the Cincinnati Reds, before they were busy beating the Dodgers last night, they were on an 8-game and 9-game losing streak going into last weekend, and you told me that Friday morning. Well, this means they're due for a win, and they got the win on Friday night. Friday night.
That was the dog-ass manifesto.
Yeah, so I'll take your word that the Rockies are due for a loss.
Giants 3-2 since the dog-ass manifesto, guys. Don't forget.
Winning record.
Winning record. So anyway, Faran came on yesterday with Tolbert. And I believe Kolsky, right?
Kolsky.
And he's talked about that win, right? About that win over the Dodgers. This is cut M as in Mary. Young Tone needed that on Wednesday.
Just kind of staying connected with the rest of the teams. They're kind of sorting themselves out in the National League right now. It's early, but you don't want to lose separation from them. And anytime you go on a bit of a losing streak, you risk that. So after having lost the first couple of games, it was nice to salvage one. I also just think the way Monday's game went, that was one that we thought got away from us, that we should have won. We had a couple leads in that game, and give them credit, they came back, but that left a sour taste in our mouth. And then Tuesday's game was a little rougher for us. So to come back and post a W was nice.
Okay, so there he is, public enemy number 1 for a lot of Giants fans, Farhan Zaidi, and it's because the Giants fans feel like he has not built a championship team in year 6, and here they are 20-25, bro. Yeah. Let me say that again, 20-25.
Well, it's not just a championship team. It's a championship caliber farm system, if that even makes sense. It's the farm system that we were promised when Farhan Zaidi came over from the Dodgers, and you look at all the Dodgers prospects who are in the big leagues, and yes, we can give him credit for the Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Kyle Harrison draft class, but outside of that, we haven't really seen any of these prospects make a big league impact.
You're saying like the Dodgers farm prospects? You mean like Ellie De La Cruz?
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Not yet, Murph.
I already see him in the blue. Anyway, well, that's to your point. You know, it's funny. Tim Kawakami went to the Giants game Wednesday. I love Timmy. He's always good. He's kind of clear-headed. Definitely a little cynical edge to him, so you got to read him for the slightly cynical take. But he went to the Giants game Wednesday, and he tweeted out something that I thought was interesting. I disagreed with him respectfully. Somebody wrote something about Farhan saying, I'm sick of Farhan, and, he didn't do it. And Kawakami retweeted it and said, be honest, a lot of you hated him from day one. And I sat there with my phone. I thought, from my perspective at least, I disagree with that. I was very hopeful, and I bet you can go back and find the tape from 2018. I was like, well, they got a forward-thinking guy, and I said, they got a guy who's going to make big moves, and I said, I'm looking forward to creative trades where he puts together packages to kind of maximize. You trade from our strength to fill our weaknesses, and I was like, all right, let's go. Put the big brain on Farhan. So from my perspective, back in 2018-19, I was like, all right, let's go. We're finally, quote-unquote, entering the new era. You know what I mean? And I certainly wasn't happy with Bobby. We had the Bobby Evans sound bites. And by the way, Bobby's such a gentleman. He's coming on the show today at 8:50, which is so nice. But so anyway, that was my impression. I don't know if you remember, were you anti-Farhan from day one? I was not.
I wouldn't say I was anti-Farhan because of the background that we were told so much about.
Yeah.
The success that he was apparently a part of building the Dodgers farm system, even going back to his Moneyball days with the A's. Now, I got to say, I wasn't a huge Farhan fan after the first season when Bruce Bochy stepped away from the team. I don't know what the correlation is between the two of them. We had Brian Saban on a couple weeks ago that said that wasn't Bruce Bochy's decision to step away from the team. So that didn't get me off to the right foot with Farhan Zaidi, if we're just being completely honest with you.
Yeah.
But I've been willing to give this guy a chance to see the farm system that he can build up. And to be honest with you, it's not what I expected. So that's why I was surprised to see him chop off the head of Gabe Kapler last year and then get a contract extension a couple days later.
Well, that's what's, by the way, low-key, one of the biggest gangster moves in recent Bay Area sports history. Yeah. He chopped off Kapler's head and got himself an extension. That was gangster, bro. You might want to laugh at, everybody goes at his chuckle and whatever, the fact that he's, looks like a math major and not a baseball player. Dude, he's a straight gangster.
Yeah.
He's a straight gangster.
Murph,
chop off your head and move into Seacliff.
I was going to say, maybe that's the big hit question of the day. Who was a better fall guy, Ipe or Gabe Kapler?
or who's a bigger gangster, Farhan Zaidi or Scotty Sheffler? All right, so there you go. Anyway, so here's the big one, and you talked about the farm system. So Tolbert asked him yesterday, why haven't you found bats in the draft? This is cut Q, Tony.
And I would say the last thing is our drafts have had, I would say more of a pitching emphasis. And it's something that we need to look at when we look at the balance of not just pitchers and position players, but when we look at position players. I mean, Pat Bailey was a first-round pick. He's, off to a great start this year offensively, and we hope he can be somebody that's in the middle of the order bat, but he's kind of a defense-first guy. So, really looking for those bats who can hit in the middle of the lineup. We think we got a guy like that in Bryce Eldridge in the draft last year, but we're going to have to continue to make sure that we prioritize that because it's hard to get bats over here via free agency or other channels. So drafting and developing them is going to be critical.
Okay, there it is. Drafting and developing is going to be critical, as you can see on what we're calling our lower third now on our YouTube. John Curley, by the way, how about him shifting from the Sheffler lower third to the Farhan lower third mid-segment?
Dude, John Joe Curry's putting in work.
He is putting in work. And we're looking for Farhan to put in more work on the draft. No, by the way, no pressure, Bryce Eldridge. You're like the only bat in the system.
It's like, we finally drafted one. This guy, Bryce Eldridge. We thought he was a two-way guy, but no more pitching on the bump. You're just going to start swinging it.
By the way, speaking of two-way guys, you got my radar up on Reggie Crawford.
Oh, Reggie is throwing cheddar in Sacramento.
He might be in the show this summer.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. All-star break, maybe around August. He's hitting 98, 99 miles per hour.
Lefty out of the pen.
You can use him out of the pen. I'm surprised. I would have liked to have an interview with Farhan herself to see if they profile him as a starter or as a closer. But a lot of these prospect lists I'm looking at are now talking about him maybe being the next big closer or maybe being the eighth inning guy to set up a Camilo Duvall.
Yeah.
Then you'll have Reggie Crawford 99, 100 miles per hour from the left side, and 102 from the right side from Camilo.
Damn, man. poor hitters these days. My God. But anyway, the point is, and I get being defensive oriented. That makes sense. It makes sense about drafting defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think defense is criminally underrated as a baseball fan. Mm-hmm. Baseball fans don't talk enough about defense and how important it is. So I do think there is tremendous value in that. It's just that you'd like to get something offensively. But he signs Matt Chapman and Jorge Soler to be bats, and he says it does come with a price, though. Cut R here. Yeah.
You have to not just develop these players, but give them opportunities, give them a chance to grow, a chance to fail, and just keep running them out there, you know. And, you know, when I look at our teams the last few years, we've had a lot of veteran players. We've been active in free agency. We were active in free agency again this offseason. When you go out there and you sign veteran guys, it's just not going to be as easy to create pathways for your younger players. So even the guys who have come up and done a great job now, you know, it might have been easier for them if we hadn't signed those free agents.
So it's interesting. He said if we hadn't signed the free agents, the players would develop more, but then he signed the free agents.
Yeah.
And to be honest, you had to sign the free agents because your players weren't developing.
You're the one that signed Nick Ahmed this summer so that Luciano couldn't have the opportunity to fail after you told us that he was going to get the opportunity to start at shortstop this year.
It's a lot of mixed
You're
messages.
the same guy that's got Austin Slater out in right field instead of Elliot Ramos or Luis Matos.
Yeah. There's a lot of
Don't get me started. I know we're up against the clock. I could do a whole segment on this.
Well, you're like Scotty Sheffler driving right through a traffic cop right now, buddy.
Yeah, Faran's on the hood of my car.
Anyway, we just wanted to get you guys a little sound of that, get you ready for the Rockies on Friday night. We'll do that with Mike Krukow at 7:30. But the story of the morning gripping the globe. How does a world #1 golfer wind up in jail this morning? Next on the Sports Leader.
Do the Scotty shuffle. Legs everywhere, but that bum stay straight.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's sports leader.
Yeah, Michi's in Hayward is great news. Yep, we just opened a new spot, brand new location in Hayward, offering takeout and delivery. Not a dine-in, it's a takeout and delivery, but it's great news up and down the 880 corridor, Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, San Leandro, Union City, Hayward. I'm talking to you. If you go to amichis.com, click on the Hayward banner at the top of the page, place your order. This is do it on a Friday night. Perfect thing to do on a Friday night because you're getting 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order when you use your promo code HAY20. I love that. So order up. Friday night, Giants game, whatever. Pizza, pasta, salads, wings. Type in HAY20, HAY20. 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order. All right, Amici's been making and delivering these famous New York-style pizzas, pastas, salads, chicken wings. Over 30 years, we know what we're doing, and Hayward gets to join the pizza party. So when you want 20% off all your favorite Amici's menu items in the Hayward area this week, go to amichis.com, click on the Hayward banner, use the promo code HAY20, Amici's delivered.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, what a surreal morning, Greeny. I mean, I can simply tell you that what felt like certainly a chaotic entrance to Valhalla Golf Club was something even more chaotic once Sheffler was placed in handcuffs. The one thing I can't emphasize enough here is it was already a very stressful scene outside of Valhalla Golf Club. All of these police cars that you're seeing were already there. They have nothing to do with Sheffler. They were a result of another incident that was down the road that occurred and caused police to shut down this road. Many of the police officers were, dare I say, on edge. They were simply, you could tell that it was a stressful morning. You could feel that in the air based on traffic flow at a big golf event like this. But this was hours before anybody was scheduled to tee off. Sheffler arriving to the course very early to begin his warm-up process when he did pull in.
Wow, what a morning. Holy mackerel, like we say all morning. You go to the ballpark, you might see something you never saw. You wake up and you look at your phone, you might see world #1 golfer Scottie Scheffler, known for being a great golfer of the ball, who's dull as dirt, is now a gangster, a fugitive, and an ex-con. He was arrested and thrown in the clink this morning as a mugshot in an orange jumpsuit, and now he's on the golf course competing in the PGA Championship at Valhalla. This all happened between our time, 3 a.m. this morning, and 7 this morning. This all happened in 4 hours. Wow. This all happened in 4 hours. That was Jeff Darlington, by the way, of ESPN, who's just been working his A off.
Who was in the car behind Scottie Scheffler this morning?
They say you got to be in the... Timing is everything in life, and he was in the car right behind Scottie Scheffler. So many of you know the details by now. Some of you don't. I guess tragically, there was an accident earlier in the morning in which a shuttle bus hit a pedestrian, and there was a fatality. So obviously there's no riffing on that. But what it did create was a long traffic jam that an hour later was affecting players' ability to get to the course. Now, according to Darlington, they were saying players and media were told they could get through, but then a bus along the way was, I don't want to say stranded, but there was no driver on it, and it was blocking the road. So the cops are like, what are we going to do? You know, we got to tow this thing out of here. So meantime, the cops are like, we got to stop traffic in the meantime, and I guess this is from the reports we're hearing. I wasn't there. I'm just reporting. Dave Fleming was there, by the way. He's on the scene. We reached out to Fleming. He's like, sorry, guys, I'm in the booth. I got to call Scheffler's thing, but sends his love to the Bay Area. But anyway, so a cop in a fluorescent yellow jacket with those, it's that neon yellow, kind of like a Seahawks jersey.
Yeah, you see it anytime you go to a ball game. They're directing traffic. They have the suits on and the vest on so that they're more kind of noticeable to all the pedestrians.
And it's kind of darkish, so it's fluorescent, but apparently Scheffler pulls off to the left shoulder. I guess what some would call, Waterboy, the rough. All right? So,
he's doing the Scottie shuffle on the shoulder.
And the fluorescent jacket guy tells him to stop, but Scottie's like, it's just like when his caddy says, I think we should lay up here. And Scottie's like, no, I didn't drive all the way to Valhalla to lay up. All right, dude. So he says, give me the 3-wood. Yeah. He's like, I think we should lay up with the wedge. He says, no, we're going for it. So he drives through the cop, and apparently the cop jumps on Scheffler's hood. And according to Darlington, he drove 15 to 20 yards with this cop on the hood, or as we like to call it, a bump and run. All right, so there you go. Thank you very much. I'll be here all morning, ladies and germs. Anyway, the point is no joke. Then the cop then bangs his flashlight on the hood, and then he reaches in, pulls Scotty out, throws the cuffs on, throws the iron bracelet on him. Scotty Sheffler's cuffed and stuffed, and then goes to taken to jail, gets a mugshot, and we actually have the charges on this guy these sound fairly serious here, despite obviously nobody getting super hurt. Second-degree assault of a police officer. Third-degree criminal
assault, brother.
Third-degree criminal mischief. Reckless driving and disregarding signals from officers directing traffic. Again, is that Scotty Sheffler's police report or Lamont with our parking attendant down there this morning? You know what I mean?
It's close.
We had our own controversy this morning.
Yeah.
So anyway, dude, it's like you experienced it the same way I did, which is like you were like, am I being pranked?
Yeah, I woke up and the first thing I saw was Scotty Sheffler shuffling his way to a police car in handcuffs. And I was like, oh, this must be like an AI video. What's going on? No, it's real. And the video I saw was actually shot from Jeff Darlington. And you can hear at the very beginning, Scotty Sheffler say, please help me.
Yeah, can you help me?
Here it is, Tony. Play it for them.
Guys. Guys.
Dude, step back.
Back up or
I'm
you
back.
I'm back.
Step back.
I'm back.
What do we do?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail. And it ain't nothing you can do about it. Period. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have a question?
I'm media. I'm a reporter.
Okay.
So that's all.
That's fine.
I just want to make sure that's
okay.
known.
But you need to step back over here now.
No problem. You got it.
Okay.
Okay, man, that was Darlington's. Wait a minute. By the way, as we learned on this show years ago, somebody's always rolling tape.
Always.
Would you guys, your generation? I'm pretty impressed by your generation. You guys know immediately to start rolling tape.
Oh yeah.
That would never be my instinct to whip out my phone and start rolling tape. Do you do that?
Oh, Murph, we're playing for clicks. You got to get those views. It's all about the content these days.
Young Tony, when you're in any kind of incident, do you start rolling?
I was gonna say it's more of like a defense. You can defend yourself if you have video or evidence of what happened.
You guys get them out at nightclubs or bars when things are going down?
I don't, because I'm usually involved in some of these scuffles, but I'm always aware of who's recording me in these situations, Murph.
When you always put on your Instagram story all like the last outs of a Giants game or Club Camilo, are you rolling? Let's say it's a 9-pitch at bat. Are you rolling on every pitch and just deleting videos? Is that what you're doing?
Sometimes, yes. A lot of times I wait till like 2 strike counts, or like I know if it's a hitter's count, or if I can kind of feel the momentum leading me to a moment. But there are times where like, all right, Camilo threw a 3-0 pitch and I got to delete that 4-second video.
Walks the guy and you got to delete it.
You always got to be rolling tape.
Do you regret rolling tape on this? Don't you want to absorb the moment? Real time?
Naturally. I'm big on also, I'll go to games and I'll record stuff, but I won't be staring at the screen. Like, I'll make sure that it's in frame, I'll have a steady hold, and then I'll actually watch with my actual eyes and then just record and hope that I get a good shot.
And the catch is, there's replay, like NBC Sports Bay Area has high-def cameras and stuff. You can watch it when you get home
Murph,
and all that stuff.
I'm playing for likes. My Club Camilo videos are getting like 100, 200 likes a piece.
Oh, my God. So, guys,
that's big numbers. I'm going to put that on my resume.
Will Scotty Scheffler be more popular because of this?
Well, now I'm actually going to be able to identify Scotty Scheffler.
Exactly, no joke.
I mean, we made jokes all the time during the Masters. Like, I couldn't identify this guy in a police lineup. Then this morning, he literally was in a police lineup.
Dude. But also, you had the great line, too, because the mugshot came out with the orange jumpsuit.
Oh, man.
My offering was, in honor of the Masters, they couldn't at least make it caddy white, And then you said,
and then Murph, I mean, everybody knows about Tiger's Sunday red. Now we're going to have Scheffler's Friday orange.
What if he started wearing orange on Friday?
Oh, dude, it would have been so gangster to show up in the tee box in the jumpsuit.
I think
with like a teardrop tattooed on his eye. There's some lips tattooed on his neck.
If you listen to our show,
all tatted up, blasted.
If you listen to our show, an earlier riff from this week, as you said, was he there long enough to make the spread?
I know Murph was talking about how well they're treated and fed. I was like, nah, get some of that ramen, mix it up with your hot Cheetos, throw it in a bag. You got prison spread. You're eating good, Scotty.
I was telling the player dining is pretty high end. So you open up those silver, those silver trays, and there's the bacon. You know, up the silver tray, and there's like the eggs Benedict. Then you open the silver tray, and there's the prison spread, dude. There it is. Oh, my God. Okay, Jeff Darlington working his A off today, by the way, has a statement from Scotty Scheffler. Quote, "This morning I was proceeding as directed by police officers. It was a very chaotic situation, understandably so, considering the tragic accident that had occurred earlier, and there was a big misunderstanding of what I thought I was being asked to do. Yeah, the misunderstanding was the guy told you to stop, and you drove right through him.
The guy was on the hood of your car. You probably should have slowed down.
And you were on the shoulder too, bro. You were in the bunker. I never intended to disregard any of the instructions. Well, according to Darlington, he did. I said, I'm hopeful to put this to the side and focus on golf today. Of course, all of us involved in the tournament express our deepest sympathies to the family of the man who passed away earlier in the accident. It puts everything in perspective. So he's on the course, guys, and he's starting on hole 10 today, par 5, and he's already hit his drive, 298 yards. But he did hit it right into the rough, or as they're calling it now, the prison yard. All right, there you go.
So you're saying earlier this morning wasn't his worst drive of the day?
At least over there, I think in the rough, I think they have some barbells and chest and bench press over there. I don't know, guys. We're trying just to get you through. Listen, we're as baffled as anybody. Is there some sort of deeper sports take out of this? I guess it would be: is Scotty Scheffler going to become more popular now because of this? And I think the answer is yes.
Absolutely.
I think the answer is yes.
We talked about this guy being faceless. Now he's the face of golf for being the bad boy of
and
golf.
There's going to be that, me, I come from the button-down Law and Order crowd. I'm like, he probably shouldn't have done that, and he's in the wrong. He shouldn't have. But, dude, I know. I've been to golf crowds. Those guys are quaffing beers and screaming Baba Booey and mashed potatoes, and they're going to make this guy a hero.
There was already a video coming out this morning of Scotty walking to the tee box and one of the golf fans saying, "Hey, at least your mugshot was better than Tiger's."
Oh, man. This guy, if you guys want to follow a fun, Shooter McGavin on Twitter is the Twitter handle.
Shooter.
He's strung together all the videos of all the mugshots. Tiger, John Daly, Scotty Scheffler. Oh, man. So anyway, that's the big story of the morning, guys. Thank God there was no Giants-Dodgers game last night so we can riff on this. And he's on the course, guys, and we'll keep you updated. Incredibly, he went from the clink to the tee. I mean, it's one of the great... I don't know, man. It's like John Daly's probably woken up in strange places and made it to the first tee before, and Tiger probably woke up in a few places too and made it to the first tee. But
It's Tiger.
I mean, he literally, I think, was in the hole 2 hours earlier than his tee time.
And he's still looking to get in the hole right now.
Yeah, there he is right now, dude. So, all right, guys. So that's catching you guys up on the story of the morning. But what we will do is talk to Mike. We will not talk about this in the next segment. We will talk to Mike Krukow on the other side. But the big hit is going to be Scotty Scheffler. You guys can call in with your riffs and your thoughts. And is this like making him a more popular golfer? Are you now more interested in the PGA this weekend? I think the answer is undeniably yes. So, but Mike Krukow talking Giants next on the Sports Leader.
Another officer then approached me shortly after and said to me, "Could you please tell us the name of the person that we arrested?"
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty, a break from the strange Scotty Sheffler story. By the way, he's on the golf course. He's playing in the PGA Championship after getting arrested and taking a mugshot this morning for a vehicle assault of a cop. But that's a whole nother story. Let's talk baseball with Mike Krukow. Giants got that win Wednesday. We haven't talked to Mike since then. And now, of course, the Rockies come to town. Kyle Harrison on the bump tonight against Ryan Feltner, 7:15 Orange Friday. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Oh, by the way, Sheffler birdied the first hole.
Did he really? Oh my gosh. Well, we've been trying all our one-liners this morning, and I don't know if that gets him an extra. Does that get him an extra hour of yard time in the prison? I don't know. We're just making all our bad jokes today. So I do believe
Dave Fleming was right there. Flem was right there watching the whole thing.
Oh, absolutely. This is Flem's big moment. Him and Jeff Darlington are like the guys on the scene. So you're gonna have to get all your stories from Dave.
Oh yeah, and they'll be good ones too.
Yeah. All right. So I know you're watching the golf, and I actually believe Scheffler's the kind of guy. He's so talented. And he's so mentally strong. I bet he's going to be in contention this weekend.
No question. He's put this aside, but hey, don't mess with the cops.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see how they resolve all this. I mean, there'll be some. I mean, he'll have to make a public apology, I would imagine, at the very least. But this isn't over.
Yeah, and Mike, we were talking about how crazy of a story that this is. I don't want to ask you to name any names, but have you ever seen anything like this? Have you ever had a teammate arrested the night before and show up and pitch or play the next day?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, and, it does tell you a lot about the guy. Usually when it happens, it's after a game, and, there's something that goes on in a bar or whatever, and the guy does something where he doesn't get a whole lot of sleep that night. And if he does come to the ballpark the next day and he's in the game, he's kind of sleep, deprived. So, but we always watched it. I mean, it didn't happen often. It happened maybe in the 53 years that I've been around, it's probably happened 3 times. So it's not like it's an occurrence that is frequent, but it does happen. And, it's crazy, but it can bring a team together, believe it or not. Something like that. Anything can bring a team together if it's not, something that's disastrous. But, a situation where a teammate getting taken in and having his picture taken, I mean, you could, in the clubhouse, you're going to find a little humor with that. You're going to have a couple of yucks, and provided nobody's hurt.
Right.
But it can bring a team together. So, yeah, I mean, you can see the times that it's happened. And I'm not going to tell you the story that happened because it's really, I don't know if anybody even knows the story. And I don't want to disgrace a teammate, but it happened, and we got a few yucks, and it actually stopped the losing streak.
Wow. What a story, Mike. We'll have to get that one over beers one day. Mike is brought to you, of course, by NorCal Honda, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. So, Mike, we haven't talked to you since Wednesday. We're all feeling like that was like Bob Melvin said, yeah, it's 162, but there are certain ones that are more important. And how about Logan Webb throwing that shutout? And your take on the emergence from a cornfield of Kurt Casale. Just came out of an Iowa cornfield. And, Mike, it's almost like he's Buster Posey reincarnated. Everybody's so happy to see him.
Well, that was huge. And we talked a little bit about the effect of Casale walking in the clubhouse and being in that lineup. First of all, I mean, it was kind of a magical effort on his part to even get there, because when he found out that this deal had gone down, he was in Syracuse, New York. So he had to find a way to get to San Francisco, and it was just kind of helter-skelter to get to the yard, and then, of course, be in the lineup. The first guy that called him was Logan Webb. He was pretty pumped up about it, in that's his all-time favorite catcher. So that in itself is significant, but it doesn't just relax the pitcher. And that's the thing we were trying to talk about after the postgame show, or during the postgame show, after the game on Wednesday. A catcher, more than anybody, calms a team down, even more so than the pitcher, because it's the catcher that calms the pitcher down. And, I don't want to sit here and slam, 2 young catchers, Jackson Reitz and Blake Sable, but they're young catchers. And, you can sense when you see them behind the plate, you're pitching to them, they're a little tense. They're not relaxed. They're not quite in control of all that's going on because the game moves so fast, especially for a catcher. But an old catcher, he's been through it before. He just gets down that squat. And, I have that belief that he lives in that squat when he goes home. He watches TV in the squat. The squat is just second nature. And everything about the catcher is just relaxed. The way he catches the ball, the way he throws the ball back to the pitcher, the relationship that he has with the umpire. There's always a couple of yucks going on. But that whole demeanor that the catcher has relaxes not only the pitcher, but everybody on the field. And, it's always been my contention that that catcher who can do that veteran that can bring that presence, has everything to do with relaxing the team. And I've always believed that it relaxes the team to play better defense. They're just relaxed. And that's what Casale did. And you could feel it. They had a great defensive game. That's how, as we go forward, that's how they got to win right now. Because you can't count on the offense right now. It's going to come in spurts. But you can count on the pitching. And if we can count on the defense to complement the pitching, they're going to have a chance to win in every game, despite how formidable the scheduling looked. This next road trip into New York and Pittsburgh's going to be tough. And then come home and play the Phillies and the Yankees, it's going to be tough. But they can be in every game with their pitching if they catch the ball.
And, Mike, it was a week ago today that Logan Webb actually spoke to the media and talked about the dog-esque performance. So what does it mean for Logan Webb to go out there, throw 6 scoreless innings, and to end that 6-game losing streak against the Dodgers?
Well, it means everything because he's the ace. And an ace always prides himself in doing one thing, and that's stopping a losing streak. You think back to 2021 when he was so good and how many losing streaks he stopped and how he got them back on track. And how he just kept the energy coming. That's what an ace does. And in the midst of really 2 ugly losses against L.A. and having lost, the previous 3 against the Dodgers, you come into that Game 6, you're 0-5. That meant a lot not only to the Giants, but it meant a whole lot to the fan base. That kind of got him back on board. And it was Logan Webb that I think was the key in the entire evening.
Yeah, it was fantastic. 6 shutout with Casale, and the Giants get that win for sure. Now, the young kids, Mike, Matos and Ramos, are becoming more of part of our lives every day. And, by the way, just quickly, before we get into their bigger picture, was that catch by Matos, Mike? I mean, I know it's recency bias. I don't know if I've ever seen a better one at the park. I mean, you think of Hunter Pence in the playoffs or – Mike, that was so athletic and so difficult and so dangerous. I honestly can't remember a better one.
Well, it's as good as it gets. Let's put it that way. I don't know how you can be better. The play was such a spectacular play, and it was the exact same play that Jung-Hoo Lee had. And if you go back and watch the replay, Matos goes up, and when he catches the ball, I mean, he bangs his left elbow. And, that ball was going out. He robbed a home run. He didn't get hung up on the fence like Jung-Hoo did. And he didn't take the full brunt on, his shoulder. He kind of took it on his side more so. But, I mean, it was right there. The same thing could have happened to Matos. And for him to make that play against the Dodgers, and given that it meant so much because of the 2-game slide against the Dodgers going into it, it was everything. And I think that had everything to do, too, with just that little feeling of invincibility for everybody who watched it. Not just the fans, but every guy in the field. It certainly got a great reaction from Logan Webb and everybody in that dugout. I mean, that was just pure energy bringing back the dugout.
Right. So that leads to kind of the bigger question about these 2 guys. To me, Ramos's at-bats look pretty darn comfortable. I mean, yeah, I know some get rung up on a pitch or whatever, but I think the swings look balanced. The swings look good. Matos, we know the homer against Yamamoto, maybe not as polished, but there's an athleticism to him. What are you seeing, and would you like them to stay?
Well, right now, oh, hell yeah. I mean, you're looking for any offense you can because the Giants have been so stagnant. The thing in regards to Ramos, he looks like he's fed up with being down in the minor leagues, which is how you have to come to big leagues. You got to be ticked off. So he's out of options, and he knows it. But the key has always been stay in the strike zone because, he flails. So does Matos. And, pitchers take advantage of that trade up here. You can't be that guy. They'll give you a slap all day long, and then they get frustrated, and then they widen out. It gets worse. But it looks to me like Ramos believes he truly should be here, and he's playing like it, both in the field and at the plate. I mean, he's looking good in the field, too. I mean, he's showing everybody he's got the best arm in the outfield. And they have pretty good arms across the board in regards to being able to get an assist. But I mean, he's got first-round tools, and he's showing it. In regard to Matos, I mean, he's a little wild right now. He doesn't get great routes. He's not a great jump guy in the center field, so he's still learning how to play that position. But he's dangerous, and that's always been what he's done. You keep him in the strike zone, and he can hit here. If he flails, if he goes out, then he has to go back and learn some more. But right now, he's getting pretty good pitches to hit, and to his credit, he's capitalizing on them. Both guys, big RBIs in that Wednesday night win.
Yeah, and in this series against the Dodgers, the Giants scored a total of 10 runs. They drove in 8 of those runs, definitely providing a spark in this lineup. But, Mike, I want to ask you about a potential spark we could see tonight. Sounds like Jorge Soler might have the opportunity to get back into the lineup. I know he struggled a little bit in the first quarter of the season, but what does it mean to get Jorge Soler back in the Giants lineup?
Well, presence. And, I hope he gets a couple hits and gets going. I never really freak out too much when you have an established veteran off to a slow start, especially when a guy comes over as a free agent to a new team, because sooner or later they're going to find the comfort zone. They're going to get their numbers, and so if they have a slow start, it just means somewhere down the road they're going to get hot, and he can carry a team. They need a guy to get hot. They need a centerpiece. They haven't had it, which explains why they don't have a win streak of more than 2 games. It just has come in spurts. One guy will get hot here. That's great. But you have to have one guy, I think, that sets the whole thing up. And, if you're going to have a good season as a team, you got to have guys having good years. You have to have guys having career years. And right now, it's not happening. We're waiting for somebody to step out. And hopefully Soler can be that guy.
Yeah, obviously the looming presence of Soler in the box is always a good thing. So we'll watch Matos, we'll watch Ramos, we'll watch Soler, we'll watch Kyle Harrison, we'll watch maybe Casali again in the crouch tonight. So a lot of interesting things to watch on a Friday night against the Rockies, Mike. And then 3 interesting games. We'll see how they do, and we will catch up with you Monday. Enjoy the weekend, Mike.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow, ready for the Giants and the Rockies, and he's brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. I liked what he said about Ramos, saying he's sick of AAA, man. Might be here.
I mean, Ramos and Matos are both swinging like they don't want to go back to Sacramento.
Stuff we can discuss. But the big story of the day is Scotty Sheffler. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Your reaction to this news. Are you riding with the cop? Are you riding with Sheffler? Are you way more interested in the PGA Championship now? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Don't mess with the cops.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants president and CEO Farhan Zaidi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Kolsky to talk about the Giants farm system, the series against the Dodgers, and what the second half of the season is going to look like for the San Francisco Giants. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Guys.
Dude, step back.
Back up or
I'm
you
back.
Step back.
I'm back.
What are we doing?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail. And it ain't nothing you can do about it. Period. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have a question?
I'm media. I'm a reporter. Okay. So that's all.
That's fine.
I just want to make sure that's
okay. But you need to step back over here now.
No problem. You got it.
Okay.
What the Valhalla is going on? My goodness, guys. Who knew the big hit this morning? Marcus, when we had our post-show meeting yesterday, and when we digested our information all last night, and when we all went to bed last night, and when we woke up this morning, did we think the big hit was going to be world number one golfer Scottie Scheffler was arrested and thrown in jail this morning?
No.
And part two, he's on the golf course right now and birdied his first hole. Oh, my God, what is going on? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Twilight Zone golf style here. So let's take you all through it. It is a bizarre story that we're piecing together. And, oh, by the way, in advance, we apologize for our open mic riffs that we have going on. But we've had a few so far today.
You said he birdied the first hole?
Yeah.
Are we sure it wasn't a jail birdie?
Oh, see, there we go. We're trying already. Okay, so here's the deal. I woke up this morning and I threw on the bathroom light, turned on the shower. I'll leave the other private details out of your morning routine.
Please do.
And I pick up my phone, and overnight Dave, the great Dave Jenks, texts and says, Scottie Scheffler just got arrested outside Valhalla. I said, wait, what? And the morning began. Wow. I then started to figure it out, and the man on the scene was Jeff Darlington of ESPN, and Dave Fleming, by the way. Flem's sort of the number 2 reporter on this.
Who you heard Scottie Scheffler in that cut we came back with asking for help. Please help me. Please help me.
Yeah, he was asking Jeff Darlington, who was on the scene, and Darlington saying, I'm back. And then a cop saying to Darlington, he's going to jail. So what happened? Well, it starts with a tragic story. It starts that hours earlier, a pedestrian had been struck by a shuttle bus, and actually there's a fatality. It caused a huge traffic jam going into Valhalla, where the PGA Championship is underway. And obviously Scottie Scheffler, the world number 1, Masters champion, in the mix, shot 4 under 67 yesterday. Well, apparently the word is that players and media are told that they can enter the course, but then a bus stalled on the road with no driver, and the cops didn't know what to do with this thing, so they told everybody to stop. Well, Scottie Scheffler decided to drive on the left shoulder, or as we like to call it, Waterboy, the first cut. First cut, all right? You know what I mean? So he tries to, or as a listener wrote in, tried to play through. All right, tried to play through.
I was going to say, Murph, I've heard of a bump and run in golf. I don't think a hit and run is acceptable on the golf course.
So the cop tells him, you stole my bump and run line there.
Yeah,
the cop tells him to stop, and he doesn't stop. Oh, man. Remember we had that sound of the New England golfers, the old New England old heads taking on the young heads? Just blank and play blank and golf. Well, this is the equivalent of hitting into another group, right? You know what I mean? So he goes, and apparently the cop tells him to stop, and he doesn't stop, and the cop, or as Darlington says, quote, attaches himself to the vehicle. What does that mean?
Attaches himself?
Does that mean jump to? I'm picturing on the hood spread eagle. That's what I'm picturing.
I don't know. I need some video breakdown from the Twitter account, block or charge. Was it a block or a charge by the officer?
So apparently now, according to Darlington, that Scheffler drove 15 to 20 yards with the cop attached to his car, which is where we like to say, or he calls it a bump and run. All right, so there he goes. And now he finally stops. Apparently the cop now is hot. And now the cops have said that this cop suffered abrasions and injuries.
Ooh.
Yeah. Reaches in. Scottie rolls down his window, according to Darlington, reaches in and pulls Scheffler out of the car and throws the cuffs on the world number 1 golfer just 2 hours before his tee time.
Then he starts doing the Scottie shuffle to the back of the police car.
Dude, so incredible story. This is all breaking as we drove to work this morning, as we came into work this morning, as we...
Do the Scottie shuffle! Do the Scottie shuffle!
As we...
Hands behind your back.
Yeah.
Hands behind your back.
Do the Scottie shuffle! Do the Scottie shuffle! Do the Scottie shuffle!
As you clearly are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. But as we then pieced it together, we said, this guy's going to the clink. And then Waterboy comes over to me in the bullpen at 5 whatever this morning, goes, check out the mug shot.
Dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a mug shot.
Yes.
And he's wearing an orange jumpsuit. I had a riff. Waterboy had a riff. I said, in honor of the Masters victory, could they at least made it caddy white? And you said...
Murph, I said everybody knows about Tiger Woods' Sunday red. We got to have the Scotty Sheffler Friday orange.
What if he starts wearing that rusted orange every Friday?
Which I got to give some love to the text line earlier, too. Sorry, I forgot the area code. It said, what? Scotty Scheffler's just getting ready for Orange Friday tonight.
Oh, my God, dude. So now we got him in jail. We got a mugshot, and now we come on the air. We don't know what that was going on. And by the time we're finishing our first segment, ESPN Plus and Friday Golf reports that he's been freed. Free Scotty Scheffler. I don't know if Colin Kaepernick got involved in all this, but stop running from the truth. Stop running from the golfers. Stop running from the birdies. And apparently the owner...
Stop running over police officers.
Well, you know, they said he got... I got more open mic for you, buddy, because they said... he said, do I get one phone call? And the cop said, yeah, you do. Or as you could call it, a free drop. And then he said, what did I do wrong? And the cop said, you do know the left shoulder was OB, right? You do know that, right?
It said, Mr. Officer, can I get a mulligan, please?
Or as they threw him in the clink, they said, this brings new meaning to stroke and distance. All right? So, all right, I got all my golf jokes, everybody. Anyway, point is, and I had my Tennell heckling me. He goes, maybe you'll come up with a good one. I was like, come on, man. These are decent, right?
Yeah, this is good material.
There's no cover charge at this open mic.
No,
come on,
these are free riffs on a Friday, all right?
Anyway, the point of the story is now you're thinking he's going to miss the tournament. And this is great news for Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy. Have you seen the meme from Sinbad and Arnold Schwarzenegger? Do you know the movie?
Oh, Jingle All the Way. It's one of my favorite Christmas movies.
And apparently, I haven't seen it, but Schwarzenegger's down and out, and Sinbad pulls up and yells, "Officer, is there a problem?" and then roars with laughter and drives away. People are putting the caption, Rory McIlroy to Scotty Scheffler this morning.
That's great. I've seen a lot of comparisons from Rory to Shooter McGavin, who hired someone to mess with Happy Gilmore. They're thinking they hired the officer to slow down Scotty Scheffler from getting in the building.
Absolutely incredible. And by the way, I am on my phone on ESPN Plus watching him. And, well, young Tony, do we have an update? He bogeyed.
He birdied a 10, bogeyed 11, which is a par 3, and then now he's on 12 right now. Looks like he's in the middle of the fairway.
Okay, so I guess the big hit question for all y'all at 808 KNBR, are you more intrigued with the PGA Championship right now? I've heard that I see the nobody cares crowd. Well, sorry, guys.
Well, Murph, I can tell you as a guy that's not interested in golf as much as you and Tony are, I'm definitely interested. I want to know whether or not he's in the middle of the fairway or if he's on the shoulder.
Very good, dude. All right, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is live. 650 gives us credit. He says, hey, guys, those are kind of funny golf jokes. All right, there you go, guys. There you go. 707 says, is he going to win today because he's wearing the Orange City Connects? Is what he says. 916 says, Murph, why is Scotty even driving himself to the golf course? What most of these guys do, they get courtesy cars.
Yeah.
These things are plush, by the way.
It's the question. The question I asked earlier, was a courtesy car a white Bronco?
It's no AC, buddy. 916.
I got Dave Fleming as AC in the car with Scotty Scheffler.
It's incredible. You're going to get a guy calling in Baba Booey here. 510 says, are you guys telling me the cops are flopping now? All right, dude.
Blocker charge.
707 says Scotty Scheffler bad to the bone is what he says. More texts coming in. The texts are coming in so fast they're popping up the line. 949 says if this had happened to Shohei Ohtani, there'd be no story at all. All right, nothing to see here. Here we go. 530 says bet he did not wake up this morning thinking he was going to make it to a different kind of hole. There you go, guys. All right. So, yes, 559, Scotty Scheffler's preferred club from the fairway, wood or leg irons. All right.
Legs everywhere.
Oh, man. 707 says, can you really be a GOAT without getting arrested? All right. 831 says, I'm riding with Scotty. Hard to tell the cop wasn't security with what they were wearing. Okay. 510 says the first time. Sorry about that. I can't read that text. There's too much going. 916 says, guys, he just birdied number 12. All right. Out to the phones. Mike in Eugene is checking in on the Scotty Scheffler arrest. What a bizarre story. It is today's big hit because who the hell knew the world number one was going to be wearing an orange jumpsuit and then making his tee time and now is 1 under on the day through 3. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Good morning. You know what we have here is a failure to communicate between law enforcement and don't rock my boat. I don't want to be rock Scotty. I'm telling you. And he wound up with a jailbreak. So, this, I'm telling you, I've done countless accident investigations over decades with law enforcement on scene, especially fatalities and pedestrians. In fact, I was involved in an accident with a car going 50. You can't imagine what that scene was like or what that position those cops were in at the time.
Yeah.
And it was raining and all these circumstances. And then you got this guy, and Scotty's got a single focus. He's got to get to the tournament, man. This is a big deal. This is his life. And so all these circumstances come into play. But I got to tell you, man, he could have done a number of things other than go to the left. He could have, if he saw somebody, whether it was security or a cop, hey, man, I need to get there. Can you get me in?
Yeah.
There's other things he could have done. And I'm sorry, man. He's got a bogey here on me.
Yeah, Mike, I'm with you, buddy. I mean, we're making all the jokes because it's funny and because here nobody got hurt. Obviously, we're not making jokes about the thing that started the whole thing. That's kind of a damper on the whole. But anyway, Mike, thanks for the call. We appreciate you, buddy. And obviously, Scotty's in the wrong here, man. We've seen, listen, we all live in the Bay Area. And we all live in a society where people have gotten pretty darn selfish. And I see you guys, any Friday traffic jam, if you guys are merging and you see that guy driving on the shoulder, bro.
Dude, the other day I saw an Uber driver driving in the bike lane all the way up in Embarcadero.
Dude. I mean, first of all, that's dangerous as hell, right? You can take out a bike. But, I mean, let's be honest. As the great George Costanza said on the payphone incident at the Chinese restaurant, people were trying to have a society here. You're a commuter. You drive the longest out of all of us, Young Tone, and you get caught in your traffic jam. Did you see these people doing their shoulder move there?
Oh, yeah. Totally illegal, by the way.
And did you get a little hot under the collar?
I mean, personally, no. I try to drive very calmly.
No, I mean, do you get pissed, though, when you see people taking advantage?
I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I don't want to be, no one's skipping the line here. We all got to get to where we got to go.
We had a video a couple years ago in the Cooler of Content of a guy who pulled over on the shoulder to block other people from trying to pass him on the shoulder.
That's right. You see, there's all sorts of things going on. No, I get it. Like, I get that what Mike and Eugene said. Scotty's trying to get to the course, but he could have first of all, he's 3 hours ahead of his tee time. Okay, second of all, you got to have faith maybe that the cops are going to figure out who the players are and get them in. Third of all, he could have actually gotten out of his car physically if they're all stopped and say, hey, man, I'm Scotty Sheffler. Don't you know who I am? You know what I mean? Who? I am the Irishman. Don't you know who I am? Right? So, but
I mean, you would think you'd be getting a police escort in this situation instead of driving through the police barricade.
In fairness to the cops, they're dealing with a fatality down the road. Now they're dealing with a driverless bus stuck on the road, and they're like, what the hell are we doing? And you got some guy, and nobody knows who Scotty Sheffler is. I mean, you know who Tiger Woods is. You know who John Daly is, right? You know who Rory McIlroy is. It's good. Once again, Scotty's anonymity works against him.
Yeah, Scotty Sheffler was a guy at the Masters who I couldn't pick out in a police lineup, and now this morning he's in a police lineup.
Oh, very good. Now you can. 408 with a pretty good one. He says, if Scotty does win the PGA Championship, he's halfway to the Grand Slammer. Get it? Instead of the Grand Slam?
Nice.
Very
now, the real
good.
question is when he's driving on the shoulder, did he throw his hazard lights on? Yeah. Because when people turn their hazard lights on, they just act like there's no laws on the road.
Free card,
I've got my hazards on. I can drive wherever I want. No, you still have to abide by the laws of the road.
That's what we call or as golf, we call them the lateral hazard lights there, buddy. By the way, 559 says, hey, Scotty, he says Scotty might be delirious from a lack of sleep with the new baby. Did the new baby play a role? 808 KNBR. Remember, he was going to leave jail. I mean, he was going to leave Masters if his wife went into labor. I saw a Big Cat on Barstool with a pretty good line. He said, will Scotty leave jail if his wife goes into labor? All right, but they already had the baby, actually, too. 916 says, multiple people checking in saying, was he there long enough to get Marcus's prison spread? We had that riff going because many reporters reported that he walked into player dining as somewhat of a conquering hero. And it's carpeted in white tablecloths, and they have the beautiful silver trays with all the food. Like, they treat these guys like kings, man.
Yeah.
And so they go, you open the tray, there's the potatoes. You open the tray, there's the bacon. You open the tray, there's the Eggs Benedict. You open the tray, there's the prison spread.
Yeah.
Right there. So,
there's the instant noodle with the hot Cheetos and a Slim Jim thrown in there.
Oh, my God. 415 says, did he tell the warden he can only wear an official Nike jumpsuit? There you go, guys. See people making political error. 650 says, what can I get for Sheffler driving on the shoulder? And then Gary Radnich driving the wrong way on a one-way street because he was late to the leader. 650, that's incredible knowledge.
Great knowledge.
Gary once famously was late because of a monster traffic jam south of Market or something. and he wound up going the wrong way down a one-way street, and he made a whole bit out of it. And I think the cop stopped him and then said, "You're Gary Radnich," and let him go and all that.
How about Gary being more recognizable than Scotty Sheffler? How about that?
Dude, there you go. 916, another great knowledge. 916 says Scotty needed to borrow medium impact Brian's scooter to get around the traffic there, too. 408 with the riff. He can run for president now. Hey, man.
The media said what?
530 says, I'm with you, Murph. Scotty Sheffler pulled some Tesla on 101 in Marin behavior.
Big Tesla energy.
There you go, man. Guys, 408 says, course officials have never been so happy that golf carts aren't allowed on the course. Hey-oh.
Watch out.
Might take you out. Everybody's got the jokes today, huh?
Yeah, good text line today.
925 says, was his one phone call from jail? Hey, it's Scotty.
Hey, it's Scotty.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Oh, my God. And, guys, I have to say this, and can I even say this one? Let's get racial up in this piece. Let's get racial up in this piece. It's kind of funny. It's from a guy named Mark Blutman on Twitter, and he's a Hollywood writer. He says, he was arrested, released, and will make his tea time is about the whitest thing I've ever heard. Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about. Once again, he was arrested, released, and will make his tea time. Oh, my God.
What a story, dude. All this unfolding within 4 hours.
No. And how's he doing? Any news now on his golf? Is he still young Tone? Where are we at?
Yeah, so he is on 13 right now. Looks like he just chipped onto the green, I believe, chance for par.
So are you, young Tone, as a golf, are you going to root for him more now?
And as
or
a
less?
man from Kentucky.
Yeah.
Who maybe has had a few run-in with these officers.
Yes, a couple times. The LMPD, they're definitely intense, I'll say that. I have not been arrested ever.
Well,
I've not been to jail ever.
Do you have the cut of the Kentucky guy telling Jeff Darlington saying he's going to jail, which reminds me so much of that Ryan Vogelsong story from the 2012 World Series. Anybody with me on that? Go ahead, play the Kentucky.
Right now, he's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it.
It's a pretty good cut.
Ain't
so
nothing you can do about it.
You're a baby. You're at Sonoma State.
I'm recovering from Tommy John surgery.
2012, where are you, young Tone? You're in like elementary school?
2012.
12 years ago.
I was graduating elementary school.
Graduating. Graduating.
2013, yeah, 2017.
You still got that diploma, huh?
That year, Ryan Vogelsong went to the podium at City Hall. And after he's like, yeah, hell yeah, we're the champs. He goes, I got one thing to say. And he pounded the podium. He goes, you're going to jail, boy. And the crowd went, and the players went nuts. And the crowd was like, huh? We didn't know what the heck he was. Turns out that they had some long-running joke in the clubhouse from some video they'd seen where I think a bus driver yelled it at some guy, and apparently they just adopted it.
I think it was the bus driver uppercut video, and then he yells, "You're going to jail now! You're going to jail now!"
That's it. You know this.
I remember that video.
You know it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what that Kentucky guy sounds like.
You know I know my memes, Murph.
He's going Vogelsong 2012.
You're going to jail now.
You're going to jail now.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, man. So anyway, guys, well, listen, now you're up to date with all, not just the news, but with the jokes. All right, guys, and that's your big hit. Hey, it's a Friday, right? Come on, man. It's Friday. It's cheat day, cuz.
Murph,
all right?
It's an Orange Friday.
Oh, man, very good, dude. All right, why don't we do this? We got Bobby Evans going to join us at 8:50, kind enough to join us. We're going to talk about the Ramos and Matos factor. And then Mark Candlestick of the New York Post, who's on the scene in Valhalla, will join us at 9:30. But we got cooler of content, including some great stuff from last night's Dwight Clark Legacy event down at the California Theater in San Jose. Congrats to Kirk Reynolds for pulling off a great night. And thanks to Brock Purdy, Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, Steve Young, Dre Greenlaw, Matt Mayoko, Laura Britt, everybody who was there last night. A great event to raise money for the Golden Heart Fund and a tribute to Jimmy Johnson, too. So we'll play all that next on The Sports Leader.
You know, we're living in a society. We're supposed to act in a civilized way.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale Sports Leader.
Now Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Tirico stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show yesterday to talk about the 49ers schedule release and also to break down who's closed the gap in the NFC to challenge the 49ers this season. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
I just got to compliment everybody on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text lines for your one-liners, matching me and Marcus for our one-liners on the Scotty Sheffler incident, man. So I think Marcus is riding with his two. They say you couldn't pick him out of a police lineup, and now you can pick him out of it. And the other being Tiger wore red on Sunday, Shuey and I wore orange on Fridays, and I was going with he carried the officer 20 yards, or as he likes to call it, a bump and run on the 20-yard on the left shoulder. So listen, we have jokes, and in the cooler of content, Matt Mayoko has jokes. So we're going to go down to California Theater in San Jose, where Kirk Reynolds, the great PR man, put on this Dwight Clark Legacy series for the Golden Heart Fund. Heck, we promoted the heck out of it for a month. We had Steve, we had Alex, we had Jeff. We had
Alden Smith on.
Alden Smith.
Who made an appearance last night.
So Matt Mayoko and Laura Britt hosted it, and they came out and did a little monologue. So you want to hear Maddie with jokes? Here it is.
The NFL released its schedule yesterday.
So I heard.
And a few things stood out. The game against Kansas City, the rematch of the Super Bowl. A couple... Kind of expected that.
Somebody really loved that.
A couple of road games at Green Bay and at Buffalo, back-to-back weeks. Laura, anything that stood out for you?
The game after the Chiefs, the Cowboys will play at Levi's Stadium. Week 8.
Well, no. The Cowboys are scheduled to play. They were scheduled to play last year, and they never showed up.
Valid point.
Okay.
Valid.
Oh,
look at Maddie getting a reaction from the crowd.
I'd like to hear his Scheffler jokes this morning.
Yeah.
He got the big laugh. I wonder if he was nervous. Am I going to get the laugh? Am I going to get the laugh?
And way to work through it, because he knew he was going to get some booze when he brought up the Chiefs. But he's like, oh, no, I got the Cowboys in my back
They
pocket.
had the whole thing set up. Maddie's got jokes, everybody.
Of course.
The Cowboys are scheduled to play. They were scheduled to play last year, and they never showed up.
You got the good reaction. Crowd was juiced. Maybe they were serving.
Atta kid, Maddie.
Maybe they had like $9 beers down there. I support the $9 beer. I might get one tonight just for you.
You're a big $9 beer guy.
All right, guys. Then Alex Smith, Steve Young, Jeff Garcia, and Brock Purdy were talking to Matt Mayoko, and the topic of Candlestick Park came up. Come on now. So this is kind of a longer one, but this is kind of fun. Come on, man. Who doesn't love a good Candlestick memory?
Alex, that game against the Saints, was that the most love you felt as a member of the 49ers?
Yeah, I mean, like Jeff's saying, kind of unforgettable. I can't get the image of Candlestick, like Steve's talking about at the end of that game, certainly the back and forth in the fourth quarter. I've never heard a place so loud that it did kind of come to life. And Candlestick for me was so different because just real quick, and Brock, you probably don't know this tunnel Jeff's talking about, you walk through this, it's like a 100-yard tunnel. There are pipes above you that are leaking. It's all cement. And I remember, you're getting drafted.
There's bats in there.
Okay, you're getting drafted to an NFL team, right? It's the best of the best. You're sharing a locker with somebody at the home stadium. You walk through this 100-yard tunnel. Again, it's really creepy. And you're like, what is this? You come out of the dugout. But anyway, and then it had its own weather system. It would be sunny down here and 75. You'd go up there and it was drizzly and windy. And I'm like, I didn't understand the nostalgia for a long time.
High tide, it smelled. Yes. Oh. It was seeping down on you. It was all us, baby. It was awesome.
Rebuild Candlestick now, baby. That's the classic, man. It was a dump, but it was our dump, right? You can't dog it. Or as A's fans say, yeah, we got a homestand coming up.
It's
right?
the Coliseum. Yeah, it's funny, too, how we talk about how innovated the Bay Area is with Google and Apple taking over. But it's good to look back at places like Candlestick or the Coliseum when the Raiders were playing there. I know the A's are having plenty of problems right now with the lights and sewage and all that stuff, but it's good to have some of that nostalgic factor and a place that you can claim as your own. Yeah, it might be a dump to everybody else, but it's our dump.
Well, I mean, obviously, everybody just loves hard Scrabble times. Did you guys, this will be a pretty deep pull here, Monty Python, Young Tony? Do you remember that when the old guys sit around talking about how hard they had it? There's a pretty funny one. It's a bunch of rich, fat aristocrats smoking cigars said, this is the life. Much better than when I grew up. I grew up in a small home, a one-bedroom home. The guy said, one-bedroom home. We dreamed of a one-bedroom home. We had no bedrooms. We slept on the floor. And the next guy said, we dreamed of sleeping on the floor. We slept in a ditch. The guy next said, we dreamed of a ditch. I was underneath a truck. And it's the whole bit. Yeah. But that's the deal. It's like there's a badge of honor to putting in your time at a hard scrabble place, And so, we miss it. Do we love Oracle Park? Oh, dude, it's like a dream. And, Levi's has, obviously so many more creature comforts and everything. But, I mean, come on, man. What are you going to say? But that's a really funny line about Alex Smith about the different weather systems. It's kind of true, man. It's like the wind is blowing this way up there, but it's blowing that way down here.
I mean, it's one of my favorite things to talk about with some of these old Giants outfielders is like, how the hell did you catch fly balls playing at that ballpark?
No, man, doing the pop. More. So we got more. There's more Alex Smith, Steve Young, and Jeff Garcia on the love for Candlestick.
It took me several years to develop this pride for Candlestick. A lot of years I'm like, it's wet again. Why is it raining again? Anyway, but then you would look across the way at the other quarterbacks, and it was like it would play head games with them. And one of the guys it would mess with the most was Drew Brees. And we happened to get him. We were both 13-3. We got the home game though because of the tiebreaker, and they were like complaining about it. They just won a Super Bowl. One of the most prolific offenses in the history of football. Drew, one of the best quarterbacks ever. We're no match for them. I'm a game manager. We're running the ball, and it just it very much we didn't have a chance, and we jumped up on them, and they come roaring back. He throws the jump ball to Jimmy Graham, and they go up, and I think for me, our entire team, there were so many of us that had been through those 7 coordinators in 7 years. Frank Gore and Vernon and Joe Staley and Patrick Willis, and there were so many guys that had been through a lot of crap. And I think it was certainly a moment for all of us to kind of come together and obviously to win it like that. Certainly a lot of things have to go right.
Ah, man, I'm getting the warm fuzzies all over again. Niners 36, Saints 32. It was in the 2011 season, so it was January of 2012. And the Niners, ready for this? I got the box score up. Fourth quarter, Saints scored 18, the Niners scored 16. 34 points in the fourth quarter alone. It's crazy, they didn't win the bowl that year, and yet 13 years later, 12 years later, we're still remembering that like it was one of the great Super Bowl wins because it was just that exciting. And poor Alex, like he said, I've been through a lot of crap. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, do you have the Ted Robinson? Do we have? I just called for this on the fly here. Young Tony's good though. He found it. Why not?
Smith in a gun with Gore on his left hip. Third down. Alex takes the snap. Alex looking. Got it. The post, and it's got it. Come on! Touchdown! Touchdown 49ers! Vernon Davis with the play of his life. Alex Smith with the play of his life, and never, ever doubt Alex Smith again.
Yeah, wow. Ted Robinson, man. I unfortunately was not at that game, and those who were there say it was the best.
Wow.
Say it was the best.
Wow.
But
and the way Alex spoke about it, too.
Yeah.
It almost gave me, flashbacks of, who was it, Andy Dufresne in Shawshank Redemption, going through all that crap just to get out of Candlestick
Andy
Park.
Dufresne or Scotty Sheffler. What are you talking about? There you go. One more Alex Smith, Young, and Garcia about Candlestick here. Yeah.
It's the image every time I'm driving by Candlestick Park now, and the sign still says Candlestick Park. I got my kids in the car. They're very tired of this every time we drive by. That's the game certainly, because I can't get it out of my head how electric it was to be a part of that. So could only imagine what Steve's memories embody of that place. So
and it's just not there. You drive by and it's like it's vanished. It's gone.
And he's absolutely right. For the last 4 years of my life before moving to the city, every single day on my commute to work, you see the Candlestick sign.
They still got it.
It's still hanging up
But it's
there.
like a mirage. It's like you have to conjure up the image in your brain. Yeah, So my grandparents lived in Mountain View. We went a lot down to Mountain View. We would drive down 101, and I would look at that thing. It was like the most magical thing from my car as a kid. Sometimes the rain game would be on the radio, and I'd be like, it's going on in there. Oh, my God, look at it. Kind of look like a spaceship, Young Tony, did you ever get to Candlestick?
No, unfortunately not, man.
Oh, man.
So I was born in 98. It closed in 99, right?
No, the Giants left in 99. The Niners played there till 2013, but you were in...
Kentucky.
You're in Kentucky.
Yeah, real quick, one of my favorite Candlestick stories. I was out there Monday Night Football against the Chicago Bears for Colin Kaepernick's first start as a 49er.
Dude, I remember it well.
It was Colin Kaepernick's first start, and it was also the first time that I used my older brother's ID to buy a beer.
How much did you pay?
To be honest with you, I didn't even care. I was just like, oh man, I hope I don't get arrested. I hope I don't end up like Scotty Sheffler.
But the good thing is you knew your brother's bona fides. Like, what's my name? My name's Mike. My birthday is this day.
I got it all down.
Yeah.
No fake names, no nothing.
Oh, that's really good, man. Brock Purdy did speak. He talked about his first start against Tom Brady. This is cut D, 517D. Brock Purdy was there last night in a nice checked blazer and blue jeans, looking sporty, casual, about his first start against Tom Brady.
This is football. It's 11-on-11. It's what I've been doing my whole life. And so then we rolled, played the game, you win, and then it's the next week. It's, all right, the coaches, everybody in the organization are like, all right, can we roll with you for the rest of the year, and we're down to our third quarterback, and does this guy have what it takes? All those things, the questions. And the next thing you know, you got Tom Brady rolling in town, and my family, you guys have probably all heard the story there, he booked their tickets like before the season even started to come to this game to watch Tom.
Brock getting the big reaction.
Hell yeah, bro.
We're feeding from his palm right now. He's Brock blanking Purdy,
He's
man.
out here throwing out first pitches at Giants games.
Kyle Harrison wasn't ready for 82.
Shooting tractor commercials.
We actually have that cooler content sound where the Giants did a little video. Did you see Snell kind of roasting Harrison in the dugout for missing that?
No, I missed that.
He said something like, it's hard to tell because Snell's kind of hard to understand. But he said something like, you said you had hands like Debo or something like that. And Harrison's like, no, man, no, or whatever. Because they're roasting him for missing it. He's like, came in hot, man. Came in hot, 82.
You're saying that Kyle Harrison doesn't fit the Kyle Shanahan system.
Okay. Purdy, and then one last one to say about him and Ricky Pearsall growing up together. They played Pop Warner in high school against each other. Purdy G here.
Did you really hang a 70 burger on his team in high school?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my God.
I will say, on his defense, I think Ricky broke the state record in that game as well for like 250 to 300 yards receiving by himself. So he's a baller.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to throw to him yet?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yep.
How's that chemistry?
Was it 70-69? I mean, what was the score?
No, they didn't. I think they had like 50 or something. But 70 was enough for us. But yeah, we're throwing, we're getting after it, and he's a sharp kid, so he's got a bright future, and we're gonna roll.
Nice to hear Steve and Brock chopping it up there. Maddie up there on stage. So congrats to all involved. The Dwight Clark Legacy Series Golden Heart Fund event. And thanks to Brock Purdy for going down. There's a lot of demands on his time. He did that for the Golden Heart Fund for the players who need it. We talked to Alden Smith. He said they helped him. So anyway, good cooler content, heavy on the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. All right, on the other side, one story we haven't hit today, and that's Steve Kerr talking about the end. Next on the Sports Leader.
We're throwing, we're getting after it, and he's a sharp kid, so he's got a bright future, and we're gonna roll.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, back to our Reggae Friday after our sort of our beds that we have for Big Hit and Cooler content. It is Reggae Friday, and you guys have been coming with it's been a joint effort in honor of Scotty Sheffler. Yeah, true story. Being arrested and thrown in jail this morning and having a mudshot taken and then making it back to the golf course to play in the PGA Championship right now. We've been going with the Bad Boy Reggae song. Started with Inner Circle, Bad Boys.
Bad Boys,
6:30, you had your Slightly Stupid.
Yeah, Slightly Stupid Officer.
6:50, we went I Shot the Sheriff, Bob Marley, right?
Mm-hmm.
7:15, we went Police and Thieves, right?
Mm-hmm.
The artist on that, I escaped my brain. I'm sorry. It was, anyway, so that was 4. Whoever said
Junior Marvin.
Nice. And then we went into the Big Hit and Crew. And now we're back with Peter Tosh, Steppin' Razor. This is a request from the 831, another outlaw reggae song for all the outlaw reggae. And we got more coming. So you guys send us your outlaw reggae or fighting authority or anti-authority reggae songs.
Stepping out Scotty Sheffler.
Oh, man. 209 checking in on the Cache Creek text line saying Scotty Sheffler get the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. What's it going to take? I did Irish podcast yesterday and made just a blatant gaffe on a name again. And, bro, you're witnessing the decline, right?
Oh,
You're
no.
witnessing the decline.
Don't say it.
So they had a famous player named Paul McGraw, and I called him John McGraw, dude, like the 1905 New York Giants manager. And they had to step in. They're like,
Great job, brother.
They're like, what's going on with you, man? I'm like, I don't know, man. I think I'm getting up too early.
Yeah, life is happening.
By the way, I'll tell you why I wasn't, and we'll get into the Steve Kerr story in just 30 seconds here. I'll tell you why I might be a little off today. First of all, the Sheffler story has me buzzing. And second of all, so we live up on the hill in beautiful Mill Valley, California, and there's nature all around us. So we're getting, there's pretty deers and wild turkeys. There's also coyotes.
Ooh.
You know what coyotes do? They like to eat.
Ooh.
Bro, this morning I got out of the shower, and I was audio witness to a savage killing that was going on outside our window on the hill. And let me tell you something right now. It was not clean. Ooh. It was not quick.
Ooh.
And whether it was a raccoon or a deer or whatever it was that was on the losing end of this thing, he or she tried. The coyote kept going, baby. And I'm there trying to brush my teeth, and it's playing out like a freaking horror movie. Like it was like NC-17, man. And that's all I could think of as I was brushing the teeth was, as I tell the kids all the time, baby, nature. Varsity only.
Oh, man.
Varsity only, bro.
Damn. And unfortunately for that raccoon or deer or whatever the hell it was, they didn't have Brock Purdy there to save the day this time.
No, that's right. From the Bernal Heights commercial when he saved
from the commercial shoot when he's yelling audibles, coyote, coyote.
He saved people like a Quentin Tarantino bloodbath murder scene.
Ooh.
It was like so bad. Candace was checking and she's like, oh my God, I couldn't sleep. It was like chilled you to the bone.
Oof.
But hey, man. Gotta eat, right?
That's life.
You gotta eat.
That's life.
Riding high in April, got eaten in May.
Ooh.
All right, so there you go.
Sometimes in life you get boned. Sometimes in life you get ate by a coyote.
Marcus Thompson, unless it was somebody attacking the coyote.
Ooh.
I don't know. Because it was, let me tell you, it was a scrap. It was an octagon out there. Marcus Thompson joins Tolbert and I heard the last, so sad, I heard the last squeal. I was like, that was it, huh?
Sadness.
Yeah, I said, at least you went down fighting. You know what I mean?
At least he didn't run over a police officer this morning.
Marcus Thompson joins Tolbert and Kolsky at 3:50 this afternoon. So Steve Kerr spoke to Raj Mathai. Was there a reason they spoke to? Does anybody know? Was it just like let's talk?
Maybe just an interview for TV.
My Dinner with Steve, My Dinner with Andre. Do you know the movie My Dinner with Andre, kid?
No. Oh, no.
This is like the ultimate art flick. When like the 1970s peaked with art movies, they actually made a 2-hour movie of these two guys just having dinner. Yeah, it was like the ultimate intellectual. Well, yeah, have you seen My Dinner with Andre? Oh, it's brilliant. Because they converse for 2 hours over dinner.
Dinner with Andre.
Yeah, you'd rather watch the Roadhouse remake with Conor McGregor.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So
I had to sit down for dinner. Give me Andre Iguodala or Andre Nicotina. I'll take any of those Andres.
So anyway, My Dinner with Steve, Raj Mathai. And I guess Steve just kind of drew the line that, we got like 2 years left here, guys. Here it is.
But there's going to come a time, and maybe it's in 2 years when my contract's up. Maybe that's the time where it's time for me to move on and time for the Warriors to seek new blood and new ideas. And we'll both know when that time comes. And I can tell you one thing, it will be a very amicable parting of the ways whenever that happens.
Okay. So I think, we're not shocked by this. When he signed a extension and we knew it was 2 more years, and I think we pretty much came on the air and said that so she got 2 years of Kerr and Curry to make this run. And he says it's amicable, by the way. There's no guarantee of that, by the way. These things could go sideways. But he's also saying, I think there's no extension beyond this one.
I mean, this is what we were all kind of talking about when Steph Curry's latest contract extension came out. We're on the Steph Curry timeline. Well, that's 2 more years for Steph, 2 more years for Kerr, a couple more years for Draymond Green. We talk a lot about what Klay Thompson's contract is going to look like this offseason. It should also be in line with those other 3 guys, which, again, brings up the topic, should you go all in over these next couple of seasons because that timeline is running out?
Now, I do want to remember I talked to you yesterday about the universe ending, and then if it ends, what's on the other side? I would like to bring that same question to the Warriors. If indeed you go all in for these next 2 years, what's on the other side, dude?
A lot of dark matter.
Well, you become the Detroit Pistons and dark matter.
There's a good chance of that. That's why you got to capitalize and try to win now when you still have Steph.
As Warriors fans, willing to just have 2 years of a championship run, knowing that the next 5 to 10 is going to be darkness?
Well, here's the thing. Is Joe Lacob going to turn the lights off? You would think with an owner like him, after Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson moved on, that he would try to reload with one of these young superstar free agents, because that's going to be a lot of money coming off the books. So there's no guarantee that they're just going to fall off into the abyss, into the dark matter that Wemby was talking about yesterday. So that's still a possibility.
True.
But again, if we're talking about guys like Jonathan Kuminga and whether or not you flip him for a Paul George or a Donovan Mitchell or one of these pieces of Kevin Durant to bring him in, I'm willing to kind of give up the future for these next couple of years and worry about what's going to happen once Steph Curry's off this roster.
I mean, the safe and conservative route is to go 2 timelines, and you develop Kuminga, Moody, Pods, and TJD so that you have life after Steph.
Yeah, well, they tried that 2 timeline with James Wiseman and Jordan Poole.
Well, they kind of did the 2 timeline in 2022, and they won it all, And so, it has worked. Now, Klay was different. Klay plays a role in all this. Curly's asking on the producer hotline, does this... Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say Andrew Wiggins was different. That plays a huge factor into all this also.
To be honest, dude, that's probably 80% of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe, is that an overstatement? I mean, the Wiggins thing, Wiggins when he's dialed in on a championship versus Wiggins what we got last year, bro, it's like 2 different universes.
And especially when he's bringing in $26 million, somewhere between $25 to $30 million per year. He is a huge stain on this salary cap right now.
Yeah, we continue to, by the way. We keep saying about that grease board. Mike Dunleavy has about 50 million arrows and bubbles and paths of what they can do. And one of them is going to have to be somehow dealing with the Wiggins situation. Because if he comes back, if they do nothing with him, what are you going to get from him next year? The same sort of tepid, passive, weird, absent Wiggins? You ain't winning a championship then, brother.
No.
So anyway, Curly on his producer hotline saying, does this mean they would sign Klay for 2 more years? Probably.
Absolutely. I don't think they give Klay more than a 2-year contract. That was the contract that they reportedly offered him before the season.
Right. Right. The 248.
Exactly.
And you overplayed your hand.
Yeah, he might be making less than that now.
I had to explain that to my 16-year-old recently when he overplayed his hand on a small domestic situation. I said, you know what overplaying your hand is, kid? He's like, no, I'm going to tell you what overplaying your hand is. So, and it sounds like Klay might have overplayed his hand by getting because does he get 248 this summer?
I don't think he's going to get more than $24-25 million. No, I don't think he's going to get a higher contract offer. Maybe they say, look, Klay, let's circle back. You still were top 5 in 3-pointers made this year. We'll give you the contract that we offered you before the season, but nothing more than that.
Now, does anything you're seeing in the Western Conference playoffs tell you the Warriors can play with these teams?
It's going to be tough.
With Denver.
With Anthony Edwards being 22 years old.
With OKC, with Dallas.
Superstar, SGA, Luka. I mean, even the Joker still only 29 years old.
Right.
These are guys that are still in their prime, if not even entering their prime yet. So it's going to be tough regardless of who you bring in, which brings up the big question that we've been asking. Is there a simple fix? Is bringing in Kevin Durant, is bringing in Bronny and LeBron going to change anything?
And to bring in
this roster, there's question marks regardless of who you bring in because the West is so stacked.
And they have the burden on Steph is too gigantic. And, who's the second scorer? And it's Kuminga. Can he be that guy? Every time we talk about this on the show, we keep getting back to, man, Mike Dunleavy's got that full plate. And Bob Myers is like, just, whew, not me, buddy. So, yeah, count me among the more pessimistic. It's been an incredible, insane, mind-boggling 4-championship run. I would like to see entertaining basketball. I'd like to see them in the mix. I think they can do that. Maybe lightning in a bottle happens and you get lucky in a playoff draw or playoff bracket and somebody, a team gets upset along the way. Again, the development of a Kuminga, the development of a Pods and a TJD and a Moody. Player development is everything. Who did we have that recently was talking about player development? We had a caller call in, I think it was. That kid who said he worked in scouting.
Yeah.
Player development is everything. Look at Anthony Edwards, right? Look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? Well, anyway, Kerr just kind of said it. 2 years, amicable, and then he goes to the Hall of Fame without question. After he tries to win in Paris, by the way, don't guarantee they win that gold in Paris. There's a lot of good teams out there, man. A lot of good teams who are not afraid of Steph Curry and Kevin Durant.
Well, look at the list of MVPs over the last couple of years. It's all international players.
Playing for other teams.
Who are playing for other countries this summer.
Yeah, exactly. So what we want to do is ease your Warrior worries by giving you a $100 Amici's gift card. Try to do this every segment, 8:30ish. Give you guys something. $100 Amici's gift card. What a great thing on a Friday. Caller number 10. Call John Joe Curley at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10. And you get a $100 Amici. That's a great gift, by the way. You can get solid order of pizza, pasta, flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at Amicis.com. 12 Bay Area locations, dine-in, takeout, and delivery. Amicis.com. Hey, guys, we have Bobby Evans. He's going to join us next because we were like Matos and Ramos. That was in the Bobby Evans regime. So we'll talk to him about finding those guys. He's also part of drafting Logan Webb, too. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, I told him. I said, I see y'all for Game 7.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So before we welcome Bobby Evans to the airwaves, talk a little Giants baseball. Scotty Scheffler's arrest this morning sent this show into a tizzy. We spent the first 2 hours trying to make sense out of it and riffing like crazy. And it happened on a Reggae Friday, and it's caused a lot of listeners to come up with great suggestions. And shout out my man, Anthony Brusati up at T&B in San Rafael Sports saying, give me some Bob Marley, Young Tone.
3 o'clock roadblock.
How about that? That's pretty darn good.
It was about 3 a.m. this morning when Scotty Sheffler hit a roadblock.
There you go, buddy. Very good. All right. Listen, as Elliot Ramos comes into the bigs and is looking pretty comfortable, we're like, oh, man, look at that. That kid's finally coming around. And then as Luis Matos comes to the bigs and has, some moments where we're like, look at that. We're like, they were both acquired and signed and or drafted under the Bobby Evans era. So we said, let's go Bobby. He's around. He's in town. We just saw Bobby at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner the other night. And Bobby was kind enough to say, sure, I'll hop on. So, Bobby, it is great to have you back on KNBR with Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher here on Murph and Marcus. And how you doing this morning, Bobby?
Hey, morning, Bobby.
Hey, couldn't be a better day in the Bay. We're doing good. How's it going there?
It's going good. I'll be honest, though, we were disrupted by this Scotty Scheffler arrest. Do you have any jokes, Bobby? Because we've had them all.
I feel terrible. I mean, good gracious, you can't get into the golf course. Now you're arrested, and you've got 4 counts of some charges against you. And meanwhile, you're your first hole after giving birth, having your new baby, you shoot an eagle on your first hole.
Yes.
But you think your luck is going great, and I'll be interested to see how this rattles him, or if it rattles him today. Because that's an awful way to start.
I'll jump in, and as many people think he's kind of a robot, he's played 5 holes today, and he's 1 under par. So he's right there in the mix in the top 10 on the leaderboard. So he might become some sort of folk hero, some sort of Folsom Prison Blues Johnny Cash folk hero. I don't know, but just before we get going again on the pitch, so when you were running the show, how fearful were you of getting a call about a player who had a mishap? That's the nightmare, right? As a GM.
Yeah, it is always a concern. Although I think that's part of why I think, Brian, always expected, let's get high character guys. As much as nobody's perfect, and, we always can help develop character too, trying to make sure you have a firm base is always a priority. And, we dealt with things. We tried to deal with them in the open. We tried to deal with them, in a way that set the tone, all the way from the minor league program all the way up. And, nowadays when you're in a draft, you can look at, a lot more information on guys' character than you ever could, thanks to social media. But, we even worked with search firms to try to search social media to make sure we knew what we were getting when we added guys. And that's why our scouts, made, contact and relationship with some of these guys before they ever got into our draft room. And that definitely happens internationally, with a Doval or a Randy Rodriguez or a Luciano or a Matos. You have a lot more opportunity to get to know those guys at a young age.
Yeah, Bobby Evans, the voice you hear, and he's talking about these names that we want. And Elliot Ramos was the first one to start. And I'm going to Leadership Christian Academy in Puerto Rico. And you guys found him there he was born in September of 1999, drafted in the summer of 2017. So he wasn't even yet 18 years old when you guys drafted him. Now, I have a 16-year-old. I can't imagine, get drafted in the Major League Baseball. So can you just tell us the backstory there, Bobby? And then conversely, how you've kind of followed his bouncing ball from 2017 till now.
Yeah, back then, Puerto Rico had for some reason fallen off the radar of a lot of teams, and so it was an opportunity for us. I think John Barr saw it early on, with the addition of a scout or two over there that could help us, better track those guys. And we didn't know that we were going to end up with a first-round pick out of there, but we were drafting from Puerto Rico, even in recent years prior to that in 2017. And I think that Ramos just stood out for us in a lot of different ways just because of his, his bat, his athleticism, his strength, and, his body of work, now at 24, it's looking like he's really comfortable at the plate in ways that he hadn't been in previous big league stints. And obviously he's really manning the defensive side of the game well too. And I think you can see the maturity in the person, and you can see the maturity in the player, and it's fun to watch. And it does take time, especially when you draft at 17. I mean, Bumgarner was 17. He didn't sign until he was 18, which was a couple months later. But Ramos, very young. I mean, those are formidable years for these kids.
And you mentioned the international signings of guys like Camilo Doval and Luis Matos. I want to start with Luis Matos, if you could take us back to his original scouting reports and how that process is different with these international signings versus the MLB draft.
Well, when you're coming out of Venezuela, I mean, especially with a lot of the turmoil politically in Venezuela, it wasn't necessarily safe to go in and out of there. And so, having a local scout, for a long time it had been Ciro Villalobos, who helped sign Pablo Sandoval, but scouts over there that live there can give us insight as to the talent that's available. And Joe Salermo, leading our international signings, clearly pegged him early, and it was one of those things where we're going to invest some money, and we understand that, but we want to make sure we know as much about the person as we do the player. And Matos, coming out of Venezuela, has met those expectations and beyond, and hopefully he continues. I like the key hits he got against the Dodgers. I feel very proud. I don't think we ever looked at him as a center fielder. At least I didn't. But I think he's got a corner bat, and it really should be in a corner in the long term, and hopefully he can continue to settle whatever role he plays at the big league club right now.
Bobby Evans, the voice you hear, of course, who was the working with Brian Sabian through all the championship years, was at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner, and then, of course, was part of leading the regime that brought Elliot Ramos and Luis Matos to the Giants. That's why we asked Bobby to hop on, and he's kind enough to do it on the UMA guest line this Friday morning. Bobby, back to Ramos. What do you think, do you guys get into ceilings when you're in front offices and, this guy can be, I'm not saying Ronald Acuna, or this guy could be, Teoscar Hernandez or whatever. Do you guys... And if so, what do you see like a ceiling for a guy like Ramos?
Yeah, I mean, our goal, especially in a pick, in the first round, is to try to go high ceiling if possible. Not take a safe pick in the first round, but take a high ceiling guy that really has a lot of potential to be, an all-star. And our hope with him was that he'd be able to play all sides of the game, And I think that for what we're seeing, I think that there's a lot to hope for and dream on here. I mean, he is still young, but he's at a point where he needs to be having success at the big league level on a consistent basis. And I don't know how long of a window the Giants will give him, but we all should be liking what we're seeing. And the goal for him is to be an all-star and to be not only an everyday player, but an all-star caliber player. And I think he's got the mentality, he's showing the maturity, both on how he's approaching his at-bats and how he's playing defense, that still is in the cards for him. And I appreciate the fact that he's getting this opportunity now, albeit, perhaps because of injuries, but I think he's doing enough. If he can continue at this pace, he should be able to stay up with the big club.
A player that has turned into an all-star for the San Francisco Giants, and a guy, in my opinion, who is now the face of the franchise, is Logan Webb, a man that was drafted in 2014 in the 4th round. Of course, you were there with Brian Sabian. What has it been like seeing the transformation from Logan Webb to kind of turn into this Cy Young candidate and one of the best pitchers in baseball?
Well, again, I give our scouts credit. I mean, we drafted him there in the 4th round, but we paid him like a first-rounder, or at least a second-rounder. And it was one of those things where, at the time, with a high school pitcher, we saw potential, but what he's done with his changeup and the heaviness of his ball and the presence on the mound and the ability to, mix his pitches but play his game, and he's got that kind of Matt Cain kind of vibe to him, right? I mean, he's very calm out there. He doesn't get always the run production behind him that you'd like. But, I really enjoyed watching him, and I think the steadiness is just so great for a rotation to have a guy, when his turn comes up, we have a chance to win the game tonight, just whatever, stop a losing streak or continue a winning streak. And even though things haven't gone his way necessarily in his last outing, I mean, I still see this as a stalwart on this club. And really a guy that I think we can be looking forward to. I'm glad that he's signed for the long term.
Yeah, and the other all-star on the roster is Camilo Duvall, another man that was signed by you as an international signing back in 2015. Bobby, I got to ask, was he hitting triple digits when you originally scouted him all these years ago?
No, not at all. In fact, he was not anywhere near there. And so, we got a commitment from him and his guy and his Buscone, and he ended up within a few weeks or a month later, his velocity ticked up. And so now the Buscone wanted to renegotiate. And fortunately, it hadn't ticked up to 100, but we did add another 25 or 50 to it to make sure we brought him in and got him signed. And I'm glad we did. I mean, obviously, I think another guy who, he seems unflappable on the mound. I mean, you want to talk about Dodger killers. We've never talked about closers as a Dodger killer, but you look at this guy and outing after outing after outing after outing after outing. I mean, he's getting the job done, and yeah, some drama sometimes, but I'm listening to his ninth inning the other day, and when you're listening, you can't see how fast this game is right now, but he's got 2 strikes on every hitter before I could hardly get down halfway down the road here. I mean, he was so quick to finish that inning. Of course, a couple hits came in and created a little bit of a stir, but again, he finishes the job, and he's just fun to watch, and his ball and the movement and hitting 102. Goodness, I mean, fun for Giant fans, I hope.
Yeah, it's a great observation about his Dodger killer as a closer. It's true. Just get to the 9th inning with a lead, and Duvall will finish the job. Bobby Evans, kind enough to hop on, of course, long-time Giants front office man, former GM, still in the area, hanging out, watching the Giants, and seeing a lot of the players that he acquired. We asked him about Matos. We asked him about Ramos, Webb, Duvall. These are all some of the best players on the team that came from that regime. Another one is interesting. We were going over your draft picks. It's interesting, even though this guy's had a couple rough outings of late, there's still hope for him. Keaton Wynn. We didn't realize until we went through your draft picks that you drafted him twice, Bobby. Once in the 20th and then the next year in the 5th. You guys were stalking him, huh? And he came from that small town in Iowa. You guys were like, I'm not leaving, huh?
Our scouts are resilient. They love a guy. They want to stay with him. And I give him credit that he's been able to do what he's done in the rotation, because we looked at him probably more on a reliever basis at the time, and yet they've been able to put him in a rotation and have success, and he's shown strength and shown durability, and oftentimes the reason guys don't stay in a rotation is either durability or not enough enough of a breaking ball or enough of a second or third pitch, and so I give him credit, and hopefully it was okay. I haven't heard any medical update on him, but I saw he left the game not banged up a little, but love watching him pitch. It's fun to see these guys, because we remember them day one, when they show up at Scottsdale, they sign the contract, they get the physical, and then the career starts. And, I didn't get to stick around all that long to watch his development, so I've been able to watch it from a distance, and it's obviously makes us all proud to see these guys make it.
A lot of names there. Then let's talk about the other, before I let you go, just the other side of it. And this happens to every single GM in every sport, and that's the misses. And, I wonder how you process those. I don't know if you want to call Joey Bart a miss. I mean, he's in the bigs. He's not an all-star catcher. But, how do you guys, you look at certain guys, I'm sure you're like, darn it. We really thought this guy had the mental makeup and the physical makeup, whether it was anybody. I'm not talking about Joey now. I'm talking about anybody. You can go through any of your drafts. I bet if we were sitting down and you were speaking maybe a little more freely, you don't want to insult anybody's, family or history, but that kid could have made it, or that kid could have made it, or that kid could have made it. How do you process those as an evaluator and as a GM?
Oh yeah, you go back. You always go back and look at drafts and say who could have we taken differently? What were our thoughts in the draft room that day? It's all like yesterday for us. We live it so in such day to day, hour to hour, minute to minute life. We remember every part of those draft room conversations, and I look back on so many picks over the years, and sometimes you take a risk on a guy where you think his shoulder's a little banged up, but we've gotten a medical clearance on him, and we love the bat, and you take a shot. Sometimes you look at the athleticism and you think, he's the guy. And yeah, you miss on him, and it's a hard pill to swallow. I mean, you look at the drafts of 06, 07, 08, and you're like, how do you hit on a Bumgarner, Lincecum, and Posey back to back to back? And you got to love that, and not to mention Wheeler in 09, who we hit on but didn't stick with. And it's fun to see the success of what those guys do day in and day out as they dig into the talent pool. But it is hard, and I do think it's hard on a farm system when there's transition from one administration to another, because you come up in a farm system with a certain philosophy, and you certainly have a vested interest in the success of the players you drafted. But then new administration comes in and has a little bit of a different feel or different perspective, and not necessarily bought in on the same guys that the previous administration has bought in, and that can affect the guys' performance and mentality, and so it's fun to see the guys that have been able to have success with really our regime bringing them in, and then another regime lead them to the promised land.
And Bobby, last question I had is kind of a big picture question about approaching a draft and approaching team needs, because we all know that ballpark down at the corner of 3rd and King has always been described as a pitcher's ballpark. So with that in mind, is there a strategy to play to the strengths of the ballpark and draft more pitchers, or do you go in the opposite direction to try to draft bats because of the possible problems it may be getting some of these free agent bats to sign at that ballpark?
I mean, we always want to make sure we're, especially in the first part of the draft, we're trying to look for, highest ceiling possible, whether that's a pitcher or a position player. But, in many ways, the success that we had has been oftentimes more with the pitching. And so we go to our strength. I mean, at the time, we had Dick Tidrow, who, knew pitching when he rolled out of bed in the morning. And so it was such an advantage for us, because he could see a Matt Cain, who's, even though Matt Cain in that game may have been playing second base, Dick Tidrow can see something, and that's the craziness of Dick Tidrow. And we play to the advantage of not only the strengths of Dick, but also our entire scouting staff. But yeah, the ballpark, one of the things that would be nice is to be able to draft, more of our hitters, because it seems to be harder to get some of those hitters to come to us later, because one, clubs retain them, and two, our ballpark doesn't necessarily play to a hitter's advantage at times. And so, drafting hitters would be an advantage for us, but ultimately we got to go with the strength of the draft and strength of our own staff.
Bobby, it's been great catching up, man. And how good was it to be at the Brian Sabian event at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame? You guys, was your favorite memory or person you caught up with?
Oh, I don't get to see Brian enough, so I love seeing him. I mean, that was just like a breath of fresh air for me. And the fun thing for me at the end of the dinner is we gathered as many of the Giants people as we could up on stage, and we took a big group picture. And I joked, I said, hey, we're used to taking these pictures with World Series trophies as a group, but tonight Brian's our trophy. And it was fun. It was just fun to have everybody wrapped around Brian, and the commitment that he showed, and loyalty and trust he showed in all of us over the years, and yet we're able to celebrate him for a change. So that was pretty special.
That's really cool. Well, really nice catching up with you. It was great to see you that night, and we really enjoyed hearing the stories of all these guys who we're now seeing play, and we'll see play tonight against the Rockies. So thanks, Bobby.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Bobby.
All right, thank you, guys.
That was enjoyable. Bobby Evans there. I mean, listen, I'm just saying, we talked about a lot of players on this team who came from that regime.
Listen.
I mean, we just went through Webb, Doval, Keaton Wynn. Somebody said you guys forgot to mention Ryan Walker, the reliever.
Ramos, Luciano.
Matos, Luciano.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Oh, my God.
I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Now, granted, they made the move for a reason. They had a pretty tough run. 17, 18, 19 was not pretty. 17, 18, 19 was not pretty. And trading Brian Reynolds for McCutchen didn't work out.
Trading Zach Wheeler for Andrew McCutchen.
Yeah, which was Carlos Beltran.
Excuse me, yeah.
It's kind of funny, though. You have to look at the Giants scouts. They hit on that one, too, though. Yeah. God, but they talk about Dick Tidrow so much. Rest in peace, Dick Tidrow, man. That guy was an icon in that organization for a long time. Plus, he had the incredible, he was one of yours, buddy. He was Bronx Bomber.
Dick Tidrow.
World Series champ in 77, bro. Bronx Zoo.
Why do you think Brian Saban liked him? I'm sure that's where the relationship started, was back in New York.
So that was really fun, man. All right, guys. Good book in there, John Joe. I enjoyed that. Okay, NFL, Omar Ruiz, NFL Network, talking about this wacky world we're living in with a schedule And then Mark Cannizzaro, Marky Mark, the legendary golf columnist / ultimate friend of the program, live from Valhalla, where Bob Marley's 3 o'clock roadblock put Scotty Sheffler in jail. And I'm not even kidding. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, you just heard from Bobby Evans on his thoughts on guys like Luis Matos and Elliot Ramos. But if you want to hear the latest thoughts from Farhan Zaidi on Matos and Elliot Ramos, check out the podcast and the interview he did yesterday with Tolbert and Kolsky on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Maybe the most obvious prison one, right? 5446. That wasn't his lottery number. This is prison number, baby. This is for Scotty Sheffler's Reggae Friday. Thank you, Scotty, for creating unbelievable content that carried us for the first 2 hours. We were flabbergasted, but not so flabbergasted we didn't get off a number of one-liners. So I'd go back and, if you want to see me and Marcus riffing on open mic, just go back and listen to the first couple hours of the show on the podcast.
Yeah, and in case anybody doesn't know, we podcast each and every hour of the show, all 4 hours of the Murph and Marcus
You
show.
can grade our one-liners, and we'll talk to Mark Kazar of the New York Post live from Valhalla, or as I've seen now, the black and white mugshot of Scotty Sheffler with the headline, Straight Out of Valhalla. All right, guys. So, all right, from there to the NFL, Omar Ruiz is a reporter for the NFL Network. We talked to Omar last season as it got hot and heavy. He was with the Niners, and, of course, we know how that ended. But, Omar, you're back on KNBR in San Francisco. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, Omar?
Hey, Omar.
Hey, I'm cracking up, man. I cannot believe the Scotty Sheffler stuff, and to hear you guys go on about it, man. I just can't stop giggling. I know it's a serious thing, but Jiminy Christmas, what a bonehead.
I know, exactly, right? Yeah. Jiminy Christmas, what a bonehead. Perfect. Well, we have our few lines. Marcus was saying, Tiger Woods was famous for wearing red on Sundays, and now maybe Scotty Sheffler will be famous for wearing orange on Fridays, right?
Orange is the new black, baby.
Nice, Omar.
Very good, Omar. Very good, man. All right. Well, listen, schedule release causes all NFL fans to gather and talk. And just wondering for you, what's the favorite schedule release news development?
Well, just how the defending world champion Kansas City Chiefs have become so star-studded, and obviously with the Taylor Swift attachment to Travis Kelce has made it so even more than, back-to-back world champions would normally bring as far as being under the spotlight and the attention that brings. But to have them scheduled for 6 different days of the week before the year even starts, they have a game from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday is pretty remarkable, but it kind of just shows the demand that the Kansas City Chiefs have and kind of how they've transcended the NFL world and really part of the mainstream culture now in America.
Yeah, and we know the Kansas City Chiefs are coming to Santa Clara Week 7. I know Taylor's been to Levi Stadium before during her new Eras tour, but do we have any word on whether or not Taylor Swift will be there Week 7?
Hey, that's a good question, but I know that I saw somebody analyze the Eras tour in the fall, and it says that she has dates scheduled for or she has an open date for all but 3 of the Kansas City Chiefs games, and I want to say one of those days scheduled is when the Niners play the Chiefs, so I don't think she'll be there October 20th. I think that's one of the days she has a concert scheduled somewhere else. So sorry to disappoint the Bay Area Taylor Swifties, but I think that's going to be the reality this year.
This is the thanks we get after naming Santa Clara. Do you know the mayor changed the name to Swifty Clara for that day? And that's the thanks we get. Come on, Taylor.
Hey, last year, I was at training camp at Santa Clara when the Eras Tour was going. And I got 3 daughters, and they're huge Swifties. And so I was going to go. I could see the stadium from my hotel, and then I was going to go and, FaceTime the concert, right, for my girls. And I get on the, StubHub or whatever. It's $1,200. So whoa, I am not paying $1,200 to go FaceTime this concert. My goodness.
Yeah, and I'd say $1,200. $1,200 would probably put you up on a flagpole too. You know what I mean? You weren't getting.
Yeah, that was the get-in price. That was get-in.
Oh my gosh, Omar Ruiz, NFL Network too. So about our beloved 49ers, there's a stretch where they play the Seahawks, the Chiefs, and the Cowboys. That's in October. There's a stretch where they play at Green Bay and at Buffalo. And there's the story that's going to haunt them all summer, and that is called the Super Bowl hangover. We did our stupid little predictions, and, we're homers to a point, so we're not going to predict a losing season. But I said 10-7. I kind of see, like, enough bumps in the road and all that. Marcus said 11-6. I don't know. When you look at that Niner hangover and some of those schedules, like at Green Bay, at Buffalo, do you have a feeling that this is going to be a somewhat choppy year, or do you still believe in the supremacy of Kyle and his offense?
Yeah, I think more the latter. I do think in the supremacy of Kyle and the offense because, I think we get caught up, fans, media, in, maybe the motivational factors and maybe, you look at the road schedules and maybe how tired a team might be. But I think first and foremost in the NFL, it's about matchups. And I think Kyle Shanahan exploits the matchups that are in the 49ers' favor week in and week out. And ultimately, that's the main advantage, not to mention the talent of the roster. So I still think, a much better than 10-7. I'd be hard-pressed to think that the Rams have closed the door so much that they could win the division. I still think it's very much the Niners' division to lose, but I think the Rams will be a lot better. We saw them become a playoff team last year, and I think that young nucleus has only gotten better and more mature and will certainly challenge the Niners. But yeah, I still think it's the Niners division, and I would expect, something along the lines of 11-6 or better for them. I still believe in the superiority of the talent on that roster, not to mention Kyle's prowess.
Well, if we're looking at matchups, let's start with week 1, Omar. Aaron Rodgers making his return from that torn Achilles last year. What are your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers coming back to San Francisco to kick off week 1 Monday Night Football?
Yeah, what a way to welcome him back to the NFL, huh? The defending NFC champions in prime time on the road. And this is exactly how they opened up last year. They had the Monday night opener, and we remember how that went against the Bills week 1 and 4 plays in. And, I think as football fans, I think we want to see Aaron Rodgers and try to, become close to that MVP form. I think if you're a 49er fan, maybe not that day. But it'd be nice to see him, back to that elite level. But yeah, the NFL is certainly doing the Jets no favors by throwing them across the country there and what should be, a raucous Levi Stadium crowd. And, not to mention Nick Bosa and the rest of that front. They'll be chomping at the bit to get to him. And it'll certainly test them, test the mobility, on that Achilles and kind of what he has left as far as the elusiveness and playmaking that he had become so famous for over the years. But what a matchup. And obviously Robert Saleh coming back and what that might mean. And him, I think, feeling the pressure now to win and no more excuses, especially if Rodgers can come back healthy. So, quite the storyline for that week 1 closer on the NFL calendar.
And finally, Omar, just more schedule, just big picture, Christmas is a Wednesday, and they're like, heck with it. We're playing a couple games. I don't know if the NBA should just surrender now. Is the NFL taking over Christmas officially, even through Netflix?
I think that'll be the test. How many people – I think a lot of people subscribe to Netflix anyway, so it's not like you're asking them to join Peacock or, one of these other lesser-tiered streaming services. So, I think that won't be an issue, but I do agree with your sentiment there that they're going after Christmas and no longer defer to the NBA based on the ratings that we've seen on Christmases the last couple weeks. And I thought was even more telling is those 4 teams that they're playing on Christmas have to play on Saturday before, December 21st, so they can have that same Sunday to Thursday schedule that the teams that play on Thursday do. So they're going to go Saturday to Wednesday. Well, that Saturday is the college football playoff. So they're saying the heck with the NBA on Christmas, the heck with college football going head-to-head, because that usually was kind of a sacred off-limits for the NFL calendar when, they would defer to the college football playoffs on both the semifinals and the championship. Well, this year they're going to have those quarterfinals on that Saturday. So that'll be an interesting test case to test NFL fans' loyalties versus the college football loyalties, given that it's the postseason for college.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Just the dominance is amazing. By the way, have you figured out how to get the Brazil assignment? Are you headed down?
That's going to be my next phone call. I've been kind of waiting patiently. You don't want to be too eager. You don't want to be one of those guys that bug. But I rarely ask for anything, and I think I'm going to use, for these moments, I'm going to use my ask for that one for sure.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Get down to Brazil. I need to see you down there.
And then I can get back in time to Santa Clara for that Jets 49ers opener and say, hey, I'll give you 2 games for that weekend.
Omar,
bosses.
We are on your side. List us as character references, all right?
Will do. Murph and Marcus, baby.
All right, there you go. Omar, thanks for the call. Thanks for accepting our call and talking football. And we will talk to you down the road, buddy.
Thanks,
Be
Omar.
good.
All right, anytime. Thanks, fellas.
There he is, Omar Ruiz, man. Yeah. Dude, they're going to freaking Brazil.
Oh, dude.
The NFL's going to Brazil. What the hell? I mean, it's Christmas. It's going to Brazil. It's going to Germany. It's going to
football in Brazil. And our guy Lucas, a.k.a. QB1.
There he is, QB1.
Set the foundation down there.
Now that's deep knowledge. We had a guy. What was Lucas's official title?
I think he was just an intern.
We made that kid a star.
Yeah.
We called him. He was a good-looking kid. He was out of San Diego, and he was something out of like a Point Break or something, because he was kind of like this good-looking kid who kind of bummed around and went to Brazil and played amateur football.
Dude, he was quarterbacking in Brazil, young
When I found that out, we nicknamed him QB1, and it stuck.
There he is, QB1.
And we followed his peregrinations around the nation. He's just been kind of hanging out, partying. Remember during COVID, he went to the SEC and filmed that documentary?
He got in his RV and just started traveling around the country following college football.
Let's just say that he made a couple friends along the way, too. And
I understand.
Hey, by the way, that segment's brought to you by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Mark Kazar is not just a premium A1 5-star friend of the program. He's boots on the ground in Valhalla, where orange is the new black, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Murph and Marcus, baby.
It sound right, boy.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Guys. Dude, step back. Back up or
I'm back.
Step back.
I'm back.
What do we do?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail. And it ain't nothing you can do about it. Period. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have a question?
I'm media. I'm a
Okay.
reporter. Okay. So that's all.
That's fine.
I just want to make sure that's
okay. But you need to step back over here now.
No problem. You got it.
Okay.
Okay. All hell is breaking loose in Valhalla. That was Jeff Darlington of ESPN's Twitter feed in the pre-dawn out here on the West Coast, even almost the pre-dawn out there in Kentucky, where world number one golfer Scotty Scheffler was arrested this morning. Stuffed, cuffed, booked, orange jumpsuit, jail mugshot, and by the way, is on the golf course right now. He's played 7 holes. He's 1 under for the day, tied for 10th in the mix to win the PGA Championship. And he is a bad boy. Bad boy. What you gonna do? Inner Circle, finishing up Reggae Friday. There's no man we want more boots on the ground than Mark Cannizzaro of the New York Post. Brother, what the hell is going on?
Murph. Good morning, San Francisco. A very bizarre morning out here. Yeah, it was. Listen, at the end of the day, there's no way Scotty Scheffler, who's one of the solidest of citizens you could ever meet, was doing anything to try to rattle the cages of Louisville police. But it was a very, very, emotionally charged situation down there right outside the gates to the golf club because a pedestrian who was a vendor or worker here had just gotten hit and killed by a shuttle bus, and Scotty just happened to kind of drive into that area within about an hour after it happened, and the cops were very super high alert. I think he was just trying to get out of the way or move, and I think the cop thought he was just trying to blow right through. This is just my, what I'm having seen what I see down there, listen, obviously he wasn't trying to drag a cop in his car, Starsky and Hutch, mode and try to get away or anything like that. I think he was just trying to get himself onto the grounds there. So yeah, just to really, I'm not sure the orange jumpsuit was necessary for the booking, but maybe, everybody has their regulations, I suppose, to have to follow, right?
I got to, before we go any further, we play a game on the show. What did young Tony learn today? Our producer's this babe. He's a child. He's an infant. He's learning the world. No way you know Starsky and Hutch, do you, Tony?
Not the original, but I've seen the remake.
Okay, all right. There he is. All right, very good. But in that, anyway, listen, where were you? Your colleague from ESPN, Jeff Darlington, happened to be on the scene. But were you just still like brushing your teeth and putting on your socks when this all went down? How did you digest it?
I wasn't even that far along. I believe I was still under covers when I got a text from my office saying, do you have any updates for the Scotty Scheffler story? And I'm like, excuse me, because I knew he wasn't teeing off till 8 something, and so I was just about to kind of get up and get ready to roll, and the logistics are not very good around here, and they weren't certainly good for the players, with this scenario this morning. But, as you know from covering a lot of tournaments, Murph, back in there was a day when we used to get parking passes to get down to the grounds. Now it's, media shuttles and it's planes, trains, and automobiles to get here. So it's about an hour process for me just to get here from the hotel where I'm staying, to drive to the media hotel, to get to the shuttle to get here, which is another 30 or 40 minutes. So, so I was just starting my process to try to, just get it rolling when I saw what was going on, and then immediately try to make some phone calls. I know Scotty's dad quite well. I tried to text him, call him to see what was going on, and it was just everything was happening pretty fast. And knowing Scotty as well as I and the people around golf know him, you knew it wasn't anything that he did intentionally. But the cops are just trying to do their jobs too. I can tell you this from experience. I actually tried to circumvent the shuttle situation yesterday, and I found a place to park about a half a mile or a mile away and try to walk in the entrance where Scotty, the very area where Scotty was arrested at the very beginning of off the main drag here, and they wouldn't let me walk in. They wouldn't let anybody walk in, even with credentials, which I had. So they're very, very. I don't know why the security was so heightened down there, but I think they were worried about pedestrians getting hit, and lo and behold, that's what happened. Unfortunately this morning with this vendor that was struck. So it was just a very tense situation down there, and it has been on kind of high alert because it's a lot of traffic. They really haven't done a great job of keeping the traffic away from here, which many tournaments are able to do. But it's quite frankly, as everything was unfolding, I didn't think there was any way he was going to make his tee time because he was being booked at about 8-something in the morning, and he was on the tee at 10. So I have heard unconfirmed reports that the mayor of Louisville got involved to try to expedite the situation down there. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm still trying to sort all that stuff out.
Yeah, and Mark, that's the craziest thing to me. It's just the timeline that you were starting to lay out there, from him being arrested and booked and having his mugshot taken to him being released to him being in the tee box earlier this morning. I mean, it's crazy to even think this way, but is in a twisted way this good for golf? Because listen, we've been talking about it all morning long. It's all over social media. It's the biggest story of the day. Is there any benefits to this story?
Well, I mean, not to be too morose or whatever, but I mean the buried lead to this story is the person who was struck and killed that started this whole madness, and so I mean, you feel terrible. Obviously, it goes without saying for that person's family and friends and whatnot. But in terms of, I know where you're going with that. I mean, most of the time, even bad publicity is good publicity sometimes, right? I mean, there's an old saying, which is just spell my name right? Yeah. I mean, it certainly has. I'm sure it's brought a lot of eyeballs, more eyeballs onto this tournament than there were before. And I can tell you, I got here by the time I did get my planes, trains, and automobiles commute done to get onto the course. I got here a short time after Scotty arrived here, and I was out on the first tee and walked the first 6 holes with Scott. And the scene was unbelievable. I mean, and Murph, you've covered majors with me before, and we've walked inside the ropes. The scene on 10, which was his first hole, was like, I mean, there were so many people around that tee box and lining the fairways. You would have thought it was the Sunday final group, just about to tee off, at the end of a major championship, not a rainy, sloppy Friday morning second round, right? So even though these were big players, obviously Scotty being the number 1 in the world, and he's playing with the British Open and U.S. Open reigning champions in Brian Harman and Wyndham Clark, but it was quite a scene. Is my greater point here, to see that many people, and they were chanting Scotty, 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 and they're all the way up the fairway, and but through this all, guys, and I mean. And I wrote about this before the tournament about Scotty. I have never seen a star athlete more unaffected than this guy. I mean, there isn't anything that rattles his cage. And as we speak here, he just stuffed his third shot on 18 to about 3 or 4 feet. I mean, his demeanors look the same. He's chit-chatting with his 2 playing partners down the fairway. I'm sure being on the golf course after all the craziness, I'm sure he was rattled by what happened to him this morning. But I think being inside those ropes is a significant sanctuary, he's just kind of back to some normalcy, is just getting back on and concentrating on making golf shots instead of, how he's going to get out of the clink.
I mean, the guy was perp walked at 7 this morning, and now he's like with 4 shots off the lead. It's just crazy, man. So
well, I mean, let's just go forward for a quick. It's just say if he goes on to win this golf tournament, and he's already 1 under par right now with a chance to go 2 under par for the day. Can you imagine how his legend will further grow? The guy's already the most dominant player of our immediate era right now. I mean, and I zero put it past him to go win this damn thing by the end of the day on Sunday.
Oh, without and I was telling Marcus and the guys here, having covered of the 4 majors, the PGA is sort of the loosest gallery. Now, especially when it was in August and it was like that summer vibe and people were just sweaty and drunk and yelling. Like, you've seen some raucous PGA crowds before. More, of course, at the Masters, they'll break your legs if you do that. U.S. Open, too many corporate tents. British Open, they're too reserved. Like, I can imagine that if indeed, like, the weather's good on Sunday and the beer is flowing and he's in the final group or two, Mark, that might be borderline chaos out there.
It'd be crazy. Yeah, and the weather is supposed to. This is supposed to be the worst of the weather days. Actually, I think it's supposed to get much better tomorrow and Sunday. So it should be. That atmosphere you just described will be what we're experiencing and looking at on come Sunday.
Breaking through the ropes and all that, like those Bobby Jones pictures, with thousands following him, all that. Yes.
Well, the thing is, we're in golf. Generally the only chaos that involves, police, etc. It usually involves either Tiger Woods or John Daly, not a Bible Belt guy, or like a Bible thumping guy like Scotty Sheffler, right?
Right, absolutely, Mark. And I'm glad you brought up Tiger's name because we were just talking last week about how he's dropping his Sunday red clothing line. How soon before we get the Scotty Sheffler Friday orange collection?
Oh, ouch. I'm sure he's going to want to separate it or distance himself from that as quickly as possible. But those obviously are out there. Yeah, that's. I'm not a big fan of the V-neck.
We've made several. Well, first of all, if you need jokes, buddy, we've been doing. I know it's serious on the ground there, but we're out here in San Francisco. We've been riffing like crazy. Like, for example, we said dragging the cop 15 to 20 yards, or as like Scotty's caddy called it, a bump and run. Marky Mark.
Exactly.
Right, there you go. I know we got them all day, right? We got them all day. But anyway, we were also saying, the V-neck does emphasize another aspect of Scotty, which is in the era of the manscaping, he's going Burt Reynolds 1977 with the chest hair.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a thatch there. There's no question. And I did notice that. I like to keep mine concealed in a proper crew neck, if you will. You know what I mean?
You're a gentleman like that. Besides, those fancy clubs you play out in San Francisco they don't want to see that thatch on Marky Mark.
Well, I don't believe that Al Jamison over at Cal Club would even allow me in with the fat showing, and I'm sure our man Butchie over at San Francisco GC, I wouldn't even get to him before I was tossed off the ground. Although I did hear a certain NFL owner though had played out with his shirt untucked.
Okay,
from a local squad.
That's hot content right there, buddy. That is hot content. All right, well, listen.
Did I just cross a line? Was it too early?
But this is the edgy radio we're looking for, buddy. This is what we're looking for, to push the envelope, to keep the listeners locked in, buddy. So great job. I applaud you. All right, so Sunday's going to be nuts. If he's there, the beer's going to be flowing. This guy's going to become like a folk hero. He's going to be like, who are some of these, some of these fugitive heroes? I'm going for by the way, I'm just calling him Scotty the Fugitive. They call him the Golden Bear, Jack Nicklaus, slamming Sammy Snead. I'm going with the Scotty the Fugitive Sheffler. That's what I'm going with.
Break out his Sunday orange.
And he just birdied 18. Mayhem. And I saw the one of the internet's got everything, including the golf cart subbed in for the white Bronco with the cop cars behind it. We also had the Straight Out of Valhalla album cover with the black and white mugshot. So, Mark, you got jokes coming your way, dude, and you got possibly a beer-soaked Louisville, Kentucky crowd shouting at their hero, the Fugitive, on Sunday. So,
as we're signing off, he's 3 shots off the lead right now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
after being booked 3 hours ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts. And as I said, when he got to jail, and he said, "Do I get one phone call?" And they said, "Yeah," or as you call it, a free drop, right?
Exactly.
All right, buddy. I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying.
Keep them flowing, boys.
I'm trying.
Thanks, Marky Mark.
Take care, Marky Mark. Enjoy the scene.
Thanks. Talk to you guys soon.
There he is, Mark Kazar of the New York Post. Wow. Dude, he's 3 shots off the lead.
Dude, unbelievable.
And he's now going to become a folk hero.
What a morning it's been for Scotty Sheffler.
It's been insane. All right, we will get the hell out of here. I think we've exhausted all the jokes. Unless we have more between now and then, we'll figure it out. You got Sutter Health?
Oh,
we got What Did Young Tony Learn Today?
I'll see you on the other side.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Reggae Friday with its traditional finale that is not an outlaw song dedicated to Scotty Sheffler, although, I don't know, maybe.
I was going to say, are 2 joints outlawed in Kentucky, young Tony? I don't think they got legalized weed there, do they?
It is correct. That is outlawed. Yeah, you cannot do that. LMPD does not like that.
Or I could say, smoke 2 joints in the morning. Scotty Sheffler goes to 1 joint in the morning. The jail.
Nice.
By the way, Marky Mark, I just got to give you guys a little context there. Marky Mark Kazar is one of the greats of all time, and Scotty Scheffler's dad is from New Jersey. Mm-hmm. And so Mark has a relationship with the dad, so I think he did not want to go a riffing.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I think that's what you could kind of hear there. He was playing along to a point and was like, yeah, I'm not going to riff. So I think he was sort of protecting his dude a little bit.
I thought I was going to get a bigger reaction from my Friday Orange Collection riff.
Yeah. Although I've heard from my buddy Coach Pete who liked it very much.
Right,
he just shouted you out.
Shout out Coach Pete.
But anyway, the point is Marky was not as into the jokes as we were. We've been doing it all morning,
dude.
Listen, come on, what are you gonna do? A Bible thumping golfer got perp walked and stuffed, cuffed and stuffed, and wore an orange jumpsuit, and then got back to the golf course.
A Masters champion that I couldn't pick out of a police lineup until earlier this morning.
Or as we heard, he was arrested, released, and made his tee time is the whitest thing we've ever heard. Right? So, all right, guys. All right. From that nonsense to the serious business of the Giants Sutter Health Report.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, boys and girls, today's Sutter Health Report is shining a spotlight on Jorge Soler, who could potentially be back in the Giants lineup as soon as tonight. Well, Farhan Zaidi came on the afternoon show yesterday and gave us the latest update on Jorge Soler.
Yeah, I think with Soler, he's the closest. He played for Sacramento last night. He's going to play again tonight, and if it goes well, he may be in there tomorrow. So we'll just have to see how he feels. Obviously, he's testing out the shoulder, but it's nice for him to be able to get a couple rehab games, get his timing, and so it'd be great if we could see him this weekend.
And last night in Sacramento, Jorge Soler went 2 for 3 with an RBI and a walk. So stay tuned for the lineup coming out today. We'll get that to you later on KNBR, and always give you more Giants Sutter Health updates from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping patients' life easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
All right, glad I didn't know he went 2 for 3. That's good. I'm heading out there tonight. Aunt Katie's birthday present with her nephews. It's always a fun a family outing. And I want to see me some Soler.
You want to see Jorge Soler? That could be a nice little gift for you. But Murph, I'm sorry to inform you, you're going one day too early, because if you were going on Saturday, you would be able to get this giveaway from the San Francisco Giants, because Saturday is skate day with the Giants.
Wait, move your mic.
Well, I got to talk into the mic when I'm reading this ad.
You got to figure it out, brother.
Before the Giants take on the Rockies.
Go ahead. You show it off. You be our model.
You read, I'll show off on the
Saturday's
on the
skate day with the Giants.
Skate day,
Shout
baby.
Out skater boy, Avril Lavigne.
He was a skater boy. I said, see you later, boy.
How about the most random factoid of all time? Avril Lavigne and I once did an event together.
Whoa.
How about that?
Wow.
How about that? But ready for this? Even better? At a Safeway in Pleasanton.
Ooh.
Oh.
Were you ever a skater boy?
Top that.
Did Murph ever hop on a skateboard?
Dude. I'm trying to riff on myself and trying to come up with the funniest line. I can't. Bro, can you imagine me on a skateboard? All right, so anyway.
I can imagine the comedy.
I mean, I'm wearing the skate sneakers
Vans.
just for old man style.
You're off the wall, Murph.
Just for old man style. But no, shout out my high school classmate.
Maria Lopez requested this when we were discussing.
What are you going to say? She wrote in the early 2000s. It was hard to beat the cotton candy pop of an Avril Lavigne. You know what I mean?
Maria also didn't think I knew who Avril Lavigne was. She's wrong.
We'll get into that in just a second. Anyway,
That's because young Tony is a skater boy.
Keep parading around. Skate day with the Giants before the Giants take on the Rockies Saturday. The first 15,000 fans score a long sleeve hooded shirt presented by Planet Orange. Arrive early to watch pro skateboarders on ramps inside McCovey Cove.
Dude, on the barge.
Get tickets at sfgiants.com/skate. And the skate ramps will be on a barge inside McCovey Cove.
Dude.
That's pretty awesome,
This
by
is
the
a
way.
sick hoodie, by the way. It's the San Francisco Giants logo for anybody not tuned in on Twitch. It's got the logo on a skateboard, and it's animated almost like a cartoon skateboarder.
Do I need to go to Vi Shearholtz, Nate's dad, who was like a senior skater? He's like north of 50. He was like the 50-plus skater of the year from Thrasher magazine or something. Vi Shearholtz with the knee-high white socks, the Vans, the Stussies, and the Billabongs and all that.
That's
dude.
awesome, man. Gotta give a shout out to the 650. Says, damn, I like Waterboy's hoodie. Well, show up to the ballpark on Saturday, and you'll have a chance to get this hoodie.
Also, can I try to guard back a sliver of street cred by saying, why didn't you play Ludacris's, not Ludacris.
We're going Lupe Fiasco.
Lupe Fiasco.
Kick push. I got
God
you, Murph.
darn it. Thank you very much.
That's my skater track.
I just tried, and I stepped in it. No time for what did Young Tone learn today? Other than Starsky and Hutch? Anything? Real quick? Here it is. That's what I want. 1970s TV theme music, Starsky and Hutch. And the reason why Kazar said it is I think in the opening credits, a guy does jump on the hood of a car to stop a bad guy. So, and then you know the movie with Ben Stiller?
Correct, yeah.
Do you have that queued up, buddy?
Yes. I don't think we have time.
Oh, no time? I want to hear it real quick. Just the Ben Stiller.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it, Tony.
Just make me laugh on the way out.
Yeah. Come on, do it. Lay it on right here.
Come on. The audio's bad. The audio's bad.
I heard it.
You know what? You worked your ass off.
Let's get out.
Why don't you take the weekend off? Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Right now, he's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it.
Another officer then approached me shortly after and said to me, could you please tell us the name of the person that we arrested?
Do the Scotty Shuffle. Do the Scotty Shuffle.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
The NFC Championship, Detroit down 17.5, and then all I remember it was just like, all right, one play at a time, man, from here on out, and everyone believed it. You know, we had obviously the guys to do it, but I remember the first play of the second half, threw it to Debo on a 20-yard in route, and from that moment on, I was like, okay, like this is us. You know, we got to play like us. And long story short, score touchdowns, we come back, defense balled out, got some crucial stops, and then I remember there was one drive towards the end. I scrambled for first down, got the first, and then after that, Christian punched it in, or had a good run in, and then I think Elijah Mitchell punched it in. But right then and there, I was like, dude, this is team football. You know, it's not just one guy putting the whole team on his back, and it takes everybody.
Yes, thanks for joining us. That is from the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. We are going to talk to Matt Mayoko, and you were there last night, Pop, and it looked really cool. Saw some of the highlights. We'll get into that conversation. The world's #1 golfer is arrested outside the PGA Championship this morning in one of the craziest stories you will ever hear. More on the 49ers release. We'll get into that as well. The guest list is absolutely awesome today. We'll get into that as well. The T-Wolves force a Game 7 against the champs, and we got the Giants back in action against the Rockies. Half full or half empty, looking at the Giants. We'll get into all those things on a Friday edition of the show. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning, John. Yeah, I had the Scotty Sheffler security team get me into the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, so I was detained at the door. Somehow I sat right next to Matty Mayoko's wife, and she was adorable.
Very nice.
And her mom, so we had a good time right in the front row, and it was riveting. I mean, it's all about Dwight Clark and giving back to those that are in need, and there were some riveting stories. Harris Barton got up and held court. There were a lot of former 49ers there. But it was the panel, and, Dre Greenlaw was there. What a beautiful trophy that is to get the Dwight Clark Legacy Series Award. He got it from his not only his teammate, linebacker mate, but his big brother, Fred Warner. what a beautiful shaped like an oblong football. It's beautiful. His little son came out, said, "Don't spike that ball." And he was running around like his father like 45 seconds after he gave it to him. Like, "Go down. We won the game." What are you doing, little Dre? But the highlight was at the very end. You know, when you think of this franchise, and Cam Inman just wrote a book. Cam was there last night. He wrote a book on the history of the 49ers that he's starting to leak a little bit to me. And Cam's a radio free agent, so we can pounce on him and get him on. But, you know, just go back to Frankie Albert, to Y.A. Tittle, to John Brody, to obviously Steve, and on to Joe. But, you know, along the way, there were some really good quarterbacks: Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick, and Jimmy Garoppolo, all the way to Brock. And last night, you know, when you think a certain, like, middle linebacker with the Chicago Bears, whatever position you're picking, left field for the Boston Red Sox, it's quarterback for the 49ers. And to have a panel last night that's, you know, Steve Young comes out there, and Steve was in fine form last night, and then you roll right into, we got to get Jeff Garcia on the air either today or next week. He stole the show. He was absolutely riveting. By far the best speaker, most commanding presence up there, and he just held court. And Alex Smith just broke down and was really honest about everything, and is just not being properly groomed as a rookie. Had nobody in the quarterback room after Tim Rattay was gone to really teach him how to play quarterback. And, you know, Brock had Jimmy to mentor him along, but it was just a really honest discussion about what it's like to play quarterback for this franchise, going from Steve Young, and Lee Steinberg's told us that story many times. When Bill Walsh brought Steve over from Tampa Bay, they thought, you know, Joe was coming off 2 back surgeries. They thought Joe was never going to play again. But Steve told a really funny story about the first training camp practice where he gets out there, he's all waiting, and then Joe runs out, and he looks fine. He goes over to Bill Walsh and says, "He doesn't look hurt to me. You told me he wouldn't play again." And Bill Walsh gave him that look, John. Like, I don't know, you know. It was what I said when the Giants signed Matt Chapman. You're going to play third base, and then, you know, you may have to go over and play shortstop. These things happen anyway. But Garcia was commanding. Brock was Brock. Brock's a young man, and, you know, the spotlight of doing it now, these guys were looking back on their careers, and Alex was so, you know, honest about the hard part he had for the beginning of his career, how he dreaded Candlestick Park, the whole thing, until Harbaugh and that staff came in and taught him how to play quarterback. But for Brock, he was appropriately brief. He was there to listen and learn. He's still starting his career. He's had the best start of his career of any of them, including Steve's, certainly Alex and Jeff. You know, Jeff had to go to the CFL. But in any event, it was just Brock steady doing his thing last night. But first time I've been at this event, I've always been Warrior playoff games or Giant obligations. It was really fun. Next year, you got to make a point if you have time to. And the 49er faithful turned out big last night for the Dwight Clark Legacy Series event in San Jose.
I think it's amazing. I think what they've built, I think it was the first one. I was in an amphitheater in Walnut Creek, and I just was blown away by everything. And every year there seems to be a different theme. The year I went, it was Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks. Yesterday, like you said, or last night, it was the quarterback legacies. And I did see some of the highlights. And I just think it's one of the coolest things going. I don't know if other teams do it. And you know, give Matty Mayoko a ton of credit and everybody behind the scenes. I mean, Laura Britt does a tremendous job as well, our friend from NBC Sports Bay Area. And, you know, they host it and do a great job. But like you said, these guys love getting together. They love chopping it up, and when you're sitting in the crowd, you feel like you're a fly on the wall listening to stuff that, you know, is so exclusive to the club. It's a really, really cool experience, and what they've built it into, and then what you said, what it benefits and all those different things, because there are a lot of teams they don't have that backing, and it's so cool that the 49ers, a lot of these guys have stayed around here and all that stuff because the Bay Area is such a great place. But it's a special event, and they should be lauded for not only the product that you see, but the things they're doing behind the scenes. It's awesome.
And Dwight Hicks was not there last night, and I remember when you telling me that story from a few years ago. So it was Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks, and who were the Hot Licks? They were the young guys that came up. And Eric Wright was there. And by the way, Zach Kingsappy from Residency, he was rocking one of his hats last night when he took the stage. And it was a great little panel they had there. You know, Jair Brown is going into his second year in the NFL, probably his first full year as a starter. Renardo Green, the young corner they just got from Florida State. And he had Eric Wright up there. And you go back to that. The 49ers flipped their entire secondary that year. Dwight Hicks was the only guy they retained from the year before when they were probably the worst defensive backfield in football. You go out and get Carlton Williamson. You get Eric Wright, who was one of the most underrated players. And obviously we think of the Dwight Hicks catch in the NFC Championship game, January the 10th of 82. But Eric Wright made a game-saving tackle at the end there. Would have been a horse collar tackle today, but it wasn't back then. And if he doesn't make that tackle at the end on the big shot by Danny White over the middle, they lose that game. But anyway, then, it was Carlton Williamson, and the other guy was a guy named Ronnie Lott, who, by the way, was on the stage last night. So great to see the four-time champion.
He's awesome.
So anyway, and then they had Jair Brown and Renardo Green, telling stories with Eric Wright. And the 49ers, they're not flipping the secondary necessarily. They're trying to replace some elements because guys moved on. Emmanuel Mosley, Jimmy Ward, T-Gap, he's kind of in limbo. Let's find out what happens with him, John. But clearly you're going through a youth movement in the secondary. Diamador Lenore is already there. But the guys that were on the panel last night, Jair Brown, Renardo Green, Green's a rookie. Is he going to walk in like those guys did the Super Bowl winning season, Super Bowl 16, the 81 year, and start in a nickel package and a rookie? So I think they had it all covered, certainly, with Harris Spartan and Ronnie Lott up there talking about, giving back to the other players and the young corners around the great Eric Wright, who is a hoot. But really this franchise is known for quarterback play. And to listen to Brock up there just listening, watching in his attentive, youthful self, and have Steve Young, Alex Smith, and then mainly Jeff Garcia. Garcia stole the show. He told some incredibly honest and funny stories about Bill Walsh finding him going to the CFL, the East-West Shrine game. Garcia, if you're out there from Gilroy, you were on fire last night. You were the MVP.
No, that's awesome. So here's what we got. We got a ton of great stuff going on today as far as the guests are concerned. And, again, we got more scheduling talking about today. But great guest list today. We'll tell you about it coming up next. Matt Mayoko, I will tease this, is coming up at 10:30. We'll talk all about what happened last night as well. Raj Mathai is going to join us. I'm not worthy. I mean, Raj is the man. Raj Mathai is going to join us in the 10 o'clock hour as well. Kevin Harlan's going to join us. We'll also hear from Cynthia Freeland. I have read her predictions, and she, of course, is a Detroiter. So is she going to be lion-tinged? Is that going to be Honolulu blue and silver tinged when we talk to her about it as well? So we got a ton of great stuff. Plus, we are debuting something at 1:30 that is brand new, right? Papa's Plays
What is that? What is that?
Well, we kind of stumbled upon it because we were doing the Blake Snell stuff earlier in the week, and we put it on video. We had it on YouTube and Twitch, and people were digging it. So what we're going to do is take your top 3 plays of the week and break them down at 1:30, which should be fun.
How great is that? Okay.
Very cool. So we'll get the
We're
video
going to pick some Giants plays of the week. My late ad, it's probably too late to get on there, would be Jeff Garcia's story about Steve Mariucci telling him to go play in the CFL. That was so great.
Very good. So, again, 10:30, Matt Mayoko will kick it off. We'll tell you about the rest of them when they're coming up. We got more on the schedules. Giants back at it today. This crazy story with Scotty Sheffler, and, of course, more from last night. And that was what a cool event. So we'll talk to Matty more about it at 10:30 and his perspective on it, because obviously he's hosted all of these. So we'll get into all of it next. Happy Friday. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giants GM Bobby Evans joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave his thoughts on some of the Giants prospects getting a shot at the major league level this season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. Summer starts right here. Where? Of course, Modesto Toyota, and it starts with big, big savings. So you need to get a new vehicle this summer because you got lots of road trips planned. So enjoy summer with that new Toyota you want, with great deals just waiting for you at Modesto Toyota. So come in, check out all the new models and deals, or this is what I did. I went to ModestoToyota.com. I saw the incoming vehicles, and I went, ooh, I like that one. And then you pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles you need, and like never before. It's the time to save on gas. That's what I was thinking. Many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks. I have the RAV4 hybrid. It is awesome. Saves a ton on gas. You can also check out the great trucks, the amazing new Tacoma, and of course the powerful new Tundra, and even some models with big customer cash back. So let's go. Since 1965, my favorite part, Modesto Toyota, they've been family owned, and they have thousands of happy customers like me because of the great service and great prices. So now is the time, and summer starts right here, right now. It's time to get that new Toyota, and there's no dealer markup. Did I mention that? So the time's never been better. It's where I get my Toyotas, obviously. So come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
This is football. It's 11 on 11. It's what I've been doing my whole life. And so then we rolled, play the game, you win, and then it's the next week. It's, all right, you know, the coaches, everybody in the organization are like, all right, can we roll with you for the rest of the year, you know? And we're down to our third quarterback, and does this guy have what it takes? All those things, the questions. And next thing you know, you got Tom Brady rolling in town, and my family, I mean, you guys have probably all heard the story. They already booked their tickets, like, before the season even started to come to this game to watch Tom.
The Dwight Clark Legacy Series last night, the quarterbacks took center stage. It was absolutely awesome. We're going to talk to Matt Mayoko about it at the bottom of the hour. He joins us at 10:30. All-Star cast today. Raj Mathai is going to join us from NBC Bay Area at 10:50. Kevin Harlan, 11:50. Cynthia Freeland to break down the Niners' schedule. She still likes the Niners in the NFC at 12:30 despite her loyalty to the Detroit Lions. And Extra Bags, Andrew Baggerly at 1:15, plus our brand-new Papa's Plays of the Week at 1:30. We are stacked today. Very nice. Very nice.
And, we'll get more new with Mayoko. He did a great job last night monitoring the four quarterbacks where it was Brock up there. And I just liked Brock's demeanor last night. He spoke the least of any of them. Jeff Garcia by far spoke the most. It's just their personality. But Brock, I think, is still in the learning sponge stage. He's just looking to take it all in. But to have Steve there and obviously the underrated Jeff Garcia, the last Pro Bowler to Brock, and Mayoko pointed out all the records that Brock had broken from each of them. So it was interesting, and Brock is Mr. Irrelevant, last pick in the draft. Alex Smith was the first pick in the draft, so there's so many different paths people take. But Garcia, he had so many great lines and his energy. He's just so comfortable up there. He said, if Brock is Mr. Irrelevant, what am I? No one wanted me. I wasn't even drafted. They sent me to go to Canada. And it really was. I remember the Raiders bringing him in with John Gruden, and they wouldn't pass him. They worked him out and said, nah. He had a couple of offers, and the Niners signed him. And Bill Walsh was the driving force there. Bill Walsh was mentioned a lot last night, obviously, with Steve Young and with Jeff, which leads to when Raj Mathai comes on at 10:50, John, he had an interview with Steve Kerr. And Steve Kerr sounds like at the end of this contract, he will not, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but I think when the contract was crafted this middle of the year to sign the 2-year extension for next year and the year after, that would be it. And Steve was talking about a shelf life that you have and, the contract, being concurrent with Steph's, and Draymond's got another year after that, and we'll see what happens to Clay. But Bill Walsh always talked about that. I mean, Bill, the one thing was he waited too long to get, wasn't his fault, but the league bypassed him. A lot of people thought he wasn't tough enough, certainly Paul Brown in Cincinnati and going with Tiger Johnson, but Bill did not get a head coaching job until late in his life. And then it was just, he was so emotional and up and down. He retired much too early. He retired after winning a Super Bowl. I mean, the last play he ever called in the NFL was the touchdown pass to John Taylor, X up. That was it, to win the Super Bowl. He came back and coached Stanford later. I think he regretted it all. But he talked about a shelf life, and Pat Riley talked about that when he left the Lakers and went to the Knicks. And Steve Kerr's been here a long time, John. We're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of Steve's hiring. He will coach a couple of more years. But we got to ask Raj Mathai. I heard what Steve told him on camera, but just the tone of what Steve stated, it almost seems like when the contract was extended middle of this year, it was the thought that he would coach 2 more years, and that would be it.
Yeah, I saw those clips, and like you said, it's come May 19th, 2014 is when Steve Kerr was hired as head coach of the Warriors, and we're on May 17th. Happy birthday to my mom, by the way. But May 19th, it's going to be 10 years for Steve Kerr, and Steve said pretty much from day one he wasn't a lifer, that he wasn't going to do this forever, and this is a guy who's got varied interest. I mean, he was great on TV, GM in Phoenix, played for a long time. I mean, he's dedicated his entire life to basketball. He has more money than he could spend in probably 5 generations of his family. So, he certainly seems like a guy, he's down in a nice area of San Diego in the offseason. I mean, he's earned it. And if he doesn't want to go back through, because it's coming up shortly here, as you said, concurrent with Steph's contract, I don't think he wants to be, it doesn't sound like, he wants to be Greg Popovich to go down in the dumps and try to build it up again. And who could blame him?
Well, that doesn't mean he won't coach somewhere. So a lot of guys say I'm not going to be a lifer, and they wind up being lifers. Nelly said that. Mm-hmm. But you knew, hell, Nelly. He didn't find Nelly Cush and this other lifestyle till later in his life. And a lot of that was health issues related. But I thought Nelly would coach right till he was put in the grave. Opposite, with Greg Popovich and his worldly interests, I thought he would never coach this long. And he said, even, stated, when Tim Duncan's done, I'm done. And then he wins the lottery, he gets Victor Wembanyama, and Pop signs a 5-year extension. So now he's Pop's an older man, and he's given no signs. So I think what Steve is saying, and maybe they can reach some, renegotiation. Raj would know more. I mean, I heard what he said, but when you're sitting down to put the lavalier microphone on him, you're talking after, you get stories. Does Raj feel as though really when he signed this contract, it was the thought that he would coach next year and the following year, and that would be it? He's also going to coach Team USA. He made a commitment to Steph. Then what does that mean for Steph Curry's future? But what he was saying was it's a 10-year life shelf here. And it may not just be, Steph and Clay and Dre. It could be the owner, could be everything. Would he go coach another team? Pop never had to move on, but other coaches, Pat Riley did leave and left the Lakers and went to coach the Knicks and now been running Miami and coach Miami. So I don't know if Steve wants to retire. He could do a lot of things. We saw a bigger, world stage for him, maybe politics or whatever he wants to do. He didn't like being a GM. He wasn't great at it. He was pretty good at it. But I don't know, John, but he may go coach somewhere else. But what he told Raj Mathai, which he has not said before, is he quoted the great Bill Walsh, not directly but indirectly, and Bill said this for a long time. After 10 years, they're tired of your message. Now, Bill just changed players. So you got new players to hear your message. With the Warriors, they're not going to ride, not going to be here forever. So I'm wondering what he's thinking about. But he strongly said that when they signed that contract that there was going to be, and he even talked about the splitting being amicable, and he was pretty detailed about it, that he would coach this team 2 more years, and then he would go somewhere else.
And you and I have had this conversation. I mean, he and Bob Myers are very, very close. Bob Myers left the organization. I think there were other factors that behind the scenes, and Joe Lacob isn't the easiest to work for. I mean, again, I'm not saying that they're having a problem behind the scenes. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is, like you said, that's human nature too. Being 10 years someplace, and it's like, look, we've got a great run. What else is out there? And again, to look at Steve Kerr being a GM, a broadcaster, I mean, there's a lot of things. People have talked, as you said, politics with Steve Kerr. I just think there's other things for him to do. He turns 60 next year. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what Steve does, because again, he has hinted towards this throughout his tenure as Warriors head coach, that he's not that lifer type. Maybe he is. Maybe he would want another challenge of coaching another team. But Steve Kerr seems to me that a guy with a lot of varied interest. It's not just basketball related, even though that's dominated his life. He seems to have a lot of interest, and I wonder if he would branch out and do something else. So.
And then the next question becomes, if Steve does coach this team the coming year and the following year, and then he does not coach the Warriors anymore, what does Steph Curry do? Steph's contract is up after 2 years. Does Steph resign knowing it's going to be a new coach? Who would be that coach? Draymond has 1 more year in his contract beyond these 2. Clay is right now working on an extension. Would he sign 2 more to be concurrent with Steve and Steph, the old guard? Draymond came in a little bit later. So I think, what Steve said certainly impacts the sidelines and the future of the organization. But it also impacts if Steph Curry is going to be a Warrior his entire career.
All right, let's do that. Here's what we got coming up. Matt Mayoko is going to join us coming up next. He was awesome as always and has really put together this Dwight Clark Legacy Series at a really high level. Really cool to listen to the quarterbacks and everything else last night. Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner, all those guys up on stage, and all the former 49ers. Really cool. And Maddie and the whole crew, and Laura Britt was up there. You were there last night. Very, very cool. So we'll get Maddie's thoughts on that. Plus, of course, the schedule being released yesterday. What are his thoughts? We'll get into that conversation. Then Raj and that conversation he had with Steve Kerr. We'll do that at 10:50. It's Pop in London on your Friday on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa there. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight to make it right.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Laura, anything that stood out for you?
The game after the Chiefs, the Cowboys will play at Levi's Stadium. Week 8.
Well, no. The Cowboys are scheduled to play. They were scheduled to play last year and they never showed up.
Valid point.
Okay.
Valid.
He's got jokes. That is the great Matt Mayoko, and another successful edition of the Dwight Clark Legacy Series last night, California Theater in San Jose, and the quarterbacks took center stage. It was awesome. You were there, Pop. I've attended before, and it is incredible what Maddie and the whole crew there has built, and we'll go over the schedule and what happened last night and everything else. Maddie joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Well done, my friend. Nice job again.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, you can never go wrong with a Cowboys joke.
You got to get the crowd on your side, man. Well done by you.
Yeah, it's cheap. It's a cheap laugh, but hey, we'll do it. We'll resort to that.
You know who laughed the loudest last night? I was seated, John, right next to Mrs. Mayoko and your wife's mom. They were cackling on that joke, man. You gave me good seats. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's good that after all these years they still find me amusing.
So just tell us what goes into it, because I mean, what an amazing event, and you've done such a great job. And last night, like we said, the quarterbacks took center stage, but it's just such a cool event. It's such a you've just built it into something that is yearly everybody's looking forward to.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I mean, every year it's kind of like, gosh, how do we top it next year? And last year we had Christian McCaffrey and Jerry Rice and John Taylor, and it's just a really neat conversation. And then it's like, oh my gosh, what do we possibly do? And then there are a lot of pieces that didn't work out this year. But the very first thing that fell into line was like, hey, how about if we get like the 4 quarterbacks? It's really tough to get Joe. He has such a busy schedule. But we kicked around the idea, like, wouldn't it be great if we could somehow get, Jeff Garcia and Steve Young and Alex Smith and Brock Purdy? And then, it's like, do you think Brock would do it? And I'm thinking, yeah, I think he would. I think, now that he's Pro Bowl status and established, I think he would. And that thing came together like in a day. It was kind of, we got the word out to the 4 quarterbacks, and it wasn't just, yes, I'll do it. It was like, oh, heck yeah, that sounds awesome. And so that just, it was, I think we were scheduled for about, I don't know, something like 45, 50 minutes on stage. It might have went an hour after that, and it could have kept going. I mean, it was like, we were running out of batteries from the microphones, and people in the back were panicking because they can't go on any much longer because nobody will be able to hear them. But it seemed like the crowd ate it up, and I certainly loved it. And backstage, I think all the guys, Brock included, were just thrilled and happy to be part of it and raise money for, obviously, a good fund, the Golden Heart Fund. So it lived up to my expectation, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it was about as long as some games. It went for about 2 hours and 40 minutes. Although Jeff Garcia spoke for about half of that, and he was riveting. Jeff clearly stole the stage, but you had up there a guy who was the very first pick in the draft at quarterback, a guy who was the very last pick in the draft at quarterback, a guy who wasn't drafted at all. Garcia had to go to the CFL, and then, obviously the great story of Steve Young. What I loved, Maddie, give me your thoughts because you were sitting right next to him, was Brock was appropriately brief, and to me he was there kind of like he is in the meeting rooms and around the facility, quiet and attentive and looking to learn. He just listened to all their stories, from Steve to Jeff's wild stories about the CFL and Bill Walsh, and Alex Smith was really honest about not having anybody in the quarterback room to groom him. And, Brock did have Jimmy. But just my eyes were on Brock, and, he was appropriately, like the young guy there. I'm not going to talk a whole lot. I'm here to, he had some good stories and everything, but I thought that was a good indication of who Brock Purdy is at this stage of his still developing career.
Yeah, I kind of, I was sitting right next to him, and I would look up at him, and he was always locked in. The thing that kind of, after, when I was driving home and kind of reflecting on the evening, I think the thing that separates Brock and is just something absolutely unique that can never be taught is just how he carries himself and how he controls his own mind. He has such self-discipline, like more than those other 3 guys on stage certainly had at this, similar stages of their careers. And what I mean by that is a lot of times, well, all three of those guys, Steve Young, he'll admit it. Alex Smith, he has admitted it. Jeff Garcia talked about it too. You can get in your own head and you can overthink things. And, for Steve, there's, that anxiety of following Joe Montana and putting so much on himself. And that's certainly the same with Alex Smith, who, was a number one pick in the draft and was a 20-year-old guy and, with no real guidance, and just wanted to be a people pleaser. And it just kind of weighed him down. And I think Jeff Garcia, too, knowing the lineage of San Francisco 49ers quarterbacks, growing up in Gilroy and not getting an opportunity in the NFL and going to the CFL for 5 years and now coming in and replacing Steve, that's a lot of pressure. And if you were around him at that time, you could sense it until he kind of found his way a little bit after, a little bit of more than a little bit, kind of a really tough stretch there in his first season with the 49ers. And so all those guys at some point, some it took longer than others, but they were all in their heads and it totally affected their performance. What Brock Purdy has been able to do, and he talked about this last night, is he has this incredible ability to, as he says, be where his feet are. He doesn't think back and clog his mind with bad memories. He doesn't look ahead to put pressure on himself of, oh no, in next week I have to perform. He is totally into what he's doing at the time. And so, he's preparing for the game. Whatever he's doing today, that's what he's doing today. It's learning the game plan. It's, hey, I'm going to go out and have, you got these 15 plays in practice or whatever the case may be. And then it even translates over to games. He'll throw an interception and he's not taking the field for the next series thinking about the bad play. He's thinking about, okay, on this particular play, this is what I have to do. And it's a unique trait. It's a unique ability that he has. And when I heard him last night, it kind of dawned on me, like, that is what separates him. That's what has enabled him to take his football talent and translate it so successfully at such an early age to the NFL.
Well explained. Matt Mayoko, and again last night, the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, the quarterbacks took center stage, Golden Heart Fund, and you guys just do such a great job every single year. We came into the segment with kind of a joke about the schedule, but the schedule itself, like what jumps out right away to you? That cold, you're going to be traveling to Green Bay and Buffalo in consecutive weeks?
Yeah, I think that was the very first thing I looked at. Like, when is Green Bay? There it is, November 24th. Where is Buffalo? Well, there it is, December 1st. It could be worse, I think, from a weather standpoint, but certainly that Buffalo game, a Sunday night football game, should be mighty chilly. The other thing that kind of jumps out are the primetime schedule: 2 Thursdays, 2 Sunday nights, 2 Monday nights. Upon further examination, it doesn't necessarily set up well for the 49ers from this standpoint. They are facing 4 teams coming off of their bye weeks, including Kansas City. Of course, the 49ers have a Thursday game on October 10th, so they have a longer week. And for that October 20th game against Kansas City, but Kansas City, they play October 7th. So they get a full, bye week to prepare for that. And then the following week, the 49ers face the Cowboys, and the Cowboys also have a bye week. And then later in the season, they face Buffalo coming off their bye week, and Seattle's coming off their bye week earlier. So there are certain elements of it that certainly don't set up. There's no long road trips or anything like that. 3 games on the road. There's no 3 games at home. The only opportunity in the past, they have, whenever they played times in the Eastern or games in the Eastern time zone, they'll stay somewhere back there. That's not an option this year, even though they have those back-to-backs, Green Bay and Buffalo. They're not going to be spending Thanksgiving on the road. And because that second game is a Sunday night game. They'll be coming back from that. So no international games. Those are kind of some of the things about the schedule that stand out to me.
Hey, Matty, Kyle Shanahan's going into his 8th year as the head coach of the 49ers. And Raj Mathai from NBC Sports is going to join us in a little. NBC Bay Area is going to join us, and NBC Sports as well. He had an interview with Steve Kerr, and it sounds like Steve's going to coach next year and the year after, and then have an amicable parting with the Warriors in a 12-year run. Bill Walsh coached this franchise for 10 years. I think he started too late at age 48, and he retired too early after calling X up in the Super Bowl to beat the Bengals and his buddy Sam Weish at age 57. You weren't around him when he was the coach of the Niners, but you were around him when he came back later and was the vice president and GM and consultant. And I know you had a lot of private conversations. Did he regret stepping away when he did, in his late 50s and not coaching the 49ers longer? Why? He talked about that shelf life of 10 years. Why do you think he left, and did he regret that later?
He absolutely regretted it later. I mean, he felt like if he had stayed, in retrospect, if he had stayed, he could have won 3 more Super Bowls. He felt that. The next year was pretty much a given, and he felt he could have done, another couple after that. Talking about a guy that kind of, his mind worked in ways that wasn't always beneficial to him. I mean, an absolute genius, obviously, as a football coach, but also somebody who, was kind of bogged down in a lot of ways by the expectations and the pressure. And in those days, with Bill Walsh and Eddie DeBarlo, I mean, there was always tension inside that building. And, it was good tension. It made people work harder. Guys were on eggshells. They knew they knew that there was a standard that had to be upheld, and Bill, it burned him out. And, it burned him out from, there were, I can't tell you how many times through the years that either Bill Walsh resigned or Eddie fired him, and then they slept on it, and John McVay was the voice of reason, or Carmen Policy got involved, and they kept going and they kept winning. So that fueled them. It was part of the reason why they were so successful for a period of time, for a decade, with Bill Walsh and Eddie DeBarlo and the 49ers. But it also was the reason, I think, that Bill, didn't have the longevity as a head coach that, after he stepped away, he regretted that he didn't stay there longer. But it was taxing. It was tiring. I mean, you all remember the interview in Miami after that Super Bowl where Brent Musburger asked him, is this it for the great Bill Walsh? And he broke down in tears right there, already knowing that he was going to retire after that, or step aside after that. So if your questions about Kyle Shanahan and what his longevity is, he's said in the past he doesn't want to be a football lifer like his dad. He has said that. At the same time, you talk to Kyle and you get the sense that he's going to be a football lifer.
He seems like it.
He loves it. He loves to talk football. I know he definitely tries to keep a balanced life with his wife and the kids, and they do cherish their time after the season to get away, go to Cabo, let the beard grow out a little bit. But man, Kyle Shanahan is passionate about football, and you know what drives him, and it's slipped through his grasp several times as a head coach. And I gotta believe, looking across the sideline at his 2 Super Bowl appearances as a head coach and seeing Andy Reid, Andy Reid for the longest time was the coach who couldn't win the big one. And now Andy Reid's the coach who can't lose the big one. And, on that same trajectory, Kyle Shanahan is, many, many years away from where he would be at the same time when Andy Reid won his first Super Bowl. So, I think Kyle is cognizant of being a coach's son and seeing, how his dad handled things, and maybe learned, maybe subliminally learned lessons from, the good of being a coach's son, and also, maybe how to balance family life, what his dad do, maybe some things his dad didn't do. So I think his approach, he's very emotional, and that's why John Lynch is so great in that building, because he can kind of balance him, keep him on track a little bit. But I think Kyle Shanahan has a lot of good football ahead of him as a head coach.
Good stuff. Congrats again, Matty. You guys did a great job, as always, on the event last night, and we always appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Matty.
All right, that's Matt Mayoko putting a great product together. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. But Raj Mathai is going to join us coming up next. He is awesome. In fact, I was thinking about it. We haven't had him on since the Super Bowl. We were in Vegas and had Raj on live from Vegas before the Super Bowl, but had to sit down with Steve Kerr, and that's why you're asking the question about Kyle Shanahan. Steve Kerr, how much longer for Steve? We'll talk to Raj about it, plus the Olympics coming up on NBC. Get into that as well. He joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's on this weekend for the Colorado Rockies. Hopefully the sun will be out, and many of you are realizing it's time to get busy with your backyard passion projects, and Golden State Lumber is here to make it easier for you, your contractors, and your builders. This is Greg Papa letting you know that Golden State is ready to supply materials for creative outdoor projects for homes and businesses. Maybe you're considering backyard arbors, larger pergolas, decking, or other structures to enhance your landscape design ideas. With Golden State's large inventory, you can order today and get started tomorrow with delivery the next day, if not, in fact, the same day. See composite decking and railings from TimberTech and Trex at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Also, GSTV, Golden State TV, is a fantastic resource for professional builders, contractors, and do-it-yourselfers like John Lund. You'll see videos concerning installation, product options, and training by Trex Academy. For 70 years now, Golden State has been providing quality building materials for the Bay Area. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
But there's going to come a time, and maybe it's in 2 years when my contract's up. Maybe that's the time where it's time for me to move on and time for the Warriors to seek new blood and new ideas. And we'll both know when that time comes. And I can tell you one thing, it will be a very amicable parting of the ways whenever that happens.
And that is Steve Kerr in a sit-down interview with our friend Raj Mathai. Of course, you can see him. He is the man. 6, 7, and 11 on NBC Bay Area, and our friend, sports guy. We had him on at the Super Bowl in Vegas the last time you saw him. And of course, it's part of Olympic coverage on NBC that's coming up this summer from Paris. And Raj joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, John and Greg. Thanks for having me on. Happy Friday to you.
You too. So let's expand on that a little bit. By the way, your sock game was on fire during that interview. Loved it. What was expand a little bit further on what Steve Kerr said there?
It's pretty interesting. With Steve, I have an interesting relationship with him. I'm not like you guys. I don't chat with them every game or even once a week or even once a month. It's just kind of these once-a-year sit-downs I do with him. A lot of it is Olympics-related. And we just kind of got into a natural flow conversation about his future. And, as you know, he's very upfront. And when he does not want to answer something, he doesn't. But I think in this situation he did. And you heard it there. It sounds to me, and I don't know anything, I was just chatting with him, that he's very at peace with riding out his last 2 years here with Steph Curry and moving on. And I think there's a good chance that could happen.
Well, as you know, Raj and John, he's a very thoughtful guy. Hell, he could take this show over in a heartbeat or anchor the news unflappably like you do, Raj. I mean, and his answer went all over the place. He started out by talking about, as you know, in sports and any job, coach or player, executive, there's a shelf life. He did couch it all by saying he doesn't feel the need to leave right now. He loves coming to work every day. He's excited about the team and the young blood and getting Clay hopefully re-signed. But at the end, what we just heard was the point that he made, and it was kind of like Bill Walsh and that 10-year shelf life that he cited. But I can tell you one thing, it will be very amicable parting of the ways whenever that happens. So did you guys chat anything after he got up and he left or before he got mic'd to gleam? And you probably, if you don't want to share it with us and it's confidential, that's fine. But do you feel like he just signed an extension, Raj, middle of last year, a 2-year extension for the coach the team this year and to coach the team next year? It almost sounded like when they signed that contract, it was the thought that he would coach these 2 more years and that would be it.
I think that's the writing on the wall there. And yeah, we did, to answer your question, we did chat before the interview really started and after, some personal stuff and so forth. But I think that's kind of the plan. And right when he said that shelf life, I went back to the Bill Walsh era because I grew up here. I went through this. And I heard you talk to Matt Mayoko. A couple of similarities here. Yes, they all believe in the shelf life, but there's a big difference, as you know, guys. The Bill Walsh relationship with the front office and Eddie D wasn't like the relationship, I should say partnership, that Steve Kerr has with Joe Lacob. So I think that's a big difference. And in terms of even Kyle Shanahan, I think Kyle Shanahan is a lifer in football. I don't think Steve Kerr is a lifer in basketball. Interesting to say that, but I think he's got a lot of stuff that he can do and that he will do post-NBA, and I think that'll be in a couple of years.
Raj Mathai is doing this great interview they had with Steve Kerr, and, of course, the Olympics coming up on NBC from Paris this summer. I would agree with you. I mean, you could tell, and Matt was talking about this, Kyle, that's his family lineage, and that's what he's done. So I see that for Kyle. But like you said, Steve has already dedicated so much to basketball. I mean, from his youth to Arizona to the Bulls. Then he was, in Phoenix as a GM. He was a TV guy. It just seems to me that Steve has, as he approaches, 60 years old here, and 10 years now in 2 days, May 19th, 2014 was when he was hired, so 10 years as the Warriors head coach, that he's dedicated so much of his life to basketball that he's got other things that maybe he wants to do. I mean, he's talked politics. There's all these different things. He's interested in so many different things, and I'm sure when you sat down, you guys probably, before he went on, talked about a number of different things. He's not just interested in basketball. He's interested in a lot of different things.
No, there's a youthful energy with him, and he wants to expand on that, I think. Similar to even Bob Myers. There's more to their life than the NBA. And it's interesting. Speaking of the team, I did ask him specifically because, I went back to his Chicago Bulls when that dynasty was breaking up. He was right there in the middle of it. And I said, do you see similarities with this dynasty breaking up? And, gosh, he's got such an optimism. I mean, he specifically said this obviously at the end of the season, too, that he wants the big three back, and they've got a lot to do still. And I said, is that a false optimism? Is that healthy? Is that a healthy optimism? And he just believes in it, guys. And he said, yeah, we have these young guys coming. And he rattled off 5 games, right, that they should have won and that their record was solid. So he's got an optimism. He believes in it. And I think he's going to go down that way. And I don't mean that in a bad way.
Yeah, and the Bulls dynasty was broken up by Jerry Reinsdorf, obviously the owner there, and his unwillingness to pay, Michael, those kind of salaries, and he just wanted it to end at that time, or financial reasons. And Jerry was very tight with Al Davis. Just to explore the ownership dynamic and your read on this, because Eddie D was different, but he was volatile, and their relationship with Bill separated their relationship after a year. But Eddie wasn't coaching the team. I mean, Al Davis was, to a large extent. Charlie O was really involved with the A's in the 70s. And Joe's not coaching the team, but Joe's really involved. And he's involved to a point where, partly where Bob walked away, Raj, it's hard. Every time you sign a guy to a 10-day contract, the owner's got to get approval. Just your thoughts on that relationship between Steve and the owner, Joe Lacob in particular, not having Bob Myers there as a buffer. And do you not see Steve going somewhere else to coach? Do you think if he does leave the Warriors after 12 years on the bench, he will no longer coach in the NBA anymore?
I don't think he'll coach. Now, that could be down the road. He comes back to it, but I don't think he's going to leave the Warriors and go coach another team. His relationship with Joe, the way I see it, Joe's like most owners. They're all over you. I mean, I remember when Bob Myers left, he said, he's getting those calls late at night, and he knows it's Joe, always wanting to win. Steve certainly feels that pressure, in my opinion. But, again, I think it's a partnership. It's a lot different. I think Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr are partners in this, and that's a lot different than it used to be in the Bill Walsh era, or even right now with many other teams where I'm the owner, you're the coach, I run you. I think there's a partnership and a great respect. And I think that's how he ended that soundbite you guys played, that, it will be an amicable parting of the ways. Who says that in this day and age? No one has that left to say that, except for very few people. And I would think that, Andy Reid and KC could say that perhaps, and Steve Kerr.
That's a great point, because very rarely does a coach say, I'm going to go out on my own terms. I mean, you could think of maybe a handful that kind of won a championship, walked out. I mean, Walsh did. We were talking about that before, but you're right. It's usually, even for the great ones, you're going to walk. I think Popovich maybe in San Antonio can dictate when he leaves, but there's not a whole heck of a lot of them.
Yeah. And one thing I do want to add, I asked, hey, what's it like? Because I remember he's told me in the past he used to write handwritten notes to his players on his bedstand. 2 a.m, he'd wake up and write out a note, and that's how he would communicate with his players, because how effective is that? I mean, how cool is that, right? You come to practice and your coach writes you a note. And I said, do you still do that? He goes, no, I kind of go back to the laptop now, and I kind of punch it out on the keyboard. I go, is it effective with the young guys? And this was really interesting. He goes, you know what? It's hard to communicate with the younger players right now. And that, to me, says everything. I think at that point, that's a sign for him is to maybe it's coming to an end here.
Well, he's 58, so when the 2 years expire on the deal, he'll be 60, which leads to another situation here. And, just gleaming what you talked with Steve, there's the Steph Curry domino that's going to fall. Steph's got 2 more years on his contract. Now, he did have Mark Jackson, earlier in his career. He had other coaches as well that he liked, but he's been with Steve for a solid decade and all this winning, Raj. Just your thoughts on if Steve does walk away, and I think you're getting the feeling that he is. In this case, he hasn't even started this contract yet, and he's already talking about ending, so he signed it with the thought it would be the last 2, the final 2. Steph's contract expires, so I wonder how that impacts Steph. Will he play for another franchise if Steve Kerr walks away?
I think Steph wants to keep playing, yeah. Add to his legacy, kind of pad some stats there. I mean, I don't know. I haven't spoken with Steph about that, but I would imagine that he'll keep playing. He's still a young man, young enough, I should say, and the way they preserve him in terms of limiting his minutes, I think he'll keep playing. But that's something you guys debate. That's not on me.
We will.
Raj Mathai joining us. We got to ask you because we had Mike Tirico on yesterday, and he's going to be hosting a lot of the events from Paris, as you said, gearing up with Steve Kerr for the Paris Olympics. You got to be excited for all that. It's going to be great.
It's great. And I asked, in fact, this is another facet to that interview. I asked Steve, I go, hey, 2028, 4 years from now, it's in your hometown where you grew up in L.A., the Olympics. Why not coach Team USA one more time? And that's it. He's done. Paris, and he's done. But, yeah, the Paris Olympics, 70 days away, I believe. It's going to be it's going to be awesome. Just the visuals of Paris and the Olympics and beach volleyball at the Eiffel Tower. I mean, this is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, we had Tirico on yesterday, and he was laying it out. The backdrop is going to be so beautiful. But just having Steph in the Olympics, obviously he's never played for Team USA. After the 73-9 season, we thought he'd go, but he got hurt. He had the knee injury, and who knows if he'll get another chance. Just how much of your coverage locally will center on Steph Curry? He's won everything, Raj, but he's never won a gold medal.
This is special, and the Olympics is special. There's nothing you can say to describe it. Even asking, I asked Coach Kerr, I said, hey, how do you deal with playing time? He goes, no one complains about playing time. Everyone just wants to represent, first of all, their team and then their country. And I think Steph is going to be perfect for this. I think this is that one thing that he doesn't even know what it's going to feel like. But it's an emotional experience being there. And for the players, for the fans, for the coaches, and I think it's going to be really incredible for our coverage to watch Steph Curry and live this Olympic dream through him. Now he's got to go out and win. It's not going to be that easy.
No, you're right about that. Raj Mathai joining us, NBC Bay Area. I got to ask you about the big sports story today and where it would fit because you guys put so much work in. You're 6, 7, and 11, and so Scotty Scheffler, this crazy story this morning at 5 a.m. at Valhalla, and he, number one golfer in the world, gets detained, arrested, booked, and put in jail. Photographed in the orange suit, and then races back, and he's off to tee time. And actually, he's -7 now, and he's in the top 5 in the PGA Championship. Is that something you lead with, or is that just a sports story? I mean, that's crazy.
I certainly don't think it would be a lead news story for us tonight, but it will be. And Papa, you'll like this. It'll be in the A block of our.
Very nice.
Love the A block. He's 8 under, by the way. To update you from Valhalla, he is 8 under. He just birdied. He's in 4th place. What a great story that is. Love it.
Yeah, it is incredible. I think it's an unfortunate misunderstanding, but there'll be some repercussions, I'm sure, with the police department out there.
There's no question. Thank you so much. It is always our pleasure. Great job on the interview, and we look forward to watching the Paris Olympics. But anytime we can have you on, it's a good day. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, guys. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Raj. Got to block it in the A gap, Jeff.
That story is bananas, man. And here's the great part. You know, Dave Fleming is calling the PGA Championship, but we'll play this a little bit later. Jeff Darlington of ESPN has a first-hand account. He was out there at 5 in the morning in the dark in the rain in Louisville. But Dave Fleming was right there, and so you heard on the broadcast Flem mention it, and it's like we won't get Flem on today or tomorrow or anything else. He's working this weekend, but the next time we have award-winning Diamond Notes, you can certainly and we're at the we're drinking Bloody Marys, we're going to ask him about it. That's crazy. Dave's right there.
I'm kind of surprised that's never happened before. I could totally see something like that happen, where you have a traffic mishap right in an entranceway to any sporting event.
Right.
Could be a huge stadium. There's a fatality involved, so the people on the ground there, security's got to tighten things up. But people are rolling in to go to work, and Sheffler wants to get ready for his second round, and they have a practice round. I mean, it seems odd, but when you look at it, I'm kind of surprised something like this hasn't happened before.
It's crazy. I'll tell you one thing, too. This would, if it was Patrick Mahomes or even Brock Purdy or something, like they turned to Darlington and said, who is that we just arrested? He's world number 1. Now, I get it. It was dark outside and all this, and it's chaos. And a person actually got killed by a bus, and that's why all this was happening around this. And they wanted to stop him. But, my gosh, that's just I've never heard anything like it. It's just absolutely bananas. So, anyway, A block. That will be the A block
I just
tonight.
hope something like that never happens to me. I could see that happening. You can't get through here. Go like, what? And I only got to go on the air. I'm not teeing off before round 2 of the PGA Championship. Are you out of your mind? I mean, I could see both sides of the story.
I also heard that, that would have been the one time. Nobody likes to hear, don't you know who I am? But that's the one time you're like, don't you know who I am? That might have worked.
Well, it's kind of a busy day for him.
Yeah.
He's now tied for 3rd with Hubbard, 8 under. He's just 2 strokes off the lead.
I'm telling you, if he wins this thing, it'll be the most mentally impressive thing I think that an athlete's ever done. I mean, to get thrown in jail, been there, done that, but then I didn't have to go out and golf in the PGA Championship an hour after I got released. My God. I mean,
now, it would have been better if Tiger was playing on Thanksgiving weekend that year and he had to go out and make the cut that day. That would have been way better.
That would have been impressive.
This is nothing. There's not a scratch on the guy. He looks great. He's ready to roll.
After a club went flying through his windshield or whatever. My God. Yeah, that would have been pretty impressive. All right, thanks as always to Raj Mathai. He is the best. We had Matt Mayoko on. We had Raj Mathai. You're not out of luck, though. Next up, Kevin Harlan at about 11:50. So quickly, we'll look ahead to the Giants over the weekend. And there's a couple of different ways you could look at this thing. The Rockies are red hot, but if you look up at the standings, they're only one back in the loss column for the wild card, but all the injuries. Faran was on with the guys yesterday and gave us an update, and still Bailey makes you a little bit nervous. So are you half full or half empty? We will explain it next. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants president of baseball operations, Faran Zaidi, joined Tolbert and Kolsky, was in for coach yesterday, and gave an injury update and discussed the return of Kerr behind the plate. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. Hello, friends. John Lund here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state? That is ridiculous. That is certainly not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, spring is here, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. They're out more than ever before, so please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm, and they've secured more than $1 billion. That's a billion with a B, if I did not make that abundantly clear. B, billion, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thought about Kerr when we started having our catcher injuries a couple weeks ago. He had an out in his contract with the Cubs that was actually yesterday, but they were nice enough to accommodate him and accommodate us and letting him out a couple of days ago. I talked to him, I guess it was Tuesday night when we acquired him. He was talking about how excited he was to be back. I was like, hey, we have to get you on a flight tomorrow morning because you're starting tomorrow. Like, you're going to catch Webby tomorrow. And I think he might have thought I was kidding, but obviously I was not. I was very serious.
That is Faran Zaidi, president of baseball operations.
Greatest laugh ever. We got to do a Kawhi Leonard, Faran Zaidi side-by-side laugh track.
Yeah, we need to mash that up. It's already been great so far. You missed Matt Mayoko and Raj Mathai so far. If you miss anything on all the shows or any of the shows, just go to KNBR.com and you can listen to the podcast version. Kevin Harlan, 11:50. Cynthia Freeland's run all the numbers. 12:30, we'll talk more schedule and extra bags to talk more Giants at 1:15. So as we approach the Rockies here this weekend and get the Dodgers out of town, thank God, and they lose 2 or 3, but they do get the one, as he said, with Kirk Casale behind the plate, and Logan Webb did a great job the other night. There's a couple of different ways you can look at the Giants at this point. You can say that you're a half-full person because they're one game back in the loss column of the wild card, which the Padres currently sit in, or you could look at the half-empty side, which is because Kirk Casale's here, that means what's going on with Bailey and Jung-Hoo Lee's shoulder. We still haven't heard anything definitive. And the offense as a whole, or et cetera, et cetera. Or you could look at it half full and say, look, we haven't hit. We haven't had Blake Snell. We haven't had Alex Cobb. And things are going to get better. And outside of Lee and maybe outside of Bailey, they're going to be getting some guys back. Jorge Soler was at AAA. Conforto should be coming back soon. Haven't really heard a whole lot on Nick Ahmed, but at some point these guys are going to come back outside of Lee, hopefully Bailey. So how do you look at the Giants at this point?
They're 5 under. They got to start playing better. They're capable. They're kind of like the Warriors, where some nights they look really good and some nights they were awful. And at one point the Warriors were 5 under, weren't they, John? They were 19-24, and then they ripped off a 27-12 stretch to get in to a play-in, but it's not a play-off. And you look at the NBA, and we'll talk to Harlan about it. Warriors got into a situation where you have one bad night, you're done. Yep. These teams Denver lost by 45 points last night. How the hell is that possible? After they, look so bad in Game 2, won Games 3, 4, and 5, and it's just up and down and all around. So they're capable some nights when they play tight. They just got to do it more consistently, but it starts with getting healthy. And I don't know. One thing is they got a TBA for Sunday against the Colorado Rockies. Dakota Hudson will go for Bud Black. Love that name, the righty. Is Mason Black going to come back at some point and start a game? Where's Keaton Wynn with his forearm tightness? Is that why they're TBAing it? I mean, you could bring Black back to pitch tonight, John, and plug in Kyle Harrison tomorrow and Hicks on Sunday. But right now, tentatively, they have Kyle going tonight. He's got to be in the strike zone more than he was on Sunday against the Reds, and then Jordan Hicks. But you got a couple of holes in the rotation. Blake Snell's going to pitch, I think, tonight. Is it in Sacramento? And then you could plug him in next week on the road trip in Pittsburgh. But just a lot of uncertainty with the lineup. The rotation, for one, as I'm stating. What's up with Keaton Wynn? And then, Patrick Bailey's the big one. Jung-Hoo Lee's going to be out a long time. We know that. Whether it's, several months or the entire year. And Bags may have more intel when he joins us in the 1 o'clock hour on what Elatrash advised him on the second opinion from Akazuki. But the catching situation is just out there. It's just lingering. And you're into that world of concussion protocol when you don't know. And even if he is better and cleared and can come back, doesn't sound like he'll play this weekend. Maybe do they take him on the trip? Do they fly him? Do they want to fly him when they leave Sunday to go to Pittsburgh and New York with Patrick Bailey? And then we love Kurt Casale. You were the one that brought it up initially, and I saw enough after going to the game on Tuesday that you had to get Casale here, and you heard Farhan said they got him out of Syracuse and put him right in there. But he can't play every day, can he? He got a night game tonight, a day game tomorrow, and Sunday. So Blake's going to have to take Sable one of those games. So, you're still, 45 games into this. You're 5 under. You haven't locked in. They haven't had a true winning streak all year, only team in baseball. And you still have a lot of uncertainty because of the incredible health situation in the rotation, position players. And we had bags on last week, and we never see 2 catchers go down back-to-back games in Philadelphia. Well, last weekend against the Reds was worse when you have center fielders cracking into walls all series and Conforto pulling a hammy. So I think right now, first and foremost, the number one thing is the catching position and finding out what the status is on Patrick Bailey.
Well, in Casale's career, and I agree with it, at age 33, he's purely a backup. He's played 84 games twice in his career. In 2021, he did play 77 for the Giants, but he hasn't played more than that in a number of years. So at this point, yeah, he's just kind of an emergency Band-Aid on there, and you're hoping on Patrick Bailey. We haven't heard anything as of late, and I kind of looked at this whole thing from most to least concerns, and obviously Jung-Hoo Lee, I don't think they need to tell us anything. He's out for a long time, if not the season. But the other thing beyond that is, to me, is Bailey, because he's irreplaceable. I love Jung-Hoo Lee, and I think it's a big deal that he's gone. But could he be replaced? Could his production be replaced? I mean, again, the analytics said that he was hitting the ball hard, and he was really playing great defense in center, so that's probably his biggest asset at this point of his career. But you could replace a lot of his production, I do believe. Patrick Bailey, as you just pointed out, there's no one. And the trade deadline isn't until the end of July. So what you've got to try to keep doing is, cycling through and hoping that somebody's there. But if this thing lingers, and if you go back, and you and I have talked about these different players who have faced concussions, baseball-wise, I just remember the Brandon Belt year. I mean, that was just, he went back to Pittsburgh, remember, and saw the expert, and he was back in. I mean, this thing can linger for a long time. And as far as positions on your team are concerned, you could replace a lot of guys on your team, but I'd make the argument that right now, maybe outside of a pitcher like Logan Webb, that of your everyday players, Patrick Bailey is the most indispensable. You don't have anything like it, and we just saw it with Blake Sable trying to catch, and obviously Reitz is not a guy that's a major league player at this point in his career. You don't have anybody to replace Patrick Bailey. So if he's gone for a while, whether you want to be half full or half empty, everything's half empty until Patrick Bailey returns, because we don't know.
We were just talking to Mayoko, and we were at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, and the 4 49er quarterbacks, Purdy, Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia, and Steve Young, and the line is it's the most important position in all of sport is quarterback. Okay, what after that? People want to say goalie in hockey. Goalie in hockey, if you have a bad game, your team loses, flat out. Mm-hmm. But the intel, the amount of prep work, it's more of a reactionary position. And, you can't play every day behind in the crease. But so those positions, okay. Then where would you put catcher on a Major League Baseball team for overall importance? Take your hitting out of it. You're in the lineup. We're not DHing for the catcher. Oh, I wonder about that, if you could do that. But you got to catch his staff. And there's just such a difference when you see Kurt Casale behind the plate than Blake Sable and Jackson Reitz. It's not even close. And go back to the pandemic year of 2020. Who was behind the plate that year? Heineman? Who was the other guy? They led the world in catcher's interferences that year, and it's like, where's Buster? God, you miss Buster Posey. What's going on here? And then you rush Joey Bard up, and Joey struggled, finally got passable behind the plate. Then you get this revelation in Patrick Bailey, and to me it reminds me a lot of Brock Purdy in a different way. He was a first-round pick, and Brock was a last-round pick, and all that. But it's just what he's meant to the franchise. And Bailey got off to a bad start this year. He wasn't throwing runners out. It wasn't the same. When he got that foul ball off his hand in spring training off Shohei's bat, he lost his rhythm for a while. He got it back, and he was the best player on the team in all regards. And what he does behind the plate, what Posey did behind the plate, was guide those pitchers to World Series championships. And it wasn't just the starters. It was everybody on the staff. You heard Faran talking about getting him here to catch Logan Webb. Going into that start, Kurt Casale with Logan Webb on the mound. Logan had a 2.61 ERA with Casale as his catcher. He allowed 27 earned runs in 93 innings. Make it 99 because he had 6 scoreless the other night against the Dodgers with Logan Webb on the mound, Casale behind the plate. But Casale had an off day yesterday, and we invited him on the show, and He's too damn busy. He's like Brock Purdy getting ready to make a start. He doesn't know Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't know Jordan Hicks.
Yeah.
He doesn't know, has he caught anybody in the bullpen? And he's amazing. It's more his setup, and he's just, when you watch one pitch on Wednesday, it was like, whoa, you got a catcher back there now. And what kind of confidence does that give to a pitching staff, not just the starters, but I was more impressed with the way he worked with Jelly and Eric Miller in the back end and Camilo and Rogers' brother. I mean, he's just all that. But he can't catch every single day, John. I mean, the ideal combination here is Bailey catches 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4. Casale takes the other one. Remember in 2021, Buster was on the 2 on, 1 off schedule that year. They were trying to save him.
Right.
And Buster he was taking, no matter how hot he wasn't in there day game after night game, wasn't in there the whole series. So, I mean, right away you get through the Colorado series by having Sable catch, probably Saturday. We'll have to see the matchup. What are they pitching? I think they're going with a lefty, actually, on Saturday, aren't they, John? So maybe Ty Block is pitching against the Giants on Saturday, the former Giant.
Yep.
So you want Casale in there. So how do you do this? Casale...
you got to tell him to suck it up until further
Somebody's
notice.
got to catch back to back.
Right.
So have Blake catch tonight against Dakota Hudson, and then have Casale catch tomorrow against the lefty, and then have Casale catch against Feltner tonight, Dakota Hudson.
Tonight, yeah.
You got a lefty in there. So, I mean, right away, because you got a lefty in the middle, and Sable's a left-handed hitter, and Bob being a former catcher and a backup catcher knows the deal. Normally you'd go catcher A tonight, catcher B tomorrow, day game after a night game, catcher A Sunday, but you can't quite do that because the Rockies are pitching a lefty on Saturday.
I got to have the adult in the room. I think Susan called Kurt Casale the adult in the room. I need to stabilize back there for a while. Give us your thoughts, half full or half empty. If you look at the standings, by the way, there's a bunch of teams that are either 23, 24, or 25 losses, but the Giants at 20 and 25, crazy enough, are only one game behind the Padres, who are 22 and 24 for the last wild card spot. That's if you're half full. If you're half empty, it's Patrick Bailey's hurt, Jung-Hoo Lee's hurt, Blake Snell hasn't been good. Where are you on the Giants at this point as the, I know it's crazy to say, red-hot Rockies come to town? We'll take your thoughts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. That's both the text and call-in line. We'll do that. And then we'll get you ready for Kevin Harlan coming up at 11:50. A ton to talk to Harlan about. Obviously, the NBA playoffs, the NFL schedule comes out, and he becomes a busy man. We'll talk to him in about 20 minutes. It's Pop in London, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Did you really tell the locker room staffer in Denver you were going to be back for
Hell
games?
yeah. They know I was in there. Yeah, I told them. I said, I'll see y'all for Game 7.
That's Anthony Edwards after the Wolves blew out the Nuggets. So that one's 3-3, and they're going to go to a Game 7 in Denver. Look, he had a great season. Everybody's loving the guy. The Jordan comparisons, let's slow down a little bit. But has anybody been a bigger breakout star in the playoffs than Anthony Edwards? He's been awesome.
He's been really good. There's no doubt. And some of his moves last night, he's just so forceful offensively and defensively. And, being able to beat guys off the dribble, the move that he had on Michael Porter Jr. last night. He's just a great player. I think the key to last night was getting Mike Conley back. Kevin Harlan's going to join us a little bit. Kevin's the voice of the Minnesota Timberwolves, was the voice of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think they gave him a jersey when he was there
that was cool. I
on
honored
Sunday.
Him. That was cool.
So, kind of that's where I first met Kevin, was doing T-Wolves games. Anyway, Mike Conley didn't play in that game in an Achilles injury, but he's back last night, and Anthony Edwards just took over. You could tell what they go off on, like an 18-0 run. It was insane. They were down 9-2. They call a timeout, and then they just got going with active hands and tipping balls away. But the real story of the game, Jamal Murray early in that game tried to fight over a Rudy Gobert screen, and he got his right arm, I think it was hyperextended the way I saw it. He extended it, and it hurt his elbow, and John, he couldn't finish around the goal at all. He was finger rolling baseline lay-ins, and they were air balls. He made 4 shots in the game, missed 14, 2 of 7 on the 3-ball. Early in the series, when he had the calf injury, he was really poor, and he was really bad in game 2. Then all of a sudden, magically, to see him moving a lot better when they got to the Twin Cities, it was like, whoa, this guy looks amazing. So I think the health is a big part of it. But we got a Game 7 coming up on Sunday. This series has gone back and forth, and I think Dallas is capable of beating. And they got to finish off Oklahoma City, but Dallas's defense has been so impressive. But that series has been back and forth a little bit. But I do think the winner of this Game 7 between the Wolves and the Nuggets just may represent the West in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, and look, once Denver came back and tied it at 2, I thought, and then they won the third game, and they're up 3-2. They won 3 consecutive. I thought last night was just going to be procedural, but give Minnesota a ton of credit. Young team. Anthony Edwards stepped up in that game, and now they're going to take the champs to the brink. And I sit and watch the playoffs, and I think to myself, what would the Warriors have done? And I know they were woefully inconsistent and everything like that, but my point in bringing the Warriors up in this situation is that's why I do think that they still have optimism, because Dallas is playing great defense, but I don't think they're world beaters. Oklahoma City's young. I think in the offseason, if they get knocked out by Dallas, they're going to look to package some things, picks a young player, and possibly like Josh Giddey, and possibly try to get a veteran in there. Minnesota's getting playoff experience, but, as good as the West is, and it is, and there's other teams coming up like Houston, and I think Memphis is going to be better when they get Ja and all their guys back, and Wembayama and San Antonio is going to get another year under their belt. So there's up-and-coming teams, there's no question. But I don't see a dominant team in the West. I thought Denver would cruise through the West and at least get to the finals and play Boston. It's no guarantee just because they're going home they're going to beat Minnesota. Minnesota's legit. So Denver doesn't look as dominant as I thought they would be. So I'm not saying the West is wide open, but certainly it's open to an extent.
Well, we'll see. I look at it the other way. I think Denver's a really good team that is being pushed by a young team that's on the come. And their time may not be exactly right now, but it's coming. And they're getting better and better and better. They keep 2 of the 3 bigs on the floor at all times. Mm-hmm. And Nasriz is not that tall, but he plays tall. And then you got Karl Anthony Towns is just guarding. My God, the way he guards. And then you got Gobert. And when they double the Joker, at times last night they doubled with both bigs. It's a big difference if you're coming off a guy that's a small and not having any size. A couple of times Denver tried to double a Kathmandu. And they have good defenders, but he stepped right through them. They didn't have enough size to stop him. When Minnesota brings, Reed or Towns over to double with Gobert, you can't get out of that. So they take the ball out of his hands. Denver was quick to react to how to move the ball out of the double team, and they were playing well. So to me, it's Murray. And if he's healthy enough, is his elbow that much of a problem? They're just so up and down. Denver does not have enough depth. They need to add players to round out their roster, but their starting five is really strong. And Minnesota, their time is coming. I just wonder, can they keep Naz Reid the sixth man of the year? Can they afford to keep him on that team, to be in that role where he's not starting behind the two bigs and allows them with three bigs to have two bigs on the floor at all time? I didn't think that could work anymore in the NBA, but those guys in Towns is so good offensively and he runs so well. But in any event, and then I think when you look at what the Warriors need to do, if they do anything, they have to copy what Dallas did right around. Dallas didn't rebuild their roster in the offseason. They did it right before the trade deadline, where you have those two gifted offensive players, and Luka is gifted. It's just, is his knee healthy enough? Can he take the step back daddy going to his left on the right knee? At times he can't. Then the left ankle's bothering him. He's hobbling, and what's he doing? But when he's right, he's so hard to guard. You got to guard him all the way out to midcourt, or he'll throw that Sherman Douglas alley-oop from midcourt, and one of their springy forwards will dunk it. And I just love the way Kyrie's playing. I know he was a better scorer at various junctures of his career and with Cleveland. I don't know if he's ever played better than right now, the whole game. The way when he looks to pass the ball and break you down off the dribble and find open teammates, he's so effective, and he's guarding more. But it's the way they rebuilt the front line, John, with Gafford and P.J. Washington. I mean, that's where the Warriors, and I don't know how you do it. I mean, Seth Curry got traded in that deal to help facilitate all of that. But Dallas and their new GM, they changed their team on the fly, where they brought really solid defensive players, glue players, role players, moved them into the starting lineup. And now you got defenders, and Luka's guarding better, and Kyrie has fit in. Dallas, I think they'll beat Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma City's just got to get bigger and stronger in the weight room and see what they do with their picks. But I think Minnesota is on the come. They could do it. They could do it on Sunday. I don't think they'll beat Denver in Denver, but you never know. Who knows? I thought Denver would not have a hard time like this, but Minnesota clearly is a whole different team than when they were a year ago, and they're going to be a different team a year from now. And Dallas remade their team around those guys who are buying in more, and they've just become really a strong defensive team. And I haven't even gotten to the East and what Boston is, but Minnesota, Dallas, and Denver are really solid. And then you got to see what the teams, the big owner teams, big money owner teams will do with the Clippers and obviously what Phoenix does, and we'll see what Joe Lacob does. But then the teams in the bottom of the West are going to get better, Houston and San Antonio, and yeesh, I don't know. But we'll see where it goes. But can the Warriors make off-season transactions the way Dallas did going into the trade deadline that really improved their team?
That's everything. It changed a team from a finesse team to a tough team with getting Gafford and P.J. Washington. This isn't really his forte, but he's been their leading scorer in a lot of their games this playoff series. So, I mean, he's kind of a tough guy. Gafford is. You bring Lively in, the rookie out of Duke. And like you said, all of a sudden they've transformed themselves from a kind of a finesse team to kind of a bully type of a team inside. And it was the same thing I was thinking as I was watching. I was thinking to myself, the Warriors need more of that, because at the age that Draymond Green is, and I like Trace Jackson Davis, but they need some more bully mentality inside, and they did that, like you said, impressively during the season. And those guys have really shined in the playoffs, because without that, it doesn't matter what Luka and Kyrie are doing. And Luka's like the oldest 26-year-old ever. I mean, he's always limping around the court, everything, but somehow he gets it done. So I agree with you. I think that whoever wins Denver, Minnesota is going to win the West, and then Boston's going to, whether it's the hobbled Knicks or Indiana, the Knicks are up 3-2 going back to Indiana. I can't believe they blew out Indiana the other night, given their limitations. But, maybe the Knicks come through, but I think Boston beats either of those teams. So it's Boston and then whoever I think wins between Minnesota and Denver. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, so we're going to have Kevin Harlan on, and the way the network's divvied up, Kevin will be on TNT doing the Western Conference, so we'll get his thoughts on. And they're not going to have any games this weekend. ABC and ESPN has all the weekend matchups, so Kevin will come back to work next week. Jamal Crawford's been a nice addition to that broadcast team. I love Jamal Crawford, the former Warrior. He's in studio, and now they got him there with Kevin and Reggie. What is that? Are you going to ask Kevin about his future with basketball, John, with TNT? Is he not going to be doing basketball anymore at a national level? How does this work out? Is TNT completely out of the NBA now? Is that definitive, or what's going on there?
I don't know that anything's definitive, but the reports again are this morning that NBC is going to get the NBA, and I was just speculating, we were spitballing yesterday, talking about it off the air, which is, Kevin works for CBS and Westwood One, does CBS, and then Westwood One he does Monday night on Westwood One Radio. I don't think you can work for CBS and NBC because NBC is going to get basketball. Is it, can you work for ESPN? And I mean, I don't know. I don't know what his contract does at TNT, but I can't imagine an NBA season without Kevin Harlan calling it, man. I don't want to. I mean, it's ridiculous. He's so good.
He'll have to reinvent himself. You think he could be hired by the Golf Channel to do golf? Could you imagine him, Sheffler, lining up a 5-foot punt? It's good with no regard for mankind.
The only one he could do is the waste management. You can yell at that one. The other ones, he's gonna have to
be like Brian Gumbel doing golf from the Fuzz.
Right. You imagine
Kevin's done anything. He could do anything. I don't think he can do golf, can he?
He doesn't have a golf voice. There's no way.
I mean, Dave Fleming can go and do golf.
Yeah,
but Harlan can't.
No, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that volume. I mean, to turn it down is what I mean, not turn it up. His volume meter doesn't go down that low. I don't see it. I just don't see it. He'd get excited over a putt, and everybody'd freak out on him.
That putt goes down hard.
They'd be looking at him like,
seriously?
What the hell happened?
Put him up there in the Nance Tower.
Exactly.
Goodbye, friend.
They'd have to put him way out there. He'd have to have binoculars the whole way. There's no way. He couldn't even put Harlan on the golf course. Anyway, let's talk to Kevin Harlan coming up next. Lots of stuff. And he's fun to talk to because for now, TNT, CBS, Westwood One, what does Kevin Harlan look at when the schedule comes out? His life gets absolutely crazy. Talk to him about the schedule release, all the different things he's doing, and, of course, the NBA, which he's tremendous at. We'll do all that coming up next with Kevin Harlan, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR, and I think Scott Sheffler, being on the road away from his family and his home, I just think the problem with this morning was he didn't sleep on a quality sleep number bed, did not get next level sleep last night, and woke up in a contentious mood. Do you have a sleep number bed? I think you've heard me talking about it for a while. I've been on one for about 3 years now, and sleep number beds enhance your quality sleep, and they can help boost your reaction time, recovery time, and performance for high-level athletes like a Scott Sheffler. So that's why the Sleep Number Smart Bed is designed for your one-of-a-kind, ever-involving sleep needs. So how do you plan on taking your sleep to the next level this year? By getting on a Sleep Number Smart Bed, which lets you individualize your comfort. It's a game changer for quality sleep, and it's been a game changer for me as well. So right now you can take advantage and save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed for a limited time. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. If you want to find out more, like J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Get on a Sleep Number bed only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
At the other end, and he tries and he gets it to go. Beating the clock. Court length. It's intercepted. Murray good at the goal. Got it! Got it! A big time three!
You have to see the visual setup. We'll have Kevin Harlan on the show in just a minute. That was when Jamal Murray hit that big three. What was that? In the third? And
right at halftime. Going into halftime.
Right
at halftime. The 8-0 run right before halftime.
And he was right in Harlan's face and stood there as Kevin stood up and screamed the call. So it was awesome. We'll have Harlan talking NBA playoffs. What he looks at when the NFL schedule is released, because nobody has a busier schedule. TNT, he's doing CBS on Sunday. He's doing Westwood One Monday Night Football on Monday. So his schedule is absolutely crazy. So I wonder what Harlan looks at when the NFL schedule comes out. And speaking of, our good friend Cynthia Freeland's going to join us, who joined us from the Super Bowl NFL Network, and she's run all the numbers and what she's projecting for the NFC West, the NFL. She's going to tell us about it as a notorious Detroit Lions fan.
Yeah, we'll make her get all Honolulu blue off. But I'm wondering if right now, and I know she has the Niners the number one team in the NFC, but how does she rank them, Detroit and Philadelphia, after that? And the 49ers-Lions game, December the 30th, very end of the year, is on Monday Night Football, so Harlan will probably be on that call. And you remember Aaron Rodgers' debut game, Kevin was on Westwood One for that one, when Leonard Floyd sacked Aaron Rodgers exactly 4 snaps into his gangrene career, and he's coming to Levi's to see Leonard Floyd on that first Monday night, and Kevin will be here.
And Kevin joins us, courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line, the great Kevin Harlan. How are you?
Good, guys. Sorry I'm late. The producer had called me, and I was on with the league, and I just got off, and here I am, because when Papa calls,
Harlan
is on the line, I'm all over it, man.
He's busy. The league just called him. He was on the phone with Adam Silver, or maybe it was Mike North at the NFL. Which league were you talking to? Because you work for every damn league, Harlan.
Well, I was talking to the NBA league, and just they want my comments and my thoughts and my impressions and which way they should go with the TV contract. I just told them, I told them what I thought, and I think they enjoyed the conversation. Yeah, so that was it.
That's incredible.
Which leads to what's going on there? You're going to be involved in the NBA one way or the other, aren't you?
Oh, I don't know. Really, when the networks and it's been public for weeks now. I mean, it doesn't look good, and I'm not sure what really is going on, but clearly, where there's smoke, there's fire, and it looks like these other groups have put up big amounts of money, and they've got a wide berth to fill, and the league loves that, and they're going to get into some streaming, which seems to be the catchword and the thing that all these leagues want to do, and testing it and seeing if it really is the way that the fan wants to consume these games, or if they give them a little bit of streaming, or still have it over the air and stream that. And I mean, I don't know, but the point is that the Turner relationship with the NBA has gone on since the mid '80s, and they've been there through the growth, through the Bird, Dr. J, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, all these great stages. Now LeBron, and moving on, Warrior Dynasty, and all this stuff, but it's business at the end of the day, and everybody understands that. And I am not privy to anything going on, but when you read what you read, it looks like that other teams, other broadcast teams, other broadcast networks, other groups have really jumped on this, including streamers, which weren't a part of the landscape, a handful of years ago. These streamers there was no Netflix, and there was no all this stuff, and now you've got it, and it's like you've just invented more three-letter networks out there going for what is a valuable commodity, and that is live sports programming. So it could go a lot of different ways, and they've got their own plans on what they're going to do. It's not like the old days where they say, like when Fox got the NFL from CBS, Stockton and Madden and Summerall and Matt Millen all jumped from CBS, who lost the rights, to Fox and filled in those categories, the 1 and 2 teams on their football broadcast crews for the first handful of years. I don't know if those days are really there anymore. I think now people say, we want to put our own stamp on it, and they should. They should put their own stamp on it. So this, I expect nothing, and I'm grateful for everything, and we'll just see what happens.
Well said. Kevin Harlan is joining us. All I know is, and I know you work for all these different things, and they cross all the chords, and I don't know who you can and cannot work for, but basketball is not the same without you. So I know you're going to be doing a lot of NFL, but I hope you're going to be doing basketball, because I think I speak for every single person. We got to have you on NBA. I mean, we just got to.
You're nice to say. I've been like Greg. I mean, we started as kids. We both started at 22 doing NBA basketball, and it's in your blood. And obviously, I'd love to continue, and would love to move on to wherever it's going to go. Or if Turner is somehow able to pull this out of the fire in the 11th hour and get the rights back, I'd love to stay there. But as you know, in this business, it's not good. I do have one piece of advice for all young broadcasters when they ask, and I always say, get as many jobs as you can. In other words, have as many balls in the air, because when one falls, you're still juggling 2 balls. And if that one falls, then you still at least have one to kind of anchor yourself to, right? So having a lot of things in the air and a lot of different areas to broadcast and hopefully make a living is the preferred way. Some aren't lucky enough to have that, and some are, and I just think the ones that are always find themselves at least breathing when there's something like this going on.
You're a survivor. I know you'll survive, and you'll figure it out, and you're a pro. And you got the Western Finals coming up on TNT. Yep. We'll wait and see. So we got a Game 7 on Sunday. We just came in with your call when Jamal Murray made that half-court shot right by your table, which was just insane, and you were yelling back at him. But what a series.
You would have done the same thing.
I totally would have done the same thing. There's not a doubt in my mind.
I know you would have.
There's not a doubt in my mind. I would have gone nose to. But the thing is, he got into your face. It wasn't this. I wasn't surprised you got into his face. He came right over to get in your face, not Jamal Crawford or Reggie. But you're a former voice of the Timberwolves, and that's where I first met you. Just give me your thoughts on this series, because some nights you think Denver's just too good. They're the champs. Other nights, Jamal Murray doesn't look healthy, and Minnesota can win. Who do you think of those two teams advances on to the conference finals when you have the call next week, Denver or Minnesota?
Man, that's a great. I mean, I don't like. How do you even begin to explain last night, right? Like, where do you even start when you look at a game like that? Because Denver had all the momentum. They had figured out Minnesota's defensive patterns. They had set their own rotations, the Nuggets, and they had figured out everything by losing those first 2 games. going on the road. There were 3 days between games 2 and 3, and they had practices, they had film sessions, they had some talk-out sessions, internally, and they had righted the ship. They had figured it out and looked dominant in those 2 wins up there. Then they go back to Denver, and they win that game. So, like, what happened last night, I can't even begin to explain it. I was out to dinner with my wife and came back and I go, I must be misreading. This cannot be right. And then watch the last portion of the game, and I mean, as you know, both of you know, that you get to a certain stage, I think, in a game where in a series, and this is hard fought, and this is a tough opponent for anybody. Minnesota is. They're a different team. They're long. They're defensive minded. They got a pretty good bench. They've got a rising, emerging superstar. They've got a lot of rim protection, size, and they got a lot of things here, which even for a defending champion have proven to be difficult. And you think, we're so far behind. Let's fight another day. Let's fight another day. And there may have been an exhale there when it got out of hand, and it looked so lopsided at the end. I think Denver will come out, and I think they'll play. Now they're off today. They're off tomorrow, and they play Sunday night, Game 7. So, I mean, they're going to – both teams will be rested. The buildup will be there. Denver has been down the block. They know it's around the corner because they're a champion. Minnesota, they're in very different kind of territory now for that team. There's nothing on that team that says we've been down this road before, because they haven't. So they pushed the defending champions to 7 games in the second round. There is almost a feel like, man, we have really taken a jump. We're 14 wins better than last year. We're now in the second round, pushing the defending champions to a Game 7. The only concern I guess I would have, will they exhale? Will they feel like we've accomplished what we've accomplished? Kind of like making the Final Four, right? It's not enough to make the championship game as much as it is to make the Final Four. Like, if you're a Final Four program, so if you can say they're a national championship program, but you say you're a Final Four program, that puts you in a different category and in a different room. And I just wonder how the Timberwolves will react to being in a Game 7 second round in this monumental year that they've had against the defending champions. That will be just that portion of it, to me, I think is very interesting.
The great Kevin Harlan joining us, Pop in London, KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station. In what you're saying, I thought when Denver took the 3-2 lead, I thought, okay, they're the champs, they're going to finish this thing out. After what Minnesota did to Phoenix and after what they're doing in this series and after seeing where Anthony Edwards is, I think the Michael Jordan talk is a little much. But I think that they're going to come out and play great. I don't know that they're going to win, but I look at Minnesota much differently than I did at the beginning of the playoffs. I think they're a championship caliber team.
Yeah, John, they got defense, right? And if you got defense travels. They won the first 2 games in Denver. And I was telling Michael Malone this the other day when our crew was meeting with them. I said, I got to be honest. I said, the optics of Minnesota's defense that second game were something that I had not seen in – I can't even remember when in pro basketball. You'll see it occasionally in college basketball in the tournament because the kids are so desperate. It's one and done, right? So, like in the tournament, they're out there just flying all over the floor, getting 50-50 balls, doing all this stuff. And they're just the optics of that effort are just so staggering, and they play so hard, and it's so physical, it really stands out. Well, in that second game that Minnesota played in Denver against the Nuggets, to me, their defense was like so overpowering and so optically like what am I watching? And so that was really thrilling to see. And they really didn't recapture that until maybe a little bit last night, I guess. But that's the kind of effort they're going to need in Game 7 if they want to move on. Minnesota's got everything you need, though. They've got size. They've got outside shooting. They've got a point guard they love, a veteran, and we hope he can stay healthy. He missed the other night. And I just think that they are they kind of check every box. They're unique in the way they're built, and they've got a ton of confidence. And I think then when you got this emerging guy, and clearly he's got a Dwayne Wade feel about him, although he's bigger and stronger than Wade, better jump shot than Wade, that adds a whole different element that most teams don't have. but they do. And they're not young. I mean, Edwards is young, but the team has got some. Conley's 36. They've got the defensive player of the year, the 4-time defensive player of the year. He's in his late 20s, early 30s, and so is Cat. So is Towns. So they've got age and experience on the team. So I don't think it's too big for them. It's can they muster the defensive effort they had in Game 2, because that would cinch it in a big Game 7.
You love Game 7s, and it will be on Sunday in Denver. We could have a Game 7 at the world's most famous arena as well if Indiana wins tonight. So how does that work from a TV standpoint, Kevin? I didn't think you'd be on the game in Denver, Game 7. Might you do that game at night if we have a Game 7 with Pacers and Knicks? How does that work?
Yeah. So what happens is, Greg, is they've got ABC becomes king in the end of these series. ABC becomes king. So if the Knicks and Pacers go to a Game 7, ABC will take that. If that series ends tonight in Indy, then there's only one Game 7, and ABC will take the Timberwolves-Nuggets Game 7. But if there are two games, then ABC will do Sunday afternoon at the Garden, Game 7, and TNT, we will do Game 7 in Denver Sunday night.
All right. Makes sense. By the way, way off topic here. We were debating as we were waiting for you. We were talking about the Scotty Sheffler story this morning. Could you do golf? Could you tone it down to do golf? Or would people just... and Greg will attest to this. I have a quiet side. I got a
No, I'm not attesting to that, John. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Very subtle, nuanced side that people don't see. Yes.
Okay.
What do you mean? You do? Yes, I do. What do you mean you do?
I think you would call a Sheffler punt from 8 feet and line it up and go, with no regard for mankind. Come on, how are you going to do golf, Harlan?
Hey, listen, hold the phone here. All I know is when I walk in a Niner booth and it's cold and I see my man with no shoes walking around.
Four pairs of socks, though.
Four
pairs of socks.
Yeah. Man, I knew somebody is ready to broadcast.
Yeah.
This guy is buckled up and look the heck out.
So we're going to see you, I assume. How much do you know of your TV schedule on CBS? They did give it to you in chunks, but I assume that Monday night game, when Aaron Rodgers comes to Levi's, you'll be on that call for Westwood Run, correct?
Yes, yep. I'll be out there for that. That'll be good. Hopefully it's going to last more than 4 plays. But, maybe
not.
I mean, maybe not. And they're all talking about the Jets and Rodgers, and they're trying to shove them down our throats here the first 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks of the season. I get it. But you know what? I'm far, far, far more interested in the Niners. Like here is a team built to go by, just however you want to look at how the Super Bowl ended. They were there at the end, ready to grab it, and they can grab it again this year. Like they're as big a story as the NFC. Again, I might actually go back to, I don't know in any particular, I'll do it in this order. I'd say the Niners, Packers, and then Cowboys are the 3 most interesting teams in the NFC. And then you got all the quarterbacks in the AFC. But I still think the Niners continue to be, the
How about
team
Eagles? You got Eagles there is interesting or good? Where you put the Eagles?
I don't know. You know what bothered me about them is that they were saying there were locker room issues, like that the coach had lost the locker room. And then now they've lost Kelsey on the line, right? Now that's a big voice in that locker room. And I don't know if you can have enough of those guys. I don't know. They can't be like they were last year. I can't see them, devolving into the team that they were last year. And I keep thinking about, well, who else is going to step up? I mean, they talk about Cousins in Atlanta, and maybe that's a missing piece or what they got there. I think Detroit is going to be dynamite again. I really do. And Green Bay just seems to be everybody's darling. They're all talking about that. And I'm saying, whoa. The Niners. That everything will have to go through San Francisco, and I believed it last year, and I still believe it this year too. Everyone's jumping on this Cowboy thing and thinking, because backs against the wall, and the owners basically put the edict down that this is it. I don't know. Everything's going through Santa Clara, I think, for sure.
So when the schedule does come out, and with your busy schedule, do you have somebody like putting everything together for you, or do you do that? Do you do that impressively on your own, like where you're going to be, where you have to be, all those kind of things? It's crazy.
Well, like CBS John will give us our schedule about first part of August, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They put these maps together and where the games are going, and it really the first weekend, quite frankly, for CBS is not great. It's a Fox doubleheader because they're unveiling Brady on the Dallas Browns game. Mm-hmm. So we've got like 4 early games and 2 late window games everything's regional that weekend anyway. So I mean it's a guess where our crew could possibly go. But I don't know if I've told Greg this. We've got these kids. They love frequent flyer miles. They cannot get enough. They cannot get enough of these miles, and they think they grow on this tree in back of our house over here, and they just click on this thing. No, I'm connecting through Cleveland to get to Santa Clara via San Francisco to get to that game on Monday night, and so but I'd rather do my own travel, quite frankly, because it for a variety of reasons, but knowing how much after the game we need, like I think we could be in Miami that weekend doing the Dolphins and Jacksonville. That would be our game, I would think, but maybe not. I don't know. But if it is, trying to get from Miami to Santa Clara will be a little challenging. But no, I just do it myself. You know what? Listen, as I tell my kids, be your own advocate. Don't wait for the great papas of the world to come and to give you a helping hand and lend you $1 if you're down and out, which I've been, and he's done it. But thank God bless him. But no, it's always been. Be your own advocate, and so I think it's just easier if I just do it myself.
Hell, you don't even know what you're doing tomorrow. Your kids are rooting for the Pacers to win tonight, so there's a Game 7 in New York, and then Daddy has to fly to Denver tomorrow so we get more frequent flyers. So you don't even know what you're doing this weekend, Harlan, let alone what you're doing in September.
I'm going to be flying the friendly skies. That's our airline. That's what we stick on. We stick on United, and we enjoy them, and they give us great service. But you guys know the drill. It's you try to stick with one and build up there, and so that's probably what I'll do. I didn't think we were going to talk about frequent flyer, but here we are.
You never know. We're worried about your travel itinerary.
I know. You don't know.
We're worried about your travel itinerary.
You're the greatest. We know you're busy. You probably got to jump on a call with the league or something, telling them what to do. So,
yeah. It sounded official. It sounded like I was coming from like what, the League of Nations? Like we coming from
sure.
like
You're the greatest. Thank you so much.
Hey, you guys have a nice weekend. Good to be on with you.
Harlan!
It gets me every time. Every time, man.
Too good.
He is the best. That is.
We'll see him the first game of the year, against the New York Jets. He'll be in the booth on Westwood 1.
You got to love his attitude because we're not digging ditches, but he just casually said, yeah, I'll be probably in Miami, and then he's doing a game Sunday afternoon in Miami, and he's going to hop on a flight all the way to Santa Clara and call a game Monday night. And I know that's not digging ditches,
several
but
months. He doesn't know if he's going to Denver tomorrow. He has to watch the Knicks-Pacer game tonight, and then if Indiana wins, he goes to Denver. If the Knicks win, he has the weekend off.
Man, that is crazy stuff. That is crazy stuff. By the way, Paul Skeens, the number 1 overall pick of the draft, who last week pitched against the Cubs, struck out the first 7 and has a no-hitter going in the 4th. So, wow, that kid's pretty impressive. Incredible.
I think we're seeing him next week, John. Are we going to see him Wednesday?
Yep.
Could be good. Wednesday or Thursday. And what's today? Friday could be Wednesday or Thursday in Pittsburgh.
That kid might be the next great one. It's way early, but he's throwing a ton of 100-mile-an-hour pitches, and he's blowing away the Cubs right now. Again, he's in the 4th inning. He's pitching right now, he'll be pitching at the bottom of the inning, but struck out the first 7 and has knocked down the first 9. So it's not, not getting close, but still pretty good for
5-0 Pittsburgh.
Yeah. All right, let's get you caught up. A little bit more on the schedule with the 49ers. Bottom of the hour, our good friend Cynthia Freeland. She's broken down the numbers. Where are the Niners? What does the NFC look like to her? You'll hear in about 15. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great, and I do mean great, Mike Tirico joined Papa and I yesterday to break down the NFL schedule, discuss Sunday Night Football, where the 49ers stand in the NFC hierarchy. Check out that podcast and more, the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa there. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and KIT Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I've never heard a place so loud that it did kind of come to life. And Candlestick for me was so different because just like real quick, like, and Brock, you probably don't know this tunnel Jeff's talking about, you walk through this, it's like a 100-yard tunnel. There are pipes above you that are leaking. It's all cement. And I'm like, you're getting drafted.
There's bats in there.
Okay, you're getting drafted to an NFL team, right? It's the best of the best. You're like sharing a locker with somebody at the home stadium. You walk through this 100-yard tunnel. Again, it's really creepy. And you're like, what is this? You come out of the dugout. But anyway, and then it had its own weather system. It would be sunny down here and like 75. You'd go up there and it was like drizzly and windy. And I'm like, I didn't understand the nostalgia for a long time.
That was awesome. Alex, last night at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, the quarterback 6 center stage, like I said, Jeff Garcia going off, and Alex telling stories. Steve was up there. Brock was up there. What a cool event. We're going to talk to Cynthia Freeland about the schedule release. She's done all the numbers on it, 150,000 simulations on 272 regular season games. But you were at that event last night. How cool was that?
It was fun, and obviously, there was Dre Greenlaw getting the Dwight Clark Award from his teammate Fred Warner. But the highlight of the night last night at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series was the 4 quarterbacks up there telling stories, and it was Brock Purdy, Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia, and Steve Young. And Alex was really honest about being a number 1 overall pick, just 20 years of age. Nobody in the quarterback room ever started the game. He was all by himself. He said he would watch video and prepare to play, and he had no idea what he was looking at. It was all a waste of time. No one really taught him how to play quarterback, and they had defensive coaches, obviously as head coaches, Mike Nolan's staff, and then Mike Singletary, the 7 offensive coordinators. It was riveting just to hear him talk that way. And then that part right there was when they were all, except for Brock, being baby Brock, they were just all going off about Candlestick Park, and Alex couldn't believe a franchise like the 49ers, you got to walk, 100 yards. Remember that walk from the 49er locker room onto the field, and then you had to take the turn and wrap around, and it was just weird to get over the sideline. And he never fully appreciated it until that we're talking about the biggest games they had played, and for Alex, it was the playoff game against New Orleans and Drew Brees, and for Steve Young, it was finally beating the Cowboys and throwing 6 touchdown passes in the Super Bowl, and for Jeff, it was that wild come-from-behind game, and Jeff had great details of being down to the New York Giants. What was it, 38-14, coming back and winning that game, 39-38. And for Brock, it was 24-7 down to Cynthia Freeland's Detroit Lions at halftime. And Cynthia is going to join us. I think she has the Niners, correct, John, being the number 1 win total in the NFC. Does she have Detroit right behind? Have you seen what she has simulated with her billion simulations? What does she have?
I have seen them. The Lions are close. They're not number 2, but she's got them close. And so we'll talk to her about that.
We'll have her divulge.
Yeah.
The one thing, you broke down the schedule yesterday, and we went through it all, and you had the Niners going 13-4. And there are concerns with the 4 games the Niners are playing where the other team has a bye week. It's never, last year was like, I never heard of this, and now the Niners are doing it again. They're playing 4 teams this year that are off the week before, have full bye weeks. And they got it again this year. Kansas City, and Andy Reid never loses off the bye week, whether it's in the season or in Super Bowls. Dallas is off their bye. Seattle's off their bye. And the Bills are off their bye. And, they do this thing, the plus and minus on days versus rest. The 49ers are a minus 22 this year, by far the worst in the NFL. And you look at some of the other teams. Baltimore is a plus 16, where you look at their opponents and when they're playing them versus when those teams are going in off of how many days of rest. 49ers are a minus 22. Baltimore's a plus 16. New England a plus 13. And then in the NFC, you got Minnesota is a plus 12 and the Eagles are a plus 11. So how does that impact the 49ers? And then one thing we'll ask Cynthia, John, about her team, and she's from Detroit, so she loves the Lions. Have you seen the breakdown on their schedule? And we talked about this last year when they came in for the NFC Championship game, having to finally play an outdoor game. This is kind of like the greatest show on turf in Kurt Warner's Rams, where they rode that Edward R. Jones Dome all the way to the Super Bowl. The Detroit Lions play 3 games this year that are actually outdoors, that are not inside a dome. When they go to Lambeau, when they go to Soldier Field, and when they play the 49ers in Week 17 on December the 30th. The other games they play, John, 14 of them are all indoors.
14 of the first 15 indoors, and Jared Goff has, we talked about this before the NFC Championship game, he is markedly different inside versus out. So, absolutely. Big advantage for the Lions. All right, let's talk to Cynthia Freeland about it coming up next. She has run all the numbers. How did she have the NFC? How close exactly is it? Could it come down to that Week 17 game against the Lions? We'll ask Cynthia Freeland. She's done all the math from NFL Network, NFL.com. She joins us next on the Sports Leader.
They're Papa and Lund, or Greg and John if you want to get personal. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Friday. We've broken down the schedule. We've played the win-loss game, but you know who has all the numbers and breaks it down better than anybody else. It is our friend Cynthia Freeland from the NFL Network. Make sure you're following her at C Freeland, and you'll know all the math. She has run 150,000 simulations for all 272 regular season games. She knows all, and she joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you? Happy off season.
Yeah, happy off season to you. Are your simulations skewed towards the Lions? That's what we want to know.
You know, it'd be funny if I were to say that they were, because, I mean, for so many years they were breaking my heart as a Lions fan. However, everything's done blindly because I don't want to bias myself in any way. So it's as unbiased as it can be.
All right. We know we saw you at the Super Bowl, and you gave us the score 25-23 KC, and it was 25-22. So we know your credibility is there. But last year the Niners were 12-5. Your Detroit Lions, Cynthia, were 12-5. The tiebreaker went to the Niners. So what's the win total you have for your Honolulu Blue Detroit Lions this year?
I think it's more like 11, but remember, it's early. May is always like a funny time to do these because so much changes. I mean, look at the number of free agents. Like Justin Simmons, for example, doesn't even have a home yet, and he's one of the best safeties in the league. So we still got a ways to go before the season actually starts. Everything will be closer to 8.5 right now. So even the Niners, who I do think win the NFC again this year, all those numbers are going to be higher. Maybe even the Lions too.
Could it come down to that week 17? Because we were hearing before the schedule was released, and we were sitting there going, God, would they put the Lions and the 49ers that late in the season? But they did. Could it come down to that week 17 matchup here in Santa Clara?
God, I hope not, for both of our sakes. Just because that's just, wouldn't you like it to already be decided by then? But for goodness sakes, yeah. So it absolutely could. That's going to be such a great game. I'm already looking forward to it. I mean, it's kind of poetic for Lions fans that Matthew Stafford comes to town for the first game, and then for the last game, it's back in Santa Clara where, I mean, they played one half of good football, just the other half, the one that was kind of the more important half, not so good for the Lions.
Cynthia, how do you factor when you put it all together in the computer with the algorithm and all the different simulations where the Niners have a hard schedule, obviously, coming out of the bye. The second half is hard. But 4 times this year, they're going to play teams that are coming off their byes. Kansas City, Dallas, Seattle, and Buffalo. Those are good teams, good offensive teams, good head coaches.
Yeah.
So how do you factor that? And then you look at your Lions, and we kind of thought this going to the championship game, what would be the weather in that game? Because the Lions are kind of like the greatest show on turf, Kurt Warner's Rams, where they're predominantly a dome team, and they're going to play only 3 games outdoors. So besides the roster and all that, just the Niners playing all these teams off their byes, 4 of them, and the Lions playing a grand total of 3 times outdoors, otherwise their dome and other domes. How does that impact the one-loss total?
Well, we did already know that the Lions were only going to be outdoors a couple of times. Like, we knew where and we knew when. And we knew who. We just didn't know when. So the Niners, unfortunately, by the schedule, got a little dinged because we didn't know everyone would be coming off a bye. Andy Reid off a bye, that whole thing, right? But let's say it's about a 0.3 game, so a half a game difference, which that can be impactful. However, it really doesn't figure to be for the Niners, even with all those teams coming off byes. It could have been a lot worse. Some other teams had 3 away games right in a row, and then some crazy stuff. So it was not great for the Niners in terms of scheduling. However, it didn't really impact them very much.
Our friend Cynthia Freeland, she's run all the numbers on all the games, and she does have the Niners on top in the NFC at 11.2. But between the Niners and the Lions, you have the Eagles making a rebound. Explain their situation.
I think they're probably the most undervalued, like the Eagles or maybe even the Seahawks, in terms of what that city out with the desert happens to believe compared to where I have them. And then I think maybe the Cowboys are the most overvalued if we're looking at it like that. But I'm looking at the Eagles. I'm looking at their reboot, especially in the coordinator positions. Vic Fangio forecast to be a big difference maker. I think you saw maybe the players weren't super happy at the end of last season and not very productive in what may have been a confusing situation for them. So between that, and of course you still have Jalen Hurts there, and you have a great offense. You got a little bit better adding Saquon Barkley. I think that the Eagles perhaps could be a little bit undervalued in terms of how, the potential they could have for a postseason run.
Yeah, Howie Roseman had a great offseason in the draft and in free agency. So I assume you're picking Philadelphia to win the NFC East based on that. And does Dallas even make the playoffs this year, Cynthia?
There's a game, I believe it's week 11. It's definitely a double-digit week, and it's between the Texans and the Cowboys. And I figure that one, week 11, that one could be a really interesting turning point because I know they don't play each other a lot. However, I don't think Jerry's going to like it if them Texans beat the Cowboys.
Yeah, I would agree. We had the voice of the Cowboys on yesterday, and we were thinking, man, we were looking at their schedule, and maybe they don't make it. Conversely, on the other side of it, the obvious answer here is Kirk Cousins and the Falcons, but there's always a team that's going to surprise. Who is that team for you?
I'm going to take the easy cheese on this one because the Bengals were 9-8, finished fourth in their division, and they get Joe Burrow back. So let's go with worst to first is the Bengals. And the Falcons could obviously be in a position to win their division as well. Anyone playing the South, so actually the AFC West gets a pretty big boost because their unique set that they don't always play is the NFC South. So it kind of seems like the rich keep getting richer when it comes to Patrick Mahomes being able to, play the NFC South. I don't know. It just seems like, wow, really? We're going to let that happen? You're giving Mahomes versus the Panthers. Got it. Understood.
The Green Bay Packers, you were talking about Dallas, and obviously, Green Bay just rolled into Arlington and just rolled them in that wild card game. And they gave us, the 49ers, a real battle, and not quite to the level of your Lions that were up 24-7, but the Niners had to come back in the fourth quarter. You have the Lions, I assume, winning the NFC North. Do you have Green Bay, Cynthia, as a playoff team again this year?
I do. Green Bay, to me, is a really interesting one because while we saw a lot from Jordan Love, this is still a very young team in general. Now you have some changes bringing in, Josh Jacobs, who's going to provide some differences. You also have a new offensive line, like Jordan Morgan is a tackle that they drafted. That's going to be helpful, but it could kind of go either way with the defense because you bring in Jeff Hafley from Boston College. You have you bring in Xavier McKinney. Like there's interesting pieces, but how they all fit together might take a hot minute to come together. So that's why, to me, the Lions just barely top off the Packers for the division because of the switches to the defense. More continuity means a better opportunity to succeed quickly. That's what we've seen the math has shown for years. So that's where that's why they fall to number 2.
Cynthia Freeland, she's run all the simulations on the 272 regular season games. We're talking about the results. As far as the NFC West is concerned, you mentioned the Seahawks. We're kind of debating Seahawks, Rams, who's going to be the biggest challenger. Arizona should be a little bit better. How do you see the NFC West?
Well, I still think the Rams are the second best team in the division. I just think that the Seahawks, in terms of where Vegas has them, are undervalued. I can't remember the number Vegas has, but I'm over it by at least a full game, which at this point in the season is a lot because of the way, the math works. The closer the season, the more accurate they'll become. But I think if you look at how they start, Denver and New England, both achievable games, that feels like a nice start for a new regime and a regime change. So that, to me, is going to be a big difference maker.
Niners are playing the AFC East this year, Cynthia, as we jump over to the AFC. Buffalo has always been a strong team, but, the Stephon Diggs trade this year, their secondary completely rebuilt. Just how do you look at Buffalo, Miami, the Jets getting Aaron Rodgers back, and then New England, I assume, will be at the bottom, but how do you kind of stack them up in the AFC East?
Well, I do preseason for the Bills, and I'm going to have some questions to answer because the math said that they're going to end up second in their division to the Dolphins. So just based on the schedule and the potential for – it's not necessarily – I'm not as worried about the Bills' offense. I'm very worried about the Bills' defense. I mean, you're not talking about not just the secondary, but also some, really stalwart guys who've been leaders on the team, like the the middle of their defense, the front of their defense. They got a little hammered kind of everywhere. So I will be curious to see how it all comes together. Plus, remember last season, they had all those injuries, and you saw them with depth. They kind of squeaked into winning the division with some unfortunate things happening with, other places. But it did not feel like the true dominance you saw and you think of when you think of, like, Bills' defensive fronts. Like, Von Miller didn't really play very much, and not like we were used to seeing him play. So, that's going to be very tricky for them, whereas you see the Dolphins get the benefit of playing that second-place schedule.
What's the Harbaugh effect for the Chargers? Anything?
Run the football. I think it's going to slow it down. I think it's going to slow everything down. I think it'll actually make, Justin Herbert will look more efficient in the middle third, like that intermediate part of the football field. I think that's what the biggest impact will be. But again, I'm not sold on their defense too. Their secondary had a lot of questions to answer. I'm not sure if they got it in free agency or not. Although I will say, now that they have Ravens regime people running their front office, it's likely they'll get better in that area just by virtue of bringing in players that kind of fit their mold a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll see if Harbs can challenge Kansas City's dominance in the AFC West. So we saved the Chiefs for last. We thought they were vulnerable a little bit last year. They were not the number 1 seed. They were the number 3 seed, but they beat Miami at home. They went to Orchard Park and beat the Bills, the 2 seed. They went to Baltimore and beat the Ravens, the 1 seed. Then they took out the Niners, the number 1 seed in the NFC. And remember that Christmas Day game against the Raiders? They were awful. We thought they were vulnerable. They were not. How do you see the road this year for Kansas City? And will they wind up a 1 seed, or will they have to play on the road in January?
I mean, they have the benefit of the nice schedule. Again, playing the South feels a little unfair for that's just the way the schedule rotates. But ultimately, to me, I feel like maybe we're not talking about. I think we spent a lot of time Xavier Worthy. Like, really, did the Bills give them this burner, the fastest guy ever at the combine, the 40? Like, I feel like that was kind of the question. Whereas, L'Jarius Sneed, who is a huge part of that defense, he's now actually playing in Tennessee. So he's not going to be there. So replacing him isn't going to be an easy task, especially because everyone brings their best game out for the Chiefs. This is a throwing league primarily, so it's going to be impactful to have one of the best corners in the league not be there. So their defense last year was the strength of the team, even though Patrick Mahomes obviously is always a big problem. But their defense really insulated their wins and got them that 3 seed. It wasn't their offense that got them there. So I'm thinking that their path is easier this year, and it feels like the number 1 seed is theirs for the losing. It's theirs to lose as opposed to other people's to win. It'll be interesting to see how that all goes. But the reason you're hearing so much background noise is I'm actually on the East Coast because we're doing a chess and NFL crossover event. So some NFL players are going to be playing chess next week. So I'm out in New York City, and Drew Tranquil of the Kansas City Chiefs, along with Justin Reed, both of them are participating in the chess tournament. So you got to tune in and see the chess player, see if they're as good off the field, see who's playing checkers and who's playing chess.
Nice.
Well promoted.
Nice.
Very nice. Very nice. By the way, before we let you go, I know you were hanging with Barry at the draft in Detroit. They set an all-time record. How fun was that?
I mean, it got a little misty up on that stage. I got a chance to tell Barry Sanders in person in front of 300,000 of my closest friends that probably 75% of that audience became football fans, including myself, because of him. And I don't know if he expected me to say that or not. And the whole crowd just went nuts. And we both got a little misty. So it was a career moment for me. I mean, it was so special. Like, my dad's an automotive worker. Detroit got really decimated in 2008. And it was really hard time. So it felt like a real turning point in a city that, means a lot to me. And those people were just having fun. And it was great to see, you get to remember, what football's all about, right? Hope, fun. Everyone could win the Super Bowl at that point, right? So it just was a really, really awesome moment.
Look like it. That's cool. Congratulations on that. Thank you so much for joining us. We know you're busy. Enjoy New York City, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I'm always happy to make time for you guys. You guys are the best.
Especially when you're saying we're going to be the number 1 seed. We like that.
Yeah, we like that.
Hey, anytime. I'm all about it.
You're the best. Thanks, Cynthia.
Bye.
There's Cynthia Freeland in New York City. Yeah, that was a cool moment. I saw that stuff in Detroit for her. But so what she's got is, and it's close on the simulations. And again, all due respect, because she said, what'd she say, 25-23, and it was 25-22. So the simulations worked.
She was way off.
She was way off. She did 150,000 simulations on the 272 regular season games. She came up with 11.3 for the Niners, 11.1 for the Eagles, and 10.6 for the Lions. So needless to say, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Yeah.
Can she run a baseball simulation on Paul Skeens? He just lost the perfect game. He walked Michael Bush. They're starting to foul some balls off, John, but he's throwing a no-hitter at Wrigley. He's got one out in the bottom of the fifth. Miles Mastrobuoni.
Yes.
My favorite name of all time. I love me some Mastrobuoni. I wonder if Tony Gemignani has that on the menu. This guy, the way he looks a little like Mason Black, the way he tucks his arm in the shoulder dip. He just blew away Mastrobuoni at 99. He has a no-hitter with 2 outs in the bottom of the fifth. And guess what? The Giants will see him next week.
That's not good.
At the confluence of the Three Rivers.
Here's what we got coming up. 8-0 Pirates leading the Cubs, and we'll see them after the series against the Rockies. The Rockies are actually hot. All right, 1 o'clock hour is going to be awesome. We got a 4-play for you, everything you need to know, including we'll play that Jeff Darlington report. It's crazy from this morning, the Scotty Sheffler situation there at Valhalla. And by the way, he just ended his round shooting a 66. It might be one of the most impressive sports feats of all time. But anyway, we'll play that up for you. We got a bunch of other stuff from last night where you were. The Golden Heart Foundation and the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. It was really, really cool with all the quarterbacks up there. Got some Giants for you. Then we got extra bags at 1:15 and a new feature as Papa breaks it all down at 1:30. So we'll give you all those.
No-hitter through 5. Skeens got out of the fifth at Wrigley.
Him and the mustache. It's the power of the mustache. We'll do all those things in the 1 o'clock hour. We'll do it next. Papa and Lund, thanks for hanging out on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giants GM Bobby Evans joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave his thoughts on some of the Giants prospects getting a shot at the major league level this season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I ask you, are you frustrated with the rising energy cost in California? Well, Golden State Window and Door Design is doing their part to lower your monthly bill with style and energy efficiency. Golden State's goal is to offer a good selection of options for homeowners, contractors, and architects. They've partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors, Milgard, and others. And they're also a Marvin Direct dealer. Each manufacturer is an Energy Star partner offering durable, energy-efficient products that can express your style while lowering your energy bill throughout the year. So see details on each brand and gorgeous images at GoldenStateLumber.com. Then click Products for Windows and Doors. When you're ready, click and make an appointment on Golden State's homepage to visit the showroom near you. Golden State Window and Door Design is ready to offer their expertise to help you achieve the best solutions for your home. Celebrating 70 years in the Bay Area, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Here's the deal. We got a foreplay for you. A little bit of Farhan yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. Comes on every other week. Steve Kerr with Raj Mathai, who we had on a little bit earlier. When will his time be over as head coach of the Warriors? He might have told you that one. Brock Purdy last night going through his mind during the NFC Championship game, that at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series that you were at, Pop, last night. We get an update injury-wise on Dre Greenlaw from Dre Greenlaw himself. So we'll do that for you in the foreplay. Andrew Baggerly's going to update us on Giants, speaking of injuries, and the red-hot Rockies coming into town. Plus, it's going to be on the road against Pittsburgh, and Paul Skeens still throwing a no-hitter. They're going to see Pittsburgh next, and they'll see Skeens next week. And then, new feature on the show, Papa's Plays of the Week, which we'll do every Friday. So there'll be a video element to this too, right? So you'll be talking about these. And then if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can actually watch along with the breakdown. Cool.
Some of the best Giants plays of the week. Would it be a Ramos or a Matos or a Chapman? I didn't have any video of Scotty Sheffler this morning, John, getting arrested. But what a day this guy has had. I mean, we had somebody lost their life. So we're going to East Coast time, 5:09 a.m. this morning, a fatal accident involving a pedestrian and a shuttle bus outside of Valhalla Golf Club. And everybody got delayed, but, Sheffler, an hour later, when he tries to roll in, gets detained by Louisville police and Then he gets booked. He got arrested and later released. He was released at 8:40 in the morning. He teed off at 9:12. He arrives at Valhalla to tee off. He teed off at 10:08. These are all East Coast times. Has anybody ever been arrested the morning of an event, a game, and then gone out and played? What did he shoot, a 66 today?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever been arrested?
First of all, I just watched the press conference, and he's like a machine. He is cold-blooded as they come. He just basically told the media in a very just regular tone, yeah, so I was in the jail cell today, and I thought, well, I better just do my regular routine, because he was trying to do the math. He knew he was going to get out. He knew he was going to they bailed him out for nothing, even though there was a felony charge. And he was doing the math in the cell, and he thought, you know what, I think I can make it, because they had backed all the tee times up an hour. And so he sat in his jail cell and did the math and said, I think I can make it. And he started doing his stretching routine that he does before he golfs. He was doing it in his jail cell, and then he got released. The owner of Valhalla, I guess, came and got him. He goes to the course, gets in his hitting, his chipping, his putting, and then he jumps onto the course. And like you just said, he shot a 66 after a 67 on day one.
He knew he was going to get released. They arrested him. They processed him. But his agent was working out. He knew he was going to be released in time to go. And they moved back to all the tee times an hour and 20 minutes so he could do it. But has anybody in any sport that you could think of been arrested the morning of a game?
Well, the night before, Eugene Robinson, night before the Super Bowl.
He didn't play in the game, though, right?
Yeah. Well, because they said no.
Right. Yeah.
But, I mean, that's as close as it gets, right?
But I mean, who actually went out and played after they were arrested?
Nobody. I mean, not Alden Smith, not anybody.
I wonder, back years ago if it's happened. So, I mean, Billy Martin ever get bailed out and go out and play the next day with the Yankees or manage? I mean, I can't think of one in any sport, even basketball or football.
Well, especially in a sport like this. I mean, if you're in a team sport, you can hide a little bit, but I mean, it's you. And golf's a mental enough sport anyway. I mean, he did say in the press conference he was shaken up a little bit. You couldn't tell. I mean, like I said, he looks like a robot. And it's astounding what he just did. To get arrested, like you said, and thrown in the back of a car. I mean, you're literally right on the grounds of Valhalla, literally at the entrance. You're there to get ready for the tournament, and you get thrown in jail in Louisville. And then, like you said, your agent gets you out. The owner of Valhalla drives him back over. He's got about an hour to get ready, and he shoots a 66. Most people would have fallen apart. There's no way.
And he's 9 under for the turn. He's only 2 shots off the lead. So this story's going to be great, obviously, all weekend. No one's paying attention to Tiger Woods this weekend. That's how big this story. Tiger is not having a good round.
No.
Paul Skeens, by the way, is starting the bottom of the 6th, John. We'll keep an eye on his no-hit bid.
Here it is right here. Listen how calm this guy is. This is Scotty Sheffler after the round in which he shot a 66 after being arrested this morning.
I don't really know. I feel like my head's still spinning. I can't really explain what happened this morning. I did spend some time stretching in a jail cell. That was a first for me. That was part of my warm-up. I was just sitting there waiting, and, I started going through my warm-up. I felt like there was a chance I may be able to still come out here and play, and so I started going through my routine. I tried to get my heart rate down as much as I could today, but like I said, I still feel like my head's spinning a little bit, but yeah, I was fortunate to be able to make it back out and play some golf today.
Play some golf at the PGA Championship and shoot a 66. That's crazy. I mean, really?
I think he realized that he didn't do anything heinously wrong and he wasn't going to be incarcerated, so he was going to be released. But you could tell his voice. He was pretty amped up there. What a day for him. And now let's see if he goes out and wins the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, that is crazy. All right, let's get to the rest of the stuff before we have extra bags coming up at 1:15. And then, again, Papa's Plays of the Week at 1:30. Here is Faran. He was on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Kolsky was in for Copes and talks about who is close to getting back. And you'll certainly like one of the names on this list.
Yeah, I think with Soler, he's the closest. He played for Sacramento last night. He's going to play again tonight, and if it goes well, he may be in there tomorrow. So we'll just have to see how he feels. Obviously, he's testing out the shoulder, but it's nice for him to be able to get a couple rehab games, get his timing, and so it'd be great if we could see him this weekend. Pat Bailey's also doing well. He's eligible on Sunday. Our hope is that he's ready when we hit the road on Tuesday, but all indications are pretty positive. So those are 2 guys we could have back in the next few days.
Look, I want Soler back. There's no question, but you and I have talked numerous times about Patrick Bailey in the last few days. sounds good, but until Bailey's back there in the squat, I'm still a little bit nervous about it all.
And, Carhan's talking about they're playing Pittsburgh on Tuesday, and they're likely going to face Paul Skeens either Wednesday or Thursday, and he got the first out of the bottom of the sixth, and there's a foul ball. It's out of play. He's trying to throw a no-hitter in his second Major League start. But the issue would be, how do you get Patrick Bailey to Pittsburgh? The team is going to fly right after the game on Sunday. That's the first day he's eligible to come back, and you put him on an airplane with the altitude. How does he fly? Would you fly him later, even Tuesday morning to get him there for the game? I don't know. So, that's a major concern. It sounds like Soler will be back in the lineup, John, but you got a whole list. We'll go through it with Andrew Baggerly. I've lost track. I mean, Michael Conforto, how long is he going to be out with a hamstring injury? What's going on with Keaton Wynn? He left the start the other night with tightness and the forearm. What's going on with Austin Slater and Nick Ahmed? Slater's eligible to come off a concussion list even sooner. I mean, they got a whole list of guys. And when's Blake Snell going to get reinserted into the rotation? It's pretty amazing, the injuries, the way they piled up the last couple of weekends.
No doubt. We'll ask Bags about it at 1:15, so don't miss that. We had Raj Mathai on the show at about 10:50 from NBC and NBC Bay Area, and he did this interview prepping for the Olympics. Of course, Steve Kerr is coaching the Olympic team this summer in Paris, and asked him about his future as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. This is what Steve said.
But there's going to come a time, and maybe it's in 2 years when my contract's up. Maybe that's the time where it's time for me to move on and time for the Warriors to seek new blood and new ideas. And we'll both know when that time comes. And I can tell you one thing, it will be a very amicable parting of the ways whenever that happens.
How about that? Giving us a date.
Yeah, I mean, when we found out he signed the extension and he got he's the Pop makes more money, but he runs he's also involved in front office with RC and a few other people there. But anyway, Steve's the highest paid just to coach the team at $17.5 for this year and next year, 2-year extension, $35 million. And right away it lined up with Steph Curry's length of his existing contract. So what does that mean beyond the 2 years? And you're left to speculate. Well, he just said it. He maybe, he did, and Raj did not ask him a direct question on that, and he that was the end of the answer. He went on and on about shelf life and how he loves coaching the team right now. He has no desire to leave, but at the end he dropped that. And Raj, we had him on, and he got the idea that he's kind of looking at. I wonder when they signed the contract, that's what they thought, that it would be a final countdown, the last contract he would sign here. So that leads to who would coach the Warriors after Steve Kerr, and how does that impact Steph Curry and his ability to continue? Why, Paul Skeens, John, just blew away Mike Talkman. He's got a no-hitter through 6. He is still throwing 100 miles an hour. The question is, I don't think he's going to finish this game. There's no way in hell he's going to finish this game. He's not built up enough to throw a 9-inning no-hitter. He's dominant through 6, but he's not finishing this game.
No, I wouldn't think so. I mean, the other day, it was in Atlanta. I'm blanking. Max Fried. Max Fried had that one, remember? And he went through, 6? And then they tried to get it, and they lost it with 2 outs in the ninth, actually, did Atlanta. So,
and he's already thrown exactly 100 pitches.
Yeah, there's no way.
67 strikes. I think he's done.
Yeah, got to be. So
6-inning no-hitter in his second Major League start, and they take him out.
We'll see him next week. That should be fun. This was cool. You were at this event last night. Brock Purdy and the quarterbacks up there. Jeff Garcia, Steve Young, Alex Smith. There was others. We'll hear from Drake Greenlaw in a second, but a great event brought on by the Dwight Clark Foundation and Matty Mayoko and the whole crew doing a great job of that. Here is Brock last night. What was going through his mind at halftime when they were down to Detroit?
The NFC Championship, Detroit down 17.5, and then all I remember, it was just like, all right, one play at a time, man, from here on out. And everyone believed it. We had obviously the guys to do it. But I remember the first play of the second half, threw it to Debo on a 20-yard in route. And from that moment on, I was like, okay, this is us. We got to play like us. And long story short, score touchdowns, we come back, defense balled out, got some crucial stops. And then I remember there was one drive towards the end. I scrambled for a first down, got the first, and then after that, Christian punched it in, or had a good run in, and then I think Elijah Mitchell punched it in. But right then and there, I was like, dude, this is team football. You know, it's not just one guy putting the whole team on his back, and it takes everybody.
How cool was that night last night, checking that out?
Yeah, so Matt Mayoko asked him about one game that would define, their career. And, Steve Young talked about the win over Dallas in the championship game, the monkey off his back, and the 6 touchdown passes he threw in the Super Bowl. And Mike Shanahan actually was yelling at him that it should have been 8. Was the hilarious line there. And Jeff Garcia was coming back against the Giants when they were down 38-14. That wild game with Mooch to win 39-38. Alex Smith, it was your game you loved, John, when he swept when the quarterback sweep with Joe Staley against New Orleans and then hit Vernon for the game winner. And Brock cited that one. And he's talking about Debo. I remember Debo on the sideline going up to Kyle right before the second half started and just got in his face. And I think it was along the lines of give me the damn ball. And they got Debo the ball right away on that first drive. But that drive did stall out. And they kicked the 43-yard field goal. They didn't get a touchdown. And they were still down 2 touchdowns in the game. And then Dan Campbell went forward on 4th down. And, then the Brock deep shot down the field. Ayuk off the Vildor face mask. The Ayuk ricochet, B.A. ricochet. And then just all of it. And, the fumble that T. Gipp was able to force, the recovery by Eric Armstead. And then it was on. And but Brock was talking about with those runs he had. He had a pair of 21-yard runs and a 10-yard run. And they were able to punch it in. Remember McCaffrey, the play he's talking about, Christian literally landed on his head going down the right sideline. He had to go off for a play, and Elijah Mitchell, trash can, punched it in, and the Niners took the lead, and it happened fast. But Brock has got more games to cite, John, but that was one of the NFC Championship game, his first full year in the NFL to come from 24-7 down to win the NFC Championship game. And those guys have had a lot of great victories, but that's one of the most memorable playoff games in franchise history.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, one more from last night. Let's get an update. Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner were up there. That was very cool. Here's Dre in his own words. Where is he in the rehab process?
It's a long, slow process. I'm feeling really, really good, though. I'm happy to be able to walk on the stage, actually. It's been about 3 months now since the injury, so I just recently got out the boot, and just slowly every day just rehabbing, getting the strength, getting the mobility in it, and just doing whatever it takes to be able to get back on the field as soon as possible.
All right, great update, but every time I hear him talk, I remember you and I and Tim and Mike and all of us up in the booth, and just like, what just happened? And I still, of all the things that went wrong in that Super Bowl that could have turned that thing around, the way he was playing at the beginning of that game, he doesn't get hurt, that weird thing doesn't happen, I think they win.
And the irony of irony, he was hurt at the end of the year with an Achilles injury. He tore the other Achilles tendon, not that one. And,
wild.
We had Mayoko on last week, and he asked him, but last night, he's going along with the theory to some degree. I'll have to ask him directly what my theory. I think practicing and the soft field at UNLV made him all compromised for soft tissue injuries. Debo had a hamstring pull in that game, was off the field for a long chunk, and your body often, compensates on the other side. And I think that he was vulnerable to tear the other Achilles tendon. So hopefully he can come back. It's almost exactly 3 months when he had the surgery. The game was on the 11th of February. The surgery was on the 15th. So he's about halfway there. So we'll see where it's at. But Daniel Bullocks, the 49er, secondary coach, he tore his Achilles tendon as well. He wasn't even playing in the game. He did it when Jair Brown intercepted Mahomes on that first drive of the third quarter. So I just practicing on that soft field at UNLV, and I think Trey agrees and doesn't want to say it. I think it's set it up for him to tear the other Achilles.
Yeah. All right, there you go. That is your foreplay. Good 4 pieces of sound. That event last night was very, very cool. Steve Kerr, that may be the end in a couple of years, as he told Raj Mathai. And you got an update on Faran, especially. You talked about Soler, but you talked about Bailey. Hopefully that will be the case, and he can make that road trip to Pittsburgh. And Paul Skeens, who's out of the game, 6 innings pitched and no hit ball, and he threw exactly 100 pitches. He was nasty today against the Cubs. But coming up next, let's talk more baseball. Extra Bags is going to join us. Andrew Bagley, what is the update on the injuries? When are guys coming back? And we'll preview what is the hottest team in baseball, strangely enough, the Colorado Rockies, coming in this weekend. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And treat yourself when you're listening to Tolbert and Copes to Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best pizza I've ever had. And I think I'm not alone here, as Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world. And it is my personal go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. Their spicy bucatini. I had a bucatini the other night. It is so delectable. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep-dish pizzas. One of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are large and they are in charge and mouth-wateringly delectable. Save room for dessert. Get a super delicious cannoli and maybe a tiramisu. And then on the weekend, wake up early in the morning and stroll through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And head over to Oracle Park tonight, Giants and Rockies, and all weekend to check out one of Tony's Slice House fast casual locations that he has. He has them at Chase Center at Warrior games, Levi's for Niner games, at Oracle Park for Giants games. No matter where you are around the Bay, you want to have a slice of Tony's Pizza.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants president of baseball operations, Faran joined Tolbert and Kolsky, was in for Copes yesterday and gave an injury update and discussed the return of Kerr behind the plate. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, the Athletics' Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Papa, Lund, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
2-2 pitch to Yaz. Swinging. He hits a high drive deep to right field. Back at the wall, way back there. Goodbye! It hits the tin roof and bounces up into the stands. A two-run homer for Yastrzemski.
The great John Miller on the call, and of course that was right after Kirk Casale had poked a single to right, his Vandy teammate. There's Mike Yastrzemski to hit the two-run shot, and the Giants did get one for the Dodgers, and now, as strange as it is to say, the red-hot Rockies come to town. We just saw them in Colorado, and then it's off to Pittsburgh to see Paul Skeens, who was really good today, so we got a ton to talk about, and injuries lead them all. And it's always great to talk to Andrew Baggerly at Extra Bags. Make sure you're following him and reading all his great stuff in The Athletic, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line. How are you?
I'm doing good. I didn't face Paul Skeens today, and I didn't try to drive to Valhalla, so I'm doing great.
Oh, nice. You're on top
That is a
of
great
everything.
entrance right
You're
there.
on top of everything. Giants are going to see Skeens sometime next week, huh, Bags?
Yeah, I think he's lined up, and I mean Jared Jones is pretty good too. I'm not sure if they're going to miss him or not, but the Pirates are. I mean, when they were in San Francisco, their offense was just really scuffling, and then they also scuffled in Oakland, and I thought, boy, the Pirates are starting to become the Pirates again. But they've got that pitching, and they still have some talented offensive players. So, and that ballpark can be tough to win in, especially if you get some bad weather, you get rain delays. It can be a little bit of a slog to play there. So, yeah, I mean, it's not easy. It's the big leagues for a reason, and there's no opponent that's a pushover, including the team that's coming into town. As you mentioned, the Rockies are on a hot streak. So, sometimes it's not who you're playing, but when you catch them, and the Giants are catching a hot team right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt. We were trying to think about this, and we'll get back to baseball. There's been nothing like the Sheffler thing, right? Like, I mean, Eugene Robinson got arrested the night before the Super Bowl with the Falcons, and he didn't play in the game. It was prostitution. But, I mean, to have a guy do what Sheffler did and then go out and shoot the incident that happened, and then go out and shoot a 66, and he was just saying in a press conference that he was stretching in a jail cell before they got him, and then he went and shot the 66. Like, what athlete has ever been that mentally strong? My God, man.
Well, Tiger Woods already took red on Sundays, so I guess Sheffler can pick orange, maybe.
Very nice.
It's available. Yeah, you know what? I mean, I thought his statement was just very classy. You know, it's like, look, somebody lost their life, and that's more important than anything. And people are trying to do their job. And did he get a little bit huffy and think, hey, I'm entitled, so don't slow me down, or was it just totally a misunderstanding? At some level, it was a misunderstanding. I'm just glad. I mean, Dave Fleming, of all people, was right there as an eyewitness to see it all, and I thought he did a great job breaking it down when he was on ESPN this morning. I didn't expect to turn on my TV and have Dave Fleming talk about his eyewitness account of the number one golf player in the world being arrested, but there we have it. So I mean, I just kind of hope the Full Swing people got a whole bunch of good footage of it, because that's going to make the next season of the Netflix show kind of some can't miss TV, I guess.
We'll have Flem's going to be gone all weekend, obviously, at the PGA, but he'll be back next week when they are in Pittsburgh. So, will Patrick Bailey be back next week when they're in Pittsburgh? And I guess it's almost impossible to tell with concussion protocol, but this one's scary. He came back and played one game, then they're saying he's sick, and what is it? Light sensitivity. He's back on the IL. He can't be activated until Sunday. And then they fly. I think they're going to fly right after the game on Sunday. Bags, can you put them on an airplane? They're a long laundry list of injuries that are concerning. But catcher is so important, and the nature of this injury is just different with a head trauma. What are your thoughts, and what are you hearing about Patrick Bailey?
Yeah, the thing is, before they stuck him back on the concussion IL, he was in the dugout. He was catching, pitchers warming up between innings and stuff. So it's not like he was, back hidden away somewhere. And you think, well, gosh, this has got to. I think it's one of those things where they just had to be very, very careful here. And obviously, they went out and they got Kurt Casale because they need someone experienced who can run a game, who can kind of be a captain back there. And they really didn't have the kind of catching that could do that. And we saw what some of Blake Sable's throws to second base looked like in the Dodgers series and the Red Series before that. And I think Jackson Reitz is an organizational guy. So they can't guarantee that Patrick Bailey's going to be back on Sunday, even if he trends in the right direction. It's one of those things where if you think then you're fooling yourself, because you really can't predict these injuries and how long it takes people to come back. We've seen it even with non-catchers, even with Brandon Belt over the years. You think he's okay, and then not quite, or he gets his heart rate elevated as he's testing, and boom, there comes the symptoms again. So he's too important. Patrick Bailey is, and obviously anybody they put on the field is too important to risk any kind of reoccurrence. Particularly when you're a catcher and the next foul tip can get you. There's nothing you can do about it. It's not a situation you can control. So you got to make sure that he's in a good place when he's on the field next. And everyone's hoping it's going to be Sunday. But if not, they do have Kurt Casale, who's a guy that there's a lot of faith and trust in. And by the way, good on the Cubs that they basically had an agreement with him that he could opt out anytime he got a major league offer, and that's not really something they had to agree to. So. It's sort of the way it should be, right? And so good for the Cubs to honor that and to let him go, have a chance to be a big leaguer again, and work with guys that they're really excited to have him.
Andrew Bagley joining us, obviously talking about the Giants' injuries as the Rockies come to town. Blake Snell in Sacramento tonight. I don't know that it's a foregone conclusion, but he looked good, obviously, against A-ball hitters. What is the plan for tonight, and then how quickly could he be in the rotation after that?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many pitches or how many ups. Obviously, they hope they're not super stressful innings. It's not like a camp game where you can just hit pause and wrap up the inning after he's thrown 30-something pitches. So, I think you just hope he gets through a number of clean innings. 5 would be great. 4 would probably be acceptable. And then, get him out there and ready to compete because obviously every start that he misses is one, 33rd of the season that they're paying him to be out there, a lot of money. So, they need him back. And I think that, this team needs to find a way to get some momentum, sustain it from game to game. Even when they were healthy and they had everybody in their position player group together for 6 weeks, they still couldn't win 3 in a row. So, if you don't put together any winning streaks, then you're only going to backslide all season. You're not going to get to where you want to get to. You're not going to be able to build over 500. Because you look at the standings, and I know it's tough when the Dodgers leave town. You see how huge the gap remains between these two franchises. You just want to bury your head in the sand. But, this was never about winning the division, no matter how much you have to say the right things. The Dodgers are going to win the NL West. They're probably going to win it going away. And here the Giants are 20-25, and it's probably more important where the Padres and Diamondbacks are. And the Padres are 22-24. The Diamondbacks are 21-23. So the opportunity is still right there for the Giants to turn this thing around. I thought Tim Kawakami laid it out really well in his column the other day. And, the best way you get momentum is to have really good starting pitching feed from one to the next. And I don't think there's anyone who's got a better opportunity to do that among these other teams in the NL West than the Giants, who can pair Snell off of Webb, the two guys who were 1-2 in the Cy Young Award last year. And then eventually you hope Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray too. But, a lot to figure out, a lot of guys they have to get back healthy. Jorge Soler, hopefully, maybe will join them even as soon as today. And they got to get him going and hitting some big game-changing hits in RBI situations, which we haven't seen yet. So, a lot's got to happen. A lot's got to break right for them at this point. They haven't gotten off to a great start, but the opportunity's still there. This is far from the kind of lost season that some people might make it out to be.
Yeah, Blake Snell was locked in at San Jose Muni on Sunday. 46 pitches and dominant stuff, obviously. Then went down and threw another 16 in the bullpen. So we'll see what he could face Paul Skeens next week in Pittsburgh. So Kyle Harrison, the way the Giants have this lined up is Kyle's going to pitch tonight, Jordan Hicks tomorrow, TBA on Sunday, which is kind of that Keaton Wynn situation with a forearm tightness bags. Mason Black could come back, and they could pitch him tonight and put Harrison Saturday and Hicks Sunday and change it a little bit. So what are you hearing on the weekend? And is Keaton Wynn going to be able to take the ball or maybe have to go on the IL? Would it be an opener? What's going on with Keaton Wynn? What are you hearing right now?
Yeah, I think we're probably going to find out really within just an hour or two. And the clubhouse opens at 3, and we'll find out if Wynn is indeed on the injured list. I would suspect he will be, just because it's unless it's absolutely a cramp and it totally went away, it's not a big deal whatsoever. But you're talking about a forearm with a guy who's had some elbow issues as recently as this spring. So my assumption is that he's going on the IL, and then you can bring Mason Black back within the 10 days if he's replacing an injured player. And you're right, it would make a lot of sense for them just to pitch Black today, and that way you give Harrison, you give Hicks the extra day. Those are guys that have a finite number of innings. You want to try to get them the extra day when you can. That would seem to make the most sense to me, but they've got obviously a lot of moving parts to figure out here. But I think we're going to know everything in probably within 2 hours.
Bags, as far as Jung-Hoo Lee is concerned, I mean, it certainly looks that he went to see Dr. Elatrosh, so nothing's been official, but can we kind of assume, even though that's dangerous, that he's out for the year?
Well, I don't know if we can assume that, just because it's his non-throwing shoulder, and that's right. The one positive of this whole thing is, Michael Conforto has talked about this, is like, look, it's a lot tougher when it's your throwing shoulder. And the other thing is we don't know exactly how much damage is going to be repaired. I think we all know surgery is pretty much a fait accompli at this point. Anytime you dislocate that shoulder, you stretch those ligaments even if you don't rip them, and that means that that whole capsule is destabilized. And the next time you slide into second base, the next time you hit the outfield wall, it could pop out again. And so I think it's pretty standard in these situations for there to be some kind of labrum repair to tighten up that shoulder capsule a little bit. And you hope that, if it's his non-throwing shoulder and it's a minimal labrum repair, it's possible maybe he's only out a couple months, maybe 2.5, 3 months, something like that. But again, I think we're going to know probably in pretty short order, if not later today, probably than tomorrow, whether he did have the surgery already, which I assume probably he has. But we're kind of speculating on stuff that we're going to get the answers to, literally within, I think, a few hours.
Great stuff. Thank you, Bags. We appreciate it. It's always great getting caught up. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, look forward to it. Have a good weekend.
Take care.
Thank you, Bags.
You too. At Extra Bags, that is Andrew Baggerly. That's a lot of injury talk. Things aren't going well when 3/4 of our interview with Bags is injury talk.
It's turning into the Bob Myers hour, John.
It really is, man. It's crazy. So there you go. That is Andrew Baggerly. All right, we are excited. Papa's Plays of the Week. Are you ready?
What am I doing?
I knew this would happen.
I'm ready,
it sounds
John.
so easy. He did and he's going to do this and that.
What am I doing? Scotty Sheffler this morning trying to pull in for a second round, or Jeff Garcia going off on everybody in the panel last night? Or no, we're doing Giants Plays of the Week. Yeah. I could have easily picked the top 5, but we're going to pick a top 3. I'm going to pick a top 3 of Giants Plays of the Week.
There's pretty good ones. Matos, maybe? All right, let's do it. There's a video element to this as well. We will get into it coming up next. New edition, Papa's Plays of the Week. We do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hello, friends. John Lund here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state? That is ridiculous. That is certainly not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, Spring is here, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. They're out more than ever before, so please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured more than $1 billion. That's a billion with a B, if I did not make that abundantly clear. B, billion, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
What's up, PNL Posse? Pin your ears back for Papa's Plays.
And he'll throw to the sideline. Caught by Kyle Juszczyk. An unbelievable play by Brock Purdy.
Of the week. Happening now.
Pronto. That's cool. We have Harlan in the open there. We just had Harlan on. Double Harlan today. Very nice. So a new edition, Papa's Plays of the Week. Now, obviously, if you're listening, that is great. But if you happen to be near your computer or device, you can watch us on YouTube as well and Twitch. And we're going to flash the video of the play up with your description of it. So we'll play the play-by-play, but we're going to hear the play-by-play in the radio, but also we're going to be putting it up on the video as well. So you can play along every Friday and play along with Papa's Plays of the Week and actually see them as you're describing them. And we were doing this. What gave us the idea was we did this on, Monday, because you were down at the Blake Snell A-ball game at San Jose on Sunday, and we actually overlaid on the video some of that. You broke it down. We thought it was cool, so we're going to do that for Plays of the Week.
Yeah, I actually rolled a video myself of Blake Snell behind home plate, and then we got the center field camera to see the way he was popping the gloves. So, and we're going to do this with the Warriors. We'll do it with NBA playoff games each Friday, so it could be basketball, could be hockey. We'll heavily get into it during football season to break down the brilliance of Kyle Shanahan and the 49er offense. But this time of the year, John, it is going to be all baseball. We were thinking top 5, but I do get a little wordy as we go here. So we're going to limit it to a top 3, kind of like the foreplay. You get to 3 and have to pick it up later. So in any event, Tuesday night, I am at the game. Larry Nibby and Gina Nibby invite us there, and we're right behind Brock Purdy and Greg Johnson and Larry Baer. And the game's not going well, to be honest. It's a blue streak all night long. Not just Ohtani hitting bombs, but it was just Dodgers running all night, like literally a blue streak between second and third base. It's like, what's going on? And then one particular moment from Sarah High School, Josh Outman is over at third base, and the batter is Mookie Betts. And Matt Chapman says to everybody, "You are out, man."
The 2-2. De La Cruz, ground ball, stabbed by Chapman at third, goes to second, one, throw to first, got him, double play. Wow. That seemed impossible. What a play by Chapman, who was playing off the line, had to go to his right and backhand it, so quick to his feet, fired a strike to second, Schmidt to first, pulled out by Wilmer. And the Reds won't challenge. It is a double play. Was that some great defense or what?
It was great defense. And we're showing Matt Chapman's double play against Ellie De La Cruz, turned by Casey Schmidt. That was an odd 5-6-3 double play against the Reds. But the one that I saw the other night was the Josh Outman one.
The tag out and the throw, right?
Yeah, so Josh Outman's
the runner at third to first.
Yeah, Josh Outman's the runner at third base. He's 5 feet from me, right in those seats. And it's a backhand play to Matt Chapman. And he makes an incredible play down the line, and he tags out Josh Outman. Mookie Betts is the runner, the batter, I should say, and he throws across the field to make a 5-3 double play. This one also was a candidate for last weekend, and it's amazing that it's Casey Schmidt, the shortstop, that got there in a good play by Wilmer off the bat of De La Cruz, who was so fast. But that one was a 5-6-3 double play, but the one that I saw, I've seen those before. The one that he made the other night, to go into foul ground of the backhand to tag out Josh Outman. It kind of got caught in between and then throw out Mookie Betts. So either one of them, those are platinum glove plays made by Matt Chapman at third base.
Well, the 1-2 against the Dodgers, and what made it such a big play was, like you said, Outman gets on. They try to get Outman. He steals because the catching is, they can't make throws down there. Outman gets to third base, and you're talking about Mookie Betts. And so, Mookie Betts is at the plate. You're not going to double up Mookie Betts, but he gets Outman off third and then throws across the diamond and gets Mookie Betts and literally saves runs because they had just screwed up by letting Outman get to third base, and then Chapman bails him out.
And it's the alertness of Chapman. And I think he is just paralyzed by what's going on in the box. Did hit a grand slam, obviously, on the weekend. On the game, weekend after he made that 5-6-3 double play. The Casey Schmidt double play part of it was amazing. But the play against Outman was the alertness of Matt Chapman to get that ball and go over and tag him off third base just enough, and to do it quickly enough, decisively enough, and then throw off that arm to get Mookie Betts. So that was an otherwise tough night. That was a huge double play turned in by Matt Chapman. So that's number 3. Number 2, and we got a couple of them to choose. It is Elliot Ramos. And
he had a great defensive week.
He has against the Cincinnati Reds on Saturday.
So far, it's been more of an issue than that. Will Benson, first pitch swing, and a fair ball. Ground ball pass first, and Lamont Wade can't believe it was called fair. Playing to Kerr in right, the throw, got him at second. Elliot Ramos, what a throw. And the Reds are asking for a challenge. Ball in the air right now. 1-0 pitch, a liner into right. That's going to be a hit. Ramos coming over to cut it off, and he will. Fraley's going to test him. Here comes a throw. He is out at second. Ramos does it again. Second of the game. They keep testing Elliot Ramos, and they keep losing. And they don't have their challenge, so that call stands no matter what. 2 down. 1-2. Benson hits it toward the Pelican. A pop-up, shallow left, and it's going to be caught by Ramos. Sprinting in, tumbling over. He makes a catch as Chapman peeled away, coming back from third. All the while, the Penguin just sitting there, unimpressed, but count me as impressed. Another great play by Elliot Ramos.
First of all,
Penguin?
The
It was
Pelican.
a Pelican.
Yeah,
I called
heard...
it a Pelican the entire day. One time he said Penguin.
Yeah, he called it Pelican every time but that. Yeah. And he was joking about it. And then we could have even added, the ball they went back on, which was absolutely great too. So since he's arrived, he's been tremendous. But, basically, right, back-to-back throws from right, which were tremendous. And then the great catch coming in at left field. He was awesome defensively.
So he was in right field, and the first one hit the low, short wall and stuck, and he had to go in the corner to pick it up. And the way he went to pick it up and the footwork, the 360 spin to get lined back up was just incredible. Come right back with another play, similar, more of a clean carom off the wall. And then he's got to move. He's got to move positions. Conforto hurts a hamstring. He goes from right field to left field, and he makes sensational catches coming in, going out. He made one later against the Dodgers, John, going straight back over his head. Elliot Ramos, they are going to get healthy here at some point. Austin Slater's going to come off the IL concussion list, and Michael Conforto, you never know about hamstrings. They have a way of lingering. This guy looks like a different player right now, and mainly defensively. You obviously see the bat speed in Elliot Ramos, but defensively, I thought he was lackadaisical at times defensively. Both in the minor leagues when I saw him, not chase balls down. In the outfield, he looks like he's locked in. So I think he's a confident player right now. But his performance in right field and later left field Saturday against the Reds, number 2 in Papa's plays of the week. But number 1. And he had a rough game against the L.A. Dodgers, obviously, earlier. Got back on the wall in left center. Luis Matos filling in for Jung-Hoo Lee and filling in for Austin Slater. But then when Logan Webb was squirming on Wednesday night, a 32-pitch first inning, he goes back and just an incredible robbery of a home run.
This big right-handed power hitter to pull. That ball is blasted into center. Macho still going back, leaps and makes the catch. Hits the ground. Hopefully he's okay.
Look at the concentration to the ball. Goes up and takes it away. What a spectacular play. And in doing so, it looked to me like he may have bumped his left knee against the fence. What a play by Luis Matos. And look at the reaction from Logan Webb.
Yeah, Logan had a 32-pitch first inning. This was in the 4th inning against Teoscar Hernandez. And look at the way he tracks the ball. If you're watching on the stream, never takes his eye off the flight of the ball. He fearlessly goes back and makes the play. He never looks at the wall the entire way. That's clearly a robbery of a home run. That ball would have been way
Oh, yeah, you
over
see from the
wall.
back angle there on the video of it.
When he went down, it looked like he was hurt. That's where Austin Slater got hurt, right in that chain link area.
For
and
Jung-Hoo?
obviously Jung-Hoo Lee on Sunday. The chain link is an obstacle there. They got to leave it there with a bullpen out in center so the relievers can see the game. Maybe they get him an elevated stage where they can watch the game over the wall and try to put more padding there. But he has struggled in center on tracking balls. But this time, and Ryan Christensen said, going back on balls is not, he's better coming in on balls. So what do? You have him set up deeper so he doesn't have to go back as far. He was been searching for the wall and kind of drifting to the wall. This time he went straight line. That ball was straight over his head. So, that's a hard one to pick up, but he picked it up beautifully, and Logan loved it because he robbed Teoscar of a home run, and Dave Gresham went out to check on him. He is fine. That was a great play by Mato. So Chapman had sparkling plays all week, and Ramos has been doing it with his arm and his glove, but that play by Luis Matos, home run robbery.
Yeah, that was incredible, and especially we had been talking about him all week, how he had struggled with some balls and dropped that ball in center the night before with Ramos standing right there. He didn't take charge in center field, but that was a tremendous catch. It scared the hell out of me. I almost think that Bob needs to have an edict to quit running into the wall because that would have been their third center fielder. My question to you is, in watching the Ramos defense, watching Matos right there, it sounds like Conforto is not far off. Clearly, Yastrzemski is a Gold Glover in right. I mean, we could have added the diving catch he had in right field this week. He had a tremendous catch, full laid out in right field. In center field, because it's nothing against Matos. It's just that Ramos looks like a different guy. There's a confidence level. Even when he's out or strikes out, he still looks like he has a better plan when he's going to the plate. And we just saw what he can do defensively. Can he play any center? Because when you have Conforto in left and you have Yaz in right, you need a center fielder. You've already got now Suarez coming back. You have a DH. Where does that put Ramos? He deserves to be here.
Now, we asked Steve Sachs this question, and he's strictly a corner. I don't think he's played much center. He looks, like Raul Mondesi, body build, Yoenis Cespedes. He's so big and strong. He does have a right fielder's throwing arm, so maybe he's better in right than left, but right in this ballpark is just too challenging. We'll see when they get Conforto back. And Conforto played reasonably in right last year. What Bob said was they don't want to move Yastrzemski out of right field when they're at Oracle Park. So I expect him to be in right field, Yastrzemski. And we've been, why is he leading off? He actually started to swing the bat better, and he had a home run the other night, which was huge. Maybe when they go on the road, John, when they go to Pittsburgh and New York, you could think about that. But do you want Yastrzemski? Some guys do it, and they've even asked Slater to do it. Do you want Yaz to be the one that moves around, where he goes from right to center to accommodate the other guys? And I think ideally Ramos, would have a right fielder's arm, play right field. Conforto would play left. And then you move Yastrzemski to center. And then Matos has got to have a spot as well. I don't know. But I think right now for the short term, I think for this weekend series, you're going to see Yastrzemski stay in right field because he just play. Right field's by far the most difficult field to play. And maybe you move him in Pittsburgh. But I do remember Yaz in Pittsburgh a couple of years ago running smack into that big wall. They got the Mays wall here, the 24-foot high wall, and Pittsburgh, it's the Clemente wall. It's 21 feet high. And that's kind of where Yastrzemski began to lose his way on this team early in 21. I think it was June of 21. He just kept smacking that wall in Pittsburgh in right center. So would you want to move Yaz to center in Pittsburgh? I don't think they'll do it, though, this weekend.
All right, great stuff. Papa's plays and Papa's picks of the week for the great plays. And like you said, you'll mix these up. But this week it was Giants and some pretty stellar defense, despite the fact that they got swept by the Dodgers. Some great plays by Matt Chapman. You saw Ramos against the Reds with those throws and that catch and left. And then, of course, the play of the week, Luis Matos, that home run robbery versus the Dodgers on Wednesday, going up above the center field wall to take that home run away from Teoscar Hernandez after they had already lost two center fielders to that wall. We'll do that every single Friday, get the best plays, and it's really cool. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, we actually will put the plays up, the video up, and Pop will explain them as he's watching them. So make sure you tune in on the stream on YouTube and Twitch, and you can see those plays again on video, in addition to if you're just listening on the air, which is great because we play the calls with Dave and John and who's ever making the calls, but it looks really cool on the video with you describing it. So make sure you check us out on YouTube and Twitch. All right, we got some remnants left until the top of the hour, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top at 2, only here on the Sports Leader.
Shuffleboard's live.
Who's recording this? Well, what do we have here? The Rockies. Is this an automated voice?
Oh, yeah. There's like a guy that we contract out to that does that. Yeah.
He's actually saying it.
Yeah. He does them like every day or so.
Yeah.
Every day. Yeah.
I was hearing his voice.
Tony Ryan. I don't know if you met him. Like creative services. Tony Ryan's like title. Creative director.
That's his name.
Greg Papa, KNBR,
no, but
and I think Scott Sheffler,
he's the guy that
being
sends
on the road
in
away from his family home. I just think the problem
directs
with this
his
morning was you
guy
could
to
sleep
that.
on a
Gets
quality
the file.
sleep number bed
Right.
and not get next
That'd
level
be a great
sleep.
job.
Contentious mood. Do you have a sleep number bed? I think you know. We've
That's
been
what
talking
he does all
about
of
it for a
our
while. I've
interviews.
been on one for about 3 years now. And sleep number beds enhance your quality sleep, and they can help boost your reaction time, recovery time, and performance. performance for high-level athletes like the Scott Sheffler. So that's why the Sleep Number Smart Bed is designed for your one-of-a-kind, ever-evolving sleep needs. So how do you plan on taking your sleep to the next level this year? You've got a Sleep Number Smart Bed, which lets you visualize your comfort. It's a game changer for quality sleep, but it's been a game changer for me as well. So right now you can take advantage and save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition Smart Bed for a limited time. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. If you want to find out more on J.D. Power 2023 qualification, visit jdpower.com/awards. Get on a Sleep Number bed only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Oh, that's spinal tap. Money Python. Sims. Yeah, British. Alright. Wait, no, we're supposed to be on the same side. I believe the camera should be more zoomed in on one side. This needs to be salted up. There it is. It's moving a little fast. Stop. Greens are playing faster. They are, but then it slows down at the very end. Oh, that's gonna put you in cool. Put both of us in the 3, I think mine is just one. So if you're more than halfway over, I think it's if you're touching it. Oh, if you're just touching it. Yeah, that's all. Wait, I'm red, right? Almost there? Oh, yeah. You didn't hit for your palm rolls? Just try to have a fair game. Can a man just have a fair game shuffleboard? Or are you playing saloon rules? Let's go. Do I just play this one safe? Oh man, you could plan in for another 3. Stay. Butker. Yeah. Hey, bud. Our boy Butker's in the news. I know, we can't do it anymore. Butker. This is the perfect name for it. So I have 6, 8. Their elbow can't go over. Virtually every that part of the kill. They have virtually every medication known to man. Tiger plus 8. Birdie, he needs it, folks. Where's you?
Pape and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, a few more minutes with us. Fun time had by all. Appreciate you hanging out today. From Scotty Sheffler to talking more about the schedule today. We had a tremendous guest list. It was great, as always. Having Raj Mathai was very cool. Matt Mayoko was always great, coming off where you were last night. That was a cool event, and they just make it better and better and better every single year. Great talking to Bags, as we always do every single Friday. Let's see. Mayoko, Raj, Kevin Harlan, our good friend Andrew Bagley, and Papa's Plays of the Week. That's pretty damn
Cynthia
good.
Freeland.
Cynthia with the numbers. So that was cool.
Raj Mathai was a late ad, so I mean, the news of the day is that Steve Kerr's talking like he's going to coach 2 more years with the Warriors. He'll coach Team USA this year in Paris. Steph Curry will be on that team. He'll coach the Warriors next year, and possibly a amicably parting of the ways between Steve and the Warriors after the following year. So we'll see when he gets pushed on this. He said maybe, but Raj kind of got the idea sitting next to him and talking to him during the interview. And only part of that interview has been released so far. They're going to release more coming up. So it sounds like Steve Kerr, John, will coach the Warriors 2 more years, and they'll be looking for a new head coach. And then what does that do with Steph Curry and his contract situation with expires after the next 2 years?
Yeah, we may have an expiration date on the Warriors if that is the case. I don't, maybe Steph wants to stay and keep it beyond that point, but it certainly sounds like maybe they've had a discussion and they do 2 more seasons and then moving on, because Steve was saying, and then the organization gets to go in a different direction, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, well, it'll be interesting to watch. Go online if you have not seen this Sheffler stuff by Jeff Darlington. He was right there. And it'll be interesting next week when Dave Fleming returns. I'm sure he'll jump on the shows and talk about it, because Dave Fleming, one of the voices of the Giants, obviously was there this morning. It's one of the craziest stories I think I've ever heard. And then he goes out and shoots a 66. My God.
It's had to have happened years ago, where somebody got bailed out of jail on a Sunday morning. Max McGee was hung over on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah.
I can't think of one, though. Somebody getting bailed out of jail and then going right and playing whatever sport it was, even golf. So I'm sure it's happened.
Yeah.
I mean, can't think of it, though. It's pretty amazing.
I mean, again, Eugene Robinson the night before was with a hooker, but he didn't play. He was suspended. And he was the NFL Man of the Year, too. That was bad. But and then they got blown out by the Broncos, by Mr. Ed and the Broncos in the Super Bowl. So that was that. So anyway, great day as always. I had one note just because the name to me is really interesting. There's a guy named Wesley Walker. Remember the old Jets receiver, Wesley
Very
Walker?
Well, Wesley Walker. Yeah.
I don't know if this kid's related, but I think we have our first 4-time because the NIL money. So Wesley Walker is a safety. He started at Georgia Tech, went to Louisville, went to Tennessee, and he'll play his final season at Michigan. So I think we might have our first 4-year NIL guy.
In 4 straight years.
4 years.
Never had to sit out a year.
Georgia Tech, Louisville, Tennessee, and he'll play his senior year at Michigan. And his name's Wesley Walker. Impressive.
He won't be alone. There'll be guys that do it on the 6-year program. It'll be 6 for 6.
It's crazy. Anyway, Pop, great stuff today. Good job on the plays of the week. Those were awesome. And again, if you're watching on video, we'll do that every Friday and pop the video up there. Have a tremendous weekend. See you too.
Bud Black, we love you, Bud Black, but you're not continuing this winning streak anymore.
Stop that right now.
7 is enough.
Thanks, as I said, to all the guests. If you missed anything, just go to knbr.com. Thanks to Walter. Thanks to Danny. Kolsky in for Copes again today, so it's going to be Kolsky and Tolbert, and they're coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Happy Friday, everybody. It's nice out there. I must say. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Cope's out. Kolsky in again. So we're going to take you right up until, I guess, 7:15, 6:15, as we get you ready for the Fighting Dingers and the Giants. We're going to have Friday regulars. JT Snow will join us. Marcus Thompson's going to join us. And always fun to have Boman Jones on. Well, Boman Jones on. He's in Valhalla. So I want to find out what the hell's going on with Scotty Sheffler, because that's the last thing I expected to wake up to this morning. A mugshot of Scotty Sheffler. I was like, what? Oh, God. And then thinking of him in a drunk tank sharing swing tips with some dude. Really? You put the ball in the back of your stance? Oh, that's crazy. I guess he was stretching in there, too, which is kind of wild, too. So we'll get into that. Didn't deter him from getting a 5-under par today. That's who Scotty Sheffler is. Kolsky, what is up?
I don't know if the crazier thing is that he ended up, he's tied for 4th or something on the leaderboard. Like, it didn't hurt the golf game that much. He's top 5, I'm pretty sure. He
was. Last I stopped watching, he was 2 off the lead. I think Morikawa was 11. He was 9. I'm sure Shoffley's probably passed him up.
Shoffley's 10. A couple other guys at 9 with him, but
okay.
Yeah, he's tied for 3rd after spending a few hours in the slammer. Or is it just the fact of this happening at all? It's a very, very bizarre story. I don't know if you heard, but Jeff Darlington was there, and he kind of has he described the whole thing. And I'm watching that clip. It's just pretty wild and not a great reflection on the management, the crowd management by law enforcement in the situation.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as we find out what happened, because I've heard, there was one officer that told him to do one thing, apparently. One officer that told him not to do that. And one of the officers told him to go ahead. The officer, allegedly, the other officer said no. And then he did what he thought he was in an action movie. Dude grabbed the door handle as he was taking off. Like, what are you in Lethal Weapon? You grab the door handle? And apparently he got drugged for a little bit. So, I mean, look, that part is just kind of insane, and there's some parts of it that are kind of funny. It's not funny that somebody died, and I could see how. It's dark as hell out there. Like, it is so dark. Apparently one of the vendors, somebody who was working with one of the vendors got hit by a bus. Obviously, I mean, tragic. And you can understand why. There was a traffic jam trying to get into the golf club because, it's a crime scene at that point. They're trying to figure out what's going on. I'm sorry, the crime scene's going to take precedent over a golf tournament. So they had to back everything up. But I can understand if you get there, like, when it's first happening, how chaotic it could be. And that's the exact word Scotty Sheffler used, just chaotic. And I could see where, he's like listening to one guy's telling him one thing, if indeed that's what happened. And I don't have any reason to believe or not believe Scotty Sheffler. I mean, there's nothing in his past, the interviews I've seen, the full swing that I watched with him, that leads me to believe this guy is like one of those guys that just says, screw it. You know who I am? I need to get warming up. So,
frankly, if he had done
I could see that happening.
Yeah, and if he had done that thing, do you know who I am? Get out of my way. I'm the #1 golfer in the world thing. But we would be hearing about that.
That's kind of what I was thinking. So Boman Jones going to join us about that. We didn't get into it yesterday, but the crowd pleasing Harrison Butker speech at the commencement ceremonies, which was just, I was like, Weston told, Haley told me about that. I go, well, that had to be like a, Christian college or something like that. Like, you're not rolling into Berkeley with that speech. Like, you just say, let's see how this goes. So I kind of figured that's what it was. There was probably an audience kind of with receptive ears, although not sure some of the women would think the same thing. Hey, you're getting your diploma. Hit the kitchen. That's where you're gonna find your most satisfaction. So we'll get into that. Although I always do appreciate when people say those things, because I'd rather know who you are. At least I do know that. We're not wondering. We don't wonder what somebody's thinking. We know what someone is thinking. So we'll get into that a little bit. And I was going to throw something out today at some point, like do fans want to know who their athletes are? Do you want to know who they really are? Like, we know who the owner of the Giants is, and he's taken a lot of flack from people here in the Bay Area. And look, that's not surprising at all. And if it's an owner, you know who he is, then you have, at least you have some information, and you can say, well, do I want to spend my money on this team? Do I want to watch this team? Do I want to buy merchandise from this team? Do I want to support this team? Maybe I want to support another team. Do we want to know that with our athletes too? Because I've always said this: if everybody knew who their athletes were, you might not want to know who your athletes are. You might just want to enjoy them out there on the field, because you'd probably be fairly surprised at not only their political leanings, but moral leanings and all that kind of stuff. And you might not want to root for them. So maybe you just want to put that aside and just say, look, I got to deal with that all throughout the day. I don't want to deal with it on Sunday. I don't want to deal with it when I watch my teams. What they do is fine if it doesn't affect me. Or maybe you do. Maybe you do want to know. So we can get into that at some point today. We got the Rockies. We got the Nuggets last night. Holy smokes. I mean,
what was that?
I don't know what that was. I have no idea what this whole series is. I have no idea what these playoffs are, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know that I've seen, I don't know that I remember a playoffs with so many blowouts. I mean, and not that was extreme. But how many blowouts have been like 27, 24, 18, 17, 20? Like
both ways in the same series.
Yes. They're not even games with 5 minutes to go. They're just like nothing. Hey, I bet you if I went back and looked at every single game, the one series that was pretty good as far as like competitive throughout, it didn't last long, but was the Lakers and the Nuggets. That was a fun series to watch. There were some competitive games. There was some drama. They were close. I mean, how the Lakers led in that series. 70% of the series, they led. And you lose 4-1. So you could assume Denver was down most of the game and then came back at the end and won that series. But there have just been some games where you're like because I was pumped to watch last night's game. I was like, oh, this is going to be great. And then I was like, oh, no. Denver up 9-2. They might just roll them. And then the also crowd-pleasing 27-2 run the other way, and it was over. It was like over at that point, like just done. See ya. And I don't know. Tell me what Jamal Murray's going to show up. Tell me what Karl Anthony Towns is going to show up, and I'll tell you how the game's going to go on Sunday. But I'm glad Minnesota won, because who doesn't love a Game 7, right?
Of course, better a Game 7 than not. And Towns, yes, but Murray really seems to be as much a primary determining factor of how these games go as anything, because after the first two games, everyone was saying, Jamal Murray looks like he's hurt. That Denver may just not have the firepower without a full strength Jamal Murray. And then 3, 4, 5, all of a sudden, this guy looks like the Jamal Murray we've seen in past playoffs and in the first round, beating the Lakers with game-winning shots. And then last night, terrible. So it's it really does feel like if they can harass Jamal Murray into another terrible game, Minnesota's really in business. All right, Tim. Okay, all right. We have lots to do today. You mentioned the guests.
Yep.
But coming up next, your buddy Steve, not here, but on NBC, talking to our other buddy Raj Mathai. He made some headlines, and I guess we're going to find out if that's something we need to really think about or not.
I didn't even. I can't wait. No, I can't wait to hear this, because I did not see this. So I'll give you a snap reaction when you tell me what he said. I have no idea what he said. So
it was about his own future with the Warriors. So we are going to listen to what he said and react live on the air right after this. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland, Tolbert, and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Giants general manager Farhan Zaidi joined Tom and me yesterday. He acknowledged that the Giants need to continue to find and develop bats, and also talked about what he's excited about with this current group. Listen to that podcast on KNBR and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Sheffler, Tolbert, and Copes. Or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
On KNBR, that rejoin makes me think of the scene in Half Baked when Dave Chappelle's like, I'm a, what is it, something of the custodial arts maybe, and he's like, or a janitor, a master of the custodial arts, or a janitor if you want to be a blank about it. I don't know if I can say that on the air. I just won't. We got to get into the Steve Kerr thing, but brief correction first.
Yes, I just wanted to let people know Bomani is not in Valhalla. I mean, like, he's alive, so definitely he's not in Valhalla, but he's not at Valhalla, the golf course. He's just been tweeting about what's going on with Sheffler, so I wanted to make that correction so I didn't mislead people. So there you go.
Tweeting hilariously, I would add, about the Scotty Sheffler situation. Steve Kerr, pretty normal. Warriors head coach offseason sit down with NBC. We know Steve signed a 2-year, $35 million extension.
Yep.
That's nice. That seems to secure his immediate future, but yeah, we've started to kind of ask the question on a regular basis. Well, you know, how long is Steve going to want to do this? And he was asked that question a little more directly by Raj Mathai. Let's take a listen to what he said.
I think definitely in every job in sports, almost a shelf life and for a coach. And I think I will feel it when that comes. And I did not feel it this past year in terms of, you know, it's time to leave. I feel like we've got a couple of years here with Steph, Draymond, hopefully Clay. We're still going. We're also bringing on a whole group of young players who are doing really well. I'm loving my job every day. I love coming into this building every day. What's not to love about the Bay? So I can't wait for next season with the Warriors. But there's going to come a time, and maybe it's in 2 years when my contract's up. Maybe that's the time where it's time for me to move on and time for the Warriors to seek new blood and new ideas, and we'll both know when that time comes. And I can tell you one thing: it will be a very amicable parting of the ways whenever that happens.
You know Steve better than any of us, certainly, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
What's your immediate reaction to that?
Well, I mean, that was about as big a nothing burger as you can have.
Okay.
Didn't even have any condiments on it. I mean, that was, well, you know what? We'll both know it could be in 2 years. Maybe it's not in 2 years. You know, we'll see. I mean, you know, that, yeah. I thought it'd be a little more, have a little more teeth to it, but no teeth. I should know. There's going to be no teeth to it. I think the interesting part will be what he decides to do after he retires from coaching. Like, does he want to retire and go do something else? I mean, he's done broadcasting. I know he doesn't want to be a GM again. He doesn't want that daily grind. And I don't know if he wants the daily grind. He was so good as a
broadcaster.
Yeah, he's really,
I don't know if he wants
doubt.
it, but he was so good.
I don't know if he wants to do that again. You know, all the travel and all that. I'm not sure if that's where he wants to go. I could certainly see him doing something like Pat Riley has done, where you move upstairs, but you're not the GM. So you're not involved in the day-to-day, but you're just kind of like the overseer. Like, you're the president of everything. You, like, just run stuff. You know, maybe they give him a small percentage of the team, and he just kind of oversees everything. You know, the hires and the firing and the acquisition of players. You know, just stuff like that, where he's not going to grind it out. He's not going to be there every day. He's not going to put the players through workouts that you're bringing in, but he'll have a say. Like, he will have a say in things. So I could definitely see him doing something like that, because I know Steve loves basketball. Steve loves to compete. He loves being part of a team. So I don't know that he's going to want to step completely away from that. I'm not sure that he won't either. He could come to a point where he's had enough and he says, I want to go do something else. But my gut tells me, as much as he loves, because I always thought this is what he was made to do. I always thought, even when I was playing with him, like you could just tell he was going to be a coach. He's a leader of men. He loves the game. He loves to compete. And now that he's here and had the success he's had at coaching and helped kind of build this organization or this iteration of this organization, you know, him and Bob and Joe and Steph and Draymond, Clay, I mean, a bunch of others. But if he has a chance to stay there in a different capacity where, you know, it's a little less stress, but you're still involved in it, I think that's something we could see him do at some point, where you're not going to see a whole bunch of him, just like you don't see a whole bunch of Riley. You know, you see him at the press conferences, you know, every once in a while, end of the year, stuff like that. They'll show him sitting up in the stands with Alonzo Mourning or somebody just watching the game, stuff like that.
It'll be Draymond.
Yeah, but no, Draymond's not going to want to do that. I guarantee you that. Draymond's going to be making his money doing TV and podcasts and all that kind of stuff.
It's Looney. That's who it is.
Looney.
Looney's the Alonzo Mourning.
I could see that. I could see that role for him where he's involved, but not day to day, where it's not like just every single day it's a grind. So that's kind of something that I could see in his future after he gets done coaching. But I never put it past coaches to stay one more year. I mean, I think Popovich has stayed about 15 more years. Like, I thought he was going to retire a long time ago. He told me when he was coaching, yeah, when Timmy leaves, I'm leaving. Yeah, right. I mean, Timmy's been gone quite some time now. So, and now he's probably got Wemby like, oh, hey, let's stick around for a little bit,
Hold on.
a little bit longer. But, I mean, look, I think you get to a point in your life where like, well, what am I going to do? You know, I want to stay active. I want to do something. I don't want to just, retire and do nothing. You talk to people who start getting up there in age and they want to do something. It's like, I want to get out of bed and have something to do every day. At least have a little bit of a schedule where, okay, I got to do this instead of just, okay, what am I going to do today? Well, maybe I'll play some golf. Maybe I'll go have a beer with my friends, or maybe I'll go have lunch with some. There's some people that just got to have that. I need something to look forward to every day. And if you love doing it, like Pop does, I don't blame him for doing it. He's still really good at what he does. I don't know that Steve wants to do that. Like, I would be really surprised if Steve was there 15 more years. Like, I can't see that, but I never underestimate coaches saying, "Oh God, I still have it in me. Let me go 2 more years." But my best guess would be, I don't know if it'll be 2 years, but some shortly thereafter. Like, I don't think he's going to sign another long-term deal. I think the days of Steve signing a 5-year deal to coach are done. I just don't think he's going to do that anymore. I think he's at that age where it's like, okay, let me take it a couple years by couple years. But when he gets done, don't be surprised if they have even if it's not a role that's created right now, if they create a role for him kind of in that Riley mode where he's just kind of the overseer of all things basketball.
Yeah, well, a couple of thoughts. The benefit of that is if you're the Pat Riley role, you get the rings. Everybody loves to give you credit all the time when things go well, but you don't have to, like you said, grind it every single day.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, man, Hubie Brown is 90 years old, and he's still out here talking about the painted area. So
yes, he is.
If you're capable, why the hell not to do it as long as you can? I think almost everyone would love to see Steve stay around as long as possible. And that actually is something we're going to get into next in a broader context, because Derek brought this up to me yesterday, and it's something that I've noticed too, and it feels
Derek
like
brought it up. We probably shouldn't talk about it then.
I'm telling you, this is a rare moment of clarity from Derek
Really?
Papa. And
well, let me hear it. I'll be the judge of that.
It feels like the Bay Area is more critical of really good coaches than most fan bases would be. And that's kind of across the board. And we're going to take a break, but I want to get into, first of all, is that real, or is that just me and Derek having a shared hallucination? And then why? And because honestly, I'm not sure. At least if we're talking Niners, Warriors, Giants, I don't know you could do much better than the coaching you have. And there is so much complaining and so many people, and I guess this is part of the nature of social media, but so many people who are positive they know better than three dudes who are about as brilliant as the coaching profession makes. So I want to get into that next. What's up with Bay Area fans turning on their coaches? They're very good coaches. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland with Tom Tolbert. It's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader.
Open wide. It's time for Mr. T.
He's doing the polka now? No, I do.
This does feel like the right sultry soundtrack for opening wide for Mr. T. I don't know.
Yes, it does.
Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland today. We're pulling out the classic rejoins. It sounds like that's very exciting.
Open wide.
Coaches in the Bay Area. Maybe it's an overreaction to, reading too much social media. But I for the last few years with Steve Kerr, and listen, I've disagreed with Steve Kerr's decisions at times, but with Kerr, with Melvin now, when Kapler got it from every angle, it's like, I thought it was harsh, but also he's Gabe Kapler. He has no pedigree. He's never done anything as a manager, and he frankly made some weird decisions over the course of his career. So I get it. Steve Kerr, some of the Steve Kerr's gotta go stuff that I've seen over the last few years, and I've already seen Giants fans saying, I guess Melvin's not the answer, when a likely Hall of Famer is managing a roster of AAA players because of all the injuries. Like, it's wild to me. And I don't know if there is something about the Bay Area crowd, in look, it is an intelligent area, all things considered. It's an intellectual sort of a place. But it does seem over the top to me. And Shanahan too, and with football coaches, that always baffles me because, that's the one where I feel like there are a lot more people who understand basketball and baseball at least a passable level. But 99% of football fans have no real idea what's going on out there. And they still think they know how to coach a team better than Kyle Shanahan. It's wild to me.
Yeah, I don't know if it's something that's indigenous to the Bay Area. Probably not. It's probably even worse the further east you get. The curious part is, this, as you mentioned, the success they've had. And with the Warriors, it's the bar was set at a championship the first year Steve got here. And then it really didn't abate for 5 years. They lost some championships, but they went 5 straight years. Unheard of. It is, and look, it was incredible, and I get there's a part of that, but then there's the part, and some of these fans weren't around for it, but the other part of me goes, right, but do we then just forget where the bar was? Let me check my notes. Every year from 1976 to 2010? Like, what are we doing? No, but you don't forget, but I've always said once the bar gets raised, it doesn't get lowered. You don't lower the bar back down. Once the bar is raised, that's where it is, and those are the new
as a Bulls fan, I'm not sure.
After about 20 some odd years, I guess you can kind of start lowering it at that point. But it takes a long time. It does take a long time. But that was an easy one too. That was an easy one to start lowering the bar because they blew up the whole damn team. It's like, well, we can't expect, like, if they were losing with Jordan and Pippen, and then they'd be like, oh, Phil's got to go. You got to be you got to be kidding me. You can't win with these guys. Like, that's where it would have gone. But when you say goodbye to everybody, then it's pretty easy to say, okay, we're going to lower the bar at this point. But this is still the same cast of characters, so everyone still thinks they're the same players, but they're not. Steph's not the same as Steph was 4 years ago. I mean, he's still damn good. So is Draymond, but they're not the same players. Clay's not even close to the same player. Andre is long since gone. Obviously, Durant gone. Bogut gone. Barnes was gone a long time. I mean, a lot of these guys, Sean Livingston, a lot of these guys, David West, that helped them win championships, aren't here anymore. But the main players are here. So you're thinking, well, why can't you win this year? Why can't you get back and win again? One, it's really hard. I don't think people truly comprehended, because a lot of these fans now jumped on it about 09, maybe 10, 11, somewhere around there. So they have no idea the pain most Warrior fans went through for like 20 years, because they were the Nets and the Clippers. Those were the three teams that were just like kind of the laughing stocks. Like they had seats waiting for them at the lottery every single year. Like, okay, Warriors are going to be here, Nets are going to be here, and Clippers are going to be here. And there were some years where the Nets were good. Once they got Jason Kidd, they were good for a while. Warriors had their 2-year run, we believe. And then the Clippers every now and again would pop in and out. But for the most part, well, you knew you're going to get Alvin Adels there. You knew you're going to get Elgin Baylor there. and then whoever else, who the hell showed up for the Nets at the time. But they don't remember that because they weren't there for that. They didn't care about that. But once the Warriors drafted Steph, had that run, and Steph kind of started becoming a thing, and then, they got to the playoffs, they beat the Nuggets, lost to the Spurs. It's like, oh, man, here we go. And then they win a championship, Steve's first year. It's like, boom, championship. Then you lose, then you win 2, then you lose. But it's like 5 straight. Like, that's Celtics 60s type stuff, getting to the finals 5 straight. That just doesn't happen 5 straight years, getting to the finals. So everybody just thought, well, that's the way it is. We go in, regular season, rip off 66 wins, 68 wins, boom. You go make it to the finals and, win a championship. That's just the way it is. So when it doesn't happen, it's certainly not Steph or Clay or Draymond or any of the players. It's Steve, or it could be Bob at the time. Yeah. Why didn't they go get this guy? Why didn't they get another big guy? I hear that one all the time. Why didn't they get another big guy? Or how come Steve doesn't know how to play the young guys? How come Steve won't develop the young guys? And I kept trying to explain to people, look, you're not going to develop young guys at the same rate as the Rockets were when the Rockets are expected to win 20 games and the Warriors are trying to win a championship. Like, if the young players that you're developing can help you win that championship, you're going to play them. But if not, you're playing the vets. You will play them because that's how your team is built. That's how it's constructed. We want to win. We're going to give ourselves the best chance to win a championship. And they did that for the better part of 8 years. Took a couple years off, had some injuries, then COVID hit, then boom, 2022, they win another one. And that one wasn't even expected. I think they're this 3rd seed. I didn't think they were going to win that year. I thought they had an okay chance. Now, that's a puncher's chance. I think these guys got a puncher's chance. They're good enough if they get hot, and they did. And they got the Celtics. I actually thought the Celtics would win that one until they actually played the first couple times. Like, oh, you know what? I think the Warriors are going to get them. And they ended up did. And then people were like, oh, okay, see, that's the way it's supposed to be. And then following that, which was a championship that I don't think anybody expected. Like, I think after they won the first one, everyone kind of saw it coming. And then when they got Durant, it was almost a foregone conclusion. Like, oh, yeah, they're going to win again. And that was like that was the most boring the NBA has ever been during that time, because it's like, well,
I actually think
look at this team. They're going to get to the finals, okay? Maybe they could lose to the Rockets in the Western Conference Finals, but there was like no drama in the season. That's how good they were. But people took that for granted. Oh, that's how we should be all the time. It's like, oh, no, that's not the way it is. You're living in a fantasy land. At some point, you're going to have to wake up, feet back on the ground, and go, oh, this is a real NBA right here. That's what the Warriors are going through right now. The real NBA.
And it's so funny because Steve started saying that like a week into Kevin Durant's tenure here. I vividly remember him at press conferences being like, listen, I just want to remind everybody this is not the real NBA. This is not actually how it usually works. We're floating in some weird fantasy zone, and it's great, but it's not gonna last, and it's not probably ever gonna be like this again. And of course, nobody listened to him, and everybody got mad that it's not like that all the time. And I actually think the Durant piece of it that you just talked about is why I do think Warrior fans are the worst. And you're right. It's not necessarily that they complain more than other fans. It's like the ratio of complaints and I know what we should have done to the actual results that have been turned in by this entire regime of the Warriors. Like, to presume that you could have done better than the guys who did this already just now. That's the one that drives me nuts. And I do think it's the Durant thing, because in 2 years, 3 really, because I don't think anybody doubts they'd have won a third if Durant and Clay don't get hurt. So for those 3 years, it was a foregone conclusion. And it felt like, oh, well, when you're really good, then you just know you're going to win. And honestly, the only other time I can remember feeling like that in my lifetime was during the heyday of Jordan. And honestly, that was not even as dramatic. There was the overwhelming confidence in Jordan, but it didn't feel like there weren't other teams in the same weight class. And that Warriors team, there just was nobody in their weight class, it felt like to me. And even in those moments where it looked like they might have to worry about the Rockets. I never thought they would ever lose to that team. It just never really even entered my mind that James Harden's Rockets would actually pull it off. So
yeah, the only game they had a real chance was when they went 0 for 27 from 3. Like, they were in that one. They could have won that one. They didn't win it. But I'm with you. I always felt like the Warriors were going to beat them. But this was a different feeling because the Bulls were just as dominant. But I never, like, with the Warriors, I felt like, look, you can't beat this team. They got Steph. If Steph doesn't get you, Durant's going to get you. If Durant and Steph don't get you, Clay's going to hit like 7 threes. He'll get you. Draymond will do something, whether it be offensively, defensively, whatever. He'll do something. With the Bulls, it was just like, bro, they just got Jordan. You're screwed.
Yep.
Like, if the game's close at the end, you're going to lose.
You're done.
You're just going to lose. It wasn't like so much they were a great team. They were. But it was really about one guy. Like, as good as Steph and Durant were, you never felt like, okay, just because they have this guy, they're not going to lose. With Jordan, it was like, well, they're not going to lose. They got Jordan.
Yeah.
What do you guys got?
Yeah.
Not Jordan? We have Jordan. Oh, you're screwed. So that's just the way that was. But you did have the same feeling. I mean, I think people forget with because they always talk about the Bulls and like who's the most dominant dynasty. I'm like, save that argument. They just save it because the rules are different. Everything's different. Jordan couldn't shoot threes. I'm like, well, you think if Jordan played basketball today, maybe he would have practiced threes and he could have shot threes?
I think he might have.
Yeah, I think he would have been okay. It's like people, it's so funny when people look at some of the greatest athletes of all time. They're like, oh, but they didn't do that back in the day. I'm like, because they weren't asked to do that. You're telling me one of the greatest players of all time couldn't do something. He didn't do it because he wasn't asked to do it, and that wasn't part of the NBA landscape back then. Trust me. If it was part of the landscape, that dude could have been hitting 3-4 threes a game, but he didn't need to. So anyway.
No, it was the mid-range, and he developed the most lethal, unstoppable mid-range jumper in the history.
Yeah, it was
of the
incredible.
Game, so.
The little shake turnaround it was over at that point. But with the Warriors, you always felt like they're just, look at them. They could lose one guy, and they'll still beat you. Like, that's how good they were. And it was, again, I mean, it was fun watching them, and I enjoyed watching them from an aesthetic standpoint because of how talented they were and the entertainment value of the Warriors. But, yeah, I don't think people got that, and it still kind of carries over today. Although I think, to get back to the regular your argument, do the fans here get on coaches more? Are they harder on coaches than they are in the other parts of the country? I don't think so, but I think it's mostly online. Like, I think if you talk to most Warrior fans, they love Steve. I bet you if you talk to most Niner fans, they love Kyle Shanahan, even though he hasn't won yet. But we always go back to the Andy Reid thing. Like, that dude went for 14 years, and now he's considered one of the greatest coaches ever. Like, I could see that happen to Kyle, where he wins one, and then all of a sudden he wins like a few. And you're like, oh.
And then everyone's like, hold on, wait,
get rid of this guy.
I just noticed he had gone to the NFC Championship game every year for a decade before he won that first. Maybe he was good all along.
Yes, I'm pretty sure
funny
he was.
The way that happens.
I'm pretty sure he was. But yeah, I think it's what the expectations are. The Warriors' expectations are championships now by a lot of people. Shouldn't be, but they are. For the 49ers, it seems like they're always championships because if you're a Niner fan and you grew up with the Niners in the 80s, that's what they were. Like, it was almost championship or bust. You talk to Steve Young, like, that was it. Either win a championship or you don't win a championship. And I think that kind of still stays with that franchise today. Like, people expect championships from the 49ers. You look at all-time championships. What is it? Patriots won, then the Steelers and the Niners are second. And those are the expectations. And now that you're so close, I think they're saying to the 49ers, well, if not saying to them, thinking to themselves, same thing as the Celtics. All right, we've seen this, done this. We want to win one. They just get one. You've been to the NFC Championship game. You've been to the Super Bowl. Now it's time to bust through the door. And then the Melvin thing's just dumb. If you ever utter 40 games into a season, a first-year head coach should be let go like he's not the guy, then just retire from watching baseball, okay? just go. You go watch something else. There's probably cricket on out there or something that you can enjoy. But if you actually think that you're making sense by saying, yeah, this guy, I don't think what I really want to know is for those people that would say that. I can't imagine there's many, but if you were to say that, I'd like to sit down with you, have a beer and talk and go, so exactly, give me a case in point. Why are you saying that? Like, exactly what has happened over the last 40 games? Did he cut you off in traffic? Or what has happened that makes you believe he's not the guy for this team? A quarter of the way into his first season, a guy that's won 3 Manager of the Year awards. What did you see that offended you so much that you think, we could do better. We need to move on.
And it's going to be nonsense about Yaz hitting leadoff and bullpen decision making, and it's completely ridiculous. And by the way, I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but you got a 3-time Manager of the Year to leave a job with significant star power and come to a place with none, looking up at that same team that he just left. Like, you should be thanking your lucky stars that Bob Melvin holds a special place in his heart for the Bay Area, rather than complaining about bullpen decisions. All right, we got to go because we've got a giant, or a former one anyway, coming on right after this. JT Snow, I'm sure he's appreciating Bob Melvin more than idiots on the internet. I'm Matt Kolsky. I'm in for Adam Copeland with Tom Tolbert on KNBR, the sports leader. Steve Kerr had a nice sit-down with NBC's Raj Mathai, said his time as Warriors coach could end in 2 years. Raj Mathai joined Papa and Lund today. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR and the KNBR app.
Winter is coming. They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh, no, it's gone! Snow has homered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Matt Kolsky, Tom Tolbert with you. Time for our weekly conversation with JT Snow. JT, what's going on?
Up in beautiful Davis, California, we got the Oakland Ballers and the YOLO High Wheelers. Little Pioneer baseball scrimmage tonight.
Oh, I thought, dang, I was hoping it'd be Yo-Ho, like Pirates of the Caribbean. Yo-Ho, Yo-Ho, Pirates life. Anyway.
Yeah.
You guys are playing a game tonight. Season started already?
No, we've been up here in Sacramento for the week. We had a little spring training up at Sacramento State, and then we came over to Davis today, and we're going to actually get to play somebody in another uniform. We've been having inter-squad games, and then tonight we're going to play at 5 o'clock. We're going to play YOLO, and then we're going to play them again tomorrow at 1, head back to the Bay, and then we're taking off Sunday for the start of our season. We open up in Kalispell, Montana against the Glacier Range Riders up there. So
I'm going to guess the ball travels. I'm going to guess the ball travels in Montana.
It's a very offensive league from what I've learned. So pitching is a premium, and these kids have been working hard. We've been here since Monday, playing inter-squads every day, and
good deal.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
So let me ask you, we've been talking about managing, coaching in different sports, stuff like that. But in terms of baseball, what do you look for from a manager? Like if you're watching, you played, decade and a half in major leagues. Mm-hmm. What makes a good manager? Like what things we can see? Because I know communication's huge from all managers and coaches, being able to sit down, talk with the player, be honest with the player, let them know what the roles are, what they need to do, all that stuff. But when you're watching a game, like fans that are watching, because I always hate this, and Kolsky and I were talking about it, it's the worst come playoff time in any sport. Everybody thinks they know how to coach. They know how to coach the team better than the actual coach. It's like, we just stop. Okay, I got to get rid of this app so I don't look at this crap. But what do you look for? Like when you're watching a game, what do you look that maybe will let you know, like, I really like this manager, like I think he does a good job, or not so sure about that?
Yeah, well, the first thing I was going to say you took it was communication, but we all know about that, right? It's just the best manager I played for, they made it a point to go around to everybody every day during BP, how's it going, how's the family, how do you feel, this and that. But like you said, during a game, I think the one thing to look at is just obviously positive body language, but is the manager one step ahead? Is he have the lefty up, maybe getting loose in the bullpen or even getting his jacket off? Is he thinking an inning ahead, a batter ahead? And what most people, and just, I love positivity. I love a manager that gives a guy high five knuckles when he hits the ball hard, hits a line drive, when a pitcher has a great outing, because guys feed off that, and guys on the bench look over at the manager, the bench coach. And the one thing you said that's is pretty hard to understand is that baseball doesn't seem like the other games to move as fast, but it actually does. And when you're in that dugout and decisions have to be made, and like I said, thinking ahead, a batter or two or an inning, the good managers have their right-hand man, a good bench coach, and it comes down to split seconds. What do we do? Do we take him out? Do we leave him in? Do we pinch hit? Do we walk him? Do we this? And the good managers are very decisive. And you can see that sometimes on TV when they pan in the dugout, if they're communicating with their bench coach, and then of course if they make the right moves, they come out smelling like roses. But I like the positive body language of positivity. The manager's making his way. I remember playing for Dusty, and he was great because he'd be down at one end of the dugout, and if we hadn't scored a run or two, he'd go to the other end of the dugout, and then he would switch toothpicks, and then he would turn his wristbands around, and just, we're so superstitious. It's ridiculous.
As far as the Oakland Ballers go in general, I mean, independent league baseball, very exciting to have it in Oakland. But what are the, I don't know quite how to put this. I guess what are most of the players on the Oakland Ballers looking for career-wise? Like who are these guys, I guess?
So the baseball draft is now 20 rounds. When I came out of college, it was 50, and then it went to 40. Now it's 20. So half of the players, and mainly senior guys in college, are not getting drafted. So a lot of major league organizations have scrapped a single A team, maybe a couple single A teams at a level. These guys are guys that we've signed that didn't get drafted this past draft, and the draft is coming up this year in July. So only 20 rounds. So a lot of these guys aren't drafted. Our job, and I can say that the last week I've been with these guys, I'm very impressed and surprised by the level of play of these guys. They all played in college. Some have played professional baseball. You can't have more than 2 years of professional baseball under your belt at any level. And our job and what these kids are going after is for us to get them signed to an affiliation, to a team, to the Giants organization, to the Mets, whatever. We've already had a pitcher. The Red Sox have signed him away from our team. And so it's a constant, we're going to lose players during the year, but we're going to re-sign, or we're going to sign players during the year after the draft. And we have a bunch of Division I players on our team, a couple kids from USC. We've got a couple kids from the South, schools in Texas, Louisiana, McNeese State, Sam Houston State. And so, and their goals are to get into pro ball. And this independent league it's going to be equivalent to like a high single A team. But I can tell you right now, we've got kids on our team that are going to get signed here pretty shortly when maybe somebody in an organization gets hurt, they need a player. And they all have the desire. They all have the will and the fortitude. They've been chasing their dream their whole life. They want to get to pro ball and see how high they can go. These kids have been playing baseball like we all did since Little League, high school, college, and now they got a chance to get into pro ball. Our players they do get paid. They're making money. So it's going to be fun. The energy level, and I haven't been around it in a while, but it's still great to be around these kids, man. They keep you young, they keep you laughing. It's a different game than I play, but I've accepted it, and it's been a real joy to be around them the last week, and I'm looking forward to a really fun summer.
Do you guys teach the catcher with the one knee down?
You know what? They can do whatever they want. The cool thing about independent ball is we have no affiliation, so we don't have to listen to anybody about analytics and all that stuff. We can do things the way we want because we have nobody above us. So I've had a bunch of kids talk to me about hitting and fielding and this, and I said, do it the way you've done it. If it's not working, we can make some adjustments, but we're all about letting them play. Obviously, if it's not working, we're gonna tweak them and things like that. But it's funny you said that, Tom, because we've had kids. I'm no catching expert, but we've had kids that like to go one knee down in the squat. So it's been pretty fun.
That's cool. Hey, so I wanted to ask you about this, and I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if you watch Angel games. You shouldn't if you do. I feel like I'm tied to him. I got to continue to watch occasionally. So a couple nights ago against the Cardinals, 7-6, bottom of the 8th, bases loaded. I think it was Guillermo that was batting, and Ron Washington calls a squeeze play, lefty on lefty. He misses the bunt. I think it was Neto. Maybe that was coming home. Gets tagged out, and they end up getting out of the inning. They lose 7-6. So it was a curious call anyway. A squeeze play with bases loaded, especially lefty on lefty. And by the way, the pitch was in the right-hand batter's box, so he didn't have much of a chance to get to it. Now, stuff like that happens. Whatever. You can question the call. What I hated, and I like Ron Washington, but I hated the fact at the end of the game he said, "Look, he's got to do his job. Like, there's nothing wrong that I did. He's got to get the bunt down." The ball was in the strike zone, which is factually incorrect. It wasn't anywhere near the strike zone. But even if it was, like, that's the kind of stuff that I don't like from a manager. Like, you got to suck that. Even if you do think he messed it, you're the one that has to wear that, and then you can air a guy out in the locker room. But the fact that he said, "It wasn't my fault, it was his fault," like, that to me is how you lose a team real quick. I mean, I don't know if you saw that, but if you did, comment on it. But I basically explained it to you. I mean, what do you think of something like that?
I didn't see it, but I don't think that's the manager's position to say that. And you know what? I don't like the call anyways. And like you said, when you're running a squeeze play, it's one pitch and it's all or nothing, right? It's 100% or it's 0%, and lefty on lefty. And I just think that we talked about this on past shows that that was never part of the game here in the last 10 years, and now all of a sudden stuff's coming back. And I've seen it with a lot of these kids we're coaching. They're not comfortable with hitting the ball to the right side. They're asking, how do I hit a fly ball to the outfield to get a guy in from third? Going back to the old school of baseball and driving guys in. But I think bases loaded. You give that hitter a chance to pick out a pitch and do something with it, right? He's got 7 pitches to play with, 5, 6, 7 pitches. I'm with you on that one. And you're right. A team's gonna watch that, and you may lose a few guys if you're blaming it on the player. Sometimes as a manager, you got to suck it up and take the blame.
No, exactly, and it wasn't even Guillermo's fault anyway, because it wasn't even a strike. That's crazy to me that guys don't know how to hit it to the right side. They just they don't, because it's all about lift and launch. Let's get the spin angle, let's get the swing down, and let's drive the ball and let's do some damage. And it's like, I get it. There are counts where you want to do damage. There are also counts where you just got to battle and put the ball in play. There's also situations where you want to get the runner over, and like that used to just be fundamental stuff. Like guys would give themselves up, get the ball over, maybe even single to the right side, or you can hit a line drive to the right side, but let's at least try to get the guy from second to third if you have a guy in second with nobody out. Now it just seems almost like a foreign concept to guys. They're so focused on their swing and lifting the ball and getting it up in the air and getting backspin that they've forgotten about all the little stuff that goes with hitting. I mean, do you find that now in baseball more, where guys just don't understand things that were kind of second nature to you guys growing up?
I do, because the way years ago when they said that we're going to value a fly ball and a strikeout as the same as a ball in play, you kind of scratch your head and you're like, wait a second, that's not even close. And there's a whole generation of players that have kind of lost that ability to control an at bat, to pick out a pitch, to when we were hitting in BP, sometimes the last round, our hitting coach might be behind the cage giving us a situation, man on second, nobody out. Boom, we hit the ball to the right side. Man on third, infield in. Boom, we hit a fly ball to the outfield. And you start doing that, and then once you get in the games, and it comes natural. But we've lost a whole generation of, like you said, launch, backspin, swing, angles, bat angles, launch angles. And the one thing that bothers me too, Tom, is when you watch a game and a guy makes an out and he immediately goes into the dugout and puts his nose into an iPad and he's checking out his at bat. You're not watching the game. It's kind of a selfish act, right? It's like, I didn't, even if they hit it good or bad, but they get right in there. And that's, I don't like that move. And this league we're playing in, no iPads in the dugout. We do have some reviews, but when a player comes in and the first thing they do is bring up their at bat, I don't like it. It just sends a bad message. If you want to do it, go down in the runway or go down where no one can see you, but the cameras are all there, and it looks selfish to me, and it looks like I'm worried about myself and not the team. Pull for the guy behind you. If you struck out or didn't get the guy in, get on that top step of that dugout and root your teammate on, and hopefully you can come through. So hopefully it'll come back around, and who knows? We get some of our guys signed to organizations that they make it up. They'll know how to play the right way.
Well, we'll let you go. We know you got practice and you're getting back on the field, but we appreciate taking a little time out for us. Have a good weekend, and next week we'll talk a little Giants and maybe talk about the opening of your season. Thanks, JT. Appreciate it, man.
You got it, guys. Anytime. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Take it easy, man. No, he's right. I don't blame the players so much as just the whole system, because that's the way the system is set up now.
Players are going to do whatever they have to do, right? I mean,
I don't blame them for not being able to hit to the right side because they're not being asked to, and they're not being paid to. Like you're going to do whatever gets you paid. That's why you're seeing all these pitchers try to throw it through a wall every single time they grab a ball because they get paid for velocity. So they're going to try to get these weighted balls and throw it as hard as they can and try to get up in the high 90s, maybe 100, and that's how I get paid. Organizations are going to pay for velocity. I mean, I hate the iPad too. You can do that at some other point. Maybe do it at the start of next inning. But I'm with him on this, that, hey, watch the game a little bit more. You could probably learn a little bit something by watching the game instead of sticking your nose in an iPad. But that's the way the game is going right now. Like, okay, let me go look at my bat, or let me go. That's where I think technology goes a little too far and can actually impede your progress of like playing, understanding, all that kind of stuff. But as far as not hitting it to the right side, not being able to bunt, all that stuff, which, it drives me crazy. But if I'm not being asked to hit to the right side, why would I ever work on hitting to the right side? So again, if you're saying, look, we're going to pay you for that. Like if you know how to play baseball, that's a skill. We want those guys on our team. We're going to pay you for that. There's going to be, there's going to be the big boppers that like, hey, we're not going to pay you to do a lot of this stuff. We're not going to ask you to do a lot of it. But some of the other guys, hey, we want you to be a well-rounded ball player. That's just not the way it's been. So, you can't ask them. You can't say, oh, well, how come you can't do that? Well, I don't know. They never asked me to do it. They never wanted me to do it. They didn't pay me to do it. So I never worked on it. That's just the way, I mean, that's how I see it. So, I don't know. There are just certain parts of a baseball, again, this is all old guy stuff. And guess what? I always tell people, too, they're like, oh, you're on the porch again. I go, don't worry, you'll be here soon. Everyone takes their turn on the porch. It doesn't matter how old you are. You go from the street to the lawn to the porch. Everyone's going to do it. Even people your age and Copes' age, you'll be on the porch. And you'll be looking back at the kids, and the kids on the lawn will be saying the same thing to you because there's always going to be something new. And I'm just like, well, that's the way I grew up watching baseball. Fundamental stuff, hit to the right side, hit and run, steal bases, stuff like that. But it's a different game. So is basketball, for that matter. I mean, everything is. Everything's different. Everything has progressed. I can go back to let's go play hockey. No two-line passes. Well, that sucked. I didn't like that anyway. But, I hate everything. I hate all sports. Bring back my sports, damn it. You're killing me. No, that's not true. I mean, there's certain things I miss, but for the most part, the sports of today are better, I would say, as far as skill level is concerned, stuff like that. But, yeah. If you were to ask me, like, what things do I miss in each and every sport, there are probably a few things that I go, I kind of miss that. Like, just off the top of my head. I know I get a run, but just off the top of my head. Fundamentals sometimes in baseball, like, drive me nuts that they can't do that stuff. The death of the mid-range game in the NBA. The fact that every game looks the same. It's threes and get to the paint and try to get to the free throw line or get layups. That drives me crazy, that the diversity in basketball is basically gone. Skyhook's gone, pull-up jumper, leaners, floaters, all that kind of stuff. Those are usually gone because they don't want mid-range jump shots. Football, I would say the physicality of the sport. I'd like to bring some of the physicality back in the sport. I think it's gone too far one way where it's just not physical enough, but I get why. And I'll be honest, I don't follow hockey as much, although I watch a lot of hockey. Like, I remember what it was like back then. I like it that it's open now. Like, I hated the two-line passes. I'm like, well, that sucks. Takes you forever. Takes you forever to get in their zone. So I do kind of like that. But yeah, just little stuff like that. But it doesn't take away from my enjoyment of watching the games.
Yeah, to your credit, I don't think you're actually really on the porch that much, because most of the stuff that you just brought up, I think is. Sure, there's a little old man on porch, but there's also some legitimate questions about entertainment value with some of this stuff, yes. Right? And I think the basketball point you make is certainly in that vein, that like it's nice to have different teams that play different ways. And although there's a little diversity in terms of there's heavy pick and roll teams, there's more motion offense teams, like they're all looking for the same exact shot distribution, which does lead to some sameness. Sadly, the problem with most of this stuff is in all of these sports, everyone does what they're incentivized to do, whether it's to win or to make money. And without fixing the incentives, it's easy to say I miss X, Y, or Z, but it's much harder to create the right incentives to get those things back. So I don't know. There may not be any going back. Speaking of no going back, once you spend some time in the slammer, everything changes, is what I've heard. I've only heard. I should say I've only heard that. I have no personal experience. All right, I have very limited personal experience inside a jail cell.
Wow.
Actually, I probably have very similar length of experience in a jail cell to Scotty Sheffler. So we'll get into it next. I'll see if I can lend any expertise to the situation. Scotty Sheffler arrested and then played a nice round of golf, which makes this a particularly bizarre and interesting situation. We'll get into it. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland with Tom Tolbert on KNBR, the sports leader.
It sound right, boy.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Kevin Harlan. God, I love that voice. I can't do a very good impression of it, but you can hear him. He was on with Papa and Lund today, talking NFL schedule, NBA playoffs, and probably a lot more. Listen to that podcast right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Next to play from Texas, Scotty Sheffler.
A couple hours ago, we really, truly were not sure we would see that swing from world number one. But Scotty Sheffler, his second round is underway.
Is that David B. Fleming?
Correct.
Look at that. Our guy.
No, he's featured very prominently.
Okay.
Very
prominently. You can tell I'm not watching the in-round coverage of Valhalla.
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
I was watching the out-of-round coverage. Jeff Darlington gave a great breakdown if you want more, but it takes him 2 minutes because he talks slow. So the basic gist of this is Scotty Sheffler, there was a car accident, an unfortunate car accident that led to a crime scene on the route into the golf course. Scotty Sheffler was trying to get in to, play a round of PGA Tour golf, and he says, and as we said earlier, we have no particular reason not to believe him, that he was told by one officer to go ahead and drive around. Another officer either said no or didn't approve that and tried to stop him. Sheffler didn't totally realize what was going on. One officer grabbed onto the car, got dragged a few feet, then yanked Sheffler out of the car and slammed him up against it to handcuff him, and he went to jail. He is currently charged with second-degree assault of a police officer, third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding traffic signals from an officer directing traffic. And then he shot a 66, and he's tied for third after 2 days at Valhalla. First of all, that's nuts. I mean, not that he shouldn't have played necessarily, but I can't think of all the athlete arrests shortly before an event, I can't think of anyone participating in said event after their arrest and there have been a few of those. The other thing is to hear Jeff Darlington describe it. He said things like everything happened really quickly. He mentioned that Scotty, as he was being led into a police car in handcuffs, asked, "Hey, somebody help me." Like, everything we've seen reported seems to be this was like an unfortunate misunderstanding, and yet here he is charged with 4 or 5 charges, including second-degree assault of a police officer. It all just seems insane.
From the tank to the tee. Gotta love it. I also loved that some enterprising young men showed up at the golf course with T-shirts with his mugshot on it saying "Free Scotty Sheffler." Like, when did you make those? I mean, you just got the mugshot.
Incredible.
I mean, do you have it on? Do you have a printer on the course that you went to? Is somebody's house on the course that has a printer?
This is why you invest in that silk screening machine,
Like, I mean, that is incredible that they rolled the course in those shirts. It's so good, and they had tickets too. They everything.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how in the hell you get the mugshot and put it on a T-shirt, and you're at the course. Like that's
Same
amazing.
Day.
Yeah, bravo.
Same day T-shirt.
Yeah, that's bravo. I mean that's really good stuff right there. Oh my gosh! But now people should know that the assault on a police officer wasn't him hitting or roughing up the police officer. It was him taking off. Police officer holding onto the car like he was, Ryan Gosling in The Fall Guy, and fell to the ground, roughed himself up, tore his pants, and there you have it. That's the assault of the police officers. So it'll be interesting. I guess he has a court hearing Tuesday. So he finished the golf tournament and then, hanging. I guess I think it's in Louisville.
Louisville, yeah.
Yeah, for a couple days. So he can go to his hearing and then take care of it. I'm assuming it'll get taken care of, but who knows? I mean, who knows? I mean, they got video of all this stuff too. Right. I don't know if they have actual video of him dragging the police officer or really what it's going to come down to. And this is the only part that I thought, okay, we'll see how this works itself out. If the one cop told him, look, go ahead.
Go ahead. Right.
And the other cop didn't let him go and then grabbed a hold because there was miscommunication there and then he dragged him. Now, I'm assuming all it would take is the one cop to say, look, I told him to go. And obviously, there was some confusion and chaos, but what if the one cop doesn't want to throw the other cop under the bus? Yeah, I don't remember saying that. I don't remember saying go. Like I don't recollect that at all. I'm not saying that will happen. I don't.
Counting on the law to just like proceed with basic common sense can be a dangerous thing, though.
Yes, and expecting all the stories to say similar to what they were.
Yeah.
It's not asking for too much, but it's not beyond reason to say it may not quite proceed that way. But no, the fact I don't remember anybody going from like the pokey to the course or the gym or the field the same day. Like that's just wild. Like you're in prison. And the fact that he's actually warming up in a cell. Like I was just thinking, are there people in the cell going,
who's this guy?
Hey Scotty, I'm having a little trouble with my chipping. Should I move it a little further on my front foot, or I'm just curious? Like, what do you think there? Like,
this is my swing, and I can't get rid of my slice. What? How is it? Is it the grip? Do you think? Yeah, that's.
He's showing the guy. Okay, here's the first move. What you want to do is when you get back, you're gonna drive down inside. I could just see Scotty doing that. Like people sitting there, like half tanked from the night before, like just sitting there going, "Oh, dude." You get out, you have your buddy pick you up, and you're like, I just got golf lessons from Scotty Sheffler. And he's like, bro, how much did you have to drink last night? What are you talking about? You got golf lessons from Scotty Sheffler. Like, no, I did. He was in the cell with me. Yeah, okay. Were you talking to Brady, too, about finding out quarterbacking? Was he there, too? Like, you just think some dude's, like, hallucinating. He's like, no, Scotty Sheffler was in the game. It's a tank with us. It was incredible. Yeah, okay, pal. Yeah, well done. So the whole thing is just is absolutely bizarre. And then, again, that could shake you, something like that. And he just goes out there and drops a 5 under. Like, yeah, no, we're good. We're good. First hole, birdie. They just show up at the course, birdie. We're fine.
That's what it is to me. I mean, as much as like a 66 is perfectly good, but not exceptional for the best golfer in the world. I literally came here from jail and shot a birdie part is just, so that didn't bother you at all. That didn't shake. And in golf, I don't know. It seems like such a fragile sport. You'd think it would have taken him a few holes to get into the rhythm, but no, birdie off the top. All right, we got Marcus Thompson coming up in 20 minutes. But next, I made a list with some help from super producer Derek Papa. At least one of
Derek,
whose name's on here I'm not going to read because it's a no. But we have a list of potential feasible Warriors offseason targets. A couple of big names at the top that would be the Kuminga trade we talked about, but most of these are names that I tried to think from a perspective of who could you get that would help that would not require trading Jonathan Kuminga. And I want to throw these names at you next before we get Marcus Thompson on at 3:50. Oh, boy. We also have breaking bad news.
Go ahead. I don't like breaking bad news. You do it.
All right. I'm just going to say it.
It's not a good one.
Just going to say it, then we're going to be out of here. You're going to go straight to commercial, hang the bad news on the commercials. Jung-Hoo Lee with the separated shoulder is out for the year for the San Francisco Giants. Alex Pavlovich breaking that news, and that is a horrible bummer.
Awful.
And we're going to talk about basketball right after this. Matt Kolsky and Tom Tolbert on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland alongside Tom Tolbert, and I'll say it again, even though I hate it. Jung-Hoo Lee's season is over. All of the is now reporting he will have surgery to repair a torn labrum, and I don't know what to say about that other than bummer. That
nothing
sucks.
to say.
Yep, nothing you can do.
Nothing to say.
It's really, really a bummer.
Yeah, it's a 6-year contract, and one of them's gone. And he was, and hopefully will be. I'm sure he will be. He's fun to watch play.
Yep,
he was fun. Like, he was a reason to turn into the game. Not just because the numbers weren't great. They were just okay. But again, I said he's going to be fine. He can learn a new league, new country. He can be fine. But it stinks that he doesn't get this year of learning the league and all that stuff under his belt. So it's just a bummer. I liked watching him hit. It was a fun guy to watch play. So that stinks. I can give you. I can turn that frown upside down.
This sucks.
All the NBA stuff. Is there anything better? Well, I'm sure there is, but turn the phrase. Is there anything better than ordering like a pair of shorts or pants? I don't order pants, but I ordered some shorts. Okay. But is there anything better than ordering shorts online and they actually fit perfectly?
Oh, yeah.
Because how many times you get something, you can't wait till they show up. You're like, oh, man, I really like these shorts. These are cool. And you get them, and you're like, oh, man, the inseam's not long enough, or the inseam's too long, or they're tight here, they're tight there, they don't quite fit here. And you're just kind of making, let me pull them down a little bit. Let's see how that works. Or I can pull them up a little bit, or God dang it, now I got to send them back. And then you don't end up sending them back. They end up sitting in your closet for like a year. You're just like, well, that was just a waste of $50. Like, that sucked. But I got some shorts last night, and I wanted to get some shorts that weren't quite as heavy because all the cargo shorts and shorts I have are cotton. And these aren't cotton. I go, I just need some new shorts. I've had the same shorts forever and ever. So I got some shorts, took them out of the bag last night, put them on like a glove.
Love that.
Oh, they were so nice. That made me smile. And I figure if people out there have ordered similar products, that'll make you smile. You'll think back to the time you pulled those jeans on. You go, wow, these actually fit. These are nice, because you never know what you're getting online. You especially with a brand you've never ordered before.
Right.
It's a little bit of a roll of the dice. So now these fit perfectly. I can order the same brand again, the same style again, and I should theoretically get a similar fit. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. But yes, I was very happy last night. So there, bummer about Lee. You should be happy for me about my shorts, and hopefully that'll bring a smile to your face, remembering the time you ordered something and it fit perfectly. There you go.
Yeah, it's the finding $5 in the pocket of old pants of ordering things online. That's the feeling you just described. All right, let's talk about some basketball
Speaking
players.
Of that, these are cargo. I should look, see if there's anything in the pocket. No, not there. Damn it.
All right, I have two names at the top of my list that I would I'm lying. One I would think about trading Jonathan Kuminga for. The other I wouldn't, but I'm interested to see what you have to say.
Okay.
And those two names, both young-ish guys, both I think have been all-stars. One for sure has. Let's start with the most currently relevant and interesting of the names, Karl Anthony Towns.
Okay.
Let's say they lose Game 7 and Towns does what might be described as something Townsian, which is to say really stupid.
Okay.
And Anthony Edwards, I'm just painting a picture here. Anthony Edwards steps into Alex Rodriguez's new office in downtown Minneapolis and says, "Sir,
are we sure he's going to have a new office? Is Glenn Taylor giving that thing up?"
No, again, none of this will likely happen. I'm just painting a picture by which the Minnesota Timberwolves are ready to get rid.
I'm going to close my eyes, and I'm just going to let you mentally illustrate.
Let it wash over you.
You're verbally illustrating. I'm mentally taking it in. So, okay, here we go.
There it is. Okay. He says to Alex Rodriguez, I don't want to play with this big goofball anymore. Can you please get him out of here? And Alex Rodriguez says, you're damn right I will. Whatever you want, buddy. And so they are looking to trade. Let's envision a scenario where they are looking to trade Karl Anthony Towns. If Jonathan Kuminga and Filler effectively could get you Karl Anthony Towns, is that something you would be interested in?
Well, I mean, as long as we're going to get on, we're using fiction for our story time this segment, I see. let's just say all that did happen. Karl Anthony Towns for... It'd probably be Kuminga. You're probably looking at Kuminga
Wiggins. Kuminga.
I don't know Minnesota's going to want Wiggins back. Like, yo, what?
Well, maybe there's a third team involved, right?
Could be.
Wiggins, Kuminga.
Yes, I would. I would. I don't think they would, like, just real quick, again, I don't think it'll happen because I think Karl Anthony Towns is very happy being at number 2. And I think they got that thing going in the right direction. And after 1 year, they're going to want to see it a little bit more before they move on from it. But in that world, in that reality, yeah, I would do that. He fits with the Warriors. He fits alongside Draymond. He's young.
He's still a number 2.
Exactly. He's a number 2 scorer. Yeah, that's one I would do. I think you'd have to kick in quite a bit more than that. Probably a couple number 1s as well. And that's kind of where a lot of this stuff I lose interest because if I'm the Warriors right now, I'm not in the business of giving away my future. You got to start building. These guys are going to continue to get older. That's just the way it works. So,
but if you hang with me, if you do get Towns, and I actually don't love Towns because he's too much of a goofball for me.
He is a goofball. There's no doubt about that.
The number 2. But if you're getting Towns, you're looking at picks in the teens. So you're talking about Kuminga, Wiggins, whatever other contract makes sense, and then the 15th pick or the 15th to 25th pick probably between I guess you'd probably have to do 2024 or 2025 and 27.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know that's it certainly puts you in that puncher's chance area that we talked about. Right.
Yep.
And I don't know. That would be. It's interesting. The other name that's on that,
as those two being the key assets, yes, I would do it. I would do it. Again, I'm thinking it's probably Kuminga, probably Wiggins, or maybe even Pajemski, something like that. Unless you sign Kuminga, he won't sign until next year, though.
No.
You got to get the money right. That's the thing about
Wiggins
the NBA.
makes the money work. I think.
Yeah, exactly.
And it'd be the same thing for this one, which I think we don't need anybody to go into any offices. We have a team that I would guess is headed towards motivated to move this player. Brandon Ingram.
Okay.
If it was Kuminga and Wiggins and maybe one first, maybe next year's first rounder, Kuminga and Wiggins for Brandon Ingram.
Nah, I don't think so. I'm going to pass.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on that one. I just, like, Karl Anthony Towns is different. Again, he's a goofy, and that worries me. But as long as he's a number 2, I think that's fine. I think it works. But he's big. He gives you some interior presence. He can shoot the ball, so you always want somebody that can stretch the court, and he stretches it as well as any big guy in the league, maybe ever. So for him, yes. I don't know. I'm not replacing the athleticism. I think Ingram isn't great defensively, but then again, neither is Kuminga right now. Your hope is with Kuminga, much like Anthony Edwards, that he will learn, he will grow, and then weak side defense, he'll start to get schemes. He'll start to get like, okay, I'm not on the ball, because on the ball, Kuminga can be really good. Like if you lock him in on the ball, he can be good. I always say it's a Labrador syndrome, where you're like, ball, and they're like, and then you throw it and then hide it behind your back. They're like, where'd it go? What happened?
Clay was like that early in his career.
Clay was like that early on.
Better.
Yes. Yep. And he became, so that's what you're hoping, that he will progress and get better, because he has the raw ability to be a really good overall defender. So, but that one I'd be more likely to do. And again, neither of these are going to, well, I guess Ingram could theoretically happen. But I don't know. I mean, it gives you a number 2 score. There's no doubt about it. The energy sometimes isn't quite where I think where you want it to be, but I mean, I have to look at it closer, but just off the top of my head, I'd say, nah, I'm not. I don't know that I'm interested in that one.
Yeah, these are both sort of in that zone for me, the maybe zone. But I will say there is, when you say energy, the first thing that popped into my head is energy-wise, Brandon Ingram's got a little bit of Andrew Wiggins in him, and I'm not sure that that's the type of player that you want to hang that much on. Because if you move Kuminga, you're hanging a lot on whoever you're bringing to town to put you back into championship contention.
Yes.
All right, I have more small-time names that I want to throw at you later, but we got to get out so we can bring in Marcus Thompson, who may have some thoughts on this as well. He actually wrote an interesting article about potential ways for the Warriors to jump back into championship conversation. Plus, we'll talk to him about what's going on in the playoffs right now. I'm Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader. Kevin Harlan. God, I love that voice. I can't do a very good impression of it, but you can hear him. He was on with Papa and Lund today, talking NFL schedule, NBA playoffs, and probably a lot more. Listen to that podcast right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Matt Kolsky, Tom Tolbert with you. Always fun on a Friday. We get a chance to talk to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, see what he has going on, get his thoughts on the world of sports. What's up, Marcus?
What's going on? We got Kolsky in the building, so I won't be getting hated on today since Copeland's not there. That's good.
You're damn right.
That's right.
It's all positive here, Marcus. All positive.
Well, from your end, not from my end.
Oh, no.
What? It's not positive for you? What can we help you with?
I don't have to be positive. I like traffic in and out of negative, so I was saying from your end, it's probably going to be all positive.
Isn't that a crappy place to live?
Yeah, but crappy's okay. So nothing wrong.
Well, all right. To each their own, I guess. To each their own. I don't know that there's any making heads or tails of the playoffs just because it seems like every other game's a blowout. You sit down to watch a game, you're like pumped to watch it, and it's over by halftime. Last night was over by the end of the first quarter. And tell me if this seems – look, I know it's too simple. I know there's a lot more that goes into it than this, but it sure seems like if Cat plays well, T-Wolves are going to have a great chance to win the game. If Jamal Murray plays well, Nuggets are going to have a great chance to win the game. If either of them don't, then good luck after that. But those two guys seem to be the barometer of how their team goes.
No question. It's like a tag team wrestling, right?
Yep.
where the second guy is going to – I mean, that's basically the series right there. And, I think Denver – you kind of throw Aaron Gordon in there, right? Because he's been really good for 3 stretches. And I do feel like that's where the blowout comes in, right? Because it's like one of those guys play well, and then if you get that third guy, it's a landslide, right?
Yep.
Like it's not even close. But – I mean, that's basically been the series. You could literally look at Jamal Murray and Karl-Anthony Towns and basically look at who won the game. And the reason is you've got these two, mega stars who, are pretty unstoppable if you leave them single coverage, so you can't. So who's going to punish you for paying too much attention to Jokic or Anthony Edwards? That's modern basketball. It feels like that's what modern basketball is, especially at this playoff level. I actually think, though, I don't know, I feel you on the blowouts, but I feel like these blowouts feel different. I feel like it feels like even though, like 30 is like, okay, that's over. But 20? I guess I've seen so many teams come back on the Warriors from 20. It still don't feel like it's over. It feels like a 10-0 run is, going to happen at some point anyway. So even though, the score looks so lopsided, I still find myself into the game, like that fourth quarter of game 6 in Minnesota, that didn't even count. That's old school Steph Curry on the bench laughing fourth quarters, right? But generally speaking, if you up 20, you didn't, it ain't over. I do think that's a unique development this season. It's you can be down 20 in the fourth quarter even and still have a shot. It was just wild to think about.
I think the sort of similar oversimplification of the other Western Conference series is, I don't know, it's weird to me because you obviously have some great players in this series. Luka and Shea you could kind of look at as the barometers, I suppose. But this series, watching it, to me, it's felt more like it's just a three-pointer contest. As much as there's all these dynamic players on the floor with Williams and Kyrie and Luka and Shea, it's whichever team hits their threes tonight is going to win, is what it seems like. Am I oversimplifying it?
Yeah, I agree that that's the case, but I think it's oversimplified because it's about who's hitting the threes. And at least in that series, we got a style clash because Dallas goes big, and they're essentially if all you got down low is Chet Holmgren, we're gonna see if his chest holds up, right? We're just gonna keep a big in the game at all times, which is that's like Tom Tolbert era basketball, right? When you had to have a big on the floor. Like, we ain't seen that in a long time. But it's like Gafford, Lively. Maybe they'll throw both out there. And Oklahoma City really doesn't have a counter, so they just got to hit threes like they have to. And what you're finding is, I don't know, I watched a lot of Oklahoma City. This dude, I feel like they didn't miss all season. Like, it felt like everybody on the team was a 45% shooter. Remember Isaiah Joe came to Chase Center and hit like 38 in a row? It felt like he never missed ever in his life. Now that playoff pressure is different because these dudes they're not hitting the shots like they once did. So to me, that's a little bit of difference where Dallas is like, obviously if P.J. Washington hitting threes and Tim Hardaway Jr. is hitting threes and Luka and Kyrie, obviously, like, that's what Dallas is at their game. But they actually have a counter. Like, they could go inside, which adds a unique development. I mean, to me, if you want to oversimplify that series, it comes down to, is Luka playing hurt today or not? And when I'm saying playing hurt, I mean, you know, he's obviously playing injured, but yeah, he's obviously got all this stuff. But when he's not going well, he's out there he's looking like he walk into the senior home, right? He's like grimacing every play, he's stopping, he's doubled over. I'm like, are you? What's going on here? It's almost like he can feel I don't have it today, and if he's got a little kept to a step, then Dallas wins. So that's probably super simple. But how does Luka Doncic feel? Does he feel like he needs to have a beer after the game? Then they win.
I think, you know, with that series in particular, because I know there's been a lot of talk about, is Giddey playable? Did they not play him? He didn't start him. I think when they are playing him, that as good as Dagnall is, I think they're playing him in the wrong position. You can't put him in the corner, can't shoot. You can't put him in the dunker spot because he's not an elevator. You got to do what you do with Draymond. Like, if the Warriors, if the bigs are sagging off Draymond, what does he do? Dribble handoff to Steph. You just go give the ball to Steph, dribble handoff, and then he just comes off and shoots a wide open 25-footer. Like, Giddey's got to be that guy that is on the perimeter, used as a screen setter and a roller, because the one thing he can do, much like Draymond, is you give him the ball in the middle of the floor, he can make a decision. He can pass they won't really have a dunker at that point unless it's Holmgren, who's usually spaced out, or then he can kick it over to Williams or kick it over to, I don't know, Wiggins or Joe on the wing. Like, you can't just sit him on the wing, because you got to get him involved in the play somehow. And the dribble handoff is always, I think, the best way to get him involved and get Gafford involved now. Now, either Gafford's got to come out, or you're going to give up a wide open jump shot to whoever it is, Shea or Joe or whoever's running that. But to if you're going to put Giddey in the corner, Marcus, might as well sit him on the bench, because at that point, all Gafford's doing is blocking the lane, clogging up the key, and screwing up your offense. So they have to figure out a way to use him, and I think that's the best way to use him, or don't use him at all and just let him watch.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about Dagnall in the series. I thought it would be more of an advantage on OKC side, but like Jason Kidd's giving him a tough time. Like, Jason Kidd's pushing a lot of buttons. They still can't figure out what to do with PJ Washington. They don't really have an answer for PJ Washington, which is crazy. And you could see it in Giddey. Like he doesn't want to shoot those. Like, the thing about Draymond is he'll fire them things up, right? Don't let him make one. And then if he misses 2 or 3, then he'll be like, all right, let me chill out.
We're good.
Giddey, yeah, right? Giddey doesn't look like he won any of them, and then he's got that kind of slow mechanical shot. I don't know why he's in the corner, and that's not how they lived all season. They killed people all year with them corner threes. It's Isaiah Joe, it's Chet, right? Like, why would you put your worst 3-point shooter in the corner? I think they can't play him. I just think if he's in the game, they've got a target to go at him. If he's in the game, like, they're gonna give him an open 3 and make a play. And I just think, like, the physicality of Dallas is a problem. And he's young. The difficulty is Casey Wallace is not making shots.
Yep.
And he's not a playmaker, so they got to have another guy on the floor. That's why he tried to go with Isaiah Joe. But, like, I don't know what they do with Giddey. I feel like you just can't play him. Or let's see what he does. Work the pick and roll, try to get Gafford out on the perimeter, but who's he got DHO with? That's the difficult part because we already talking about that Steph's coming off the DHO. That's the different. That's like a skill.
Maybe Jay Williams would be the guy. Jay Williams would probably be the guy. I mean, he could always do it with Shea, but Shea he mostly wants to get into the lane. But I wouldn't mind getting him downhill, getting Gafford backing up, and then shoot that little mid-range jump shot. That'd be fine. But really, Jay Williams would be the guy if he were shooting the three better, because I think he shot 40% all year.
He was great all year, and he just hasn't.
He can't buy a three right now. But that would probably be the guy. But if you're going to play that way, if you're just going to sit your center in the middle of the paint, you got to make him pay somehow. And by that, I don't mean putting him in the corner and hoping he makes a three or two.
I mean, it is a hope too, right? It's
big time.
I know they pray before every game at Oklahoma too. They used to throw in Giddy threes, hey, also Lord, please, Giddy hit a couple, because that's what it feels like when he's shooting threes. It's why is he in the game? Who's actually shooting the ball well, not that well, but worse than he did. But I feel better about Lou Dort shooting a three than Giddy, even though Dort's airball. He's hit some windy currents up there a few times, but I do feel like Lou Dort. I feel like he's going to make the shot more than Giddy. And it's not fair to Giddy, I guess, because he is young, and this is the first time. This is why people wanted Oklahoma City, by the way, right? This is why LeBron and Rob Pelinka should have lost that game in New Orleans.
Stop.
And banked on.
Stop. That's enough.
So,
keep moving. Keep moving. No, because everybody assumed that they'd win the second game. What if you lose the second game and you don't even make the playoffs? Stop. Just stop. Who are you, Kreskin?
What's the difference between not making the playoffs and getting gentlemen swept by the Nuggets?
Well, but I'm not sure they.
What are we going back now? I mean, and going, okay, this would have happened. We don't know what's going to happen.
No, we
maybe
do
drive over your house. Drive over there.
All right, tell me the argument is not more you don't at least see the argument more now. Look at Oklahoma City; they look very beatable. They look very beatable.
I mean,
especially
Denver doesn't look unbeatable though, right? There are just too many teams. To me, the bigger picture is it doesn't matter. The Lakers weren't winning a title this year, no matter who they ended up playing in the first round, and offending the basketball gods like that for no good damn reason seems like just a bad idea to me.
I don't know that they wouldn't be. I don't know that. I agree with that. I don't think you should mess around with that. But I don't know that they wouldn't have beat the Thunder. I think Denver.
They might have beat the Thunder, but they're not beating the Timberwolves or the Nuggets or maybe even Dallas. I don't know. They weren't winning. On the other side, though, in the Eastern Conference, we have a team that was the best team in basketball pretty much all year long that nobody is excited about after they've gone 8-2 in the playoffs so far. Where are you on the Boston Celtics? And I mean, it looks like the path to the finals should be straightforward, but do you have any faith in their ability to perform if and when they get there?
No, I don't, because number one, they haven't shown the ability or even the willingness to win another way, right? And I don't know that anybody's going to force them to find that either, right? Denver was down 2-0 heading on the road. Sometimes you kind of need those moments so you can find your championship grit. These dudes are playing around, man. All they do is shoot threes and drive. It's the same thing every time. And they don't have Porzingis. They're not developing that other option. And everything that they're going to need to beat Denver or to beat Minnesota, they're literally not working on it. So they're going to have to figure it out live on the spot, or they're just going to have to make a bunch of threes. It's really all they do. They're so good that you want more out of them, but they're also so good they just don't have to show more until they face a good team. They just don't. They don't have to. And by whoever survives this Knicks Pacers series, Like, they might not. I mean, I feel like the Knicks will, somebody will get game 2, but I don't even know if they'll have any left to push Boston. Like, they might just be too exhausted. They're going to get to the finals, they're going to get hit in the mouth, and they're going to have to play a way that they've refused to play all playoffs. And basically all year because they're so much better than everybody else.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be a huge deal for them if they get Porzingis back before the finals.
Massive.
I mean, he makes a huge difference. I mean, not just on offense because you're adding a big 3-point shooter, and that's all they are is 3-point shooters. But defensively, that's where he makes a massive difference. And if they're going to play Minnesota with that front line, if they're going to play Jokic, if they're going to play, let's say, Dallas with Luka and Kyrie getting to the paint, like, he's just a huge deterrent. Like, I still think if they have him and he's, reasonably close to what Porzingis is, then I still think they're going to find a way to win it. I don't like their chances.
I needed them to have the moment where they're down in a series and somebody, whether it's Drew Holiday or Porzingis himself, says, "Listen, we're not about to do this chuck 58 threes thing, and we're not going one-on-one every time. Like, somebody's got to take like this team by the reins and say, this is not how you win a championship." I mean, I thought they would know that because it literally cost them a championship. Like, they would have won one probably if they didn't just like, ISO 3. But Porzingis is the game changer, like the way to shift it and provide a different look. I just don't know that they'll have the moment to work on that, like, to get it together enough so Porzingis can say, hey, give me the ball. I feel you, Jalen. You want to show everybody you can drive left, but give me the ball. I'm 7'4". I'll be right at the elbow. Give me the ball, and then we'll play off that. I don't know that they'll have time to do that. If they do, I think they can win a championship. That's the only thing stopping them to me.
I'm not even so sure they have that in their playbook. They might say, what? We can do that? That's legal? What are you talking about? That's what we do. We chuck threes, man. Let's go. Chuck them. Get them up there. I don't know about you. I didn't watch a lot of Knicks this year. I did a little bit, occasionally when they were on, but I didn't pay that much attention to them. I'll tell you what, Josh Hart is one of my new favorite players in the NBA. I mean, this guy's going to be soot in about 2 years, but while he's playing, I'll enjoy him. He's going to be toast, man. I mean, this guy does not come off the court. Period. Like, it's just like 48 minutes. That's what he does. Unless it goes to overtime, then he'll play those minutes too. I counted, Marcus, for the first 8 playoff games, he missed 17 minutes combined in those 8 like 2 minutes a game is basically what he missed. But man, I just watching him play, I just love the way he competes. I love the way he rebounds. Like, he's a one-man fast break. He's not even a shot maker, but he can still get you 18, 19 points during the playoffs anyway. Like, I just love he's the one guy. Like, if you could have one guy from any team in the league that's like not a top tier superstar, he would be my guy to fit into a team and just because I think he could fit in anywhere, any system. He just wind him up, let him go, and you're good. I've really enjoyed getting to watch him in these playoffs and really appreciate what he does.
Yeah, he'd be my number 2. I'm going with Derek White, number 1. But he's a star now. But that dude, he's another one of those guys. Josh Hart, I mean, somewhere Luol Deng is like, come on. This looks familiar. What's crazy about it, number 1, it like fits New York's sensibilities, right? Like, they go nuts for that stuff. Like, just absolute bonkers for players like Josh Hart. But I actually think, and I know he just signed a deal, he's getting like 18 to 20 million. I think these guys like Josh Hart are about to be so coveted. Like, you're going to have to get you 1 or 2 of those guys. Not, remember, like that Phoenix model or getting a superstar, like when they just say, all right, let's go add Bradley Beal and let's give away all our role players. Like, that second apron is going to force people to choose. And now you're seeing, like Josh Hart is one of those guys. Another one is TJ McConnell, right? These guys who just impact the game by sheer grit and will and do all the little things, they're becoming so much more valuable. Jade McDaniels in Minnesota. What's the other guy who, like, he's on his fifth team, and all of a sudden, like, if he was on a free agent market right now, he could pay so much money. Nikhil Alexander-Walker, right? Like,
oh yeah,
those guys are gonna be the new guys, right? That's gonna be the cover, because you can't just go sign a superstar for $55 million if you already got one or two, right? So, like, if you imagine if Josh Hart was a free agent right now, like, he might get superstar money just by the sheer virtue of how many bidders, right? Like, but those guys, like, I feel like he's gonna be like the face of this new wave of, you got to get you a Josh Hart. It's almost like back in 2015 where it was like, all right, you got to get you a Draymond, right? You got to get you a small guy who can play big and run. Like, you want you a Josh Hart. And the fact that he could go get you 18 in a big game and he can make the open three, like, you don't want him pulling up open threes, but he'll make it if you leave him wide open, and he'll get you points around a bucket. He can get you 10 to 18 points without running a play for him. Incredibly valuable. Like, just massively, insanely valuable. I'm glad he signed his. I'm glad he did get taken care of, but like Caruso is gonna be one of those guys. Watch how coveted he is. After watching Josh Hart, everybody's gonna be like, I need me one of them. It's gonna be like that Tesla Y model. That's what he is. He ain't really the the suicide door Tesla, right? But you go give me that Y.
Give me that Y.
I dare I say the Warriors may have found themselves one of those in the back half of the first round last year. Hopefully, moving forward, Pajemski's can be a dude in that similar kind of vein.
Moody
and as I make
Moses Moody.
Yeah. Well, I for one think Moody can be better than that. But let's talk Warriors. I read your lovely piece at The Athletic. Everyone read Marcus about if the Warriors want to make a big change, basically it includes Kuminga, and you had some ideas. I want to ask you about the other route, which is, and I kind of lean this way, that if they decide, given who we can get for Kuminga and what it would take to do so, the best option is really to just hope he takes a sizable leap and see what we can do to improve in other ways while holding on to him, which basically means Andrew Wiggins and, other pieces. Have you thought much about that route, and can you think of names or options in that vein that might at least put the Warriors back in the range where it feels like they have a puncher's chance at competing for a title?
Yeah, I don't think they're getting rid of Kuminga. I think, they probably get him for a player price. He won't be a max deal in their mind, so he'll be doable. Like, I think they get rid of Wiggins before they get rid of Kuminga. And just run that. But they're also like, they've got $30 million of Chris Paul to kind of play with, whether they just let it go off or they work some kind of sign and trade. I feel like they're banking on a significant pay cut for Klay Thompson if he returns. So, like, the money element, they could kind of swap out some money, bring in a player, and still do pretty well, right? Without like exploding the cap like crazy, because they can get a lot of money off the books. I mean, Kevon Looney, that's another $5 million, and all that 5 is multiplied by 4, right? I mean, the names that are out there, they've been out there. I feel like Zach LaVine's name has been out there forever. DeJounte Murray, and I do think Brandon Ingram's name has came up after the playoffs where he wasn't that good, and that's. The Warriors are in a bargain market, right? Like, who can I get? Who's available? But I do think, like, now you see what's happening in Brooklyn, where apparently Mikal Bridges is available. Like, a player like that, I do think it might change the paradigm about what they're willing to do if a quality player comes up like that. I think that's what Mike Dunleavy wants. Not necessarily like they'll do the around the edges, but he sat there. He told us, "We've seen what we need to see." Right? He's like, nobody got hurt, right? Everybody played 70 games. We know exactly what we need to know. And now, like, let's see which of these kind of gems pop up. We know they didn't like the idea of maxing out Pascal Siakam, right? They didn't do what it took to get OG Anunoby. So we're kind of seeing what they're willing to do, what they're not willing to do. But I think some of these players some more players might be coming up, more players than we know, more players than we think about, because we're watching the landscape of the league change right now, right? Like it's happening in real time. This might be Denver, Minnesota's league, and now you got to start catching up with them or Boston. So I don't think they'll give up Kuminga unless it's like a no-brainer. But I think you got Wiggins, you got Chris Paul, you got Klay Thompson, and Looney. With those 5, you could probably find enough money to cut off so you can add a salary. And that just is a matter of like what they value more, wings or big. They need both.
Marcus Thompson, read him in The Athletic, hear him here quite often.
Hey, what's Scottie Scheffler doing? Where you at?
Oh, boy.
He's 9 under.
Shooting a 66, yeah.
Oh, that's got to be what, top 5?
Top 3.
Yeah. Tied for 3rd.
Oh, let's go, Scotty.
Tied for 3rd. You know what I said, Marcus? I love a few dudes showed up to the tournament today in T-shirts that had Scheffler's mugshot on it, said "Free Scottie Scheffler."
Wow.
I was like, somebody had a silk screening press at home. Like, how do you get that T-shirt turned around that quick?
Hey, yeah, I mean, you can do it now. You can go to the liquor store out here and get one.
What are you talking about?
Man, you get a T-shirt anywhere these days, man. Come on, ain't nothing but you don't have one of those in your garage somewhere? Come on.
Yo, give me a Scottie Scheffler mugshot tee and some Old E. Let's go.
You know what I'm saying? I'll airbrush that thing like back in the day. Let's go.
Yes, the airbrush. Oh, God, the airbrush.
Have a good weekend, my friend.
That's beautiful.
All right, have a good one, brother.
All right, man. We'll talk to you next Friday. Go to the liquor store.
You want a tow? I get you a tow.
What do you get, a trucker hat, too?
Today.
You get a trucker hat and ABBA's Greatest Hits cassette tape?
Some beef jerky.
Yeah, brother. Oh, definitely beef jerky. Absolutely. Yeah. Shut up.
All right. We're gonna do our best to locate the clock. Somebody's lost it. We'll find it, theoretically. We're also going to talk about this Harrison Butker mess. This friggin' guy. My goodness. That and more. I'm Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland with Tom Tolbert on KNBR, the sports leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Giants general manager Farhan Zaidi joined Tom and me yesterday. He acknowledged that the Giants need to continue to find and develop bats, and also talked about what he's excited about with this current group. Listen to that podcast on KNBR and the KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
All right, we're going to get into this Harrison Butker thing. Couple quick updates. First, bad news breaking about half an hour ago, I guess it was. Jung Hoo Lee's season is over. He is having surgery. Yeah, it's terrible. It's a real bummer. It felt like he was off to a solid start that could lead to a really good season. Looked like a great investment, fun to watch, and we're going to be waiting until 2025 to watch him more. On the bright side, Giants-wise, Marco Luciano in the starting lineup tonight, batting ninth, playing shortstop. Excited to see him get his first start of the year. Also, if you missed it earlier, on the bright side, Tom wanted everybody to know he bought a great pair of shorts on the internet. So that is also good news. They fit like a glove, I believe, was the phrase that was used.
Okay.
Also, Boman Jones coming up in about 25 minutes. But coming up next, Harrison Butker talking misogyny at a commencement address. We'll get into it next. And we'll get into the question of, do you really want to know your athletes, your favorite players in whatever sport? Do you really want to know what they really think about stuff? Maybe not. Let us know. 808 KNBR if you want to jump in on that. I'm Matt Golsky in for Adam Copeland, back with Tom Tolbert right after this on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Harrison Butker, if you don't know the name, he kicks for a living. Kansas City Chiefs kicker, to be specific, Super Bowl champion. I presume that's why an idiot kicker got the chance to give a commencement address at Benedictine College. Yes, Benedictine College is a Catholic university, and yes, I assume Harrison Butker was expected to be pretty Catholic or at least religious in his commencement address, but he decided to go full Cro-Magnon misogynist, and I'm just going to read a little bit of this, and then I have one other thing I want to read before we get into the discussion. Sure. But here's some of the idiocy that Harrison Butker had for us. Quote, "For the ladies present today, congratulations on an amazing accomplishment. You should be proud of all that you've achieved to this point in your young lives. I want to speak directly to you briefly, because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now, about to cross this stage, and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you're going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world." Now, okay. I'm going to assume most of our audience, yeah. It got a great response, except it didn't. Even the nuns didn't like it. This is from the Sisters of Mount Saint Scholastica. And what they say is, as a founding institution and sponsor of Benedictine College, the Sisters of Mount Scholastica find it necessary to respond to the controversial remarks of Harrison Butker. Jumping ahead, quote, "Instead of promoting unity in our church, our nation, and the world, his comments seem to have fostered division. One of our concerns was the assertion that being a homemaker is the highest calling for a woman. We sisters have dedicated our lives to God and God's people, including the many women who we have taught and influenced during the past 160 years. These women have made a tremendous difference in the world in their roles as wives and mothers, and through their gifts, God-given gifts in leadership, scholarship, and their careers." In other words, even the nuns think you're being a jerk about this, and I can't for the life of me understand how a guy, even an NFL kicker, which, you know, as Peyton Manning once told us, is not the highest of life forms.
We're talking about
could stand in front of a group
who got liquored up and ran his mouth off.
I wish I thought Harrison Butker was drunk for this, but to the gall to stand in front of women who just spent 4 years working to this moment and tell them, "Nah, forget all that. You're gonna love being a mommy," is unbelievable to me. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine having the absolute brass to do that.
Hey, let's be honest. Diplomas make great placemats when you're setting the table. All right,
unbelievable.
You can use. Look, I'm gonna
just laminate that sucker.
I think we all. I mean, look, we don't need to sit here and parse what he said. Very few people agree with any of that. Although there are some out there that agree with that sentiment. It just, to say it when women just graduated, I mean, that's like a crowning achievement of your life so far. And presumably they don't give diplomas in housewifery or whatever. I mean, it's absurd. But I would say this. Look, I'm glad he said it, not because it needed to be said, but because I want to know who these people are. Like, I can look at him. I can look at him now for who he is, and he's cool with that. So now I'm cool with it. That I hope he misses every kick he kicks from now on, unless I take the Chiefs -3. Then I want him to make the kick. So look, I have my limits. All right, if it comes down to the money, I don't care what you said. Just make the damn kick. But I want to know who these people are. Like and I'm wondering. That was a question I asked earlier on. Was would you get mad? Like, I'm not mad at Butker at all. I'm not mad at him. I think it's ridiculous what he said, and he's going to get enough backlash for it anyway. I've always felt like this is how I feel. Everyone has the right to be happy as long as your pursuit of happiness doesn't infringe on someone else's pursuit of happiness. He's not going to infringe on anybody's pursuit of happiness, so that he's not going to affect anybody. It's just something that he said that now he's got to own and he's got to live with. So but I want people to say the things they feel if they feel the need to say them, because then I got a better understanding of who you are. And again, I'll root for him to miss every kick from now on. I'll be totally fine by me. I'll be happy with rooting against him. Before, I could have rooted for him and not known who he was. So I guess the question is, do fans want to know who their players are? Do you want to know who are your players? Because remember this. Remember when Nick Bosa first signed with the Niners? It was clear that either he was MAGA or leaned heavy that way. And people were like, ooh, look at all the sacks.
That came up again this offseason because he had that moment at the UFC fight where he met Donald Trump, and it looked like the greatest moment of his life. Mm-hmm. And I'm of two minds about this, personally, for my own consumption, because part of me does, in my heart, I feel exactly like you feel. I want to know who these people are so I can, quietly or very loudly tell them to screw off.
Yep.
But that becomes a lot harder if it's the best player on your own favorite team, and if I'm quite honest, I don't super want to root for guys that I think suck as people. So it's like, yeah, I want to know, unless the guy I really love sucks, because then that's going to make my life harder, because there's a level of suck. And, Harrison Butker just achieved this level despite not being that important of an athlete. But there's a level of suck where now I'm thinking about that when I'm watching the game, and it makes me have not as good a time if you're doing well and I know how much you suck. So if it's someone that you're not going to be excited to root against, it becomes a thorny thing. Because look, Nick Bosa's not going to affect our lives, really. Like, no. He might have terrible views by the standard of most of the people that I care about, but he's not an activist. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not doing any real damage. He's just a guy that thinks things that I think are stupid and wrong. But there's a level you can get to where, A, you can affect things, and B, I'm thinking about it all the time. Like, I don't think much about Bosa being MAGA when I watch him, because it's, frankly, I think people would be disturbed to find out what percentage of the NFL has views that upset them deeply.
All athletes.
Yes, but I think baseball's pretty bad too. Basketball gives you your best shot.
Your best shot, and we all know why. But there's still, trust me, when it comes down to brass tacks, money plays a massive factor in which way these guys are going to lean, which way they're not going to lean. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of people, yourself including, that didn't want to know everything about Jordan. Because I'm sure there's probably parts of Jordan that's like, I don't want to really know about that.
And by the way,
because
you mentioned morality earlier, and that's no small thing either, because let me just say, from the perspective of feminism and allyship with the LGBTQ community, the entire sports world has a long way to go. And while I think most people would hear that and go, yeah, I bet it does, I don't know that they realize how far it has to go in a lot of these cases, because I had a job in the G League at one point when it was still the D League. So it was even further from being NBA talent and guys who had even less of a chance of really making it big. And some of the things I saw and, heard directly about at that level were shocking to me. So I can only imagine how much more insane it is at the next level. People legitimately, people who think they're like morally flexible, I think would be shocked by some of the stuff that goes on.
Well, I think people have to realize, we just have to understand that half the country close to it's going to think differently than you think, no matter how you think. I think we're probably pretty much in line. I mean, we're probably different in some ways, but pretty much in line on a lot of things. So there aren't. And you got to learn to deal with them. I mean, you got to learn to get along with those people. You can't go around hating half the country. You got to figure out a way. Everyone's got to figure out a way to make it work. But the question still stands. Your athletes are probably close to 50-50, if not more so, because of the money aspect leaning to the right. And I don't have to know. I don't necessarily want to know. But if I do know, then I say thank you. I appreciate that. Now I can understand who. I don't want all of my athletes that I root for, and I don't root for them in the same way everybody else does. But I don't want I don't want everybody. I don't need you to come out and say, "Well, this is who I voted for. This is my stance on this. This is my stance on that." I'm like, buddy, I really don't care. I just want to watch a hoop up for a couple hours or play a football game for 3 hours. We're good. Like I don't need to know that. The owners I would kind of like to know, but I think the owners already do know. Like I think all the owners are into the red pretty significantly. Again, a lot of it's money, but like Greg Johnson, like people have a chance now. If you agree, don't agree, and I'm sure most people in the area disagree with a lot of the stuff he donates money to. Like, but again, and we also have to understand that's not who you are wholly as a person. Like there are different aspects to people. It's not like, oh, because you donated to this, that's exactly who you are. But be that as it may, now you can decide. Do I want to root for this team? Do I want to go to the games? Do I want to buy the jerseys? That's totally up to you. But at least with the owners, you have a chance to decide whether you want to root for them. If you want to know about the players, fine. I don't need to know. Like I'm good. I just want to watch them play. Again, if they're going to go ahead and show me who they are, that's totally fine too, because now I know who you are and I can form a judgment on you. Like again, like seriously, Butker, I'll probably root to miss every kick. Again, unless it comes down to my pocketbook. I don't think I'll be drafting him on my fantasy team anytime soon. But I can root against him to miss. I can root against him to miss some field goals. But again, I don't know how you feel. I don't feel like I need to know. Again, if I do know, that's fine. But I don't want to say I need to know who I'm rooting for so I can say, okay, I can't believe I rooted for this guy. I don't want to root for this guy anymore. Because if you're going to do that, then just stop following sports. Yeah. Because one way or the other, you are going to be disappointed. Whether you lean right or lean left, you're going to be disappointed by about half your team, and you're going to say, God, I hate this team. But guess what? You're going to hate every team, and you probably hate half the country. So if you want to go through life doing that, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of fun to me. So I just assume that a clubhouse, a locker room, a team is similar to the country. It probably leans a little more right than left just because, again, these guys make a ton of money, and they like to keep a lot of it. So I just kind of assume that and go, okay, that's fine by me. We're good. But, I mean, there's right, and then there's like there's like the then there's Harrison Butker. That goes really, really far right. Like, look, you can say what you want about Butker. He's going to probably have a little explaining to do when he gets to that locker room. Like, bro, you serious? Like, do you really? That? And there may be some dudes in the locker room that are like, oh, I'm glad you said it. I didn't have to. Good job, buddy. Like, there could be a couple of those
there
guys.
There are definitely some dudes
there could
in
be
the
a couple
locker
of
room
those
that are thinking that.
So I don't know how you feel, though. Do you feel like you want to? Do you want to know?
It's thorny. In general, I think I see it very similarly to you, although I'm probably and I think this describes us in a lot of scenarios, actually. I'm probably like I'm fretting more about the whole thing. But overall, I don't feel like I have to know. And when I do know, it's mostly well, thank you for telling me who the heck you are. And I do think there is something specific, and that's why this Butker situation brings it up, about, look, lots of people have beliefs about lots of things that are held at a level of like, if you need to know what I think, I have an answer, but I don't super care. And I think for most athletes, that's their political viewpoint. Like, not very many professional athletes are super political animals. But if you're willing to stand up and say it at a commencement address or, put it in a book or whatever, like if you are willing to share your opinions on these things publicly, it speaks to how strongly you hold them. And it it tells us a lot more about who you are than we usually get, to be honest. So with a guy like Butker, it's very easy to say, great, now that's just one more guy on Kansas City that I can give the finger to. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of lost sleep in the Bay Area over turning on Harrison Butker. I think we can agree on that. We got to run because Boman Jones is coming up next. I would imagine he has a few thoughts on Harrison Butker, plus the Scotty Sheffler situation, NBA playoffs, and I want to ask him about a YouTube series he's doing on the year of 1994 in the genre of hip-hop. It's going to get a little niche in that moment, but I think you'll all enjoy it. I'm Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland with Tom Tolbert. Boman Jones joins us next on KNBR, the sports leader. Steve Kerr had a nice sit-down with NBC's Raj Mathai, said his time as Warriors coach could end in 2 years. Raj Mathai joined Papa and Lund today. You can listen to that podcast on KNBR and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Always fun to have our next guest on. His podcast, The Right Time. Get it where all fine podcasts are available. Maybe even not so fine podcasts are available. Boman Jones joins us. Bomani, what is going on?
I'm doing all right, man. How about you?
Yeah, doing good. Just sitting here enjoying the Scotty Sheffler saga, as I'm sure you were earlier this morning, too.
They tried to yank that man out of the car. Like, whoa. I don't know exactly what happened. I just know they tried to yank that man through the window of the car.
It was like an episode of TJ Hooker. Like, what are we doing here? You kidding me?
Oh my, I mean, it's that happened. They actually took him to jail. They actually put him in the jumpsuit. He actually took a picture. He still got back there all the time, and they were clapping for him when he acted like he was Hacksaw Jim Duggan. It was just all so weak. And then he said that while he was in jail, he just spent the time stretching. And I'm just like, how much time would you actually spend in jail?
And then dropped a 66 on him. Here, take that.
Yeah, I mean, look, all I saw first shot, and he seemed to push right. I was like, I could understand if you had other things on your mind.
I was just thinking, if somebody comes out of the drunk tank about 2 hours after Scotty got released, and he's like still kind of half cocked, and he's telling his buddy, "Yo, man, I got tips from Scotty Sheffler in the cell." Yeah, sure you did, pal. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he was in with people who would take that as being someone.
Oh, come on, let me have that, Bomani, please.
No, I'm actually wondering, like, if Scotty Sheffler got in there and was like, "Do you know who I am?" And they're like, "Nah, dog,
no,
you
don't." We have no idea who you are. Go get him, champ.
We're clueless. We're glad. Excuse me, I'd like to sit down here.
Oh man, that is amazing stuff. So let me ask you something that we were kind of kicking around the last segment. We started it off talking about Harrison Butker's beautiful commencement speech at Benedictine College, and it kind of led to this. Do you as a fan want to know who your athletes are? Like, I kind of want to know who the owners are so I can decide. But then I was like, well, I know who all the owners are. That's pretty self-explanatory. They're owners. I know who they are, or governors because the NBA. But the players, do we want to know? Do you want to know? Like, if they're going to tell me, Bomani, I'm okay with them telling me so I can decide one way or the other. Like, I'll root for Harrison Butker to miss every kick this year. That's fine. But I don't need to know, because if I do, what's the point? I mean, I know they're half this, half that, maybe 60 this, 40 that, but I don't really care. I just want to watch a damn game. What about you?
Yeah, I don't care what any of them think intrinsically. Like, somebody might demonstrate himself or herself to be particularly thoughtful, and then I will have them to care for what they think. I don't need them to agree with me necessarily, right?
Yep.
Go for thoughtful. That works out for me. Or and fun stuff, right? Like, my problem with Aaron Rodgers, Kyrie Irving, Faran, the Space Cadet is they take themselves so seriously. Like, you remember when the Space Cadets were just fun? Like, these cats like really believe that they not space cadets, and they are. They straight space cases. I miss a good space case. But with Butker, I want to know who called him to talk. Like, who was sitting around and was like, "Yo, I think I know who'll do this."
It's so funny you say that about Kyrie Irving, because I was like, yo, man, this guy thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, and I'm not even sure if he's in the top 10. And there's only 8 people in the room.
Yeah, I tell you this, Kyrie Irving got smart enough to figure out he needs to start being quiet from now on. You notice that?
Good point. Yes, he did. Yes, he has.
Just saying, somewhere along the way, like, I thought he was going to be out the league because I thought he could help himself. Somebody convinced him, like, hey, so I thought you this money. Okay, you might want might want to pipe down, buddy. There's a humanitarian crisis going on right now, and I ain't heard a word from him. I think it was one of the stars that one time. And they're like, all right, cool, you can do that. That's fine. It's bees, man. It's bees.
Oh, man. What do you make of the NBA playoffs so far? There's been so many blowouts. It's been a little crazy. I mean, the Western Conference series have been fun. I'm enjoying them. Denver, Minnesota going to go Game 7. This has been a weird series. We had Marcus Thompson on about an hour ago, and I told him, I know this is simple. There's more to it than that. I just didn't feel like getting into it. But really, it's like, who's going to play good, Jamal Murray or Cat? Whoever plays good out of those two, that's basically who's been winning the games for those two teams.
Yeah, I mean, you know who I got my money on if I got to pick. Like, one of them's going to show up in a game that matters. I'll take
Denver
over the Carl. Yeah, man, that's just, I readily acknowledge, man, and I get, like, people think it sounds personal with me, and I can't blame him because he's Carl. I just don't understand being big and wanting to act like you're not. That offends my sensibilities completely. Yeah. Like, the way he plays basketball just disturbs me. I readily acknowledge. But he is very, very, very talented. But he's the holdup for them. Like, I think that in order for them to get over the top, they need a legitimate number 2 option for Anthony Edwards, and they don't have that. I am also a firm believer in that being a champion thing really matters. And the Nuggets are, in fact, champions. I don't think we treat them that way enough. But they're the champions, and they have the single best player in the world. But the playoffs overall, I think that they've been good for the part that matters the most, which is we getting these old dudes out of here. I think only 6 starters in this round over the age of 30. It was time for this transition to happen. It is happening right now. People are having to learn and meet and develop relationships with new stars, and to put those new stars in different or the older stars, like guys like Tatum, that they've known for a while. Something's going to happen here in all likelihood that forces you to put them in a different context. I think that's very important for the NBA, on top of the fact that New York City matters again. Like, I live here. It's a lot more fun when the Knicks are good.
Yeah.
On the transition to new stars topic, Anthony Edwards, obviously the guy probably having the biggest coming out party, although don't sleep on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. How much do you feel like this playoffs has kind of reshuffled how we're going to see the top of the league player-wise heading into next season? I mean, how far are Shai and Ant in particular rising up those rankings?
Well, I think with Shai particularly, it's going to depend a lot on what happens with these next 1 or 2 games that they play. I still don't think people are paying close enough attention to that team to appreciate like what it meant for the number 1 seed and for him to be the best player on that team. Like, I still don't think people really grasp 6'6" point guard that can go get the bucket for you. Like, this is important. Anthony Edwards, on the other hand, I think between these playoffs and what will be the Olympic summer, these playoffs, I think, have squarely put him in top 5 in the NBA status in the eyes of a lot of people. But I also think he's about to have one of these iron sharpens iron Olympic runs, if for no other reason than he really wants to be better than all these dudes. Like, he loves it. He wants it. I can't think of the last time I had a more favorite player than I have in this dude. He is everything. Like, I want all the good things to happen to him, but he has to go get them. But he seems to want to go get them.
It's so fun. Like, Jokic is my favorite player to watch in the NBA because literally we're talking about
Why is that, Tom? Why is that, Tom?
Oh, he's white. Guess who's second? Christian Brown's number 2. No, I love the fact this guy is like literally the least athletic guy in the NBA, and he carves everyone up with footwork, hands, intelligence, soft touch, anticipation. Like, I love that about him. Like Bird had that. Magic had that. I mean, Jordan had it too, but then Jordan had the exquisite athleticism. So it's like you could tell why people love Jordan. But when you don't have athleticism like those 3 guys that I talked about, it's fun watching him use other ways to dominate a game. And watching him play against, like, the best athletes in the world and just dice these guys up. He can't get off the ground hardly, but his touch is so soft, and just the way he plays. Is he climbing up the ranks? Like, I get I don't do the whole top 10, top 5. It's like whatever, but I think at the end of it, we're going to look at it and go, yeah, this is one of the handful of greatest players of all time.
Yeah, I think the only thing to stop anybody from saying that after 3 MVPs and a title, and I mean, people lean a lot on the advanced stats, but the regular stats are great too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think at this point that the only thing to hold you back is the way that it looks. Now, I push back. He does not have what we typically think of as raw athleticism, but I would contend that really what he doesn't have is he doesn't jump that high. Because his quickness is there. Lateral is there. He's 7 feet tall and can initiate the offense from the top. And when you watch those clips when he first got in the league, when he was a bit slimmer, you realize, oh, no, I think he's a tad more athletic than we give him credit for. Well, my favorite thing about him is he's the only player I've ever seen in the NBA who figured out that if you do the pump fake and the guy goes by you, there's no reason to go any faster than you absolutely have to.
Exactly.
He's not coming back. He'll pump fake you and then just slowly walk into the lane. And either I will just make this 8-footer or I'll throw this alley-oop. I will say this. He's got more assists on passing up his own open 8-footer to get somebody else a oop, where it's like, okay, bruh, like, that's not really what the stat means, but I got you.
No, I mean, it looks like he's about to. Oh, that's a nice. He threw it to Gordon. Oh, here comes Gordon flying in from the dunker's spot. No, I mean, it's really like he's so different than everyone else. Like, there's a few guys, right? You looking through the history of the NBA. Steph Curry is one of those guys that's just different than everybody else. LeBron's different than everybody else. But I love watching guys that are just nobody else does what they do, how they do it. And the fact that he is more interested in passing to his teammates than he is actually shooting probably makes me like him as well. I love the anticipation and the way he feels the game. It's kind of fun to watch.
I tell you this too. I don't know exactly how this game is going to go on, I believe it's Sunday. But there ain't no way in the world he going to let Rudy Gobert send him back to Serbia. I'm just telling you that right now. That ain't happening. That is not in this man's. People like, I don't know if he cares. I tell you this, he care about Rudy Gobert sending him back to Sambor. I guarantee you, ain't no way in the world he going to go face his brothers after the game and Rudy Gobert sending him back to
Bomani, before we let you go, I have to ask you about the YouTube series you're doing, the 1994 hip hop. So far, 2 videos, I believe. I've seen the Snoop and Nas ones. Well, first of all, you should just tell us about the project generally, but I have to ask, as a Chicagoland native, did Common's Resurrection make the cut?
All right, so I believe Resurrection is in 1995. I believe. I could be wrong, but the answer, I think I just answered your question. So, 1994, 30 years ago, one of the great years in the history of rap. And so we just decided to do videos kind of looking back at those albums. And it's really my producer, Sean Yu, has a real heavy hand in it. And it's interesting to let him produce it because what I'm finding as we do more of them, the vision of it becomes it's almost in a way me explaining to somebody his age, where he's in his very early 30s, what was going on when all these records come out. So somebody can tell you about Illmatic, but you have to understand the almost biblical backstory that made it such a big deal, or why Doggy Style, which came out in late 93, was such a giant, colossal deal. It's like just hearing the music doesn't explain the context and everything else that was around it. And so we're doing that with a bunch of my favorite records. And I think we got 4 more that we're going to record. But this has been a great time. I recommend you check it out at the right time with Boman Jones' YouTube channel. YouTube exclusives.
Okay, let me ask you this, because I'm jumping into a pool in the shallow end that I have very little knowledge in. And it all over the news the last few weeks has been Drake and Kendrick. I don't know much about the diss tracks. I do know 2 of them. Hit 'Em Up, Tupac, and No Vaseline, Ice Cube. I was always a big NWA fan. I listen to Tupac, not a ton, but some. But I know there's other ones. I know there's Ether out there by Nas that I just listened to, and that one's pretty good too. But I'm not as familiar with that as the other 2. Like, those 2 were just like, wow. There's not a lot of innuendo in these songs. They just kind of lay it out. They just kind of lay it out there for you, and you're like, oh my gosh. Like, they just, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. How does this stack up to that? Like those songs? Because I looked and they said those, like Ether was one of the greatest diss tracks of all time, but those two were as well. And I'm familiar with those two. I listened to them when they dropped. I don't even know if I said drop back then. I'm pretty sure I didn't. How does this thing between Drake and Kendrick kind of stack up?
Oh, it's all time on the Kendrick end. For Drake, this is a severe. Drake is David Robinson to Kendrick.
Oh no, not Akeem.
Yeah. Like we got the video, we got the clip of him pump faking him and going between his legs, right? Like this is what has happened. And what David Robinson did not understand in that series is that when he did not mention Elijah Wan, when he paid tribute to all the great big men, that he offended a crazy person. And somewhere along the way in this, Drake did not realize that he had definitely offended a crazy person, because Kendrick Lamar has seemed like an unhinged crazy person throughout this whole thing, but one who's really, really good at rapping, and he just ate his ass up. Just destroyed him. And the last one, not like us, it was kind of like Ali talks about at the Rumble in the Jungle, that he had taken Foreman out and he had a chance to get one more shot, but he saw him falling, and he said it was just too perfect and he let him fall. Like, not like us was that. I just can't imagine the whole nation calling me some form of child molester.
Yeah.
And and dancing to it, right? Like that's the thing.
That's
they
the part.
dancing
Yeah.
to it. Yeah. No.
It's club music, man, and that hurts.
Yeah, a club music from that guy. He doesn't make club music.
No.
Like this is what it took for him to get a dance hit. Is to have everybody calling you a child molester.
Oh, good stuff. I mean, not the child molesting part. Hey, Bomani, it's always fun having you on. It's the Right Time podcast. Definitely check it out. And hopefully we'll have you on at some point. But it's always fun, Bomani. Have a great weekend, man.
All right, man. You guys be good.
All right, have a good one. All right.
He's the best. And by the way, Tom, that's the best 2-minute explainer of the Kendrick Drake beef that I've heard. Really excellent. Just you don't want to get on the wrong side of diabolical, crazy people in life.
Yeah, as a rule, I would say yes.
Yep.
Yeah. As a rule, that's probably a. Well, it's funny because that was like the biggest thing in the world for like, I don't know, 4 days, 3 or 4 days,
more
so
maybe.
I was like, I'll check it out. I'll give it a listen. Not necessarily my thing, but even I would have said Kendrick won that. I didn't know anything about I didn't know anything about the beef, but I was like, so I was like, God, I wonder how this stacks up with other things, because I do remember the whole thing leading up to No Vaseline and Ice Cube leaving NWA and all that, and I remember the first time I heard that, I was like, God dang!
Wow!
I go, holy smokes! I go, that was just beyond vicious. And I remember the Tupac East Coast West Coast thing when he came out with Hit 'Em Up. I was like, oh jeez. I go, that was
the first line of Hit 'Em Up. You're like, oh, okay,
yeah,
all right. So that's what we're doing here. Cool, sounds good.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we're gonna try to not shock you, but entertain you with some sound coming up right after this.
Nice.
It's Sound Soiree time. It was going to be a Sheffler soiree, but we have some other sound that we got to mix in. So no longer the Sheffler soiree, just a regular old sound soiree on the Tolbert and Cope show. Coming up on KNBR, the sports leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Kevin Harlan. God, I love that voice. I can't do a very good impression of it, but you can hear him. He was on with Papa and Lund today, talking NFL schedule, NBA playoffs, and probably a lot more. Listen to that podcast right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
We are back. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland, and listening to the mandate of the Sound Soiree, I'm afraid we're about to violate it because this is not sound you're gonna love, but it is sound that's important for us to play. We told you earlier, breaking this afternoon, Jung-Hoo Lee out for the year. General Manager Farhan Zaidi had a chance to speak a bit about it, and this is what he had to say.
You know, the range I have heard is 2 to 3 weeks from now, and then, you know, it's about a 6-month recovery, so, you know, that probably puts you in kind of the January timeframe. So we're hoping he's going to be sort of a regular guy coming to camp in 2025.
That's, I guess, better than it could have been, but it's certainly not good news. We did get some good news regarding the Giants. From my perspective, Marco Luciano in the lineup tonight. That's exciting. And even better, we got very exciting news from Tom earlier. Some really great shorts delivered from an internet order yesterday. So, you know, that, as Tom said earlier, that ought to turn your frown upside down.
Yeah, balances it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Jung-Hoo Lee out for the year. My shorts fit. So
great.
Perfect. By the way, who decided to put that sound in the Sound Soiree? Derek?
Yeah.
What are we doing? That Sound Soiree's got to be a little more uplifting or funny. I mean, it can't be such a downer. We could play that on our own.
Good news.
Okay, just keep moving.
All right, the rest of the soiree is a Sheffler soiree as originally
It's a suppository.
Intended. I don't know if this is funny, but it is pretty wild. This is sound from ESPN's Jeff Darlington, who was right there when this went down and was recording as the police walked Sheffler to a cop car to arrest him in handcuffs. This is what the live experience sounded like.
Guys.
Dude, step back. Back up.
I'm back. I'm back. Guys.
What do we do?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail.
Okay.
He's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it. Period. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have
first? I'm media. I'm a reporter. Okay. So that's all.
That's fine.
I just want to make sure that's
okay.
known.
But you need to step back over here now.
No problem. You got it.
Okay.
You can hear Jeff Darlington trying to be like, do you know that's the number one golfer in the world? And they don't even give him a chance to say it.
I'm pretty sure they didn't care.
They did not care.
I'm pretty sure they didn't care who that was. They were going to take him to jail. I mean, look, I do understand his point of view, right? It's chaotic for Sheffler, probably a little chaotic for him. If you have another cop saying something different from what you're saying, you just got dragged by a car. You're probably not feeling like real chipper. You're probably a little upset, I would imagine. I mean, you're a little bruised, got a hole in your pants, which I love that detail. Like, well, is that a separate charge? Destruction of trousers? But I'm sure he's not feeling like, I'm digging this. So I kind of get like he's on edge a little bit as well. But it just, it's for Jeff Darlington. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. He's going to jail. Okay, there's nothing you can do about it. I'm a reporter. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm just kind of curious to what the hell's going on around here. All I can say is just bizarre. Just absolutely bizarre.
And speaking of what exactly is going on here,
he's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it.
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
True story. That is what happened. Afterwards, Sheffler was still trying to figure out what exactly happened.
I don't really know. I feel like my head's still spinning. I can't really explain what happened this morning.
I did spend some time stretching in a jail cell. That was a first for me. That was part of my warm-up. I was just sitting there waiting, and, I started going through my warm-up. I felt like there was a chance I may be able to still come out here and play, and so I started going through my routine, and I tried to get my heart rate down as much as I could today, but like I said, I still feel like my head's spinning a little bit, but, yeah, I was fortunate to be able to make it back out and play some golf today.
It's just
the
really
weirdest
tough.
Possible just thing. Dropped to 66.
Yeah.
Tough stuff. Head was spinning.
I can't imagine having to talk about that at the PGA Championship. Like, it's so weird. I'm for people who don't know, at his PGA Championship press conference today, Scottie Scheffler was able to describe the process of being processed.
Yeah, I was pretty rattled, to say the least. The officer that took me to the jail was very kind. He was great. We had a nice chat in the car that kind of helped calm me down. And I was sitting there waiting to kind of go in. I asked him, I was like, "Hey, excuse me, can you just come hang out with me for a few minutes so I can calm down?" And I was never angry. I was just in shock, and I think my body was I was shaking the whole time. I was shaking for like an hour. It was definitely a new feeling for me. And he came out and we had a nice chat. And then the officers inside the jail were tremendous. A couple of them made some jokes, I think, when they figured out, who I was and what happened and, how I ended up there. They this one older officer looked at me as I was doing like my fingerprints or whatever, and he looks at me, he goes, "So, do you want the full experience today?" And I kind of looked at him, I was like, I don't know how to answer that. And he's like, "Come on, man, you want a sandwich?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll take a sandwich. I hadn't eaten breakfast yet." And so, they were really kind. I'm grateful to have. I'm grateful that we have such strong police, and there are protectors out there. And like I said, we just got into a chaotic situation this morning. That's really all it was.
I tell you what, man, that soundbite is going to sound awfully bizarre if these charges don't get, like, if this doesn't all go away. The like joking with police officers is going to seem even weirder.
Yeah, I can't imagine how it doesn't, if not go away, gets completely reduced quite a bit.
Right.
Like, it just seems like a big misunderstanding. But when he said full experience, I kept thinking of Robert Stack from Beavis and Butthead Do America. Give him the full body cavity search. Full
That's
cavity search like. For that one. Like when he said that, I'm like, full, I don't know. Oh, sandwich. No. Oh, yeah. I could definitely use a sandwich. But, yeah, I want to be perfectly clear what you're talking about. What you're talking about here. Full cavity search for that one over there. Oh, Robert Stack.
Wow, that's a throwback. That movie has got to be like 30 years old at this point.
Is it really?
Maybe 25.
You're probably right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
great movie.
It's weird. It's weird when incredibly silly movies get old. Like Dumb and Dumber is like a classic film at this point.
It is. You're right.
Speaking of which, we'll get to Soup du Jour.
You're a
stupid
dumbass.
Coming up a little later this hour, Soup du Jour. But I'm gonna get to this list of names. I got a list of the middling NBA players that the Warriors might be interested in, and I want to take your temperature on it. We're gonna call it a pick.
We're finishing
segment.
up.
Yeah, we're gonna call it a pick your favorite of the okay names that I've compiled for the Golden State Warriors. Okay. That is next. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland, Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader.
Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
Indeed, tips and picks brought to you by Twin Pine Casino. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every night is a winning experience. Thank you, Butthead. We're going to pick our favorites from my list of... the way I went about this was I looked at guys that could provide something different to the Warriors who are at least theoretically potentially gettable without giving up Jonathan Kuminga. So the
first two you started with Kuminga, and I said yes to Cat, no to Ingram.
Yeah.
Now we're going the non-Kuminga category.
That's right. And that presumes these packages are probably built around Andrew Wiggins. You know, some of them you might not even need Wiggins because they're just not big enough names. But for the most part, this leans defense and big. But the first name on the list is neither of those things. Could I interest you in a trade package built around Andrew Wiggins for Zach LaVine?
No.
Okay.
No interest.
Can I make a quick pitch?
Yeah, please go ahead. You can kill as much time as you want.
Zach LaVine. I've watched a lot of Zach LaVine.
I'm sure you have.
He's not a particularly good defender, but after his early career where he was a big minus defensively, he is competitive and not an idiot on defense. So I think he is sufficient to be on the court for the Warriors on that end, although he's not going to help. He is going to help scoring because he's still, after all the injuries at no longer the spry, early 20s he was when he won the dunk contest, almost nobody in the league can consistently stay in front of him. He can get to the basket, and he is really good as a slasher and cutter when he gets the opportunity to play that role. Unfortunately, after the best year of his career, when he shot over 40% from three, was high 20s in scoring, and was just doing a lot of things that people said he couldn't do in terms of helping the team win, he got relegated to a take turns isolation system because of DeMar DeRozan. And it's a weird situation the Bulls have been in because DeRozan did so many good things, but he stops the ball and takes everybody out of their offense almost every time he's on, almost every offensive possession he's on the floor. If you put Zach LaVine in a catch and shoot threes, cut to the rim environment, I would venture to say he could give you, in a slightly different way, very near the offensive output of, if not peak, at least a much better Klay Thompson than what we've been seeing the last year and a half.
You get one, and I don't know this, maybe you do. Isn't he owed a lot of money?
So is Andrew Wiggins.
I think he's owed more, to be honest. But anyway, I don't know that gets you any closer to winning a championship. Like, I think if it gets you better, it's marginally. I don't know that it does. But I don't know if it's a move you make and say, okay, what's the end game with this? Making the playoffs, being like a 6 seed or a 7 seed? Again, if it's no draft picks, I might consider it, but it doesn't really move me. It's like kind of a meh, one way or the other for me.
This one is going to require draft picks, but after what we just witnessed, specifically in Game 5 of Celtics Cavaliers, where in the absence of Jared Allen, Evan Mobley had maybe the best game of his career. I think the Cavaliers, whatever they do in the guard situation, which is its own problem, are going to want to move on from Jared Allen.
Okay.
Could you get there may be a good market. He's a good player. But big guy, can score a little bit, can protect the rim. Feels like he'd be a really good, sort of a workman-like performer. Feels like he'd be a really good fit with the Warriors and provide size they have not had since Andrew Bogut. Andrew Wiggins, probably 1 or 2 first-round picks would be required to get that done. Maybe even Moses Moody or Trace Jackson Davis or something, does that move you a little bit more?
Yes, I would definitely want him on the team. Now, I don't know. Again, all these things you're proposing, I'd have to know exactly what the compensation is.
Of course,
but in theory, if it made sense, yes, I like Jared Allen. I think you'd be a great fit on this team. I think him and Trace Jackson Davis would be a fantastic 1-2 punch at center. Yes, count me in on that one. If that's something that they look into, I think that's something that I would definitely, out of all the things we've talked about, that would be the one that, especially since you're not giving up Kuminga. And again, I'm not opposed to giving up Kuminga. I'm not anti-Kuminga. I'm not pro-Kuminga. I'm kind of in the middle of Kuminga. But you mentioned the Cat one, which isn't going to happen anyway. But if it did, in theory, yes, that would be the one. I think he would fit well with this team, even though he is a goofball. There's no doubt about that. I think the team and the culture of the team could work some of that out. But anyway, it's not going to happen. What am I talking about? Jared Allen could theoretically happen. And he is definitely one I would be interested in. Yes, you could very much interest me in him.
I think that's my best idea, to be honest. But I have some other names. Nick Claxton.
Ooh, sure you don't want to quit? I mean,
no, listen.
You got a good one. I don't know.
Nick Claxton, I think, is the realistic version of Jared Allen.
Yep.
And you know what? Nick Claxton is not going to be confused with Shaq, but he does kind of exactly what the Warriors need from a big man. And I think he would help more than his individual ability would suggest.
No, I like Claxton. I'm a fan of his. That would be one that you don't want to have to give up too much for. Sure. But no, I'm a fan of his. Now, I don't know why the Nets would give up on him, because it's not like they have a lot of replacements for him. And I think he is that type of player is coveted around the league. Long, run the court, athletic, set screens, can guard pick and rolls, protect the rim, and just get in the dunker spot and finish around the rim. And maybe get a couple moves here and there. But for the most part, they're not going to ask you to do any heavy lifting on the offensive end. And I've always been a fan of his. And he's getting a little bit better and a little bit better year by year. But, yeah, that's another one. Another guy, kind of if you want to, a poor man's Jared Allen, but not that poor. I mean, he's probably a better athlete than Jared Allen, just not quite as big and quite as skilled as Allen. But no, both those guys I think would fit well with the Warriors.
Okay, now we're going to get a little weirder.
Okay, let's get weird.
I'm going to stick with big men, and part of this too, I'm considering the other team, right? Like you said, I don't know why the Nets necessarily would move on from Nick Claxton, other than they're the Nets. It's a mess over there. Anything could happen. Similarly, the Portland Trailblazers are a pile of poo, and yes, they did seem to want to center DeAndre Ayton in their rebuild when they acquired him, but I'm not sure they still feel that way. And for all the, mediocre to negative things one might say about DeAndre Ayton, he was an effective defensive big man in an NBA Finals run just a couple years ago. He's very young, and he also has some scoring ability. A package of Andrew Wiggins in parts for DeAndre Ayton. Would that interest you?
No, it would not interest me.
I got it.
Anybody that's on the Blazers and they're looking to get rid of you, I'm probably like, if he's not good enough for you, he's not good enough for me. But no, he's not the type of guy that I want on the team. Like I think he's kind of a finesse big guy. And I want guys that are willing to get down there. Not that Claxton's a banger, but he's willing to get down there and bang. And then Allen is physical. Allen will get down there and punish you on the boards. So no, he's not. He wouldn't interest me.
All right. Last big man for you. A bit of it feels like a throwback, but you might be surprised to learn that Clint Capella is only like 29 or 30 years old.
That surprised me when I read that. I thought he was like 38.
It feels like he's been around forever, and he did get drafted at 18 or 19, but kind of, again, not at the level of Jared Allen, no potential for future improvement like Nick Claxton, but effective big man, lob finisher, little bit of rim protection, and that you could probably get without trading much of anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a meh. Like, nah. What does it really get us? That's kind of one of those. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I'm not going out looking for it either. It's just, whatever. If you're going to do it, cool. I wouldn't get mad at it, but I ain't jumping up and down once you do it either. And so,
all right, I think we've got it. I think it's Jared Allen. Jared Allen's the one, and on top of everything we've already talked about, best fro since World Be Free, maybe.
Great fro.
Tremendous afro.
Great fro. I don't really remember the World Be Free fro. I remember him short hair. I don't remember the fro.
I feel like
on him. I remember Darnell Hillman had a great fro. I mean, Lloyd Be Free. He might have had a great fro. I just don't remember it per se. I'm trying to think of great afros in the NBA because those were mostly in the 70s.
Yeah.
By the time I remember that, like my favorite ones are Oscar Gamble, Bake McBride, and those are baseball.
Oh,
because the fro always look great when you have a baseball hat sitting on it.
Yes.
Yeah, and it looks like Bozo the Clown coming out the sides. Like you just get the Bozo the Clown hair. It's like this huge afro hair. I always wanted a fro. I don't know if I ever
There's
told
Dr.
you this,
J,
but,
obviously.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Dr. J is the guy. I actually got I wanted a fro so bad. I loved fros. I got a perm when I was younger.
I do remember this story.
Yeah, my mom gave me a perm. Didn't go well. White dude with loose hair didn't work out all that well for. So the smell really even wasn't worth it because the smell was horrific. But yes, I actually had a fro. There's a picture of me. I think my mom has it. I got my baseball hat, my Rangers baseball hat on.
Amazing.
Not authentic, of course. It's like one of those ones you see on the side of a Kellogg's box. Like, bro, you guys couldn't get your license this year, huh? Glasses on and everything, and had my afro. It wasn't a tight afro. It was very loose. And that was the last one I got. I got it, and I go, oh, this is not what I thought it was going to be. Let's move on. Let's move on from this. But I got one. I had my afro experience.
Yeah, I think Jared Allen is our answer. The afro is just an added bonus. We've solved that problem. You're welcome, Mike Dunleavy, and it's time for Soup du Jour. So we're going to take a quick break, come back, and get into some stuff that's a lot weirder than the list of NBA big men that I just threw at Tom Tolbert.
Correct.
Soup du Jour on Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Niner beat writer Matt Mayoko joined Papa and Lund today to talk about the 2024 Niners schedule and last night's Dwight Clark event. Listen to that podcast right now at KNBR.com and on the KNBR app.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, time to get into a little Friday soup before we send you on your way. Get you ready for Giants baseball and off into the weekend. This one is, I mean, look, all soup's a little bit wild, but this one is crazy. There are worlds out there that I don't know exist, right? Of course there are. There are a lot of worlds, let's say in Africa or South America, that I don't know that they exist. But there's people out there, they're living, they're doing their thing, they exist. But there's also worlds like right here in the States that you didn't know exist. They're not big. They don't have maybe you took a census, probably very small, but they're there nonetheless. There are people that enjoy body modifications.
Yeah.
Just what it sounds like, whether it be tattoos, piercings, or extra nipples. That's right. If you don't have enough nipples and you want to get a few more nipples, well, this is your guy. He is your guy. He's like your David Koresh of nipples. Like, he's your guy to follow. Like, he's your cult hero. I want nipples. Who do I go to? Go to this dude. He's amazing. He decided he wanted to get more nipples, so he got 6. No, I'm not kidding. He has 6 nipples. 6 nipples. Jeez.
Yeah.
6 nipples. It's a row of 2 rows of 3. They go down from the original nipple.
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
I knew that was coming. Then there's another one, probably about 8 inches below that, and then another one about 8 inches below that. Yes, he has nipples. I don't know if he's expecting a litter and he has to feed them all, or what he's going to do with those things. But yeah, he has nipples. They put nipples on him, and then they had to have a tattoo artist come and like shade them and color them in so they look exactly like nipples. Like if you saw them, you'd go, "Are those nipples, Greg?" Yes, they are. And you'd believe it. You just think it was like a Alphonse Seca type deal. 6 fingers, but he has 6 nipples. Like, what are you going to do? It's something, hey, I don't know. Just born with more nipples, I guess. So I had no idea. Like, I knew you get these, I'll say whack jobs because I think they are kind of whack jobs, but you get the people with that want the serpent tongues, right? They got their tongues, and it's like split in 2 at the. It's like, really? Like, are you serious? You really wanted to be a snake? That's the route you were going. You wanted to be a serpent, so you got your tongue split, and you get the snake eyes too. You have them go in there and give you some contact lenses, and then you shave your head, and you get the cobra tattoo on your head. Like, bro, whatever. Okay. There's got to be an island out there for everybody. Just
I'm here to
put them
snake
over
your
there. We're all good to go. So, yes, this guy has 6 nipples, and the guy that tattooed his extra nipple said it's a really awesome project. Oh, I bet it is.
Awesome project. That's my favorite part of this article. The quote, "It's a really awesome project." Why? Why is it awesome? It's very strange.
Yeah, I don't know. I love the people that were like, I don't know if it was on Twitter or whatever. They go, "Wow, this is amazing." It's like, okay. Apparently your definition and my definition of amazing are a little bit different. So I was like, okay, there can't be much more to learn in that article. My man has nipples. He has nipples where they shouldn't be. But I'll keep reading, because I want to do the research. So I'm glad I did. Because, as I said, there are other people out there that love altering the body. And I'm so happy that Guinness Book of World Records takes these people seriously.
Oh, no.
Because we wouldn't have most modifications. There's a couple out there. Yes, a couple that have the most modifications I guess people say they look like they're from hell because they look like demons and they have the tattoos on their head. This guy said, you know what? Tattoos aren't enough. And by the way, I'm glad they found one another because I don't think you're going to find anybody else. Like when you say this person was made for me, like they were like that person was made for you because there was no one else out there for you. Like this person was your counterpart, right? Your soulmate. That's it right there. How do I know? They look like a demon and you look like a demon and no one else does. So go ahead. Till death do you